Su Yang traverses the realm of a novel, assuming the role of the antagonist, the master of Ziyun Peak, one of the 6 branches of the Qingming Sect. Upon grasping the gravity of his predicament, Su Yang is engulfed by panic, contemplating an immediate escape. His sole consolation lies in the fact that the narrative has yet to commence, allowing for potential redemption. While the protagonist possesses extraordinary fortune, Su Yang's 7 enchanting disciples are equally remarkable, each endowed with prodigious talent and profound backgrounds. If Su Yang can cultivate a harmonious rapport with his disciples, astonishingly, he has awakened a system of 10,000-fold returns. By receiving gifts from the female lead of the novel, he can trigger a probability of a 10,000-fold critical return. Ding! Situ Qingqing aids the host in healing through dual cultivation, triggering a 10,000-fold return to the Yang Dao body. Ding! Tushan Yao Yao presents the exquisite spiritual herb, dragon saliva fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return of the true dragon immortal elixir. Ding! Ruan Yuer bestows the earth-grade spiritual artifact, primordial magnetic core, triggering a 10,000-fold return of the celestial desolate pagoda. As the narrative unfolds, the protagonist gazes at Su Yang, who is surrounded by admirers, reveling in bliss, and kneels to the heavens with tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Gee, who among us is truly the protagonist?" Chapter 1. The antagonist of the novel, 10,000-fold returns. 2 visits to the dark room, performance verifiable. Not a soul crossover subsequent plot will provide explanations. Please indulge without concern. In the northern province, Qingming Sect, Ziyun Peak, one of the 6 branches. A piercing howl resonates from the master's grand hall. Faintly, one could discern phrases such as external demons and don't even think about it. A moment later, a figure clad in red swept past from the mountainside. Within a grand hall, am I in the wrong scene? A remarkably handsome man collapsed beneath the white jade throne, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face still etched with terror, as if he had just undergone an exceedingly frightful ordeal. Yet, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes suggested that perhaps nothing had transpired at all. His name was Su Yang. Seated comfortably at home, he had been struck by a truck from the heavens. Their brief encounter left him momentarily blind, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself her. Yet before Su Yang could fathom the nature of his predicament, a breathtaking figure burst into the hall, casting a shadow over the celestial light. The woman, adorned in a flowing red gown, possessed an exquisite beauty. Her skin was as smooth and pale as mutton fat, her brows like delicate willow leaves, her nose elegantly H, and her enchanting, crystal-clear peach blossom eyes were utterly captivating. She moved swiftly, and as her skirt swayed, her long, white, jade-like legs were faintly visible. Situ Qingqing. Su Yang felt somewhat dazed. "Master, what has happened to you?" In her urgency, the woman grasped Su Yang's hand. Su Yang blinked, unable to comprehend the situation. He felt her hand icy yet silky, smooth, reminiscent of soft jade nurtured over time, an exquisite sensation. Su Yang sensed a sudden squeeze on his hand, and an illusion arose in his mind. Could she be taking advantage of me? The young woman's delicate face flushed with indignation. "Master, how could you have sustained such grievous injuries? Could it be that a rogue has ambushed you?" As if sensing through the pulse, she discerned that Su Yang's body had suffered grave injuries, with meridians severed and his dantian RLY destroyed. "Is it possible that I am indeed that Shao?" Upon perceiving the woman's palpable anger, Su Yang felt increasingly reluctant to speak, fearing that any slip might reveal his true identity, inciting her wrath and leading to his demise. "Master, rest assured, whoever has harmed you, I shall not let them escape justice." The woman clenched her teeth in fury. Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to remain silent and adopt a posture of submission, choosing to play the role of a mute for the time being. Seeing his silence, the woman assumed that her master's diminished strength had rendered him despondent, for anyone would react similarly in the face of such calamity. "Master, please forgive my rudeness." With that, she bent down and lifted Su Yang in her arms, carrying him into the inner chamber directly towards the bed. Laid upon the expansive bed, Su Yang mused that this unassuming disciple exhibited a commendable sense of decorum. It seemed his earlier misgivings were unfounded. for how could she possibly wish to take advantage of him? Yet, suddenly, she began to remove his clothing. "Master, please do not be alarmed as your disciple. I have both the responsibility and the obligation to ascertain the extent of your injuries." Her delicate features were stern, and her tone serious, devoid of any hint of jest. With a graceful motion, her hand glided over Su Yang's body, deftly unfastening his upper garment, revealing his flawless physique. In an instant, the woman's face flushed with color. Yet her hands did not falter. She gently caressed him, as if polishing an exquisite porcelain artifact of immeasurable value. "Something feels amiss, very amiss." Su Yang sensed a profound weakness enveloping him and hurriedly said, "Disciple, your master merely requires a moment of rest. Perhaps you could step outside and allow me some solitude?" The young woman paused her movements, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly lifting her gaze to Su Yang, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmering with mischief. "Master, surely you wouldn't want others to discover that you've lost all your cultivation, would you? Disciple you." As he beheld the young woman's teasing expression, Su Yang realized, to his astonishment, that this apprentice was indeed a rebellious disciple. Yet, he found himself powerless, unable to resist her whims. The young woman drew closer, her beguiling eyes fixated on Su Yang's cheek as she delicately traced her finger along his jawline. "Master, call me Qing." 2 hours later, Situ Qing's delicate face was flushed with a rosy hue as she left behind a promise. "Master, I shall treat you well from now on." With that, she gracefully departed, leaving Su Yang behind, immersed in his own troubled thoughts. "Have I been tainted?" After a prolonged silence, Su Yang managed to utter those words through gritted teeth. In this moment of reflection, Su Yang came to understand the circumstances he now faced. He had traversed into another realm, one he derisively referred to as a tale of eunuchs, having become the most ineffectual antagonist within it. Not only is the protagonist a eunuch, but Su Yang also possesses an extraordinary past. As the master of Ziyun Peak, one of the 6 peaks of the Qingming Sect, he wields immense power. His 7 disciples are all stunningly beautiful, each endowed with exceptional talents, surpassing one another in their cultivation abilities. In the early chapters of the novel, each disciple harbors a degree of affection for Su Yang. However, he remains oblivious, fixated solely on his pursuit of enlightenment, NTLY spurning their goodwill. During the annual grand competition among the 6 peaks, the protagonist reveals his prodigious talents, causing a stir throughout the Qingming Sect. Even the reclusive elder, who had been in seclusion for a long time, was compelled to emerge, humbly beseeching Su Yang to part with his prized disciple to ensure the legacy continue. Everyone's astonishment. Su Yang declines, citing, "This child harbors malicious intent and is thus unworthy of being taken as a disciple." He further banishes the protagonist from the Qingming Sect, and when a disciple, with whom he shares a good rapport, intercedes on the protagonist's behalf, Su Yang retaliates by him, prisoning him at the cliff of reflection, demanding he meditate in solitude for a decade. In the aftermath of these actions, Su Yang finds himself no better off instead. He attracts the ire of the protagonist and deeply wounds the hearts of his own disciples. In truth, Su Yang's judgment is not entirely flawed. Throughout the narrative, the protagonist indeed possesses ulterior motives, seizing power and vying for the affections of others. Even those who have extended great favors towards him are not spared. He employs various underhanded tactics to bring their downfall, leaving behind a grim fate for those who walk. He supported him, epitomizing the phrase, "Upon your death, I shall care for your wife." This scenario mirrors the treachery of a revived villain. The flaw in Su Yang lies in his failure to eradicate the root of the problem, as the saying goes. If one merely cuts the grass without pulling out the roots, it will inevitably regrow with the spring breeze. The protagonist, fueled by immense hatred, roams the world, encountering a myriad of adventures. In just 3 years, he surpasses Su Yang's realm and returns for vengeance, utterly obliterating Su Yang, who meets a tragically grim fate. Disillusioned, none of Su Yang's disciples come to his aid, not even willing to assist in retrieving his remains. Fortunately, the plot has yet to unfold. There remains room for maneuver. Su Yang mused with a hint of relief. Had the 3-year deadline arrived, he surmised he would be forced to flee at once. As for the present moment, While the protagonist has yet to reveal his prowess, Su Yang can strategize in advance. The so-called strategies boil down to two options: either forge a bond or cultivate enmity. Su Yang quickly dismissed the notion of befriending the protagonist. After all, in the narrative, those who sought to ally with the protagonist invariably faced the direst consequence. CES, often resulting in the shattering of familial ties. He certainly did not wish to expend his efforts nurturing a treacherous ingrate. With amicable relations off the table, the only path remaining was to foster animosity. The protagonist's status as such stems from the author's favorable treatment, often rendering him extraordinarily fortunate. When pursued by antagonists, he tends to turn misfortune into fortune, seizing immense opportunities that elevate his strength and allow him to retaliate against his foes. Thus, Su Yang possesses a keen self-awareness. He realizes that he alone cannot vanquish the protagonist. His only recourse lies in enlisting external assistance, particularly from his 7 disciples. Each of these disciples possesses extraordinary talent, profound backgrounds, and fortunes that rival those of the protagonist. Therefore, as long as he maintains a good rapport with his disciples, even if he cannot vanquish the protagonist, he need not fear for his life. Moreover, he has successfully achieved the first step by winning over the young lady, C2 Qingming. Ahem, why does my waist suddenly ache? What a pity that as a transmigrator, I possess not even a golden finger, bringing shame upon my predecessors. Su Yang frowned, rubbing his waist. Ding! Upon hearing the host call, the 10,000-fold return system is now activating. As soon as Su Yang's words fell, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Cough, cough. That phrase seems rather ominous. A look of delight spread across Su Yang's face. His previously sore waist felt significantly more comfortable as a result. Indeed, as a transmigrator, possessing a golden finger is indispensable. Suppressing his inner excitement, he swiftly examined the system's functions. 10,000-fold return system. When a female protagonist imparts or bestows upon the host divine weapons, martial arts scriptures, or rare medicinal materials, the host can receive a multiplied return up to a maximum of 10,000 times. After reading the system's introduction, Su Yang wore a peculiar expression. Is this system suggesting that I should live off others? Ding! C2 Qingming assists the host in healing injuries and reconstructing meridians through dual cultivation, triggering a 10,000-fold return to the Yang Dao body. The system's notification echoed once more. It seems I indeed possess the potential to live off others. Su Yang quickly embraced this new persona. With the system in place, what have I to fear from the protagonist? Deep Blue, enhance. Oh no, system, merge with the Yang Dao body. Su Yang commanded the system that I in the next moment. An unparalleled and terrifying force seemed to have broken free from the shackles of life, surging forth like a relentless tide, sweeping through every limb. Ants. Inu. Chapter 2. Reshaping the bones, establishing the foundation of 6 levels. A rich essence of life enveloped him, and Su Yang felt the meridians within his body being reshaped and expanded in an unimaginably transcendent manner. His bones were tempered, akin to iron being forged, tirelessly hammered until the impurities were expelled from the raw material. After an hour had passed, all impurities within Su Yang were completely purged, endowing him with an ethereal and transcendent aura. His body resembled a flawless gem, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Upon introspection, he beheld a torrent of blood akin to molten gold, embodying the utmost strength and vitality, shining with an intense and fervent glow. This was the Supreme Yang Body. According to the system's description, the Supreme Yang Body ranks among the foremost of the 3,000 body types. When compared to the so-called Primal Sacred Body, Divine King Body, and Celestial Martial Body, although it may fall short in combat prowess, it surpasses them in certain aspects. Yet considerable margin. Su Yang examined himself and discovered that his previously strained waist, which had been on the verge of breaking, not only recovered, but had grown immeasurably stronger than if had ever been. It could be deemed the mightiest dog-like waist. Should Shaoqing attempt to impose her will upon him again, she would undoubtedly find herself at a complete loss. With my vital energy brimming like a flowing river, if I do not break through now, then when shall I? Su Yang's mind sharpened with resolve. The dense vitality surged within him like the heavy clouds overhead as his pores expanded, absorbing the ethereal energies that flowed from each. Heavens, entirely disregarding the impurities that lingered in the cosmos. As one of the rare embodiments of the supreme Yang path, he naturally expelled the worldly impurities THEs, transforming the celestial essence into the purest substance for cultivation, far surpassing even the finest spiritual stones. Before long, Su Yang's cultivation began to skyrocket at a terrifying pace. First layer of Qi refinement. Second layer of Qi refinement. Third layer of Qi refinement. Foundation establishment achieved. While ordinary cultivators relied on foundational spiritual objects to have a mere 50% chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Su Yang needed no such aids. Relying solely on his supreme Yang body, he ascended effortlessly to this realm, appearing as a celestial being in the eyes of mortals. Of course, the mere foundation establishment was insignificant compared to his previous state of divinity, but for Su Yang, who had just embarked on his path of cultivation, it was an exhilarating experience, yet the breakthrough did not cease. The energy within Su Yang continued to tumultuously churn, akin to the molten lava erupting from a volcano, irresistibly surging forth. Guided by his conscious intent, the supremely pure, mist-like spiritual energy was incessantly compressed within his dantian. Crash. Crash. The liquid mana, coalescing into a surging stream, flowed like a pristine spring converging into boundless waves. 10 drops, 100 drops, 1,000 drops. Countless. Su Yang's cultivation realm seemed unbound by shackles, ascending at an almost monstrous speed. First layer of foundation establishment. Second layer of foundation establishment. Third layer of foundation establishment. Until reaching the 6th level of foundation establishment, one could barely pause. Su Yang opened his eyes, which shimmered with a radiant light, reminiscent of 2 resplendent suns perpetually revolving. Let me ponder, in the tales I have read, how many drops of liquid mana does the protagonist gather upon breaking through to the foundation establishment? It seems to be 300 drops that earn one the title of a prodigy. So what does that make my over 10,000 drops? A prodigy among prodigies? A mere protagonist, hardly worth mentioning. Su Yang maintained a composed demeanor. He no longer harbored any fear of the protagonist. Well, the protagonist's halo. What significance does luck hold? Do not claim to be the favored child of the heavenly Tao. Even if you were its favored offspring, he would still dare to deliver a few slaps. This is not mere arrogance on Su Yang's part, but rather an embodiment of confidence. After all, he had already harnessed an advantage. If he did not embrace this boldness, would it not render his advantage futile? Nevertheless, the 6th level of foundation establishment still seems somewhat precarious. I must extract further benefits from the female leads. Su Yang calmed his thoughts, contemplating how he could leverage his advantages to reap more rewards from the female leads, thereby accelerating his cultivation. In the narrative, all 7 of his disciples were female leads. Thus, he merely needed to proceed methodically, one by one, to extract every last benefit from his disciples, and naturally, he would become invincible. Now, which disciples remained on Ziyun Peak? Su Yang scoured the scant memories left by his predecessor. My eldest disciple, Yuan Xian, has undertaken a mission for the Xuanji Pavilion to eliminate the troublesome flood dragon, causing chaos in the Eagle Morning Gorge. She set out. Just 2 days ago, second disciple Ruan Yuer has ventured into the Qingming secret realm for training, with half a month remaining until its opening. Third disciple Xue Jinli, due to the sparse population on Ziyun Peak, has been dispatched down the mountain in search of superior celestial seedlings. Fifth disciple Qin Qian, vivacious by nature, fond of play and gluttony, secretly descended to the mortal realm not long ago. At this moment, she is likely indulging in the delecta bleak cuisine of the human world, lost in delight and oblivious to her surroundings. So, aside from Sidu Qingqing, there is no one left on Ziyun Peak? Su Yang furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled. On Ziyun Peak, amidst the peach blossom grove, petals danced and fragrant breezes wafted, creating a natural path. By the spring, a pavilion stood tall, This moment within the pavilion. Merely uttering those few words seemed to drain her of all strength, causing her to collapse onto the vanity, her forehead resting on her arms, unable to lift her head. The earlier scene flooded her mind, making her feel utterly embarrassed. She had long harbored improper thoughts towards her master, yet due to her master's profound cultivation, she, as a disciple, could only bury these feelings deep within. However, just now, though she was unaware of her master's circumstances, seeing her master in such a frail and helpless state stirred her emotions. Surely, my master despises me now. Situ Qingming felt a wave of regret. How could she have lost her composure so suddenly? And I did not present myself well. She recalled the frown on her master's brow, her heart heavy with guilt. If only she had performed better, perhaps her master would harbor less disdain for her. How can I remedy the situation now? First and foremost, it is imperative that the senior sister remains oblivious to this matter. Given her vehement disdain for malevolence, should she discover my betrayal of our master and ancestral teachings, she would undoubtedly seek to eradicate me for the sake of our section. And I am no match for her strength. My senior sister has always held our master in the highest regard, adhering to his words without fail. If I present my case in this manner, she will certainly fall for it. Having resolved her thoughts, Situ Qingming retrieved a pristine jade tablet from her waist. With a delicate gesture of her slender fingers, a radiant luminescence emanated from the tablet, and soon, an image began to materialize from the void. Chapter 3. The First Encounter with Yuan Xian. Changing roles in the struggle. Eagle's Cry Gorge lies over 30,000 miles south of the Qingming Sect. The river flows with a tumultuous rush, deep and formidable, a natural sanctuary that has nurtured countless mystical creatures. Such a treasure of land, devoid of powerful demons, inevitably draws the attention of numerous otherworldly beings. Several months ago, an enigmatic serpent, transformed from a dragon, appeared from an unknown origin and claimed dominion over this gorge. It not only ruled the waters, summoning hordes of demons, but also regarded passing travelers as mere sustenance, even devouring several inner disciples of the Qingming Sect and boasting, "For every disciple of Qingming, one shall be consumed." This audacious declaration incited the ire of the Qingming Sect's upper echelons, prompting all 6 branches to jointly issue a bounty for the serpent, offering a reward of considerable value, including a treasured sword that had been nurtured for many years by Su Yang's predecessor. As the foremost disciple, Yuan Xian was unwilling to see her master's sword fall into the hands of another and thus accepted the task. At this moment, the once clamorous Eagle's Cry Gorge seemed to have had its voice stolen, cloaked in an eerie silence that was almost terrifying. The waters were strewn with the lifeless bodies of mystical creatures, staining the surface crimson, a pungent odor pervading the air. What was once a paradise for the ethereal beings had inexplicably transformed into a hellish water prison that reaped lives. Amidst the gorge, on a colossal rock protruding from the water, stood a striking figure. Clad in black, her attire devoid of any embellishments or adornments. She exuded a sense of practicality and simplicity, yet possessed an indescribable aura that was impossible to overlook. Her features were captivating. A pair of bright eyes radiated clarity and purity, while her naturally rosy lips bore no trace of rouge. With a visage of exquisite beauty, there lingered a transcendent grace in her countenance. Yuan Qishuan, regarding her figure, the loose robe could not conceal her magnificent stature, her perfectly shaped waist elegantly accentuated, and her curves exquisitely voluptuous. With this ethereal demon core as a token, it should suffice. Holding a naturally formed demon core in her hand, Yuan Qishuan gently kicked, sending a colossal python's corpse, measuring dozens of feet in length, splashing into the water, creating considerable ripples. Her expression bore neither sorrow nor joy, as if she had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Yuan Qishuan murmured softly, and suddenly, the jade slip at her waist emitted a sound. She raised an eyebrow, and a hint of anticipation flickered across her icy visage. Taking the jade slip, she traced several patterns in the air with her fingers, and soon, the void rippled, conjuring a mirror-like image before her. Upon gazing at the figure of Situ Qingming in the image, Yuan Qishuan's brow furrowed slightly, and the glimmer of expectation on her face quietly faded, reverting to her usual frigid demeanor. "Little Qing, what brings you to seek me?" Situ Qingming, already feeling anxious, was further unnerved by the terrifying backdrop of corpses strewn about and the water stained with blood. She thought to herself, "Senior sister is truly ruthless. The spirits of Yingxiu Gorge must have been utterly annihilated. I absolutely cannot let anything slip. Situ Qingqing hastily replied, Senior sister, it is not I who seeks you, but rather, Master has something to discuss with you. Master? Yuan Qixuan's expression shifted slightly. From her understanding of the master, he always preferred to handle matters personally, never entrusting them to others. She distinctly noted that little Qing's gaze flickered as she spoke, avoiding her eyes, suggesting that either she was not lying or was concealing something. Little Qing, do you still remember why I punished you last time? Yuan Qingxian inquired, her voice steady. Situ Qingqing's expression stiffened, and she replied, Senior sister, why do you suddenly bring up this matter? The last time I punished you was because you carelessly shattered Master's cherished blue and white porcelain cup. Yet you claimed it was Yao Yao's doing. Yuan Qingxian continued, after I punished you, I warned you, should you err again, the punishment shall be doubled. It appears, Shao Qing, that you have not heeded my words at all. Upon hearing this, Situ Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine. That punishment had confined her to bed for a full week, and each recollection of it brought a pang of discomfort. I did not deceive you this time. Master instructed you to retrieve the inner elixir from the mountain lord of Fulong. Truly, Master herself told me. I swear. Situ Qingqing stammered in panic. She was genuinely terrified of her senior sister, if she were to admit to lying. The consequence of doubled punishment would be far beyond what her fragile frame could withstand. In truth, she realized she had acted rashly. A lapse in judgment that was akin to tying a noose around the neck of the old longevity deity. Yet, having spun this web of deceit, she had no choice but to stubbornly deny it, fearing that if she pulled one thread, the entire fabric would unravel. Yuan Qingxian's demeanor grew colder. Shao Qing, have I not told you that when you lie, your face becomes exceptionally flushed, burning like you have just engaged in a fierce battle? Even this you can discern. Inwardly, Situ Qingqing was in a frenzy, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her words almost failing her. Master sister, it is because. Situ Qingqing was racking her brain, pondering how to defend herself when a gentle voice resonated from outside. Little Qing, are you there? Why is Master here? Situ Qingqing's face turned ashen with fright. She felt as though her life was in peril. The subtle changes in her expression did not escape Yuan Qingxian's notice, further solidifying her belief that little Qing was deceiving her. Little Qing, why are you dazed? Did you not hear Master calling for you? Oh, Master sister. Situ Qingqing forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. With a faint voice, she uttered, Master, Qinger is here. Please come in. Ziyang entered, adorned in a robe of exquisite black brocade, his long hair casually tied back with a black ribbon. His physique was nothing short of perfection, with sharp sword-like brows and eyes that held the brilliance of the sun, exuding an effortless charm. He had not intended to seek out Situ Qingqing. Yet in pursuit of rapid cultivation, he found himself compelled to endure the presence of this pupil once more. As he gazed at Situ Qingqing, he noticed a stark contrast in her demeanor compared to the previous occasion when she had consumed his offerings. Her eyes were filled with complexity, her lips quivering, as if she were caught in a moment of hesitation, akin to being threatened by a blade at her throat. Master, a voice, ethereal and crystalline, broke through the tension. Only then did Su Yang perceive the image materializing in the void before him. An ice-cold beauty, her gaze fixed upon him, her fervent eyes contrasting sharply with her frigid aura, causing his heart to skip a beat. The eldest disciple, Yuan Qingxian, possesses a profound understanding of swordsmanship and an untainted heart of steel, exuding an icy demeanor akin to a frozen mountain. Apart from her master, she shows little regard for others, even her junior sisters. In the original narrative, she devoted nearly her entire heart to Su Yang. However, despite her goodwill, her affections were unreciprocated, leading to disillusionment and her eventual departure from Ziyun Peak to wander the Central Plains. When the protagonist sought Su Yang, Yuan Qingxian had already made a notable name for herself in the Central Plains, with many hailing her as the Sword Fairy. Subsequently, the Qingming Sect faced the annihilation of its clan by the formidable forces of the Demon Hall, which had been provoked by the protagonist. In a twist of fate, the protagonist fled to the Central Plains and encountered Yuan Qingxian once more in a secret realm, where they inexplicably reconciled. Given Yuan Qingxian's temperament, had she known the protagonist was responsible for her master's demise, she would likely have drawn her sword in an instant rather than seeking reconciliation. Such mindless plot twists are the hallmark of a hapless author. After internally cursing the inept writer, Su Yang turned to Yuan Qingxian, his tone gentle. Xianer, I recall you were tasked with eliminating the flood dragon at Eagle's Cry Gorge. What brings you to communicate with your fourth junior sister? Yuan Qianxian was momentarily taken aback, as her master had never addressed her so intimately before. Could it be? Meanwhile, Sita Qingqing's face turned pale, her head burying into her chest. Upon hearing Yuan Qianxuan's words, Su Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Situ Qingqing, prompting her to lower her head even further, trembling like a quail. A stark contrast to the earlier audacious disciple she had been. Su Yang found the scene amusing. It was strikingly similar to the depiction in novels. Situ Qingqing, fearless in every regard, trembled only at the thought of her senior, Yuan Qixuan. How truly entertaining. This is it. I'm doomed, she thought, her body quivering in anticipation of the impending storm. Being expelled from the sect would be a mild consequence. My fate will undoubtedly be more tragic than that of a python. Flayed and tortured. Oh, woe is me. Yet, the anticipated scenario failed to materialize. Su Yang chuckled and remarked, indeed, it was my directive. Situ Qingqing abruptly lifted her gaze, staring blankly at Su Yang, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and disbelief. Unable to comprehend why her master would shield such a wayward disciple. However, this was not the moment for such contemplations. She raised her head towards Yuan Qixuan, who appeared visibly startled and pouted with a sense of grievance. Senior sister, you heard that, right? It was the master's command. I did not deceive you. Although Yuan Qixuan sensed that there was something amiss, her unwavering respect for their master prevented her from probing further. Upon hearing her master defend the young disciple, she took a deep breath and declared, since the master requires that inner elixir, I shall venture to Fulong Mountain to retrieve it on your behalf. Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Sita Qingqing maintained a facade of calm, though her heart soared with excitement. Unexpectedly, after a series of twists and turns, her objective would ultimately be achieved. With that, the spiritual stone sustaining the communication with the jade tablet was completely depleted. What had the master said earlier? Missed me. In the loft, the atmosphere turned tranquil. After a moment of silence, Situ Qingqing felt a touch of embarrassment. Lowering her brows as she twirled a strand of hair with her fingers, shyly inquiring, Master, why do you shield me? Su Yang chuckled, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Qinger, you surely wouldn't want your senior sister to discover your treachery against your master, would you? Chapter 4. The Token of Affection. Immortal and indestructible Su Yang glanced at the seemingly slumbering Sita Qingqing, who was biting a lock of her hair, her ears still flushed with lingering warmth, and her face revealing a trace of fatigue, akin to one who had endured great suffering, appearing utterly drained. We'll see if you dare to speak so recklessly next time, Su Yang said, warming his hands over a delicate jade bowl before rising from the bed. Situ Qingqing, feigning sleep, murmured softly as the sound of rustling clothing reached her ears. She waited patiently until the sounds faded entirely from the loft before timidly opening her eyes, her gaze filled with boundless shyness. Master, have you truly left? She whispered, peering cautiously outside. To her surprise, Master entered with a teapot in hand. Panic surged within Sita Qingqing, and she contemplated closing her eyes to continue her charade of sleep. Still pretending to sleep? I clearly saw you awake. Su Yang teased as he approached, setting the teapot aside and regarding her with playful scrutiny. Caught in the act, Sita Qingqing could no longer maintain her facade. Yet, she dared not meet Su Yang's gaze, turning her head away, her lashes fluttering. Master, I was pretending to sleep. I truly felt faint. Though it sounded somewhat like a clumsy excuse, it was, in truth, a sincere confession. In pursuit of opportunity, Su Yang exerted considerable effort, while Situ Qingqing, with her inherently delicate disposition, would find it unusual not to feel faint. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable that this time she did not manage to seize anything of value. Su Yang harbored suspicions regarding the technique employed, but was unable to validate his doubts. Thus he sought opportunities elsewhere, hoping to gather even a strand or two. Master believes in you. I see that your voice has grown hoarse. Here, have some water, Su Yang said tenderly as he poured a cup of tea and assisted Situ Qingqing to sit up. Given her already fragile state, upon hearing Su Yang mention her hoarseness, she melted like a puddle of water, weakly collapsing into his embrace. Master, not wishing to impose upon her further, Su Yang took a sip from the teacup and lowered it to her lips to share. As Situ Qingqing regained a modicum of vitality, the blush adorning her exquisite visage became increasingly alluring. Master, what troubles you? Su Yang inquired. Disciple feels as if you have transformed into another person. In the past, you were oblivious to worldly matters, wholly devoted to your cultivation, offering us, your disciples, little more than guidance in our practice. Thus, my feelings for you have remained deeply concealed, not daring to reveal them openly. When a change befell you, I, lost in a moment of folly, could not resist the temptation to betray my master. I had assumed you would harbor resentment towards me, but unexpectedly, Situ Qingqing spoke softly. To my surprise, not only did you shield me, but you also took advantage of my vulnerability? Well, to be precise, it was I who took advantage of your kindness, master. Situ Qingqing's petite face flushed with a rosy hue as she murmured softly. Regardless of who took advantage of whom, Suyang leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. In truth, it is not I who have changed, but rather, after losing all my cultivation due to a misstep in my training. Your outburst has led me to realize that even with my unwavering devotion to the Tao and my detachment from worldly matters, true immortality remains elusive. This was a carefully crafted excuse Su Yang had long prepared, aimed at dispelling the confusion harbored in the hearts of his female disciples. Master, please do not think this way. You are the youngest transformation true monarch of the Qingming Sect. Even the Grand Elders have remarked upon your potential to become a void-breaking sovereign. Situ Qingqing consoled, nestling in his embrace. Even if one were to break through to the void-breaking stage and achieve sovereignty, it would only grant a few thousand years of life. What then is the meaning of true immortality? Su Yang sighed deeply, a hint of peculiarity glimmering in his eyes as he jested. Qingqing, do you perhaps not appreciate the current version of your master? If that is the case, then I shall remain steadfast in my pursuit of the Tao. He pretended to withdraw, suddenly alarmed. Situ Qingqing, not knowing where she summoned the strength from, embraced Su Yang tightly. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. He lost his footing and found himself pinned beneath her, with a slight furrow of her brow. Situ Qingqing chose to straddle Su Yang's lap, her form moving gently against him like a koala clinging to a tree. Disciple, likes the current master. I just wonder if master truly likes Qingqing? It seemed that Qingqing had yet to learn her lesson. As a man of action, Su Yang preferred to take initiative rather than speak. He supported her lower back, preparing to roll over. Startled, Situ Qingqing shivered. No need. Master, I understand your intentions. Please. Master, spare me, she implored, her voice thick with unshed tears. In her current state, further strain would surely break her. Observing her tear-streaked visage, Su Yang mused. It seems I have successfully concealed the truth. All right. I was merely teasing you. No need to cry like a child, he said, gently wiping away her tears with a tender touch. After a moment of consolation, Situ Qingqing remained a picture of sorrow, her shoulders shaking as she wept against him. Su Yang was taken aback. His offhand remark had terrified her so profoundly. The reputation of the Ziyun Dao body was indeed well-deserved. Qinger, if you cease your tears, I can grant you a wish, he said, patting her delicate shoulder as one would a child. Really? Her sobs halted abruptly as she lifted her tear-filled gaze to Su Yang, her eyes shimmering with hope. It truly worked, Su Yang thought, his expression turning earnest as he addressed her. Indeed, speak your desire. I wish for the jade pendant at your waist. Situ Qingqing replied, seemingly prepared for this moment. It was merely a pendant. If it was to be given, then so be it. Su Yang had assessed that this jade bore no extraordinary qualities. Here, he said, removing the pendant from his waist and offering it to her. Master truly bestowed this pendant upon me. As Situ Qingqing treasured the jade pendant as if it were a priceless gem, her gaze towards Su Yang sparkled with stars, and her heart surged with uncontainable excitement. Her master had once mentioned that this pendant was the only keepsake left by her mother, carrying profound significance. The fact that her master entrusted this pendant to her must surely imply a token of affection. It must be a symbol of love. Oh heavens! How deeply my master cherishes me. Master, I shall guard this pendant with utmost care. A blush blossomed on Situ Qingqing's delicate face, quickly spreading to her ears and neck. After securely stowing away the pendant, she mysteriously produced an ancient jade slip from her possession and presented it to Su Yang with solemnity. Master, this is the most precious item I possess, and today, I bestow it upon you. With this, Situ Qingqing gazed at Su Yang with a pleading expression, fearful that he might refuse her heartfelt offering. Naturally, a gesture of such sincerity must be accepted by her master. As Su Yang received the pendant, a notification shined in his mind. Ding! Situ Qingqing has gifted the host the incomplete celestial-level cultivation Method Eternal Sun God Sutra, triggering 100-fold critical return of indestructible sutra. An unexpected delight indeed. Su Yang's pupils contracted slightly, and a ripple of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Chapter 5. Seizing opportunity, plans foiled. How did this cultivation method end up in my hands? Su Yang embraced the delicate and soft Si Tu Qingqing, raising an eyebrow as his gaze turned somewhat peculiar. In the original narrative, when the protagonist was expelled from the Qingming Sect by Su Yang, Si Tu Qingqing was deceived by his feigned innocence and could not bear to see such exceptional talent left to wander aimlessly. Driven by a desire to make amends for her master, she reluctantly bestowed upon the protagonist a jade slip inscribed with the incomplete Yang God technique. The protagonist, possessing the Yang Yin battle body, found a remarkable synergy with this technique, and their union unleashed a formidable power beyond imagination. In fact, even Su Yang ultimately met his demise at the hands of this very martial art. Now, this technique had fortuitously fallen into his possession. Moreover, the system had also returned to him a celestial-grade technique known as the Indestructible Sutra. This technique had also appeared in the original text, albeit briefly mentioned. According to the description, the protagonist's pride, the Yang God technique, was created by a revered figure known as the Fire Fiend, who, upon witnessing a practitioner demonstrating the Indestructible Sutra on an unnamed stone wall, painstakingly crafted the Yang God technique from the faint traces left behind. Shortly after its creation, the Fire Fiend lamented his untimely death with the words, "After 100 years of enlightenment, I can only glimpse a corner of the truth. How I despise the heavens for their blindness." From this, one can surmise the vast chasm between the Yang God technique and the Indestructible Sutra, akin to the disparity between heaven and earth. Who, then, truly is the protagonist? At this moment, Su Yang's heart was brimming with exhilaration. Not only had he intercepted the protagonist's opportunity, but he had also augmented his own strength, a delight beyond measure. Si Tu Qingqing leaned against his shoulder, suddenly furrowing her brow and letting out a soft hum, gently patting the back of Su Yang's hand. Su Yang lowered his gaze and caught a glimpse, only then realizing the situation, awkwardly releasing his grip. "Qing'er, I assure you, as long as I draw breath, this jade slip shall not." "Oh no, master. Please refrain from such words. They are inauspicious." Si Tu Qingqing interjected, covering Su Yang's mouth with her hand. "Ha ha ha, how considerate you are, Qing'er. Please rest." "And I shall return tonight," Su Yang exclaimed joyfully. "What? You are coming back tonight?" Si Tu Qingqing's face paled in shock. "Cough, cough. Fear not, my dear. I shall merely engage in a candlelit conversation with you, requiring only your eloquence." Su Yang gently brushed her fragrant shoulder, offering reassurance. Si Tu Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she mumbled, "Master, you should leave. Qing'er needs to rest." Su Yang leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Si Tu Qingqing's blushing cheek before turning to depart the pavilion. After Su Yang's departure, Si Tu Qingqing pulled the quilt over her, enveloping herself entirely, closing her eyes as her mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts. What should I do? By the end of the night, my voice may be utterly hoarse. No, I must devise a plan. I've heard that drinking plenty of water can soothe the throat. With this thought, Si Tu Qingqing disregarded her soreness and hurriedly emerged from the quilt, reaching for the teapot. A flash of light appeared, and the teapot landed in her grasp. Without a second thought, she embraced the teapot and began to drink fervently. In the desolate mountains, the sky was obscured by dense foliage, enveloped in profound silence, interrupted only by the faint sounds of snakes, insects, and vermin. At this moment, outside the narrow mountain path, a young man of unremarkable appearance lay amidst the dense underbrush, inquiring of the jade pendant that hung from his chest, "Master, are you certain that the destined individual will pass through this place?" "Disciple, I have not only foreseen that this person is your fated companion, but also your destined romantic interest." "Ah, you truly are fortunate in matters of love," replied the elderly figure, known as Master Li Hua, a renowned powerful being from the Central Plains. "Master, please do not jest with me. I have yet to avenge my grievances and cannot afford to indulge in romantic affairs," Xiao Yi asserted with a serious demeanor. Had it not been for the glimmer of desire he detected in Xiao Ye's eyes, coupled with his familiarity with the young man's character, Master Li might have been deceived by the lad's seemingly innocent exterior. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose him. After all, as a powerful being, one must possess the lofty ambition of to hold the beauty in one's embrace while wielding power over the world. "Disciple, I have calculated that if you encounter this fated individual, immense benefits will come your way. At that time, even a few enemies will be but a fleeting thought." "Easily dispatched, provided you exercise patience," Master Li reassured him. That is sufficient for me, master. As long as I can exact my revenge, I would endure lying here. Xiao Yi was resolute, but before he could finish his sentence, a sudden rush of sound pierced the air from the distance. They're coming. It's your moment, little ferret. Xiao Yi exclaimed with fervor, urgently addressing the small purple beast beside him. The intelligent creature, endowed with remarkable awareness, immediately understood its master's call upon hearing it. With a thunderous roar that echoed towards the heavens, the little weasel sought to capture the attention of its destined companion. In an instant, its form swelled against the wind, expanding to an impressive width, comparable to that of a fully grown demon bull. Its expression was ferocious, with blood-red eyes fixated on Xiao Yi, while foul, viscous drool dripped from the corners of its mouth as it advanced menacingly. Should any onlooker witness this scene, they would undoubtedly mistake the little weasel for a famished beast, with Xiao Yi as its chosen prey. Your performance is commendable, Xiao Yi genuinely praised. Disciple, act earnestly. Do not let the facade slip, elderly admonished. This meticulous scheme had been devised after extensive calculations of the disciples' fortuitous encounters. The plan involved the little weasel masquerading as a man-eating beast, waiting for the fateful individual to pass by, at which point the weasel would launch an attack on Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi would then feign defeat, sustaining grievous injuries as he was propelled towards the direction of the destined one. This fortunate individual, possessing a noble character and a deep-seated enmity towards demons, would undoubtedly intervene upon witnessing a beast assaulting a member of the human race. At that moment, with Xiao Yi's extraordinary talent, he would effortlessly gain entry into the Qingming Sect, thereby seizing his opportunity. The plan was meticulously crafted, as long as Xiao Yi adhered strictly to the script. Success was assured. Upon hearing Elder Li's reprimand, Xiao Yi suppressed his amusement, his spirit taut with focus as he faced the weasel, now the size of a calf, and bellowed with fierce determination, "Wretched beast, do you truly believe you can devour me?" With that, he unsheathed his sword and boldly lunged towards the little weasel. The weasel's eyes glinted with malevolence as it gathered its strength. In an almost instantaneous motion, a torrent of purple demonic flames erupted from its mouth, shooting towards Xiao Yi like a razor-sharp blade. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yi's face, pale as parchment, bled from the corners of his mouth, resembling a kite severed from its string, hurtling towards the ethereal figure soaring above. Everything unfolded as meticulously orchestrated. As Xiao Yi drew nearer to the silhouette, he discerned the visage of the fated one when merely a few paces away, clad in a flowing black robe. She embodied the celestial grace of a goddess descending from the heavens, her demeanor as cool as a ghostly orchid, evoking an instinctive reverence. Beautiful, simply breathtaking. Xiao Yi vowed that she was the most exquisite woman he had ever beheld in his life. Even his childhood companion, the mysteriously vanished Yilinger, paled in comparison. No wonder my master claimed this was my fortune in beauty. If I were to truly embrace such a beauty, what need would I have for vengeance? With his heart aflame with excitement, Xiao Yi reluctantly shut his eyes, preparing to enact the plan and feign unconsciousness. As for her, she could only rely on her swordsmanship to hasten towards the Qingming Sect. Swift as the wind, her own cultivation remained unobscured, the 3-foot sword aura intertwining with a fierce malevolence, both bursting forth in a display that made numerous formidable demons retreat in fear, alleviating her of many unnecessary troubles. Yet, as she traversed a desolate forest, an unexpected figure suddenly soared into her path, obstructing her progress. In an instant, Yuan Su Xian's eyes glinted with a chilling coldness, her fury igniting. "Those who block my way shall perish." With a mere gesture toward Xiao Yi, the 3-foot sword aura howled in unison, sweeping across the heavens as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. Bang! Beneath the terrifying momentum of the sword, the entire forest appeared as if it had been violently upheaved, fissures gaping wide. The surging sword energy, akin to tumultuous waves, surged through the void, rippling endlessly toward Xiao Yi. With his eyes shut, Xiao Yi's expression abruptly stiffened. "Master, something is amiss. This sword seems aimed at me." Xiao Yi urgently called out within his mind. "Disciple, indeed, this sword is meant to sever you." A bittersweet smile played on Li Lao's lips. "Master, you have betrayed me." Xiao Yi watched in horror as the stream of sword energy sliced toward him, his expression filled with utmost terror. Enveloped by this sword energy, he felt akin to an ant crushed underfoot, utterly incapable of resistance. A profound sense of crisis enveloped his heart, threads of despair clinging to him like a malignant growth. If he were to confront this sword head-on, death would be his fate. "Master, save me." Xiao Yi raged inwardly, his body seemingly imprisoned, unable to move an inch. Rest assured, our bond as master and disciple ensures that I will not stand idly by in your time of peril. A sigh emanated from the jade pendant, tinged with an air of perplexity. Only then did Xiao Yi feel a semblance of relief, closing his eyes as he succumbed to unconsciousness beneath the onslaught of sword energy. Chapter 6. Diligent Cultivation. Reclaiming confidence as night fell, Su Yang emerged from the grand hall, feeling invigorated, a joyful expression gracing his face. The Undying Sutra is indeed formidable. Having merely brushed its surface, my realm has significantly elevated. Now, he has reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. Although he is still far from the realm of transformation, Su Yang believes that with his extraordinary talent and diligent efforts, achieving transformation is merely a matter of time. Su Yang glanced at the sky. It was now night, and it was time to work hard. He felt that even with his eyes closed, he could easily find his way to the attic where Qing'er resided. The desolate mountains and wild hills. The wild hills were no more. The entire mountain range appeared flattened, stark, and barren, exuding an air of desolation. The lingering sword chi in the area was terrifyingly potent, injuring anything that dared to approach, causing even the snakes, insects, and rodents that dwelled underground to vacate the premises. This place had undeniably become a desolate wasteland. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. From the depths of a pit, a wretched figure crawled out. Under the moonlight, one could faintly see that a few tattered strips of cloth hung from his body, which was smeared with blood. Revealing patches of exposed bone, he looked utterly pitiable. Coughing violently, he expelled several fragments, remnants of his internal organs. I have survived. Xiaoyu collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by the realization of his narrow escape from death. After a brief moment of rest, he gradually regained some vitality. Suddenly, he remembered his spirit pet, clutching his chest, and urgently called out, "Little Weasel, where are you?" The little weasel was a creature he had discovered in an abandoned cave during his childhood. After years of companionship, the bond between them had grown as close as that of siblings, sharing both honor and disgrace. If the little weasel had perished under the blade of that woman, he would be utterly heartbroken. A mournful wail emanated from the depths of the abyss. A flicker of joy ignited in Xiao Yu's heart as he disregarded his own injuries and once again descended into the chasm. Upon discovering the severely wounded purple creature, he approached with a pained expression and embraced it tenderly. "Little weasel, you're still alive. I cannot express how overjoyed I am." The little creature, deeply touched, could hardly believe that its master still thought of it in such dire moments. Thus, the pair clung to one another, weeping profusely. After a considerable time, they gradually regained their composure. Xiao Yi gently stroked the little weasel's head and muttered to himself, "The pressing matter is to find a place to heal, and perhaps gather some spiritual treasures to nourish the soul and awaken my master." In his view, his master must have exhausted their soul energy to protect him, and was now certainly in a deep slumber. To his surprise, a frail voice emerged from the jade pendant. "Cough, cough, my disciple. It warms my heart that you still think of me. Master, you have not succumbed to sleep." Xiao Yi exclaimed with great excitement. After all, without his master, he would merely be an ordinary person, incapable of escaping his enemy's relentless pursuit. Almost, that young lady's talent in the sword path was astonishing, even in the central state, where prodigies abound. She surely would have found her place. Had it not been for this ring mitigating some of the sword energy, his master might indeed have fallen into a deep slumber. Lao Li expressed his lingering trepidation. A vivid image of that enchanting figure surfaced in Xiao Ye's mind, accompanied by an unusual thought that surged within him. Though the woman indiscriminately drew her sword against him, he felt no inclination for vengeance. Instead, his thoughts lingered on the notion that such a wild and untamed spirit was truly worthy of his conquest. "Master, did you not proclaim her to be my fated one? Why then did she suddenly attack me? Has she perhaps discerned our scheme?" Xiao Yi restrained the tumult within his heart, posing 3 inquiries in succession. "You ask me, but to whom shall I turn for answers?" Elderly was equally confounded, despite having made meticulous calculations, with the heavens indicating so clearly. How could an unexpected turn of events arise? Surely, the heavens could not be deceiving him. Elderly pondered in vain, yet confronted with his disciple's perplexity, he had no choice but to offer an explanation. "I surmise that perhaps the lady is in a foul mood." "A surmise?" Xiao Ye's tone rose in disbelief. "Master." He was profoundly moved. He had once harbored resentment towards his master for absorbing his cultivation without permission, yet through their prolonged association, he had recognized the sincerity with which his master treated him, never withholding his knowledge. Although this occasion had led to his grievous injury due to his master's miscalculation, he still chose to place his trust in him. After a moment of patient waiting, the sound of Elder Li's voice finally emanated from the jade pendant. Disciple, I have divined that your fortune lies within Qingming City. Elder Li's voice grew increasingly frail, almost as if it were fading away, as though it had been drained of vitality. Where is Qingming City? Near the Qingming Sect, Elder Li replied. Xiaoyu was taken aback, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Master, why is it again the Qingming Sect? Is that not what you mentioned, near the Qingming Sect? Old Li replied. However, the city of Qianyuan is evidently under the jurisdiction of the Qingming Sect. Having been bitten by a snake once, Xiaoyu felt a lingering fear. Disciple, are you not afraid? Old Li inquired sternly. Master, I am not. Xiaoyu replied stubbornly. Disciple, as a cultivator, you will encounter countless life and death challenges throughout your life. Indeed, there exists great terror between life and death, yet within that realm lies immense opportunity. If you can transcend it, the rewards will be substantial. Just like this instance, although you are gravely injured, do you not feel that your meridians have expanded significantly? Even your speed of absorbing spiritual energy has increased? Old Li's voice resonated in Xiaoye's heart like the sound of a great bell. Xiaoye immediately examined himself and found that, as Old Li had said, his meridians had indeed been widened. Once healed, his combat prowess would undergo a qualitative leap. It appears that the stunning woman truly is his fated companion. Master's insight was not mistaken. Master, you are right, Xiaoye responded, regaining his confidence and sincerely willing to learn. Observing Xiaoye's change in attitude, Old Li finally felt relieved and earnestly advised, Disciple, remember this. Only those who have endured trials between life and death can become powerful. Otherwise, you will remain a carefully nurtured flower, easily scattered by the slightest breeze. He understood well the nature of his disciple, who was prone to fear and hesitation. Only by occasionally offering him benefits could he motivate him to train diligently. And the so-called meridian expansion was merely a consequence of being wounded by that woman's sword energy. Master, I have learned my lesson. I shall set forth now to Qingming City. Xiaoye was invigorated by the encouragement of Elder Li, his entire being resembling one who had consumed a potent stimulant. As he clenched his fist with fervor, Disciple, there is no need for such urgency. Elder Li's words were abruptly interrupted by Xiaoye, who declared, Master, there is no need for further discourse. We, as cultivators, contest against the heavens for our very existence. How could we squander our time here? Upon finishing, Xiaoye cast a glance at the little ferret, the implication unmistakable. The little ferret, sensing the air of melancholy emanating from it, made Elder Li feel somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that the inspiration might have been taken a touch too far. Chapter 7. Perhaps rendered useless, a mysterious confidence. Days and nights passed in ceaseless succession. On yet another new day, Su Yang sat with an air of confidence at the edge of the bed, presenting the prepared tea to Situ Qingqing. Master, my throat is parched, as if I might ignite from within. Situ Qingqing's eyes betrayed her fatigue, her voice lacking strength, sounding as though she had swallowed shards of glass. After speaking intimately for an entire night, how could one not feel drained? I apologize, it is my oversight. Su Yang responded with a look of regret, promptly handing the teacup to her ruby lips. With a soft gulp, Situ Qingqing swallowed the liquid in one go, her raspy throat finding a modicum of relief. Her eyes twinkled as she pitifully remarked, Master, I fear I may be rendered useless. Recalling the events of the previous night, Su Yang felt a twinge of awkwardness. What nonsense are you speaking, Qingqing? You should focus on recuperating. I shall be entering seclusion for cultivation tonight. Implicit in his words was the understanding that he would not be returning to their intimate conversations for the remainder of the evening. With that, Su Yang turned and departed. As he gazed at the retreating figure of his master, Situ Qingqing was utterly perplexed. Despite her master's apparent lack of cultivation, it seemed inconceivable that someone who had never been a body cultivator could possess such terrifying physical prowess. Meanwhile, Su Yang made his way toward the grand hall atop the mountain, feeling quite cheerful. After all, the stormy weather of the previous night had been quite exhilarating. However, it was a pity that he could not engage in philosophical discussions about life with Qing'er that evening. With a click of his tongue, he realized he had unwittingly arrived at the grand hall summit. Settling onto the meditation mat he typically used for practice, Su Yang began to contemplate. In the original tale, the protagonist must have already encountered his eldest disciple, Yuan Xian. It was even possible that they were already en route to the Qingming Sect. If only the protagonist could sense that his fortune was being usurped, it would be splendid. The thought of witnessing the protagonist's flustered expression brought him immense joy. In his excitement, Ziyun did not neglect his own cultivation, for personal strength was paramount in dealing with the protagonist. He closed his eyes and swiftly immersed himself in meditation, a radiant sun seemingly rising within him, causing the temperature of the hall to rise sharply. As another day dawned, Xiao Yi, riding a small ferret, finally arrived at Qingming City. As one of the 4 major cities under the jurisdiction of the Qingming Sect, the bustling city gates were teeming with people, a veritable sea of activity. Among the crowd were numerous cultivators, scholars, monks, and Taoists, elderly individuals, women, and children, some wielding swords, others navigating spiritual vessels, and many carrying wine gourds or riding spirit beasts, much like himself. Indeed, Qingming City was truly extraordinary. Xiaoyu leaped down from the back of his small weasel, gazing in awe at the magnificent city before him. At that moment, a female cultivator, also riding her spirit beast, approached him with an icy demeanor. She handed him a pill without uttering a word and departed, casting him a peculiar glance as she left. "Master! Master!" Xiaoyu exclaimed, glancing at the pill in his hand and then stealing a furtive look at the woman's curvaceous figure, feeling a surge of elation. "Did you see that? Your disciple does not rely on mere appearances yet still captures a woman's admiration. This pill serves as compelling evidence." "Oh, foolish disciple. How mistaken you are. She does not admire you. She merely felt pity for your weasel, which was frothing at the mouth from exhaustion. As a fellow beast tamer, she could not bear to witness the mistreatment of a spirit beast, and thus offered you a healing pill. Did you not notice the look she cast at you before leaving? It was one of disdain and pity. The pity was directed towards your weasel, while the disdain was aimed squarely at you." Lao Li found himself at a loss for words. His disciple, despite occasionally harboring an unfounded confidence, was otherwise commendable. Thus, he chose not to diminish Xiaoya's spirits and replied gently, "Indeed, that woman was quite considerate. Upon seeing your weasel faint, she graciously bestowed upon you a beast essence pill." "What? The weasel has fainted?" Xiaoyu exclaimed, hurriedly turning to check on his weasel. Seeing it with frothy lips and a dangerously weak breath, he quickly fed the pill he held to the small creature. The beast essence elixir is truly an essential potion for beast tamers, remarkably effective in healing spirit pets. Before long, the little ferret awakened. Gazing at the anxious Xiaoyu with a soft chirp, nuzzling against his palm to signal that it was well and he need not worry. "You truly frightened me, little ferret. However, do refrain from such antics in the future. For your sake, I even reluctantly fed you the beast essence elixir gifted to me by that female cultivator." Xiaoyu lamented, gently stroking the ferret's head with a pained expression. Observing his disciple's lack of resolve, Master Li felt an overwhelming urge to slap him awake. The little ferret was a rare breed. Should it fall into the hands of another beast tamer, no amount of beast essence elixirs would matter. Once its realm was elevated, it could very well become a guardian deity of the sect. Of course, the ferret was somewhat naive, believing Xiao Yi's words without question. It rubbed its head against his palm in a rather endearing manner. Thus, a bond was formed between master and beast, one willing to give and the other willing to receive. Like a dragon and a phoenix, they were destined to be together. Witnessing this scene, Master Li felt a pent-up frustration within him with no outlet, finally muttering, "Disciple, hasten into the city. The commotion outside suggests that significant events are unfolding within, likely related to your destiny." "Yes, Master," Xiaoyu replied promptly, placing the ferret upon his shoulder as he made his way into the city. However, a minor incident occurred at the entrance. The guards insisted that he pay a spirit stone before they would allow him entry, if it were required of every individual. It could be understood, but, by a twist of fate, Xiaoyu caught sight of a wealthy young master clad in luxurious silks, who not only bypassed the queue to pay his spirit stones but was also greeted with deference by the head of the guards. In that moment, Xiaoyu felt a surge of indignation. Fortunately, he was dissuaded by elderly, which allowed him to suppress his murderous intent and obediently hand over a spirit stone to enter the city. "Master, why did you stop me?" Xiaoyu questioned, his tone laced with resentment after entering the city. "My disciple, a momentary lapse in patience may jeopardize our grand scheme. We have come in search of opportunities. Before we seize them, what harm is there in exercising a little restraint?" Elderly advised earnestly. "Humph, were it not for the pursuit of opportunity, I would have slain that arrogant wretch just now, along with that insufferable dandy, whose flippant demeanor and swollen eyes reek of tyranny and malice. Once I acquire my fortune, I shall rid Qingming City of such a blight," Xiaoyu declared, filled with righteous indignation. Elderly sighed, having heard the exchange clearly. The guard had referred to the young man as the young lord of the city. As the young lord of Qingming City, he held considerable influence. And it was hardly surprising that he enjoyed certain privileges, such as not having to queue. In fact, there were several cultivators at the core formation stage who similarly bypassed the line, illustrating the status of powerful practitioners in Qingming City, which was entirely justifiable. However, Elderly observed that his disciple fixated solely on the young lord, who was merely handsome. Such a mindset, in Elderly's view, was rather extreme. Chapter 8. A rift between Su Yang and me in Qingming City. A bustling tavern was filled to capacity. Several waiters scurried about, overwhelmed and frantically attending to the demands of the patrons. Before the counter, the plump shopkeeper beamed with delight, rhythmically tapping on the abacus. Clearly having received a substantial influx of revenue. A rather unremarkable young man entered the tavern, a small creature perched on his shoulder, his demeanor clouded with gloom. He found an empty table and seated himself, instructing the waiter to bring him 2 plates of appetizers and a jug of fine wine. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment, the waiter replied eagerly, hurrying to the kitchen to fulfill the order. The young man's arrival stirred little commotion. On one hand, his appearance was exceedingly ordinary, and on the other, his cultivation was commonplace, merely at the foundation establishment stage. In this tavern, a single brick could easily take down several of such cultivators, as they were quite ubiquitous. The purple creature on his shoulder, however, appeared to be extraordinary, albeit its aura was alarmingly frail, resembling a being on the verge of demise. Before long, the waiter returned with the wine and dishes. The young man casually tossed a spirit stone to the waiter and lifted his cup, drinking leisurely as the fervent discussions of other cultivators filled his ears. I heard that Ziyun Peak, one of the 6 branches of the Qingming Sect, is once again recruiting disciples after 5 years. Is this true? It must be true. Have you not noticed the influx of cultivators in Qingming City these past few days? There are even some formidable Golden Core veterans. Golden Core veterans can establish their own power, build families, and claim titles. What brings them to this bustle? Alas, it is widely acknowledged that Su Yang, the master of Ziyun Peak, is the youngest transformation realm true monarch within the Qingming Sect and indeed across the entire northern province, with boundless potential for the future. Should one have the fortune to become his disciple and receive his guidance, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. The young man, visibly stirred, communicated through the jade pendant. Master, the opportunity you speak of, could it possibly lie with this Su Yang, the master of Ziyun Peak? This individual is none other than Xiao Yi, who has harbored grievances due to having faced unjust treatment. Elderly hesitated for a moment before replying. Disciple, your fortune indeed resides at Ziyun Peak. Yet it does not pertain to Su Yang himself. How could this be? Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, Master, if my opportunity is at Ziyun Peak, then it is inevitable that it is intertwined with Su Yang. He cannot possibly be an unrelated party. He would not idly watch as I seize the opportunity, and he might even intervene to thwart my efforts. You are correct, my disciple. I have foreseen that Su Yang represents a calamity in your destiny, Elderly stated earnestly. With a sharp crack, the wine cup in Xiao Ye's hand shattered, drawing the attention of the tavern's proprietor. Not far off, a waiter, sensing the proprietor's glance, approached Xiao Yi with a bow. Esteemed guest, regarding this wine cup. Realizing his lapse in composure, Xiao Yi, wishing to avoid further attention, handed the waiter a spirit stone as compensation. The waiter gratefully accepted the stone and, with great consideration, exchanged the broken cup for a new one. Xiao Yi maintained a facade of composure as he continued to indulge in food and drink, yet within him raged a tempest of turmoil, akin to tumultuous waves crashing violently. In a state of alarm, he questioned, Master, knowing that Su Yang is my destined calamity, why have you brought me to this city of hidden depths? Do you perceive my talents as mediocre, intending to lead me into the jaws of danger, to be slain by Su Yang's blade, thus facilitating your own agenda with him? In his desperation, Xiao Yi had nearly lost his wits, entirely forgetting that without the guidance of the revered Li Hua, he would have long perished at the hands of his enemies, leaving no opportunity to revel in this tavern's feasts. Old Li was left speechless, pondering the sheer cowardice displayed by this individual, merely a transformation god, and yet, he was so easily intimidated by a mere name. Li began to doubt the accuracy of his own celestial foresight. How could he have predicted that this timid and fearful person was, in fact, the fated child of destiny? Is the heavenly path truly so blind? He mused. Why do you remain silent, old man? Is it because I have unraveled your thoughts, leaving you unsettled? Xiaoya's tone grew frantic as he pressed for an answer. Of course, there was no need for speculation. If given a genuine choice, the old man would undoubtedly choose Su Yang, a transformation god capable of obtaining any resource. Surely, he could swiftly restore his soul and reconstruct his body. Yet, Su Yang might not require his assistance. And furthermore, the old man had already boarded this proverbial ship from which there was no escape. Resentment festered within Li, wishing he could simply fall into a deep slumber and awaken a century later to select a new host. Yet, the die had been cast, and there was no turning back. With a sigh of resignation, he exhaled a breath of frustration and spoke calmly, "Disciple, how could you harbor such thoughts about your master?" Xiao Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Deep down, he understood the truth. Li Lao would never betray him. Their fates were intertwined. Only by growing stronger could he hope to aid Li Lao in the restoration of his corporeal form. Yet, that was a true monarch of transformation. He was merely a fledgling in the foundation establishment stage. How could he dare to contend against such a formidable opponent? A mere flick of the adversary's finger could extinguish his life. The fear of death gripped him. "Master, I beg your pardon. I am simply averse to Su Yang. After all, attempting to seize opportunity from him is akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth. With a blood-soaked vendetta weighing heavily upon me, I cannot gamble with my life. I implore your understanding." Xiao Yu sincerely expressed his regret. "Disciple, do not speak in such a manner. You are like family to me. I am well aware of your pure heart, and thus, I took no offense to your earlier words," Li Lao replied, feigning indifference. "I harbor no grudges." Upon hearing Li Lao's forgiveness, Xiao Yi exhaled in relief and hesitantly suggested, "Master, perhaps we should first depart from Qinyuan City. Once I attain the transformation stage, we can return to Ziyun Peak and claim that opportunity. After all, it will remain there. It won't simply vanish. Do you not agree with my reasoning? What nonsense is this? Opportunities in this world are scarce. If you do not seize them, others will. By the time you return, it will be too late." Li Lao lamented, frustrated by Xiao Yi's naivety. As a child of destiny, protected by the celestial order, how is it that in times of adversity, one resorts to mere survival? My disciple, there is no need for such trepidation. I have foreseen that although Su Yang represents a calamity in your fate, fortune is often entwined with misfortune. His 7 female disciples are indeed your opportunity. Just moments ago, I overheard the cultivators in this grand hall speak of Su Yang's female disciples. Each one a paragon of beauty, with one even hailing from the mystical Tushan as a fox maiden. Of course, this is merely my observation. Should you choose to depart, my disciple, I shall not impede your path. Alas, in the face of such a formidable foe, I am left with no choice but to employ seduction. For this individual is audacious in his desires. His family's destruction was a consequence of entanglements with another's matriarch. As expected, Xiao Yi has been persuaded. An ancient being has taken 7 enchanting disciples? Surely, there lurks a sinister motive, using these women as vessels for dual cultivation. The mere thought of those unfortunate souls ensnared in such peril fills my heart with anguish. I have resolved that, regardless of whether Ziyun Peak is a den of dragons or a lair of tigers, I must venture forth to rescue these women from the clutches of that old demon Su. I stand opposed to Su, our enmity irreconcilable." Xiao Yu spoke with fervent conviction, his words resonating with righteousness and indignation, entirely shedding the timid persona he once bore. Chapter 9, The Return of Tsang Xian, The Distinction of the Sexes. Qingming Sect. A majestic pavilion, its plaque elegantly inscribed with the character's mystical truth. In the Xuanji Pavilion, where disciples of the Qingming Sect receive their assignments. Situated on the Ziyun Peak among the 36 peaks, there is no peak master. Instead, a pavilion master presides along with several elder stewards overseeing the affairs. On ordinary days, the elder stewards seldom make an appearance, delegating various tasks to the disciples from different peaks. At this moment, during daylight, the pavilion is bustling with activity as disciples clad in diverse attires come and go. Suddenly, a beam of azure light descends from the heavens, capturing the attention of the surrounding disciples. A serene woman gracefully descends from her sword, her beauty transcendent, her demeanor cold and aloof, exuding an aura of unapproachability. At the sight of her, nearly all disciples are left in awe. Even those diligently immersed in their tasks cannot help but lift their gaze, eager to catch a glimpse of this icy beauty. "Senior brother, this senior sister is stunning. Which peak does she belong to? Does she have suitors? I long to make her acquaintance." Of course, she is the chief disciple of Ziyun Peak, Yuan Jinshuan, with an untainted sword heart. How could she possibly lack admirers? Who would he wish to know her? Is there anyone who has successfully won her affection, shared a moment of intimacy with her? Intimacy? Huh. Did you see the sword in her hand? 2 years ago, she severed the arm of the master of Qingming Peak. Last year, the direct descendant of a grand elder nearly faced a dire fate had it not been for timely healing elixirs. This year, she even incapacitated a direct disciple of a sect leader with a single strike. Is she truly that formidable? If you doubt it, go ahead and test it. See how many lives you have that could withstand Yuan Senior Sister's blade. Me? Perhaps I shall refrain from further pursuit, for I have yet to reach the foundational realm. I suspect that a mere sword strike from Senior Sister Yuan could very well extinguish my life. It would be splendid if all were as self-aware as Junior Brother. Senior Sister Yuan is wholly devoted to the path of the sword, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. Alas, many fail to comprehend this truth, or worse, feign ignorance. Believing their exceptional talents and charm can ensnare Senior Sister Yuan's heart with a mere beckoning gesture, when in reality, they are but foolish jesters. Senior Brother. When the time comes for you to endure a beating, please refrain from mentioning our acquaintance. I fear the splatter of blood may mar my attire. Sensing several malevolent gazes directed towards him, Junior Brother furrowed his brow and positioned himself protectively in front of Senior Brother, quietly blending into the crowd. Upon overhearing the murmurs around her, Yuan Xin's brow furrowed slightly as her piercing gaze swept across the assembly. A formidable sword intent surged forth, and the previously boisterous disciples fell silent, cowed by the chilling aura. She sheathed her sword and stepped into the Shuji pavilion, seeking out the elder's quiet chamber, and entered with purpose. Elder Zhou, the threat from the Eagle Wo Gorge has been eliminated, and here lies the token of our victory, Yuan Xin declared, placing the demon core upon the table. A rather stout and seemingly amiable elder picked up the demon core, examined it briefly, and nodded with a smile. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the core of a Jiao python. Little Yuan, you do not disappoint as the chief disciple of Ziyun Peak. In my estimation, within a few years, you shall stand on your own, carving a niche for yourself within our Qingming Sect. Elder Zhou jested. But Yuan Xian harbored no ambitions beyond remaining steadfastly by her master's side, unwavering and devoted. Her countenance radiated determination. Su Feng is indeed fortunate to have received such a devoted disciple as you. Elder Zhou is filled with envy. No, it is my honor to be accepted under the tutelage of my master, Yin Xuanzhen stated with utmost sincerity. Elder Zhou felt that the conversation had reached an impasse. So he raised his hand, revealing a storage ring in his palm. Sha Yuan, all the task rewards are within this ring. Please check, he said, gesturing for her to proceed. Yin Xuanzhen quickly rose, offered a slight bow to Elder Zhou, and hurriedly made her way towards the door, her steps brisk, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Observing her fervent rush to meet her master, Elder Zhou felt a twinge of jealousy rising within him. Comparing his own disciples to Yin Xuanzhen, they seemed either mediocre or utterly incompetent. Those who could have lived for 5 or 6 centuries, when vexed by such wayward students, might find their lives abruptly shortened by 200 years. In his displeasure, Elder Zhou resolved to first reprimand a disciple of his own before addressing his foul mood. With a surge of frustration, he vanished from the quiet chamber. On Ziyun Peak, at the main hall atop the summit, a graceful figure descended on a sword, swiftly landing before the hall. Yin Xuanzhen's longing for her master was nearly overwhelming. As she leaped off her sword, she neglected to sheath it. Clutching the ring tightly in her hand as she sprinted into the hall, her robes fluttering heavily behind her, were the disciples from other peaks to witness this scene. They would surely be left astounded. After all, Yuan Xianxian presents an ethereal image, akin to an unearthly ice princess, yet now she seems to be afflicted by longing, awakening to the tender stirrings of love, yearning to see her beloved at once. Master! Master? With eager anticipation, Yuan Xianxian entered the grand hall, only to find no trace of her master. Could he be in the inner chamber? A flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes. The inner chamber was a private sanctuary of Su Yang, a place she had diligently refrained from entering throughout the years, upholding the decorum of a master-disciple relationship. However, at this moment, gazing at the closed door before her, she hesitated briefly, biting her lip as if she had made a resolute decision. I am merely seeking my master, not intentionally prying into his privacy. She extended her hand and gently pushed the door, which swung open. Entering, she lowered her head and sweetly addressed. Disciple Qianxian has come to see master. But before she could finish her sentence, she lifted her gaze, bewildered, only to find the space devoid of her master. Not even a shadow remained. Where could master have gone? Yuan Xianxian, filled with curiosity, began to explore the room, her nose occasionally twitching as if to catch a whiff that might reveal a clue. The chamber was simple yet fragrant, lacking any superfluous adornments, appearing quite suitable for her master's residence. Suddenly, her gaze froze, landing upon a robe draped over the bed, seemingly recently discarded by her master. As a disciple, it is my duty to assist master in cleaning his robes. Without a second thought, she approached the bed and grasped the garments in her hands. Yet, in that instant, a flicker of curiosity ignited within her. What are the distinctions between men's and women's undergarments? As a woman, she is naturally aware of her own form. There are straps that can be tied around the neck, and if they can be secured, she may choose to leave them untied. The waist features two straps that must be fastened, otherwise they will slip. The lower part is shaped like an inverted triangle. As for her master's attire, Yuan Xianxian brought it before her, observing it closely. It was square and appeared rather unremarkable. Chapter 10. The Dangers of Obsession Master. Since you are not in the Great Hall, you must be with Qingming. Yuan Xianxian knew her master well, typically straightforward. He would only leave the hall to guide his disciples in their cultivation. Among the entirety of Ziyun Peak, only his fourth disciple, Qingming, remained. Yuan Xianxian stepped outside the hall, beckoning her sword to her side. With a swift sound of slicing air, she arrived at the quaint pavilion standing among the peach trees. Just as she arrived, her master's voice reached her ears, filling her with joy. She lifted her leg to enter the pavilion to meet her master, but upon closer listening, she sensed something amiss. Master, I assure you that I have followed the instructions in the book precisely, and I have not deviated. Qingming, to trust in books entirely is inferior to being without them. Your actual circumstances differ from those described in the text. How can you adhere strictly to it? I only wish to help. Very well. I shall teach you directly, step by step. Yuan Xianxian heard her master's tone filled with exasperation, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured to herself, Shaoqing, when did you become so foolish? How could you adhere so rigidly to the book's teachings? It's fortunate that master possesses such a good temper. Had it been another peak lord, you would have surely been reprimanded long ago. As soon as her words fell, a crisp sound echoed from the attic. Shaoqi was indeed quite dim-witted. Even master, with such a gentle disposition, had been provoked. With her arms crossed, Yuan Xianxian leaned to the side, listening intently to the commotion inside, her eyes betraying a profound sense of helplessness. She had initially intended to enter and pay her respects to her master, but perhaps it was wiser to wait until the storm had passed. After an indeterminate amount of time spent waiting outside the attic, the noise finally subsided. Was it over? Yuan Xianxian blinked, still feeling uncertain. Qingming, I have personally intervened. You should have grasped the lesson by now, shouldn't you? My foolish disciple still seems to lack understanding. Alas, I shall teach you again next time. Then, a rustling sound emanated from within the attic, followed by footsteps drawing nearer. Thud, thud, thud. Yuan Xianxian straightened her posture, stepping out of the attic. Su Yang leaned against the wall, clearly still feeling the effects of master's displeasure. Yuan Xianxuan's sudden appearance startled him, yet he remained steadfast, revealing no signs of distress. Casting a sidelong glance toward the attic, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, Qingming, you need not concern yourself with your fourth junior sister. The lessons I imparted should suffice for her to ponder for many days. Yes, master. Yuan Xianxuan suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her junior sister, who had not only angered their master, but had also been grounded as a consequence. Su Yang glanced at Yuan Xianxuan, his gaze lingering momentarily on the plump-headed dragon before quickly shifting away. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nearly broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the eldest disciple possessed a pure heart and did not entertain any strange thoughts, nor did he utter anything peculiar, which ultimately resulted in this delightful misunderstanding. Qingming, it is not convenient to converse here. Let us proceed to the Ziyun Hall, Su Yang suggested. As you command, master, Yuan Xianxuan replied, bowing her head. Finally, they had departed. Qingming breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped disaster. Just moments ago, upon hearing the voice of the eldest sister, she had dared not even breathe, fearing that a careless move might invite the eldest sister to check on her, which would have been disastrous. At this moment, within the attic, Qingming furrowed her brows in distress. What sort of trickery is this? It is utterly harmful, she exclaimed, reaching for the book hidden beneath her pillow, ready to tear it apart. However, after a moment's hesitation, she decided to put the book away instead. I shall practice a bit more. Perhaps I am exceptionally gifted. In the Ziyun Hall, just before she had been in the attic, she had been preparing to ride her sword and had requested her master to slow down. To her surprise, her master had smiled wryly, saying, "Shinner, I fear I must trouble you to accompany me for a while." It was only then that she realized her master's cultivation had regressed to the foundation establishment stage. Suyang had long contemplated this matter. With a sigh, he remarked, "Alas, I have become obsessed with my practice. Had it not been for Qingming's keen perception, you might never have seen me again." My stern admonition towards Qingming today stemmed from my fear that she might follow a misguided path. I only wish for her understanding. Upon hearing that it was the fourth junior sister who had rescued her master, Yuan Changxian felt a wave of tenderness. Though Shaoqing often appeared frivolous, she proved herself invaluable in critical moments. It seems she deserves a little more kindness from me in the future. Surely, the fourth junior sister understands that master acts in her best interests. There is no need for concern. Yuan Changxian reassured Suyang, embodying the most considerate disciple of the original text. Truly, she believed every word spoken. Suyang felt a sense of reassurance welling within him as he slowly replied, "That is indeed the best course. Master, do not dwell on sorrow. Surviving great tribulations often leads to greater fortune. I firmly believe you will eventually regain your former strength and perhaps even break through to become a revered being. At that point, I shall stride confidently within the Qingming Sect." Yuan Changxian encouraged, her tone both playful and uplifting. "You clever girl, you always know how to please me," Suyang chuckled. In the original narrative, it was precisely this devoted disciple who had led the protagonist to Ziyun Peak. Yet now, he found himself at a loss, having not glimpsed the protagonist's presence. Thus, he was certain that something must have gone amiss. To speak candidly, Suyang was quite eager to see the protagonist at that moment. After all, having the protagonist within close proximity allowed him to swiftly detect any unseemly intentions. Conversely, if the protagonist were left unmonitored outside, who could predict the potential ramifications? Should fortune take an unpredictable turn and the protagonist stumble upon an extraordinarily fortuitous opportunity, it would undoubtedly complicate his efforts to pursue the female lead. Chapter 11. A Lethal Strike. Borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha, Yuan Xian, resembling a playful kitten, squinted her eyes in delight as she reveled in the affectionate caress from her master. "Master, your disciple has not encountered any significant issues." "Oh wait. There was a minor setback. While traversing a mountain range, an individual suddenly appeared before me, obstructing my path." "And then?" Suyang inquired with urgency. "The plot remains unchanged. Why has the protagonist vanished?" "Master, you are so concerned about me." Yuan Xian's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she replied, "I found him to be an impediment, so I struck him with my sword. He should be dead by now." Though her tone had a semblance of coyness, it carried an icy detachment. "I knew it," Suyang mused. This inept author must have resorted to a ghostwriter in the latter stages. Otherwise, how could they craft such a nonsensical plot where Yuan Xian inexplicably reconciles with the protagonist despite previous grievances? Noticing her master's sudden silence, Yuan Xian felt a pang of unease and began to ponder anxiously. Could that individual be acquainted with my master? Or perhaps he was a chosen celestial seed? Would my act of slaying him provoke my master's ire? As Yuan Zuansuan was lost in her thoughts, Suyang carefully spoke up. "Zuansuan, after you dealt with that individual, did you ensure there were no loose ends? To slay without finality is akin to allowing spring winds to breathe life anew." Suyang imparted his wisdom earnestly, advising, "Remember these two principles before taking action. Annihilate thoroughly and eradicate roots. Otherwise, the tides may turn and the young will grow old, leaving you to ponder how to pursue your cultivation in peace." Yuan Zuansuan, with her head bowed, appeared to listen intently, absorbing the teachings of her master. Despite being admonished, a flicker of joy danced in her heart, for she understood that her master's lengthy discourse stemmed from a desire for her to cultivate with tranquility. She wholeheartedly agreed with Suyang's insights and resolved that once she departed the Grand Hall, she would disseminate the likeness of that individual among her fellow disciples. Upon sighting it, they were to act decisively. "Master, I almost forgot something." Yuan Zuansuan suddenly lifted her gaze to Suyang, her eyelashes fluttering, brimming with energy and excitement. "What is it?" Suyang inquired. "Do not speak yet. Please close your eyes. Only when I say to open them may you do so." Yuan Zuansuan's tone was tinged with a playful lilt. "Very well, I shall oblige you." A barely perceptible smile crossed Su Yang's eyes, for he already anticipated what his eldest disciple was about to do. In the original tale, Yuan Xuansuan had eagerly offered her treasured sword back to Su Yang, hoping for praise, only to be met with a stark rebuke. After hurling insults, Su Yang forcefully threw his sword to the ground and strode away, leaving Yuan Xianxin kneeling in place, her face streaked with tears. Su Yang is no human. Indeed, when Su Yang was enraged, he would even berate himself. In his eyes, Yuan Xianxian had done nothing wrong. The serpent had been slain through skill, not by seizing it from another. Returning the personal sword to Su Yang was an act of filial piety. It was one thing for Su Yang to withhold praise, but to insult her was intolerable. She deserved to be possessed by this otherworldly demon. As for Yuan Xianxian, the filial disciple, who resembled an ice mountain snow lotus, he would cherish her dearly. Yet, Yuan Xianxian felt a lingering unease. After all, she had taken on this task without her master's knowledge, only for it to be inadvertently revealed by Shaoqing. She feared that her master would be displeased, for he had strictly forbidden the disciples of Ziyun Peak from undertaking such missions. Nevertheless, she had proceeded for a simple reason. No one in Qingming Sect was worthy of wielding her master's personal sword. If she were to perish, so be it. At worst, she would receive a scolding from her master, which wouldn't cost her a piece of flesh. Resolute in her decision, Yuan Xianxian retrieved the personal sword from her storage ring, knelt on one knee before Su Yang, and presented it with both hands. Master, you may open your eyes. Hearing the tremor in Xuan's anxious voice, Su Yang silently vowed that he would not let her down this time. With his perfect acting skills activated, Su Yang opened his eyes. Upon seeing the sword radiating with a resplendent glow, his face lit up with surprise, his throat tightening, and an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Xianxian, what is this? Master, the Zixiao is your personal sword, and I believe that within the Qingming Sect, no one else holds the right to wield it. Yuan Yuxuan declared earnestly. Xiner, you are thoughtful, Su Yang responded, taking the Zixiao and flicking his fingers against the blade. A crisp sound echoed. A clear chime of the sword. Truly, this sword, nurtured for many years, possessed a remarkable spirit, yet Su Yang sensed an underlying reluctance from it, as if it wished to evade his grasp for even a moment longer. Could it possibly recognize him as an impostor? If so, this sword might indeed harbor a path to demise. Suddenly, a prompt from the system rang in his ears. Ding! Yuan Yuxuan has bestowed upon the host the Earth-tier weapon Zixiao, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return of the Qixiao. Su Yang's heart stirred with excitement, unable to contain his joy. Another 10,000-fold critical hit. Could it be that every heroine's first gift could trigger such an event? If that were the case, it would be simply delightful. As for the Qixiao, Su Yang quickly perused the system's description of this sword. Although the Qixiao's name differed from the Zixu by just one character, the two were incomparable. The Qixiao was the personal sword of the founding emperor of the Han Divine Dynasty, nurtured over millennia within the dragon veins, its rank surpassing even the celestial tier. It was a genuine divine weapon, possessing extraordinary spirit and a profound connection to its wielder's soul. With the Qixiao in his possession, who would still desire the Zixiao? A thought crossed Su Yang's mind, and he formed a plan. He played with the Zixiao in his hands for a while, concluding that its reluctance stemmed from the abandonment by its previous master, confirming that the former owner was indeed detested by all. Xu Yang offered a candid appraisal within himself, then turned his gaze towards Yuan Xian, feigning regret as he spoke. Xiner, I have accepted your heartfelt intentions, but I have resolved to embark on a new path in my swordsmanship, no longer wishing to linger in the realm of the sword. If Zixiao were to remain with me, it would surely gather dust. Therefore, I bestow Zixiao upon you, with your innate sword heart. You are destined to traverse further in the art of the sword. Only by accompanying you can it avoid any indignities and truly shine. Ah, you are giving it to your disciple? Yuan Xian's delicate form quivered slightly as she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with myriad emotions. What? Do you hesitate to accept it? If you are unwilling, I shall force it upon you. With that, Xu Yang solemnly placed Zixiao into Yuan Xian's hands. I shall accept it willingly. Yuan Xian clutched Zixiao tightly, as if grasping an unparalleled treasure. Her fair cheeks flushed like a radiant moon, her breath quickened, and her eyes sparkled with excitement, almost leaving her speechless. Buzz! The blade of Zixiao trembled slightly, conveying a hint of joy. It too was pleased with this new master. Chapter 12. The Unconventional Female Thief. Ascension Conference in the Ziyun Hall, watching his eldest disciple depart joyously with his cherished sword. Xu Yang's mind was consumed with a singular thought. This disciple is truly easy to deceive. I shall do so again. No, it is not deception. It is merely a benevolent fabrication. By giving Zixiao to Xian'er, she is elated, Zixiao is content, and I have acquired Qishao. Truly a remarkable gain. Sword come. Xuyang extended his palm and called softly. With a resounding dragon's roar that seemed to cleave through the void, a 3-foot azure blade descended into his grasp. Qijiao. Upon first grasping the sword, an inexplicable connection surged through him, as if their very essences were entwined. With a deft flick of his wrist, Suyang swung the sword aimlessly yet gracefully. A fierce blade of light erupted forth, enveloping the surroundings with an overwhelming force, akin to an emperor of swords traversing the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of resplendent sword lights cascaded through the vast expanse, seemingly drowning the entire void in their brilliance. Though I had never practiced the way of the sword, relying solely on instinct to strike, I could wield such formidable power. The Qishao indeed lives up to its reputation as the sword of emperors. Su Yang marveled as he beheld a rift cleaved in the void, unable to suppress his admiration. If not for the protective array set within this hall, the rupture would have extended far beyond the mere space before him. The more he gazed upon Qishao, the more he cherished it, yearning to immediately seek out a sword manual to study. Yet, upon reflection, he remembered his extraordinary circumstances. Rather than pursuing those inconsequential manuals, it would be wiser to await the system to present him with sword techniques. He had faith that his disciples would not disappoint him. As he approached the doorway, a frown creased his brow upon noticing the door ajar. He distinctly recalled having closed it before stepping out. Had a thief intruded? Su Yang stepped through the threshold. Surveying his surroundings with vigilance, should anything appear amiss, he would not hesitate to call for help. However, after a thorough inspection, Su Yang sat on the bed, feeling somewhat perplexed. Nothing seemed to be missing, and the items were arranged just as they had been, with no signs of disturbance. Could it be was I mistaken? Su Yang questioned himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to look at the bed. His gaze sharpened as he recalled the robe he had carelessly sullied during a spar with Shaoqing days prior. He had tossed it onto the bed, and now it had inexplicably vanished. Could it be a deranged thief had stolen his robe? Su Yang first ruled out Situ Qingqing, for at that time, she had been utterly subdued by his sword, left exhausted and crying out for mercy, with no opportunity to divert her attention to thievery. Since it was not Situ Qingqing, then, the ethereal visage of Yuan Xianyan, untouched by the mundane world, surfaced in Su Yang's mind. Though he was reluctant to associate such actions with his eldest disciple, feeling it was uncharacteristic of her, he recalled that in mystery novels, the most unlikely characters often turn out to be the true culprits. Thus, the singular truth was that the deranged female thief must be Xianyun. Su Yang promptly resolved to remain vigilant during his cultivation that night. After leaving Ziyun Hall, Yuan Xianyun initially intended to flaunt the Zixiao in front of Situ Qingqing, but as soon as the thought arose, it was swiftly dismissed. Situ Qingqing had just saved their master and had recently been punished by him. As the eldest sister, it was her duty to show compassion and care for her junior sister, and it would be unkind to provoke her further. However, she could share the news with the other junior sisters. Yuan Xianyun took out a communication jade slip and shared the news with the remaining 5 junior sisters, excluding Situ Qingqing. Moments later, a flicker of spiritual light appeared. Yuan Xianyun quickly opened the jade slip to check. Wandwear has blocked you. Soon after, several more flashes of light appeared. Shui Jinli has blocked you. Qin Qian has blocked you. Su Dongying has blocked you. Tushan Yaoyao has blocked you. Observing the reactions of her junior sisters, a hint of excitement danced across Yuan Xuanyun's icy countenance. Although her junior sisters appeared indifferent, their silence spoke volumes. After this incident, they should have understood that in the heart of their master, she, as the senior sister, holds the utmost significance. Yuan Xuanchuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Foolish junior sisters, have you forgotten about the group? She then produced a jade mirror and, with a flicker of her mind, etched the likeness of an individual upon it. Almost effortlessly, the portrait of a rather ordinary young man sprang to life on the surface. She transmitted the image through the mirror to a communication jade slip, composed a message, and subsequently shared it in the group titled Who Reigns at the Pinnacle of a Mortal Path, summoning all members. Qin Kuwan, received. Su Dongying, received. Situ Qingqing, received. In Xianyuan City, at the Lord's Manor, beneath a towering ancient tree of indeterminate age, a swing hung gently. A petite girl clad in a flowing green dress resembled a fresh, ethereal lotus, sitting on the swing with bare feet. swaying lightly. The light filtering through the leaves revealed her fair, bare feet, each toe appearing as translucent as fine jade, the contours exquisitely beautiful. The girl's delicate face resembled dew-kissed petals. Tender and inviting, her eyes sparkled with clarity, akin to a pristine spring, glimmering with vitality. Her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, smooth and silken, dancing in the breeze as if whispering the secrets of a young maiden's heart. Every smile and frown exuded an endearing charm, evoking affection. At this moment, Xue Jinli held a jade slip in her hand, her brow furrowed, reluctantly sending out a message. Xue Jinli received. That infuriating senior sister. The Zixiao was merely a reward for slaying the serpent python. What is there to boast about? Boasting was one thing, but to command me to work for her was utterly ridiculous. Xue Jinli pouted, murmuring to herself, though she felt indignant. The unity on Ziyun Peak meant that whoever the senior sister wished to eliminate was also an enemy to them. With a dejected expression, Xue Jinli fretted deeply. She lifted her head, closed her eyes, and sincerely prayed to the heavens. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor as a kindly-looking middle-aged man approached. Respectfully addressing Xue Jinli, "Xue Shangshi, there is a young man named Xiao Yi outside who has presented a letter of introduction and wishes to meet you." Xiao Yi. The name itself sounded rather dubious. "I shall not meet him." Xue Jinli opened her eyes, displeased. "There is no way to take shortcuts with me. At Ziyun Peak, we only accept exceptional talents. If he lacks this confidence, he should leave at once to avoid embarrassment at the upcoming Immortal Selection Conference in 3 days. Understood, Xue Shangshi." The middle-aged man hesitated, as if he had something to say, but ultimately refrained, crumpling the letter into a ball and tucking it into his sleeve before slowly taking his leave. Chapter 13. The arrogant Xiao Yu faced with disgraced Qinyuan City. Outside the city lord's mansion, beneath the shade of the trees, a group of young ladies and gentlemen dressed in luxurious garments laughed and chatted merrily, attended by maids and servants fanning them, pouring exquisite wine, and occasionally feeding them fresh fruits. They appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves, relishing in the pleasure of the moment. These are the descendants of the esteemed families within the city, gathered before the residence solely to hear of the temporary stay of a disciple from Ziyun Peak, one of the 6 branches of the Qingming Sect. Lacking in innate talent, they rely on connections. Their ancestors were, to varying degrees, disciples of the Qingming Sect. And even now, some elders within their clan serve as elders in the sect. Thus, they hope to leverage their ancestral ties in hopes of gaining favor. They do not necessarily aspire to become formal disciples. Even being acknowledged as nominal disciples would significantly elevate their status within their families. After all, this is Ziyun Peak. Throughout the northern prefecture, who is unaware that the peak master of Ziyun Peak is the youngest transformation true monarch in the history of the Qingming Sect. This is the primary reason for their visit. Meanwhile, beyond the shade of the trees, the scene is starkly different. A seemingly ordinary youth stands motionless under the scorching sun, sweat trickling down his face, yet he remains undeterred, his expression resolute, exuding a spirit of unwavering perseverance and self-reliance, embodying an indomitable will. "Disciple, shall we not seek a cooler spot to wait?" The voice of Elder Li resonates from the jade pendant. "That cannot be. Master, the invitation has already been delivered." Perhaps Xue Jinli is watching. "If I withdraw now, would that not render my efforts futile?" Xiao Yi firmly counters. "Disciple, have you considered why only your invitation was accepted?" Elder Li feels it necessary to offer a word of caution to his disciple. "Is it not evident? The city lord recognizes my exceptional talent and wishes to cultivate a rapport with me beforehand, which is why my invitation was received." Xiao Yi asserts with unwavering confidence. "Oh." The elder found himself at a loss regarding his expression. As a sage with profound insight into human nature, he perceived the intricacies of the human heart with remarkable clarity. The reason why Lord Shangguan accepted Xiao Yi's letter of homage was due to his inability to decipher Xue Jinli's stance. He sought to test the waters through Xiao Yi's offering. Should Xue Jinli accept it, all would be well. If not, it would bear no significant consequence. For the responsibility would fall solely upon Xiao Yi, a mere youth, devoid of power and influence, incapable of stirring any considerable turmoil. Meanwhile, his own disciple remained blissfully unaware, exuding an air of unwarranted self-satisfaction, which truly vexed him. "Master, when I encounter senior sister Xue later, what demeanor should I adopt? Should I be neither servile nor arrogant? Or perhaps gentle and considerate? According to your teachings, senior sister Xue is my fated companion. If she takes a liking to me at first glance, how should I respond?" "Master, why are you silent?" Xiao Yi indulged in fanciful reveries within his mind. Yet without his master's affirmation, he felt something was amiss. The elder was somewhat speechless. What could he possibly say? Was he to utter, "Congratulations to the newlyweds on their harmonious union, and may they bear children soon"? They hadn't even met yet. And he was already lost in flights of fancy. If they truly were to meet, what chaos might ensue? With Xiao Ye's lecherous nature, he might very well transform into a wolfman on the spot. He was, by all accounts, rather ordinary. Yet he seemed to believe that every woman in the world would be enamored with him, circling around him. It was a mystery who had bestowed such misplaced confidence upon him. Disciple, should you truly encounter that Xue Jinli, I hope you can perform at your usual capacity. After all, with your charm, merely exhibiting 50% of your ability would suffice to captivate her. Master Li uttered these insincere words while pinching his nose. Master, you truly understand me, Xiao Yi exclaimed, deeply moved. As his words fell, the creaking of the gate echoed. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, emerged, surveying the surroundings before speaking in a calm tone. Which of you is Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, nearly fainting from joy. He eagerly addressed the jade pendant. Master, just as you predicted, that Xue Jinli really wishes to meet me. Disciple, remain composed. There are many onlookers. The voice of Master Li echoed from the pendant. You are right, Master. At this moment, I must not lose my composure and must present a flawless first impression to Sister Xue. Xiao Yi quickly responded. He then suppressed his inner excitement, casting a casual glance at the boys and girls beneath the shade of the trees. With a disdainful snort, he straightened his robes and strode towards the steward with an air of nonchalance, his gaze defiant and his tone haughty. I am Xiao Yi. I kindly request you to lead the way. Led? What are you leading? The steward flicked his sleeve, and a crumpled invitation was thrown at Xiao Yi, who was met with impatience. When I call you, respond quickly. If you keep dawdling, one might think you are deaf. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the crumpled invitation on the ground. After the steward finished speaking, he stepped over the dazed Xiao Yi and approached a group of young nobles clad in splendid garments beneath the shade of the trees, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. Esteemed young masters and ladies, this humble servant comes to pay his respects. My master has specifically instructed me to clarify that your invitation cards have not been presented due to his reluctance to engage in underhanded dealings. As the esteemed envoy Xue disapproves of such practices. Ah, so that is the case. We appreciate the Lord Mayor's diligence, exclaimed the young nobles in realization. The steward responded. Thank you for your understanding, my Lord Mayor. The group then rose and offered a courteous bow. With a creak, the gates of the Lord Mayor's residence closed once more, and unrestrained laughter erupted from the shade. Ha ha ha, all thanks to that big fool beside us for paving the way. Otherwise, we would have incurred the envoy Xue's ire. Did you notice the look of smug satisfaction on that big fool's face when the steward called his name? Another remarked. Indeed, he even cast a disdainful glance our way, probably thinking he had won the favor of envoy Xue. Ha! As if, with that appearance, how could he ever hope for such a thing? Clearly, he is merely a naive country bumpkin. Amidst the peals of laughter, the young nobles from various clans departed in their sedan chairs, leaving only Xiao Yi standing before the Lord Mayor's residence. He appeared disoriented, his gaze vacant, as if struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. When the steward had tossed the invitation card in his direction, he had felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Later, the brazen laughter of those wealthy scions instilled in him an overwhelming impulse to end his own existence on the spot. How could this be? Ever since he had been pursued by his enemies, he had never felt such humiliation. Throughout his journey, any opportunity or woman he desired had come to him effortlessly. Yet, ever since becoming entangled with the Qingming Sect, he had been grievously injured by a single strike and now faced such indignity, as if his face had been ground into the dirt. This led him to question his master. Give me an explanation. Disciple, how can you place the blame on me? The elder replied, perplexed. Did you not say that the Qingming Sect was my place of fortune, and that Xue Jinli was my destined companion? Why has it devolved into this situation? Xiao Yi retorted, his anger boiling over. Indeed, the heavenly secrets are accurate. However, I also informed you that your fortune would manifest 3 days hence at the Ascension Conference. It was your own refusal to heed my counsel and your insistence on presenting an invitation now that led to this humiliation. How can you place the blame on me? The elder protested, unwilling to shoulder the responsibility. Xiao Yi's expression suddenly froze. Chapter 14. The Burning Sun. Profound Art. A night raid on the master in the inn's private chamber. Disciple, The elder's voice emerged from the jade pendant, but Xiao Yi interrupted, "Master, there is no need for your counsel. My resolve is firm. This Qingming city is certainly no place of fortune, and I must leave at once." Xiao Yi busied himself with packing his belongings. Observing Xiao Ye's dejected and heartbroken demeanor, the elder felt an overwhelming urge to curse. With the slightest setback, one throws in the towel. Such a lack of perseverance, easily swayed to abandon the path. Can this truly be the destined child? Had I known that fate would land in the hands of such a person, it would have been better to self-destruct alongside this jade pendant. Yet, destiny is already entwined. He and Xiao Yu are like grasshoppers on the same string, unable to break free. Reluctantly, he softens his tone. "Disciple, ponder this carefully. It may not be entirely unfavorable. Master, I have been subjected to such humiliation, and you still deem it a good fortune." Xiao Yu retorted, his tone sharp. "Disciple, think it through. Currently, Xue Jinli holds a poor impression of you. But if, on the day of the Ascension Conference in 3 days, you unveil your talents, overshadowing the competition and dazzling all, could it not spark a newfound admiration in Xue Jinli? She is a peerless beauty. Do you not desire to bask in her favor?" Li Lao coaxed gently. Xiao Yi instinctively swallowed hard. Li Lao observed everything, aware that his disciple was on the brink of action, yet he needed just a little push. "Disciple, to help you win the heart of that beauty, I shall impart to you a technique known as Burning Sun Profound Art, a lower-tier earth-grade skill. This technique complements your Yang-Yin battle physique remarkably. Once mastered, it can multiply your combat prowess several times over." After a brief consideration, Li Lao cast out the bait. Several times the fighting strength. With such power, at the Ascension Conference in 3 days, he would undoubtedly capture Xue Jinli's attention, perhaps even stirring a sense of guilt in her, creating the perfect opportunity for him to seize. Initially, he captured the matriarch of his adversary, a woman with voluptuous curves. By first instilling a sense of guilt within her, Xiao Yu had intended to intoxicate her, yet his own tolerance for alcohol proved insufficient, resulting in both of them becoming completely inebriated. Upon awakening, they found themselves fully clothed and reclining on a bed, only to be discovered by the returning adversary. Leading to a relentless pursuit of his life, Xiao Yu decisively seized the opportunity. "Master, with this particular technique, why did you not present it earlier?" Sighing deeply, the elder replied, "Naturally, this technique bears a significant drawback. Once you undertake this practice, you shall not be able to pursue any other arts. Should you insist on transitioning to another system, the only recourse would be to completely forsake your cultivation. Disciple, are you truly certain you desire this technique? Master, I humbly beseech you to bestow this art upon me." Xiao Ye's words were earnest, his eagerness palpable. To him, the Burning Sun mystique, classified as a low-grade earth-level technique, was likely unmatched even among the renowned powers of the North, such as the Qingming Sect, who would not covet such a high-tier art. "Very well. I shall impart this technique to you," the elder conceded, his tone tinged with resignation. In truth, he had foreseen the fates, during this opportunity with the Qingming Sect, Xiao Yi would encounter even superior techniques. Regrettably, Xiao Ye's vision was limited, focused solely on immediate gains. Perhaps it was simply destiny. "Yes, master," Xiao Yi exclaimed with delight. At that moment, a golden light surged forth from the jade pendant, piercing into Xiao Ye's brow. Instantly, an enigmatic aura began to rise from his being. The night was tranquil and serene. In the Ziyun Hall, the lights within gradually dimmed. A shadowy figure stealthily crept inside, silencing her footsteps as she tiptoed toward the inner sanctum. Upon nearing, she halted, straining to listen, and found no sound save for the faintest of breaths. "Excellent. Master is already asleep." The intruder was none other than the icy beauty, Yuan Yuxuan, exuding an air of aloofness. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she finally embraced the fact that she possessed Zixiao, her master's cherished sword. Nurtured over many years, its essence clung to her far more strongly than any mere trinket. Cuddling the sword as she slept felt akin to holding her master himself, which was rather intoxicating. As a disciple, one must not be overly greedy. Yuan Yuxuan approached the door to the inner chamber, observing the slightly ajar entrance. She crouched down, her waist and hips tightening into a graceful curve, accentuating her voluptuous figure. There lay her master, turned on his side, peacefully slumbering, facing her. His long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, partially concealing his brow, reminiscent of distant mountains. His nose was high and straight, sculpted with precision, and his features were exquisitely crafted, embodying the artistry of celestial creation, resulting in a visage of unparalleled beauty. Below, his light garments draped partially, hinting at a robust chest, the contours of which were strikingly masculine, with the outline of well-defined abs barely visible, as if capable of withstanding all of life's burdens. This breathtaking sight rendered Yuan Yushuan's gaze utterly transfixed, her eyes seemingly nailed to her master's form. Were it not for the fear of awakening him, she would have been drooling by now. Even so, the incessant secretion of saliva caused her throat to constrict. Indeed, why not utilize the recording mirror to capture this moment? After all, I harbor no ulterior motives towards my master. My intentions are pure. So why should I be constrained by such trivialities? Yuan Xian reassured herself and prepared to retrieve the recording mirror hidden at her waist. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from behind her. Startled, Yuan Xian turned her head sharply and beheld a woman standing not far behind her. It appeared that this woman, having noticed her presence, inadvertently made a noise in her haste. Xiaoqing? Recognizing her companion by her silhouette, Yuan Xian realized it was her fourth junior sister, Situ Qingqing. Hee, senior sister. Situ Qingqing awkwardly turned away, concealing something behind her hand. Yuan Xian took note of Situ Qingqing's actions. Her eyes narrowed, and she was about to inquire further. Sensing the tension, Situ Qingqing grew flustered, catching sight of the recording mirror in Yuan Xuan's hand, and exclaimed first, "Senior sister, what are you doing with the recording mirror? You aren't planning to take candid shots of master, are you? Don't spout nonsense. I am merely holding it for amusement," Yuan Xian retorted, her fair cheeks flushing crimson at Situ Qingqing's accusation, yet she could not bring herself to admit it. Amusement? What a preposterous lie. Situ Qingqing was far from convinced. She was no naive child, and she pouted, ready to expose her senior sister. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed within the hall. A slender blade emerged from its sheath, its edge resting against Situ Qingqing's neck. "Do you believe me now?" Yuan Xuan's tone was light, as gentle as a breeze. "It is merely for amusement, truly." Situ Qingqing nodded vigorously, as if trying to convince herself. Chapter 15. Caught red-handed. Words in disarray in the Ziyun Hall. Situ Qingqing felt a chill enveloping her neck. She attempted to shift the sword's edge aside, but regardless of how much strength she exerted, the blade remained utterly immovable. With a quivering voice, senior sister Situ Qingqing turned her gaze toward Yuan Xian. "I came here to seek my master's guidance in my cultivation." Despite her lingering trepidation, Situ Qingqing spoke truthfully. "Is not the dual cultivation technique a form of practice?" Yuan Xian remarked with a satisfied expression. "It seems your diligence has borne fruit, evidently. Master's teachings during the day have been effective. Then, senior sister, what brings you here at this late hour?" Situ Qingqing inquired. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Yuan Xian. "I have not encountered any suspicious individuals, merely noticed you peeking through the door to spy on master." Yuan Xian replied with a hint of mischief. "No, everything was normal. You are overthinking it, senior sister. Outsiders remain oblivious to master's decline in strength. Moreover, Ziyun Peak is one of the 6 branches of the Qingming Sect, renowned far and wide. Even 100 thieves would not dare to trespass." Having successfully concealed the matter, Yuan Xian let out a quiet sigh of relief. She gazed at Situ Qingqing, her eyes glimmering. "Master has already retired for the night. Little Qing, it would be best for you to return tomorrow to seek master's guidance." Situ Qingqing understood that with her senior sister present, it would be imprudent to intrude upon the inner sanctum, let alone practice her techniques. She nodded in agreement. "Very well, senior sister." Turning on her heel, she walked away without the slightest hesitation. However, after a few steps, a sense of unease washed over her. She turned back to Yuan Xian, her expression perplexed. "Senior sister, are you not leaving?" Yuan Xian felt a flicker of annoyance within her. "If I say you should go, then go. Why concern yourself with my actions? I shall take my leave as well." In order to avoid arousing suspicion in Situ Qingqing, Yuan Xianyun hastily approached her side. The two walked side by side, swiftly departing from the Ziyun Hall. "Sister, is that sword of yours the Zixiao?" Situ Qingqing inquired, tilting her head. "Indeed." Yuan Xianyun initially intended to refrain from provoking the younger girl, but since Situ had unwittingly presented her with an opportunity that disrupted her plans, she could not resist seizing this golden chance. "I had intended to return the Zixiao to our master, but he remarked that he no longer wished to linger in the realm of swordsmanship, as I am among his disciples the most suited for the sword path. He entrusted the Zixiao to me." Her tone appeared nonchalant, yet it was laced with an unmistakable hint of pride. Yuan Xianyun assumed that Situ would undoubtedly envy her. However, to her surprise, Situ Qingqing responded sincerely, "I believe master is correct. Sister, your heart resonates with the sword. You are inherently a sword cultivator. And the Zishu is certainly a worthy companion. The Zishu was trivial in comparison to the ancestral jade pendant bestowed upon her by Master, which was the true sentiment residing within Sita Qingqing. Yet, she hesitated to flaunt it, for given her elder sister's domineering nature, should she reveal it, it would likely be seized from her, leaving her with no refuge for her tears. Is that so? This hardly aligns with Qingqing's usual disposition. Yuan Xianyun pondered in confusion. In the past, whenever Master gifted treasures to her other sisters, Sita would invariably express her envy with fervent enthusiasm. Why did it seem as though she had transformed into an entirely different person? Sister, I shall take my leave first, Sita Qingqing announced as they reached a fork in the path. Yuan Xianyun offered a reminder, Sister, do take care. Sita Qingqing turned her gaze towards Yuan Xianyun. Two women simultaneously lifted their legs, making their way down a narrow path. The clouds obscured the moon, deepening the night. At a fork in the road, a graceful figure cautiously emerged from the entrance. It was Yuan Xianyun. Though she appeared to have departed, she had merely concealed herself within the surrounding grass, waiting until the sounds of footsteps on the other path had completely faded before stepping forth. Resolute in her decision, she soared towards the Ziyun Palace. Not long after Yuan Xianyun's departure, another path revealed Sita Qingqing, who emerged with a furrowed brow, rubbing her sore backside. Initially uncomfortable, she had remained still in the grass, reluctant to alert her senior sister, which only exacerbated her discomfort. After a moment of rubbing, she lifted her gaze towards the direction her sister had taken, pondering. What exactly does my senior sister intend to do? With that, she stealthily followed behind. In the rear hall, Suyang opened his eyes. No bites? He had feigned sleep for quite some time, yet had heard no sound. Could he have miscalculated? Or perhaps the perverse female thief believed she could remain undetected and thus concealed herself. Regardless of the scenario, Suyang had no intention of continuing his slumber. Possessing the physique of the utmost yang and having cultivated the indestructible sutra, he was invigorated to the extent that even months without rest would not harm him. Just as he was about to rise to practice, a sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside. They have arrived? A slight smile graced Su Yang's lips as he closed his eyes. With a gentle push, the perverse female thief opened the door. Indeed, all appears well. There is no indication that the master has set any traps in her chamber due to her decline in status. She approached the bedside with utmost caution, reaching into her bosom to retrieve the stolen item. Initially intending to discard it beneath the bed, she noticed a half-tattered blanket lying on the floor. Seizing the opportunity to cover herself, Yuan Xianyun drew closer, her gaze fixated upon that handsome face. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively reached out to caress it. However, senior sister, outside, Sita Qingqing observed the scene with keen clarity. Just as she witnessed her senior sister preparing to make contact, she could no longer contain herself. In a swift motion, she dashed inside, intercepting Yuan Xianyun. Caught in the act, Yuan Xianyun's eyes filled with a mixture of shame and indignation as she stammered. I saw the master's blanket fall, and I was merely helping to pick it up. Huh. Sita Qingqing scoffed upon seeing Yuan Xianyun's guilty demeanor, snatching the stolen item from her grasp. And what, pray tell, is this? Senior sister, do not dare claim you found it on the floor. I saw you take it from your bosom. This. Yuan Xianyun was thoroughly flustered. How could it be, senior sister? I never imagined you harbored such improper intentions towards the master. Sita Qingqing's beautiful eyes glinted with malice. I did not. Yuan Xianyun's face flushed crimson, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Realizing that she had already been discovered by Qingqing, she bit her lip, deciding to take decisive action. Give it to me, she exclaimed, reaching for the item that Sita Qingqing held firmly in her grasp. No, this is evidence. Sita Qingqing raised her hand high. Did you hear me? Give it to me. Yuan Xianyun's expression turned slightly cold. If you have the capability, come and take it. Sita Qingqing's temper flared. She had caught her red-handed with incriminating evidence. Yet Yuan Xianyun still dared to flaunt her seniority as if she were not intimidated. Perhaps fearful of waking Su Yang, both refrained from using their powers, resorting instead to close combat, moving with such stealth that not a whisper escaped their lips. The struggle was intense. Sita Qingqing exerted every ounce of her strength to prevent Yuan Xianyun from seizing the evidence. Yuan Xianyun, equally determined, noticed that the incriminating item was concealed on Sita Qingqing. Without a moment's hesitation, she encircled Sita Qingqing with one arm and reached out. However, instead of the evidence, her hand encountered a book. Sita Qingqing's expression tightened. Chapter 16. A truce. The selection begins. Senior sister, could you please return the book to me? I will return this evidence to you, and we can pretend nothing has occurred. Situ Qingqing pleaded desperately, yet Yuan Xianxian held her firmly, rendering her immobile, leaving her to helplessly watch as her senior sister began to peruse the book. Upon turning to the first page, a mortifying scene unfolded before her eyes. Yuan Xianxian struggled to divert her gaze, attempting to cast aside the scandalous images that flooded her mind. With a lingering blush upon her cheeks, she tapped Situ Qingqing lightly on the head with the book in hand. Xiaoqing, is this the technique you wish to practice with our master? Faced with exposure, Situ Qingqing adopted an ostrich-like demeanor, allowing Yuan Xianxian to chastise her without resistance. It has been said that I harbor improper intentions towards our master, but in my view, it is you who is the traitorous disciple. Yuan Xianxian countered with a sharp retort. Situ Qingqing found herself at a loss for words, for indeed, what the senior sister said was true. Not only was she a traitor, but her actions belonged to the past tense. Senior sister, how can you return the book to me? Situ Qingqing lamented, cradling her head and murmuring softly. First, return that to me, Yuan Xianxian commanded, fixing her gaze upon Situ Qingqing. Here you go. Situ Qingqing reluctantly surrendered the stolen item concealed at her waist, her tone tinged with a hint of resentment. After receiving the item, Yuan Xianxian swiftly tucked it beneath the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. With a piercing glance, she declared, I have confiscated the book. You spend your days neglecting your cultivation, immersing yourself in such nonsensical reading. It is no wonder that our master disciplined you today. You shall return the book only when you have broken through to the nascent soul stage. Oh, senior sister, Situ Qingqing responded, her spirits dampened. What about tonight's events? Yuan Xianxian replied with a calm demeanor. Consider it as though it never occurred. We have not set foot in the rear hall, understand? Understood, senior sister, Situ Qingqing said, her eyes betraying a flicker of joy. Let us go, and do not disturb our master's rest, Yuan Xianxian instructed, grasping Situ Qingqing by the nape of her neck as they departed. Indeed, the fish had taken the bait, but it was marred by another fish. Su Yang opened his eyes, feeling a tinge of regret. Initially, he contemplated that while his eldest disciple took advantage of the situation, he would suddenly awaken and adopt the guise of a humiliated master, only to provoke him further with words. Alas, Qing'er also had thoughts of her own and approached him to spar in the art of the sword. Sigh. If only one practiced in the first half of the night and the other in the latter half. What a fanciful notion. Instead of indulging in such whimsical thoughts, it would be far more prudent to focus on cultivation. Su Yang self-deprecatingly mused as he sprang up and settled onto the meditation mat, a profound and enigmatic aura enveloping him instantly. 3 days swiftly passed. In Xianyuan City, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, resembling a bustling hive. As both the esteemed families within the city and visiting cultivators congregated at the ascension platform, all eager to glimpse the breathtaking figure before them. Well, is this the renowned Xue Jinli, the direct disciple of Ziyun Peak? Indeed, as the rumors suggested, she was a woman of unparalleled beauty. With autumn waters for eyes and jade for bones, her visage was akin to that of a lotus, with brows like willows, truly exquisite. What a marvelous poem. What a marvelous poem. I merely intended to join the festivities, yet now I find myself compelled to become a disciple of Ziyun Peak. Please, fair Xue, accept me at once. Do not make me kneel and beg. A throng of infatuated youths expressed their heartfelt admiration. Among these youths, however, lurked an unremarkable young man whose presence was nearly imperceptible, akin to a specter cloaked in invisibility. This individual was none other than Xiao Yi, who had diligently cultivated the burning sky mystical art. It must be said that this individual possesses exceptional talent and insight. In merely 3 days, he has cultivated the heavenly flame art to an introductory level, and his own cultivation has naturally progressed to the 5th stage of foundation establishment. The liquid mana condensed in his dantian amounts to a remarkable 3,000 drops, a tenfold increase compared to when he first broke through to foundation establishment. According to Elder Li, he is now invincible among his peers. Xiao Yi gazes fervently at Xue Jinli on the stage, his expression betraying an insatiable desire to consume her. How about that, my disciple? I have not deceived you. Elder Li's teasing voice emanates from the jade pendant. He knows his disciple all too well. Despite his unremarkable appearance and lack of charm, he is utterly defenseless against beauty, particularly one as stunning as Xue Jinli. Although senior sister Xue appears radiant and glamorous, I can sense the sorrow within her. She must have endured hardship on Ziyun Peak. I am determined to join Ziyun Peak and rescue her from the cruel clutches of the malevolent Su Lao. Xiaoyi gazes greedily at Xue Jinli, even licking his lips. Elderly has long grown accustomed to Xiaoye's line of reasoning. After all, he had once courted the matriarch of another family in a similar fashion. However, the truth was that the married woman was quite favored. She could demand the moon, and the patriarch of her family would go to great lengths to procure it. Thus, while Xiaoyu may have thought he had succeeded, it was more a drunken encounter, where they merely found themselves in bed together without any further actions. This foolish disciple believes he has won her over. Meanwhile, on the ascension platform, Xue Jinli casts a glance towards the lord of Qinyuan City, Shang Wanshu, her eyes conveying a silent message. Shang Wanshu nodded in understanding, approached the crowd, cleared his throat, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Today, at the Ziyun Peak of the Qingming Sect, we will hold a selection for celestial seedlings. The criteria for selection are as follows. Those whose bone age exceeds 18 shall not be accepted. Those whose cultivation has not reached the foundation establishment realm shall not be accepted." What? Upon hearing the selection criteria, it was as if a colossal stone had plunged into a serene lake, instantly creating a tumultuous uproar. I just turned 18 yesterday. I am the sole hope of my family. This is the end. It is utterly over. Although I have not yet reached the required age. I am in the 8th layer of Qi refinement. What am I to do? These selection criteria are excessively stringent. There can hardly be many such prodigies under 18 who have reached the foundation establishment realm, even within the Qingming Sect. Indeed, there are not many, but on Ziyun Peak, there are as many as 7 such extraordinary talents. Furthermore, let me tell you that when the 7 direct disciples of Ziyun Peak broke through to the foundation establishment realm, none surpassed the age of 16. This is unfair. These selection criteria are utterly unjust. As a cultivator in the core formation realm, I must express my vehement protest. Exactly. We are in the core formation realm. We could establish our own sects and claim our own lineage outside. We traveled thousands of miles to participate in this selection, not merely to seek admission under the esteemed Master Su. And now you tell us that we are not even qualified to be selected? Is this not a mockery of us? I refuse to accept this. I, a dignified cultivator in the core formation realm. Am I to be deemed inferior to mere foundation establishment children? What nonsense! At the age of 200, still participating in a selection, what a lack of shame. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos, voices of complaint rising to a fever pitch, turning the entire ascension platform into a tumultuous scene. Chapter 17. The Might of a Whip. The protagonist goes mad on the ascension platform. Silence. Shang Guanshu endeavored to quell the tumultuous emotions of the crowd. Yet the more he attempted to pacify them, the more their fervor intensified, with some even hurling stones towards the stage. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Shang Guanshu glanced helplessly at Xue Jinli. "Xue, what do you see?" He too believed that the selection criteria were excessively stringent. In the entire Qinyuan City, the number of youths who could reach the foundation establishment stage by the age of 18 was scant. And those few had long been coveted by the various peaks of Qingming Sect, accepted as disciples. Thus, they had no need to participate in the selection. Therefore, if the selection criteria could be relaxed, he would have fulfilled his obligations to the prominent families of the city. Xue Jinli furrowed her brow and cast a glance at Shang Wanshu. He immediately lowered his head, exhibiting a demeanor both humble and respectful. Observing this, Xue Jinli approached Shang Wanshu, gazing at the fervent crowd below, and softly inquired, "Who dares to dissent?" Upon hearing her question, the previously boisterous crowd was abruptly silenced, as if a switch had been turned off. After all, she was the direct disciple of Ziyun Peak, endowed with exceptional talent and practicing superior cultivation techniques. They had only just embarked on their path to immortality and could not afford to provoke her. No dissent. Xue Jinli regarded the crowd, her gaze growing icy. As her words echoed, a stir rippled through the assembly. Someone hidden within the throng shouted in a strained voice, "Is it possible for those at the core formation stage? If core formation individuals could seize this opportunity, then Xue Jinli's position as the favored disciple of Ziyun Peak would be nearly assured. After all, despite her formidable talent and terrifying combat prowess, she was merely at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Several cultivators at the core formation stage fixated their gaze upon Xue Jinli, their eyes brimming with desire. "No objections," Xue Jinli replied calmly. Below the immortal ascension platform, a cacophony erupted once more. Xue Jinli, truly a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak, is indeed formidable. She is beautiful with a melodious voice, a heroine among women, utterly captivating. However, it seems that Sister Shui may be somewhat overconfident. I just witnessed the bloodthirsty Madblade. What? Are you referring to the bloodthirsty Madblade Luo Kuang, who slayed 3 fellow cultivators of the same realm in a single battle? Indeed, that is him. How audacious of him to come here. After all, he is at the 3rd level of core formation and in the prime of his life. It is said that due to a deficiency in his cultivation technique, he cannot progress further, which is why he has come to participate in this selection. Hoping to continue his technique with the assistance of the esteemed true monarch Su Yang. Although his plight is understandable, Sister Shui is likely in peril, for the bloodthirsty Madblade is known for his lethal strikes, showing no mercy. As the discussions around him continued, Xiao Yi, upon spotting the bloodthirsty Madblade they spoke of, declared with indifference, "If this Madblade dares to harm Sister Shui, I shall slay him." His tone unmistakably indicated that he had already regarded Shui Jinli as his own possession. The elderly within the jade pendant rolled his eyes at this. Are you not aware of your own limitations? With your 5th level of foundation establishment, you are scarcely a match for a single strike from him. To speak of slaying him, if you were not so unremarkable in appearance. The bloodthirsty Madblade would likely sense your murderous intent and dispatch you with a swift blow. Since the esteemed Shui Xinzi has spoken thus, I shall not be remiss in my response. Under the gaze of the multitude, a formidable middle-aged man, exuding an aura of malevolence and bearing a blade upon his back, emerged from the crowd, and the onlookers instinctively parted to grant him passage. Upon reaching the immortal ascension platform, he leapt lightly, akin to a nimble monkey scaling a cliff, and landed upon the stage, casting a haughty glance at Shui Jinli, proclaiming, "The bloodthirsty blade, Luo Kuang, humbly requests guidance from the esteemed disciple of Ziyun Peak." Shui Jinli merely nodded, remaining silent, not even deigning to meet Luo Kuang's gaze. Luo Kuang, taken aback by Shui Jinli's apparent disdain, felt a surge of indignation. After all, he had established a substantial reputation among the wandering cultivators. Had he chosen to join a lesser sect, even the elders would treat him with respect. Who was Shui Jinli to look down upon him? She was merely a disciple of Ziyun Peak, not a revered figure like the transformation god. With a tone laced with fury, Luo Kuang declared, "My blade strikes swiftly. Miss Shui, do take heed." In the next instant, Luo Kuang unsheathed a ghost-slaying blade from his back. The fierce blade radiated a murderous aura, accompanied by a sin of blood. As it lunged towards Shui Jinli like a malevolent specter, intent on tearing her asunder. Below the platform, gasps of alarm erupted. "Shui Xinzi, be cautious." That is Luo Kuang's renowned technique, the ghostly blade art. Indeed, the ghostly blade art. Luo Kuang is most ruthless. Some murmured, "What nonsense is this? Was it not Shui Jinli who consented to this challenge? Who else would dare to strike against her? Such a strike would compel even me to retreat. This young lady may find it exceedingly difficult to withstand," mused a cultivator of the core formation realm, renowned in his own right, who harbored little faith in Shui Jinli's chances. As Luo Kuang heard the reminders echoing from below, he felt an overwhelming disdain. Such ignorance. This strike of mine harnesses the entirety of my spiritual power, transmitted from the very core of my being to the blade of the ghost-slaying sword, wielded with immense force. Coupled with the malevolent aura that envelopes me, it resembles an impenetrable net of doom. Not even Shui Jinli, a cultivator of the foundation establishment realm, could withstand it. Even those of greater cultivation, if caught off guard, would inevitably meet their demise. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Shui Jinli, with a hand resting casually at her waist, produced a fiery red whip, and with a mere flick, sent it soaring toward Luo Kuang as if it required no effort at all. To the onlookers, however, it seemed as though a portal to another realm had opened. The fiery whip twisted and coiled like a blazing dragon, charging forth to meet the razor-sharp blade of malevolence. Where it passed, the ground blackened as though seared by an inferno. The blade's fierce aura, emanating with an intense malice, seemed to encounter its nemesis. Upon contact, it was swiftly dissolved, emitting a hissing sound. In an instant, the blade's radiance was entirely consumed, and the ghastly specter was reduced to mere ash by the flames exhaled from the dragon's maw. A sharp crack resonated through the air. The whip left a shocking mark upon Luo Kuang's face, drawing forth a torrent of blood that streamed down like a crimson waterfall. The force was not yet spent. Luo Kuang felt as if he were a kite severed from its string, helplessly plummeting toward the ground beneath the ascension platform. With a thud, he crashed to the earth, his energy surging violently as he expelled a mouthful of blood. His aura diminished to an unfathomable degree compared to before. Now, he stands as an ordinary cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, yet he can effortlessly eliminate his foes. Silence. A profound stillness envelopes the arena. Which was once filled with clamorous voices, it now resembles a millennia-old tomb buried beneath the earth, where even the breath of life seems absent. As though it were filled with the dead. None can fathom how Xue Jinli managed this feat. What they witnessed was merely Xue Jinli wielding his whip with casual grace, shattering Luo Kuang's blade intent as if it were nothing, leaving a long, painful mark across Luo Kuang's face. After a moment, gasps of disbelief began to permeate the crowd. How terrifying! How utterly extraordinary! That Luo Kuang is already at the third level of the core formation stage, a full realm above Xue Jinli. Could this truly be the exceptional prowess of a direct disciple from Ziyun Peak? It seems far superior to the disciples from other peaks. Xiao Yi's eyes blazed like torches as he beheld Xue Jinli, the whip in her hand sparking with intensity. His expression fervent. Only one such as she is worthy to be my woman. Shueshi, I must have you. Li Lao, residing within the jade pendant, overheard Xiao Yu's declaration and was uncertain whether it was fortuitous or otherwise, so he chose to remain uninvolved. Is there anyone still unconvinced? Xue Jinli, with her whip in hand, surveyed the audience with an indifferent demeanor. Those who had previously clamored for fairness appeared as though they had been muted, heads bowed, lips sealed tightly, too intimidated to utter a sound. At that moment, attention shifted to the few core formation cultivators present. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, their faces flushed crimson. What are you staring at? I reached the core formation stage through the use of pills. Moreover, I did not come here to participate in the selection. I merely sought to witness the spectacle. With that, I turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. As I fled, I murmured softly to myself. Chapter 18. Testing the Roots. The protagonist emerges at the ascension platform. Xue Jinli cast a casual glance at the city lord, Shangwan Shu, and said, City Lord Shangwan, please proceed. After issuing her command, she no longer lingered and soared towards the city lord's mansion. The selection process was lengthy, and as a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak, she need not involve herself directly. She would simply wait for the celestial seedlings to undergo rigorous trials, emerging to inspect them personally once they had been selected. Shangwan Shu felt a chill run down his spine, burying his head lower in deference as he respectfully replied, Yes, Lady Xue. He sensed that this direct disciple of Ziyun Peak had seen through his ulterior motives. Should he fail to devote himself wholeheartedly to his duties, his position as city lord would be in jeopardy. Thus, he dared not show any negligence. He turned to the crowd below and, pointing at a massive stone tablet beside him, declared loudly, Those who meet the selection criteria, please line up in an orderly fashion to test your roots. Those with superior roots shall be retained. All others shall not be accepted. No one dared express dissatisfaction with the rules, especially considering the cautionary tale of Luo Kuang, who had been grievously injured by Lady Xue's whip and subsequently targeted by his former enemies. It was likely that no one among the rogue cultivators would bear the moniker of Bloodthirsty Blade any longer. At the ascension platform, the youths who met the selection criteria dutifully formed a line, while those contemplating deceitful intentions were dissuaded by the imposing black stone tablet that loomed above them, reluctantly abandoning their schemes. The Black Monument was a precious artifact meticulously crafted by the Qingming Sect to better discern the potential of celestial seedlings. It possessed the unique ability to assess both the root constitution and the bone age of practitioners. In no time, a queue consisting of dozens had formed, which undoubtedly took Shangwan Shu by surprise. As the lord of Chanyuan City, he was well acquainted with the various families within, expecting no more than a dozen at most. Yet, here stood a multitude, a testament to the prestige of Ziyun Peak. Had it been another peak of the Qingming Sect, such an assembly of talents might not have been attracted. Shangwan Shu inwardly marveled at this development and proceeded to arrange for each individual to take their turn for assessment. The first to step forward was a striking young woman, whom he recognized as the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Li family. He offered her a gentle nod, and upon receiving his benevolent gaze, the initially anxious young lady felt her tension ease slightly. Approaching the Black Monument, she inhaled deeply and placed her hand upon its surface. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the monument, followed by several lines of text materializing upon it. Chanyuan Li family, Li Shiwei, bone age, 17, cultivation, foundation establishment. Third layer, root constitution, superior. I am of superior constitution. Li Shiwei exclaimed joyfully, her heart racing at the sight of the inscription, nearly bursting with excitement. Indeed. You may proceed to the next stage. Please take a seat over there, Shang Wanshu encouraged her, gesturing for the guards to escort Li Shiwei to a nearby platform for her to sit. Next, he called out, in the queue. Xiao Yi gazed at the strikingly beautiful Li Shiwei, licking his lips. This Li Shiwei is not bad, although she cannot compare to senior sister Xue. She is still worthy of being my concubine. Disciple, focus, the elderly from the jade pendant side. Are you here to participate in the selection, or to choose a wife? Xiao Yi, filled with confidence, replied, Master, do you still doubt your disciple? My innate talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Qian Yuan, Yin family, Yin Nanxing, age, 17, cultivation, foundation establishment. 4th level, innate talent, medium quality. A young man clad in luxurious robes stared at the characters appearing on the stone tablet, his complexion pale. Unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? My cultivation is higher than Li Shiwei's. Why is she rated as superior while I am merely medium? Your innate talent is insufficient. Step down, admonished Shang Wanshu. Uncle Shangwan, please allow me to be tested again. There must have been some mistake, implored the young man in robes. At this, Shang Wanshu's expression turned ashen, and he coldly directed the Qian Yuan guards beside him, hurry and drag him away. The guards promptly acted, binding the robed youth, who struggled and pleaded in vain. Next, witnessing this scene, Xiao Yi snorted disdainfully, feeling contempt, colluding together. Who cannot see through this? Yet they insist on putting on a facade of impartiality. Once I become the direct disciple of Ziyun Peak, I will surely dethrone this Shang Wanshu from his position as city lord. Disciple, be cautious with your words. The elderly could not help but wipe away a bead of cold sweat. Should the esteemed Shang Wanshu overhear? A mere flick of the wrist could render one unworthy even of the qualifications to assess their innate potential. Faction, Dadeo Sect. Qin Yuan, bone age, 17, cultivation, foundation establishment, 3rd level, root quality, medium next. Xiao Yi, undeterred, remarked, with such abysmal talent, how dare you participate in the selection? Li Lao interjected, disciple, keep your thoughts to yourself. There is no need to voice them. The others were nonplussed. In moments of trepidation, he displayed cowardice. Yet when it was prudent to be cautious, he acted brazenly, mocking others in front of such a crowd. Is this the conduct of a reasonable being? To have such a disciple, I wonder what sins he must have committed in his past life. Let everything descend into ruin. My heart is weary. When it was Xia Ye's turn, animosity surged to its peak. Nearly every eliminated participant glared daggers at him, eager to witness his downfall. You claim I owe my success to drugs. Let us see what your root quality is. Observing his uninspiring appearance. To call him unremarkable would be an insult to the term. Once the assessment reveals his root quality to be inferior, you will surely be subdued. Xiao Yi remained unfazed, exuding an air of defiance. A troop of mere jesters, not worth my concern. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, the group of eliminated individuals, already simmering with frustrations, ignited like a gas canister at his provocation. Their eyes blazed with fury as they glared at him. What arrogance! They had yet to assess his innate talent. One might mistakenly believe he possessed extraordinary potential. With such a demeanor, even if cured, he would only be left drooling. The crowd hurled insults at Xiao Yi, wishing fervently to drown him in their spittle. Among them, a youth with some backing, his eyes bloodshot, commanded his guards beside him. Keep a close watch on him. Should he fail to become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak today, I want him dead. Just as Xiao Yi was about to continue his scornful remarks, the elderly figure from the jade pendant hastily intervened. Disciple, let us first proceed with the assessment of your innate talent. He feared that if Xiao Yi continued his unrestrained provocations, he might be beaten to death by the crowd. Very well, for the sake of my master's reputation, I shall spare them this time. Xiao Yi disdainfully surveyed the crowd before leisurely ascending the ascension platform. On the platform, Shang Guanshu watched Xiao Yi strut with an air of arrogance, his brow twitching with irritation, wishing he could kick him off the stage. He gritted his teeth and said, just place your hands on the stone tablet. However, to his astonishment, Xiao Yi forcefully slammed his hands down on the tablet, producing an enormous sound. Shang Guanshu's expression darkened instantly, ready to reprimand him, but in the next moment, a dazzling radiance erupted from the stone tablet. Instinctively, Shang Guanshu glanced over, and upon seeing the characters materializing on the tablet, he stood frozen in disbelief. The Xiao clan, Xiao Yi, bone age, 17, cultivation level, foundation establishment. 5th layer, root bone, exceptional. In an instant, the crowd erupted. Chapter 19. Finally in tune, the protagonist's bravado, exceptional root bone. Am I blind? Or is it truly the fifth layer of foundation establishment? What appeared to be unremarkable turned out to be a prodigy. This individual is destined to become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. Indeed, if this person cannot ascend to that rank, it seems all present shall face utter annihilation. Beneath the ascension platform, the onlookers were left speechless, their astonishment directed at the spirited Xiaoyu. Those who had previously been derided by him clenched their fists in furious indignation, glaring at the inscription on the stone tablet, some even cursing in their hearts, lamenting the heavens for bestowing such unparalleled talent upon this individual. Announce it, Xiaoyu said nonchalantly, his demeanor exuding arrogance, regarding the crowd below as mere insects. This is how it should be. Since acquiring the jade pendant, he had encountered countless fortuitous opportunities, and nearly everyone he met looked up to him in awe. Xiaoyu, destined to reign atop the path of immortality. Becoming a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak and conquering senior sister Shui would be but his first step. Shu Guanshan was momentarily stunned, clearly unable to fathom the heights of this individual's talent. Yet disbelief mattered little. The stone tablet would not deceive. Xiaoyu, with exceptional root bone, has passed. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's almost commanding tone, Shu Guanshan surprisingly felt no anger, instead responding warmly, "Please take a seat over there. Once everyone has completed their assessment, we shall proceed to the next stage." Xiaoyu nodded coldly, offering no amiable expression to Shangguan Shu as he strode towards the elevated platform. Shangguan Shu awkwardly touched his nose, feeling the sting of coldness upon his warm demeanor. This was, after all, within his expectations. The other day, the young man had delivered a letter of greeting, yet had not even laid eyes upon the esteemed Shui Shangshi. However, he could hardly be blamed for this, as he had no power to sway Shui Shangshi's sentiments. Consequently, Shangguan Shu resolved to privately explain matters to Xiaoyu and perhaps present a grand gift, hoping to forge a connection. Even Shangguan Shu believed that Xiaoyu was destined to become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. Soon, the bone assessment concluded. Among the dozens of youths, only 12 possessed superior bone structures, with the exceptional ranking even rarer, represented solely by Xiaoyu. The second round involved a martial arts competition, with the top 3 advancing. Participants from the previous round were invited to draw lots. Before Shangguan Shu lay a wooden box filled with bamboo slips. Upon hearing that the next phase involved combat, the expressions of the less skilled youths instantly darkened. In circumstances where their talents were comparable, the disparity in realms equated to a significant difference in strength. Meanwhile, the more adept youths found little to celebrate, for looming above them was the formidable presence of Xiaoyu, who, at the 5th stage of foundation establishment, could already look down upon his peers with disdain, especially given his exceptional bone structure. Should they draw Xiaoyu in the first round, it would be tantamount to immediate elimination. "How can we possibly compete?" lamented one young woman. "Please, let me not draw Xiaoyu," prayed another youth fervently, hands clasped in supplication. Yet, inevitably, some unfortunate soul would draw the lot that bore Xiaoyu's name. "I am the number 1 sign. Who is the number 1 sign?" A youth named Xinlang raised a bamboo stick high and shouted, "Congratulations, you have won." Xiaoyu, holding the number 1 sign, approached Xinlang and patted him on the shoulder, his tone playful and his expression radiating an air of superiority that seemed to surpass everyone else. "Brother, could you be gentler?" Xinlang pleaded, his face a mask of sorrow. To his surprise, Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted dramatically as he barked, "If you are afraid, then get off the stage. Do not tarnish the celestial platform." His words were undoubtedly deliberate, but it was unfortunate that senior sister Shui was not present, as she would have surely taken a liking to him. Upon hearing this, Xinlang's expression fluctuated between anger and dejection. He had intended to use this opportunity to forge a closer bond with Xiaoyu, only to be met with such callousness and public humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Though you are at the 5th level of foundation establishment, I do not fear you. We shall see." "Huh, just you?" Xiaoyu scoffed, dismissing Xinlang entirely. The spectators, overhearing their exchange, reacted with mixed sentiments. Some voiced their discontent, saying, "Xiaoyu is excessively arrogant, isn't he?" Others have shown submission, yet he continues to press on. "What do you know? A strong individual must humiliate the weak. I support Xiaoyu in this. Moreover, don't you think Xiaoyu's actions bear a striking resemblance to those of Fairy Shui?" "Resemblance? How can he even be compared to Fairy Shui?" "Quiet down. As far as I know, Xinlang is at the 4th level of foundation establishment, and his mastery of the clear windsword technique has reached a remarkable level. He may not necessarily lose to Xiaoyu." The crowd shook their heads, for they were unfamiliar with the figure of Xiaoyu and the Xiao family. Though there was indeed someone renowned for playing with fire, known in the city of Qianyuan, the ascension platform itself was composed of several arenas. Shangwan Shu pressed a mechanism, and in an instant, the ground trembled as if a dragon were stirring. 6 platforms slowly rose from the earth, halting at a height of 3 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, please ascend according to the results of the drawing. Shangwan Shu proclaimed the rules. The youths, upon hearing this, promptly complied. Once all 12 young contenders stood upon the platforms, 6 esteemed members of the Qianyuan guards ascended to preside over the matches. On the first platform, Xiao Yi beckoned to Shun Lang with a disdainful smile, as though observing an insignificant insect. Xiao Yi, do not be so arrogant. Shun Lang gritted his teeth and shouted furiously, drawing his sword and leaping toward Xiao Yi. His steps were as light as a breeze, incredibly agile, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Xiao Yi, swinging his sword in a decisive slash. Clear wind sword technique. This profound low-grade sword technique had been practiced by Shun Lang since he was 7, achieving a modicum of success by 10, and mastering it by the age of 15. Coupled with the clear wind step technique, Shun Lang was confident that he could strike with the gentleness of a breeze, taking lives without a trace. As Shun Lang executed his strike, the sword's momentum appeared as a gentle breeze, yet it concealed a tempest of lethal intent. The spectators beneath the ascension platform felt the pressure emanating from Shun Lang's strike, their faces paling involuntarily as they instinctively took several steps back. Indeed, the signature sword technique of Clear Wind Village was nothing short of extraordinary. Xiao Yi appeared to be of humble origins, seemingly lacking any refined cultivation techniques. Shun Lang, with his sword, would not dare to confront him head-on, posing a grave threat to Xiao Yi. It was a pity. I had initially held high hopes for him. The onlookers shook their heads, convinced that Xiao Yi was destined to lose, given his obscure background, likely from a minor family, having access only to mediocre techniques at best, barely reaching the low ranks of the yellow tier. How could he possibly compete with the profound skills of the profound tier's clear wind sword technique? However, Xiao Yi merely scoffed at this notion. As the sword was about to descend upon him, he casually extended 2 fingers. In the next moment, Shun Lang's pupils dilated in disbelief, his mind blank, as if confronted with the incomprehensible. A sound akin to metal striking stone resonated through the air. To the astonishment of the crowd, Xiao Yi, using nothing but 2 fingers, shattered Shun Lang's sword. What? My clear wind sword! Shun Lang exclaimed, fury and desperation overwhelming him. Blood surged forth, erupting from his throat like a crimson arrow. The clear wind sword was his lifelong companion, nurtured with his vital energy over the years, intimately connected to him. Now, it lay broken at Xiao Yi's hands, causing him significant harm. The spectators below gaped in disbelief, exclaiming in awe, what a monster! To shatter a flying sword with bare hands. Could he be some sort of humanoid beast? The clear wind sword was indeed of high quality, a superior yellow tier weapon. The incredibility of the moment was unfathomable. The prodigious talent of Xiao Yi was truly astonishing. Let those who claimed his inevitable defeat step forward. Some have even begun to clamor for the punishment of those who previously underestimated Xiao Yi. Shun Lang's eyes burned crimson as he gazed at the defiant Xiao Yi before him. He was prepared to fight to the death. Yet his skills were limited to the Qing Feng sword technique, and with his sword now shattered, his combat prowess had significantly diminished, rendering him incapable of contending with this individual. Thoughts swirling through his mind, Shun Lang sighed and clasped his fists towards Xiao Yi, intending to concede, although the words had yet to escape his lips. However, he heard Xiao Yi's playful voice. Having received one of your strikes, it is only fitting that you reciprocate with a punch of mine. In an almost instantaneous motion, Xiao Yi swung his fist, unleashing a torrent of 3,000 droplets of liquid mana that swirled violently within his dantian. The ferocious gale of his punch hurtling towards Shun Lang's face. You! Shun Lang exclaimed in horror. He had not anticipated Xiao Yi's ruthlessness. As he refused to allow Shun Lang to concede, intent on rendering him utterly incapacitated. In a frantic effort, Shun Lang attempted to summon his mana from his dantian. But it was too late. The force of the punch surged at an unimaginable speed, leaving him no time to react. Bang! The fist connected squarely with Shun Lang's face. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed. A wave of terror washed over him as darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a piercing scream as he fell into unconsciousness. Waste! Xiao Yi's gaze was cold as he spat upon the ground, disdainfully regarding Shun Lang, who lay like a lifeless dog. He then turned to the officiating Qianyuan guard atop the ring and coldly commanded, "Announce it." The sentinel of the abyss yearned to interrogate Xiao Yi, questioning why he would strike so ruthlessly when Shenlang had already conceded. However, the city lord had commanded that, regardless of Xiao Yi's actions, as long as they were not excessively egregious, the observers would turn a blind eye. With no other recourse, he approached the now unrecognizable Shenlang, checking for a breath and finding that he was still alive, which brought him some relief. He then proclaimed, "On Arena 1, Xiao Yi prevails." Xiao Yi leaped down from the arena, casting his gaze upon the other 5 platforms, where fierce battles raged. Rubbing his nose, he remarked indifferently, "A bunch of lowly chickens and dogs." Upon hearing these words, the crowd below the Immortal Ascension platform exchanged glances. It was only after Xiao Yi ascended to the high platform that their discussions erupted. Is Xiao Yi truly so arrogant? If you possessed his abilities, would you not be even more ostentatious? Yet, Shenlang had already surrendered. Perhaps Xiao Yi did not hear. His strikes were merciless, and his prowess was unparalleled. Those who would face him henceforth would be unfortunate. I perceive a demonic aura about this Xiao Yi. On the high platform, while ostensibly meditating, Xiao Yi was actually communicating with his master, the elderly. "Master, how did I perform? Did I bring you shame?" A smug smile curved his lips. "Disciple, your strikes were excessively harsh," elderly replied with a hint of exasperation in his voice. He sensed the murderous intent that surged from several cultivators of the core formation stage below after Xiao Yu had knocked Shenlang unconscious. It was evident that they were undoubtedly Shenlang's elders. If Xiao Yi fails to become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak today, with so many enemies provoked, how shall he cope? Just the thought of it sends chills down old Li's spine. His disciple is truly a magnet for trouble. "Master, you failed to comprehend. I am merely striving to emulate Senior Sister Shui. Moreover, my actions serve as a warning to others, a means to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, ensuring lasting peace." Xiao Yi boasted. He was quite pleased with his strategic move. Capable of garnering Shui Jinli's favor while simultaneously intimidating others, truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Old Li had no retort. His sole hope now was for Xiao Yu to successfully become the direct disciple of Ziyun Peak, without any unforeseen complications. Soon, the first round of the competition concluded. Among the remaining 6 competitors, all but Xiao Yi wore expressions of exhaustion, evidently burdened by their formidable opponents. The second round commenced with the drawing of lots. Xiao Yi drew the number 2, and upon seeing his opponent, his eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to spotting prey. On the second arena, he declared, "Fear not, my lady. I shall allow you 3, no, 10 moves." With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Li Shiwei, adopting the demeanor of a gallant hero. His tone markedly transformed to one of gentleness. Li Shiwei, observing Xiao Yi's self-satisfied posturing, felt a wave of revulsion. It was akin to Dong Shi imitating Xiang Fei. His soft voice fell upon her ears like a sinister melody, utterly grating. With swift resolve, she turned to Qin Yanwei, who presided over the arena, and declared, "I concede." "Wait, my lady. I assure you I mean no harm. Let us engage in a friendly spar." Xiao Yu exclaimed, panic rising within him. Among these individuals, Li Shiwei stands out as a stunning beauty. Naturally, Xiao Yi harbored intentions to win her over, contemplating that during the martial arts competition, he could create opportunities for physical contact and perhaps, by showing some leniency, win her heart. However, as soon as Li Shiwei finished speaking, she leaped off the stage without a moment's hesitation. After all, her talent was commendable, even if she could not join Ziyun Peak. She still had prospects with the other 5 branches of Qingming Sect, rendering it unnecessary to persist stubbornly. The most crucial aspect was that the gaze of this Xiao Yu was utterly repugnant, as if he intended to strip her bare on the spot, evoking a wave of nausea within her. On the second arena, Xiao Yi emerged victorious. The expressionless Qian Yuanwei announced. Xiao Yi's hand lingered awkwardly in the air as he watched Li Shiwei depart, embarrassment etched across his face. Observing Xiao Yi's demeanor, akin to a man who had never encountered a woman, derision erupted from the crowd below the stage. What was Xiao Yi doing? He had shown no mercy towards Shenlang, yet when it came to Li Shiwei, he transformed into a paragon of virtue. A paragon? More like a hypocrite. His demeanor was so lecherous that I nearly felt compelled to vomit. It seems his aspirations for Ziyun Peak were merely a facade. He was truly enamored with Fairy Shui. Who can intervene? I cannot bear to witness him bring misfortune upon Fairy Shui. Those who initially supported Xiao Yi now felt they had been blind. He was no aspirant of the celestial path, but rather a lascivious fiend who had never beheld a woman. On the high platform, the master inquired, "Disciple, what were you just doing? This is an arena, not a brothel." A voice filled with anger emanated from the jade pendant. He never expected his disciple to be so muddled, as if a mere butterfly had taken hold of his mind, consumed by desire. Had it not been for this incident, the various actions of Xiao Yi could have been dismissed as aloofness. But now, everything was ruined. Those enemies provoked by Xiao Yu must have realized that his actions were intentional. Master, I believe I have done nothing wrong, Xiao Yu declared with conviction. A graceful lady. A gentleman's pursuit. Besides, did you not say that as a strong individual, one should embrace all the beauties of the world? If Li Lao had possessed a physical form, he would have undoubtedly slapped Xiao Yi across the face. He had indeed said such a thing, but the context mattered. Disciple, what purpose does your action serve? That young woman did not accept your goodwill. No, master, you are mistaken. I have just realized that she accepted my good intentions, which is precisely why she conceded. She must have wished to spare me from public scrutiny. Yes, that is it. I never expected that after just one meeting, Shi Wei would harbor feelings for me and even forego the opportunity to become the sole disciple of Ziyun Peak for my sake. The Qinyuanli family, right? Shi Wei is waiting for me to become the personal disciple of Ziyun Peak. At which point I shall visit and request the Li family head to take you as my concubine. The more Xiao Yu spoke, the more assured he became. His expression filled with emotion. Li Lao interjected, you may deceive your master, but do not deceive yourself. Disciple, awaken. Chapter 21. Asking the heart, little weasel save me. The third draw for the lottery begins. Xiao Yi faced Li Zongxuan, while Liu Beifeng stood idly by. In the final round of the drawing, with only 3 contestants remaining, one was destined to be left out. Li Zongxuan, grasping the long bamboo stick in his hand, cast a glance at Xiao Yi, who wore a crooked smile. A wave of inner turmoil engulfed him as he pondered for a moment. Just before stepping onto the arena, he raised his hand and, with a resigned smile, declared, Lord Suaguan, I concede. Earlier, while engaged in combat with another, he had distractedly surveyed the other arenas and witnessed Xiao Yu deliver a punch that left Xinlang unrecognizable. The sight had startled him, nearly allowing his own opponent to seize the moment and knock him off the stage. The fear stemmed from a prior encounter with Xinlang, in which he had been bested. If even Xinlang could not withstand a single blow from Xiao Yi, Li Zongxuan felt he was no match either. Rather than risk a fate akin to Xinlang's, rendered unconscious, he preferred to concede before the contest began, thus preserving some semblance of dignity. Lord Suaguan, unperturbed by this outcome, acknowledged Xiao Yu's formidable prowess, which even he could not fully comprehend, and nodded, proclaiming, Xiao Yu is victorious. Next, it was Liu Beifeng's turn. Wait, Lord Suaguan, I too concede. Liu Beifeng interjected hurriedly. He had no desire to face Xiao Yi, harboring certain secrets he was not yet ready to unveil. Very well, Lord Suaguan announced, I declare Xiao Yi the champion of this round. The audience, initially eager for entertainment, erupted into a chorus of boos. Pa! What a bunch of cowards. Why hesitate? Xiao Yi is no deity. I refuse to believe he cannot be defeated. Liu Beifeng, as one of the 8 steeds of Qinyuan City, you must not bring shame upon us. If you have the capability, step forward. After all, you are no woman. Against Xiao Yi, you could very well end up battered and broken. Alas, if Xiao Yi claims first place, this devil of lust will undoubtedly become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. My dear Shuexianzi, do not despair. There is one more challenge to face. What challenge could possibly hinder Xiao Yi? Many admirers of Xue Jinli are deeply concerned for Shuexianzi's predicament. Although the first position has been decided, the second and third places still require contention. Shangguan Shu relayed this matter to Li Zongxuan and Liu Beifeng. Both agreed without dissent. Their spirits ignited as they exchanged fierce words, vowing to leave each other battered and disoriented. Observing their vigorous demeanor, the onlookers couldn't help but scoff. Why can't they summon such energy against Xiao Yi? As the battle between Li Zongxuan and Liu Beifeng raged on, it was indeed fierce and thrilling. Yet, the spectators felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yearning to witness Xiao Yi receive a thorough beating. After a time approximating the burning of a stick of incense, the victor emerged. Li Zongxuan lost to Liu Beifeng by a narrow margin. Following the second round, the rankings of the arena combat were announced. First, Xiao Yu. Second, Liu Beifeng. Third, Li Zongxuan. This outcome was, in truth, predetermined when Xiao Yi shattered Xunlang's dream of becoming a sword cultivator, a conclusion anticipated by all. Ascend the immortal platform. Xu Shangguan gazed at the 3 individuals before him, his expression grave as he declared, the third trial is the inquiry of the heart. Only by successfully navigating this challenge can one become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. I must caution you, this trial is perilous. as it probes the very essence of your being, and there exists the risk of losing oneself in madness. Should any of you feel fear, you may withdraw now. But know that those who do will be deemed as forfeiting their chance. Li Zongxuan and Liu Beifeng exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they chorused, Lord Shangguan. We have come so far to reach this stage. How could we possibly forfeit? Humph, such weaklings boast with grandiose words. Xiao Yi retorted with habitual sarcasm. Then turned to Shangguan Shu, urging nonchalantly, let us not waste time. Commence without delay. Though Shangguan Shu furrowed his brow at the dismissive tone, he refrained from further comment. Instead, he commanded that a massive stone platform be brought forth and positioned between Xiao Yi and the others. This platform, known as the Inquiry Platform, functioned similarly to the Bone Assessment Stone. One merely needed to place their hand gently upon it. As the inquiry commenced, those who awakened within the span of a single incense stick would possess an exceptional temperament. Should it take half an hour, they would be deemed of good quality. Only those with a superior disposition would be eligible to become direct disciples of Ziyun Peak. All others would be turned away. Shangguan Shu recited the conditions for passing the trial as was customary. Both Li Zongxuan and Liu Beifeng felt a surge of tension, after all. They were on the precipice of becoming direct disciples of Ziyun Peak, and failure at this juncture would lead to deep regret. In contrast, Xiao Yi appeared utterly relaxed, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he could effortlessly pass this inquiry. Observing Xiao Yi's lofty demeanor, the elderly within the jade pendant felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Disciple, do not underestimate the gravity of this trial. The heart-seeking platform reflects the concealed emotions and desires hidden deep within one's soul, conjuring forth the very fears and longings one most ardently wishes to escape or embrace. Should one become ensnared within its grasp, it is conceivable that one may remain trapped in that state for an eternity. Regrettably, for this trial, my guidance is of little assistance. What? A sudden pallor washed over Xiao Yi's face. His nonchalance had stemmed from the unwavering presence of his master. In times of peril, his master had always intervened, transforming calamity into fortune. Yet now, the inability of his master to aid him filled him with dread. What if he were to fail? Master, what should I do? Xiao Yi implored anxiously. Li Lao replied, do not panic, my disciple. Remember that all you perceive is but an illusion. Safeguard your true heart. Understood, master. But what constitutes my true heart? Xiao Yi inquired. Li Lao pondered for a moment. But before he could articulate his thoughts, a voice surged from nearby, Xiao Yi, you may now place your hand upon the stone platform. Surrendering to his resolve, Xiao Yi thought, with a heart devoted to the path and a spirit as steadfast as granite, what have I to fear from the heart-seeking? Gritting his teeth, he placed his hand upon the platform, scarcely hearing Li Lao's words. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted dramatically. Looking down, Xiao Yi realized he was suspended in midair, bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation. In that instant, a radiant beam of sword light surged towards him. A shadow of death loomed ominously. In a panic, he cried out to the jade pendant at his chest, Master, save me. Yet the pendant remained silent, as though it were broken. Master, Master, cursed be it. You have drained me of so much life force, yet when the moment of truth arrives, you prove utterly useless. How foolish I was to call you master for so long, you wretched lord of fire. You refuse to show yourself, do you? Just watch as I shatter you to pieces. In a fit of rage, he yanked the jade pendant from his chest, but before he could hurl it away, darkness enveloped him entirely. When he awoke, excruciating pain coursed through his body, as if his very bones had been ground to dust. So much agony. Who am I? Where am I? Ah, why am I suspended in midair? Xiao Yi's face was a mask of horror. At that moment, a formidable sword light sliced through the void, aimed directly at him. Xiao Yi felt not merely a blade before him, but an entire mountain of swords, pressing down upon him with an unbearable weight. Despite his desperate struggles, he found himself utterly immobilized, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Little weasel, save me. In a state of sheer terror, Xiao Yi cried out hoarsely to the purple beast at his side. Why? Why is this happening? Were we not good brothers? When you were on the verge of death, I saved you. How foolish I have been. The sword light pierced through him, and the brilliance in Xiao Yi's eyes dimmed rapidly, leading to his immediate demise. Chapter 22. The Inquiry of Desire and Heart. Liu Beifeng awakens. After enduring numerous deaths, Xiao Yi's consciousness had become utterly muddled. His entire being felt as though it had been pierced by swords repeatedly, then hastily stitched together with thread. Am I to perish? Xiao Yi's voice was hoarse and unrecognizable, his throat filled with the taste of blood, with each word uttered accompanied by a surge of crimson. Just as the sword light approached once more, he suddenly raised his head and gazed at the swordsman, whose demeanor was as serene as the luminous moon and as graceful as a celestial being from the moon palace. Her figure floated like willow branches brushing against the bank, her skin as fair as exquisite mutton fat jade. She exuded an ethereal aura that seemed to repel the dust of the mortal world, rendering her not of human origin, but rather a goddess from the heavenly realm. How could such a beauty possibly wield a sword against herself? As Xiao Yi journeyed forth, he encountered numerous women, even the wild foxes of the mountains, who gazed at him with longing, eager to whisk him away to their lairs for endless revelry. This must be an illusion. Xiao Yi laughed boisterously, recalling that he was in the midst of introspection at the heart-seeking platform, and he boldly faced the terrifying sword light. Indeed, the sword light was but a mirage, shattering before it could even reach him. How could such a trivial heart-seeking platform hope to confine me? Daring to dream in broad daylight. In this third trial, I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious once more. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Yi prepared to awaken and embrace the admiration of the crowd. Yet in the next instant, the scenery around him transformed once again. This time, he found himself in an antiquated room, where the air was suffused with a fragrance reminiscent of ethereal orchids. Beside him, a voluptuous beauty, intoxicated, lay languidly upon the table, her delicate visage flushed like a ripe peach. Xiao Yi's throat tightened, his gaze smoldering with intensity as he gently reached out to caress the smooth curve of the woman's back. "Madame Yun, are you well?" The enchanting beauty, known as Madame Yun, turned her head, her eyes glazed with intoxication, her tender lips inviting. "Husband, our child has grown. Do you not desire another?" "Of course I do." Xiao Yi, like a ravenous wolf, eagerly pounced upon the beautiful woman. Meanwhile, beneath the immortal ascension platform, onlookers exclaimed, "Look! Did Liu Beifeng's eyelids just flutter?" It appeared indeed that they had moved. Could it be that Liu Beifeng was about to awaken so soon, having only passed a single incense stick's time? Is his temperament truly so exceptional? You underestimate Liu Beifeng. He has been trained as an assassin by the Liu family since childhood. After turning 10, he spent months in the Yunfu Mountains. His mental fortitude is certainly extraordinary. By heaven's grace, may Liu Beifeng not awaken. I have wagered 100 mid-grade spirit stones on Xiao Yi. You only bet 100? I wagered a full 500 spirit stones. Then it seems you are destined to lose. Look at Xiao Yi. His face is ashen, and his brows are tightly knit. Clearly, he is on the verge of collapsing at this stage. Speak nonsense. Xiao Yi possesses exceptional talent. How could his mental fortitude be so weak? A gambler who had staked his entire fortune shouted vehemently, though his bravado masked an inner turmoil. For Xiao Yi's pallid complexion and furrowed brow unmistakably indicated he was at a standstill and would not regain consciousness anytime soon. Even the elderly within the jade pendant harbored profound concerns for Xiao Yu. As his mentor, he knew him all too well. Since his emergence into the world, Xiao Yu had scarcely encountered any significant obstacles. The gravest peril he had faced was during that last sword encounter. However, with all his soul power devoted to protecting Xiao Yi and the little weasel shielding him from most of the onslaught, Xiao Yi had, in truth, never truly confronted a life-and-death crisis. A practitioner, if he has never undergone the trials of life and death, cannot possess a mindset stronger than those who traverse the precipice of mortality. Furthermore, Xiao Yi bears a significant flaw. He is excessively enamored with beauty, extremely so. Regardless of whether it be a young girl, a mature woman, or a widow, as long as she is pleasing to the eye, Xiao Yi is inevitably ensnared. This is precisely the concern that weighs heavily on his master's mind. Originally, he intended to caution Xiao Yi against being ensnared by such a lure, but alas, the urgency of Shang Wanshu's insistence prevented him from uttering those words. Elderly gazed intently at Xiao Yi, his heart filled with worry. Suddenly, he noted that Xiao Yi's pale countenance had transformed, taking on a rosy hue, and his breath, once shallow, had become long and robust. Could it be? A surge of joy filled Elderly's heart, and beneath the immortal ascension platform, a cacophony of exuberant cheers erupted. Liu Beifeng awakened. Although more than a stick of incense had passed, he had attained a superior state of mind within half an hour, passing the trial and achieving first place, second in combat and first in mindset. Does this not grant him a greater chance than Xiao Yi to become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak? Ha ha. Those who wagered on Xiao Yi are likely to line up for a leap off the city walls tonight. Enough. If you continue, Those gamblers might just drag you down with them. Liu Beifeng opened his eyes, and within them lay a sea of crimson, a chilling intent of murder that had yet to dissipate. Initially, upon realizing he was amidst the Yunfu Mountains, terror gripped his heart to an extreme degree. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was pounced upon by a demon wolf, which severed his neck. After enduring such a fate repeatedly, he had faced death a dozen times. He suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He recalled that at the age of 10, although the three-headed demon wolves were cunning and terrifying, they ultimately fell victim to her counterattack and were not this fearsome at all. Thus, he came to the realization that what lay before him was merely an illusion. This time, he allowed the demon wolf to pounce towards him, and just as it was about to sever his throat, he struck out with his palm. The scene transformed like flowers in a mirror, and the moon reflected in water, dissipating into nothingness. I am the first. Liu Beifeng glanced at Li Zongxuan and Xiao Yi, who remained with their eyes closed, a flicker of joy crossing his face, though it swiftly faded to tranquility. Shang Guanshu approached her, sincerely stating, Liu Beifeng, congratulations. You are the first in the Heart's Inquiry trial. The next challenge you face will be from Shueshanshi. As the city lord, I genuinely hope that you can unleash your full potential and gain Shueshanshi's favor. Through his brief interactions with Xiao Yi, Shang Guanshu understood that this individual harbored a deep-seated desire for revenge. Should he become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak, Shang Guanshu would undoubtedly face retribution. Rather than passively awaiting his fate, it would be wiser to forge a bond with Liu Beifeng. Though Liu Beifeng's innate talent and strength were inferior to Xiao Yi's, in the realm of cultivation, talent determines the lower limits of a practitioner, while character can dictate their upper limits. Liu Beifeng possessed an exceptional disposition. Even if she was not on par with Xiao Yi at present, the future held endless possibilities. Should he be Shueshanshi, tasked with selecting one of the three to become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak, he would undoubtedly choose Liu Beifeng. Having said that, Shang Guanshu silently placed a storage ring into Liu Beifeng's hand and gently patted her shoulder. With a gentle tap on her shoulder, Liu Beifeng appeared somewhat uneasy. She glanced at the ring in her hand, biting her lip as if making a resolute decision. Lord Shangguan, becoming a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak has always been my aspiration. Please take this. Very well, I wish you the fulfillment of your desires. Chapter 23. Inferior Heart Nature. The protagonist goes mad as half an hour drew near. Li Zongxuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes wide open as he turned to Shang Guanshu, urgently inquiring, Lord Shangguan, have I passed? Shang Guanshu glanced at the time and replied with a smile. Had you awakened any later, you would have been eliminated. Li Zongxuan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in joy. Ha! I never expected my heart nature to be of high quality. The ordeal he had faced in the trial was a memory from when he was 6 years old, encountering an old beggar who insisted on selling him a martial arts technique. Refusing to buy it led to him being beaten until he was bruised and battered, ultimately left with no choice but to weep and accept the technique. Yet, it turned out to be a deceit, as he tried to practice it several times, all ending in failure. This incident became one of the most terrifying memories etched in his mind. At first sight of the old beggar, he had fled. But before he could escape far, he looked up only to find the old beggar standing right in front of him, grinning while holding the technique. Still refusing to purchase it, the beggar's fury erupted, and he was subjected to another round of beatings, berating him for his lack of discernment. Eventually, when Li Zongxuan could endure no more, he reluctantly took out money to buy it. My dear child, it seems we are truly fated to be apart. The illusion dissipated. Li Zongxuan awakened, smiling for a moment, yet a sudden sense of emptiness enveloped him, as if something of immense importance had vanished from his life, though he could not discern what it was. He pondered for quite some time without resolution, frowning as he turned to Shang Guanshu and inquired, Lord Shangguan, I cannot possibly be in third place, can I? You are in second place. Xiao Yu is yet to awaken, Shang Guanshu replied nonchalantly, though internally he reveled in delight. Time had elapsed, and despite Xiao Yu's exceptional talents and formidable combat prowess, he could not possibly ascend to the esteemed position of a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. Thus, he harbored no fear of retaliation from him. Upon hearing this, Li Zongxuan looked at Xiao Yi in astonishment, never expecting that this seemingly indifferent individual lacked even the qualities of a superior talent. A smile threatened to break upon his lips. Meanwhile, within the jade pendant, Master Li observed the breathless, flushed Xiao Yi, and a tinge of bitterness welled up within him. His disciple seemed ensnared by the throes of desire, unable to extricate himself. This was the end. Simultaneously, beneath the ascension platform, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of laughter and derision. Goodness, Xiaoyi is still unconscious. Half an hour has passed. He has lost any chance of becoming a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. What if he possesses exceptional roots? What if his combat ability is unparalleled? He is still eliminated just like the rest of us. How dare he mock me? Without the protection of Ziyun Peak's identity. Today I shall see him perish in this Qingming city. Brother Yin, take me along. And me. My father has already dispatched 2 core formation elders to ensure he cannot escape. Those who have been offended by Xiao Yi have seemingly formed a vengeful alliance, intent on transforming the city of the abyss into Xiao Yi's final resting place. Listening to the murmurs from below, the expression of Elder Li within the jade pendant turned increasingly grim. Despite his extraordinary abilities, it was impossible for him to extricate Xiao Yi from the clutches of so many assailants. Furthermore, his spiritual energy had yet to be restored, and the little mink was grievously injured, left behind at the inn to recuperate. It appeared that Xiao Yi was doomed. Yet, inexplicably, Elder Li felt a flicker of relief. At this moment, Xiao Yi remained ensnared within an illusion. Husband, come play. All right. Husband. No need for so many words, my lady. This exchange repeated itself countless times. Husband. The voluptuous beauty teased Xiao Yi as she leaned closer. With clarity in his gaze, Xiao Yi swatted her hand away, disdainfully declaring, a mere illusion seeks to ensnare me? Break. The illusion shattered under the resolute gaze of Xiao Yu. After an hour, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, appearing as if he had transcended worldly affairs, speaking with haughty confidence. Humph, how could the heart-questioning barrier possibly obstruct me? He then turned to Shang Wanshu, his demeanor arrogant. I must be the first, right? Beside him, Liu Beifeng and Li Zongxuan both voiced their confusion. Shang Wanshu remained expressionless. Xiao Yi, you have only just awakened after an hour. Your temperament is of the lowest quality. Regrettably, you have not passed the heart-questioning barrier. You may leave. How can this be? Am I, Xiao Yi, inferior to the 2 of them? I knew it. You certainly would not allow me to become the direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. With a sudden surge of fury, Xiao Yi sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with indignation as he glared at Shang Wanshu. Old Li had once told him he was the child of destiny, destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. So how could his temperament be inferior to that of others? Shang Wanshu's face darkened with anger. Xiao Yi, as the city lord, I am presiding over this Ascension Conference fairly, and everyone can see that. If you continue to speak recklessly, do not blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing Shang Wanshu's words, the crowd beneath the Ascension platform rallied in defense, voicing their support. Xiao Yi, we have observed every action of the city lord. He even waited for half an hour to prevent you from succumbing to madness. It is one thing to be outmatched, but to cause such a ruckus is truly repulsive. How could fate be so blind as to bestow such exceptional talent upon someone like him? Bah! Hurry up and get down. You are merely embarrassing yourself. And it makes us want to retch. Faced with the collective condemnation, instead of reflecting on his own behavior, Xiao Yi clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly, and seethed. How foolish you all are to be deceived by this person. I demand to see Senior Sister Shui. She will surely see through this and grant me justice. Disciple. Old Li within the jade pendant was about to speak. Master, you see this, do you not? This group has conspired against me. Once I become the direct disciple of Ziyun Peak, I shall first eliminate Shang Wanshu, the instigator, and then deal with all those beneath the platform. Xiao Yu's frenzied ramblings left the crowd in shock. How could this be? It seemed as if he had lost his mind, despite his timid and lecherous nature. He had always maintained clarity in the face of adversity. But now, could it be that he had miscalculated the celestial signs? Determining that the Qingming Sect was not his destined haven, but rather a place of doom? What of Shui Shanshur's esteemed status? Was she someone he could simply meet at will? Did he truly believe himself worthy? And to shamelessly refer to her as Senior Sister Shui, did he not realize he had forfeited his chance to become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak? Were he in my position, he would have long since slinked away with his tail between his legs. Heed my advice, depart now. And you may yet have a chance to survive. Linger too long, and death is certain. As the crowd denounced Xiao Yi, a figure clad in a flowing green dress descended gracefully from the heavens. Hush, the celestial Shui has arrived. How astonishing! She appears even more radiant than before. Silence, you sycophants. In my heart, Shui Xianzi is akin to the resplendent moon, eternal and unchanging. With her presence, Xiao Yi's embarrassment is destined to escalate. It's as if he suffers from delusions of persecution. If he lacks skill, he should practice more. Character flaws cannot be ignored. under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. The lady in green alighted upon the ascension platform. She gazed at Xiao Yi, retrieving a jade slip from her waist to verify something repeatedly, before striding gracefully towards him. Xiao Yi's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that senior sister Shui had been observing him all along? Had she, in a moment of stealth, captured his image with a surveillance mirror? Does she harbor feelings for me? Chapter 24. This is an illusion. Master 1 Jun Shui Xianzi. Why is she approaching Xiao Yi? Could it be that Shui Xianzi has known Xiao Yi all along? No, please, do not let a scoundrel like Xiao Yi join Ziyun Peak. Beneath the ascension platform, admirers of Shui Jinli silently prayed in their hearts. Shang Wanshu's expression shifted. It cannot be. When he presented the invitation that day, Shui Shangshi clearly did not recognize Xiao Yu. Xiao Yi gazed at Shui Jinli, who was gracefully walking towards him, his throat constricting as his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Addressing the elder Li within the jade pendant, he boldly declared, "Master, you were right. I am indeed the chosen one." Although senior sister Shui did not know my name before, she secretly preserved my portrait. She must have feelings for me. Master, if she were to confess her love publicly, should I accept? Disciple, from what I observe, it seems she is not here to confess. Elder Li's perception was exceedingly sharp. Though Shui Jinli possessed extraordinary talent and could effectively conceal her murderous intent, even eluding those in the condensation embryo realm, she could not escape his keen eyes. Shui Jinli had come to eliminate Xiao Yi. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? Senior sister Shui must be here too. Xiao Yi, displeased, was about to reprimand Elder Li, but before he could finish, Shui Jinli ascended, exuding an unparalleled aura, her pressure akin to a torrential flood unleashed. A profound pressure enveloped the crowd, as if the heavens themselves were on the verge of collapse, rendering even the act of breathing laborious, causing souls to tremble. In stark contrast, Xiao Yi confronted this overwhelming force, feeling an immense energy akin to a boundless sea of clouds, entrapping him as if within a prison. His internal organs, limbs, and every fiber of his being were subjected to relentless oppression, and the 3,000 droplets of magical energy within him were firmly confined, resembling a lifeless sea, utterly impossible to summon. Sister Shuiyu. Xiao Yi lifted his gaze, his chest ablaze with searing fire, his throat seemingly exhaling flames. Gazing incredulously at the stunningly beautiful woman before him. Silence, Shui Jinli retorted coldly, her tone chilling. She had not anticipated that the individual marked for extermination by the Master Sister would brazenly participate in the selection event of Ziyun Peak, right under her very nose. To her, this was nothing short of a blatant affront to Ziyun Peak. As the third disciple of Ziyun Peak, she felt compelled to eliminate this fool at once, setting an example for others. Thus, when she struck, she did so with unwavering determination. Ha ha ha, you startled me. I genuinely believed that Fairy Shui was acquainted with Xiao Yi. This Xiao Yu has brought his own demise upon himself. He had just obediently stepped down moments ago, and now look at him. Disrupting the Ascension Conference and undoubtedly inciting Fairy Shui's ire. You sought justice, and justice has been served. Why the discontent? Xiao Yi, I have been compliant. I beg for mercy. The atmosphere in the venue abruptly shifted to one of levity, as the audience observed the trembling Xiao Yu on stage as if he were the subject of a grand jest. At that moment, facing an overwhelming pressure akin to an abyss, Xiao Yi felt his bones creak under the immense weight. The palpable intent to kill intensified, rendering his already battered spirit even more fragile. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices as he succumbed to the unbearable burden and collapsed to the ground. Why is this happening? Am I not the destined child, deserving of admiration from all exquisite beings? Then why does Shui Jinli? Master, what should I do? Xiao Yi urgently called out to the jade pendant in his heart. Master, I am on the brink of death. Please come and save me. Do you not wish to reclaim your physical form? He implored desperately. Yet, the pendant remained silent. Master, will you truly abandon me in my moment of peril? I understand now. I comprehend everything. The Qingming Sect is not a place of fortune for me, but a realm of demise. You lured me here to meet my end, merely to find a new host, did you not? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. Watch as I shatter you. Xiao Yi's expression twisted with ferocity as he struggled to grasp the jade pendant at his chest. In a corner of the pendant, the old manly, who had been coiled up, felt an immediate release of tension. Come, shatter the pendant, and let our tragic bond come to an end. He was genuinely weary. Every action he took was for the sake of this disciple. Yet this disciple, so full of himself, believed he was superior to all, acting impulsively without heeding his advice. Had he only listened to a single word of counsel, This perilous situation would never have arisen. Suddenly, a fragment of memory surfaced in Xiao Ye's mind. It was the illusion he had previously experienced at the Hard Inquiry platform. At this very moment, everything he was enduring mirrored that vision almost perfectly. The enchanting woman sought to take his life, while his master, who had treated him as a son, offered no salvation. Thus, Xiao Yu lowered his head, his hands suspended in midair, his expression shifting dramatically, and a chilling, eerie laughter erupted from his lips. Hee hee. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. This must be an illusion. I am still trapped within it. Come, in my life. His smile grew increasingly twisted, resembling that of a tormented spirit. Li Lao felt he too was on the brink of madness. This damned illusion, had his essence been drained by the turmoil of desire, leaving his mind equally diminished? Why not shatter the jade pendant instead? He suddenly realized he must have miscalculated the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, how could he have deduced that Xiao Yi was the destined child? He resolved that once his soul energy was somewhat restored, he would certainly reevaluate who the true fated one was. Beneath the immortal ascension platform, the crowd appeared utterly bewildered. Had Xiao Yu truly lost his mind, given his fragile temperament? It was no surprise he was driven to madness by the terrifying pressure of Shuexianzi. I suspect otherwise. Xiao Yi is undoubtedly feigning insanity to evade Shuexianzi's retribution. Such trivial skills, daring to display before Shuexianzi. Utter nonsense. Xue Jinli, with her jade-like emerald eyes, bore an expression of utter indifference. With a sharp command, she lashed her whip, entwining it with strands of crimson light, within which a fire dragon seemed to roar and surge, hurtling towards Xiao Yi with ferocity. However, in the next instant, an extraordinary transformation occurred. An endless divine radiance materialized from thin air, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. A thunderous bolt of divine lightning, magnificent in its intensity, erupted from the depths of the celestial vault, hurtling towards Xiao Yi, intercepting the fiery, dragon-like whip. With a sharp crackle, the moment the two collided, a piercing sizzle echoed, and the unstoppable fire dragon, under the overwhelming force of the divine lightning, was instantaneously dissolved, scattering into the ether. The power of this thunderous magic was truly terrifying. Beneath the ascension platform, the onlookers were left in shock. Xue Jinli's gaze flickered as he observed the direction from which the divine lightning surged forth, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a gray Taoist robe, wielding a jade-handled whisk, and bearing an ancient Taoist sword on his back, who appeared somewhat disheveled. The middle-aged man nonchalantly stroked his 2 tufts of greasy beard and calmly remarked, "Nephew Xue, the young man has not committed a grave offense. Why must you be so aggressive as to demand his life? Perhaps, out of respect for our master, we could spare him?" The newcomer was none other than the esteemed Master Wanjun, the leader of the Thunder Peak, one of the 6 peaks alongside Ziyun Peak. Chapter 25, An Unwelcome Interruption. The mediocre and the inept arrival of Master Wanjun sparked considerable commotion. I recognize him. He is Master Wanjun of Thunder Peak. Thunder Peak. Is it not one of the 6 peaks? Why would Master Wanjun intervene to stop Shuexianzi? Could there be a conflict between Ziyun Peak and Thunder Peak? It seems the situation is more complex than mere conflict. I suspect that Xiao Yi may well be the illegitimate son of Master Wanjun. Wow, having said that, I share a similar sentiment. Aside from those 2 tufts of greasy beard, they nearly resemble each other perfectly. As they descended from the ascension platform, discussions erupted incessantly, with many believing that Xiao Yi and Master Wanjun undoubtedly shared an ambiguous connection. Master Wanjun, do you intend to impede me? Xue Jinli's eyes, deep and profound, tightened around the whip he held. What? Are you, junior nephew Xue, eager to engage in a spar with me? Master Wanjun squinted, a smile gracing his lips. Master Wanjun, your unparalleled thunderous techniques render you unmatched within the entire Qingming Sect. Even if you were to grant me 1,000-fold courage, I would not dare to challenge you. Since his elder insisted on protecting this individual, Jinli found it difficult to oppose his senior. Did you two pass the selection? Liu Beifeng and Li Zongxuan nodded, their expressions taut with anticipation. Would you be willing to join my Ziyun Peak? Xue Jinli inquired softly. Both Liu Beifeng and Li Zongxuan were visibly excited. Had they not wished to join Ziyun Peak, why would they have participated in the so-called selection? Just as they were about to nod in agreement, they heard Master Wanjun's indifferent voice from below. You two youngsters must consider this carefully. Joining Ziyun Peak does not guarantee you will become direct disciples, for my esteemed junior brother is quite discerning. Otherwise, there would not be merely 7 direct disciples within the entire Ziyun Peak. However, Tianlai Peak is different. I assure you, if you two are willing to join, I shall immediately accept you as my direct disciples." As these words echoed, the audience seemed to detect a hint of tension in the air. It appeared that Xiaoyi might indeed be Master Wanjun's illegitimate son. Otherwise, why would Master Wanjun contend with Fairy Shui for disciples at this juncture? This was surely an act of retribution for Xiaoyi. What Master Wanjun articulated is indeed accurate. My esteemed mentor, the Honorable Su Yang, as the youngest transformation stage true monarch in the entire Northern Mansion, would naturally refrain from accepting mediocre individuals as his direct disciples. Unlike the Thunder Peak of Master Wanjun, which indiscriminately welcomes all, regardless of their merit or capability, simply for the sake of their willingness to join. Shui Jinli blinked her lashes lightly. Her beautiful eyes as clear as a serene lake, her tone playfully teasing. Master Wanjun's fingers, stroking his beard, momentarily froze, seemingly having forgotten this fact, though it mattered little. Shui Jinli, displaying great generosity, then turned her gaze towards Liu Beifeng and Li Tsangxuan, casually stating, "Over the past 7 consecutive sessions of the Six Peaks competition, our Ziyun Peak has always claimed the top position. If you two wish to join us, you must possess the confidence to secure victory for Ziyun Peak in the next competition. If such confidence is lacking, I would advise you to consider joining Thunder Peak. For there, even in defeat, it matters not. After all, Master Wanjun remains unaffected." The rumors suggest that among the 7 direct disciples of Ziyun Peak, Shui Jinli is the most sharp-tongued, and upon witnessing her now, one cannot help but agree. Master Wanjun's expression was inscrutable as he responded with a neutral demeanor. "Thank you for your kind words, Master Wanjun. However, at your Thunder Peak, there isn't even a single sharp-tongued individual. After each Six Peaks competition, it seems as though a curse has been cast upon you, rendering you all mute. One might mistakenly believe you are a congregation of mutes." Shui Jinli smiled sweetly. After all, she almost expressed outright that the entirety of Master Wanjun's Thunder Peak was composed of inept individuals, while Master Wanjun himself possessed a resilience thicker than fortifications. Such audacity in retorting to an elder truly exemplifies the courage of Shui Jinli, unparalleled in valor. However, the audacious Shui Xinzi dares to humiliate the esteemed Wanjun Zhenren, emboldened by her formidable backing. After all, with the support of Ziyun Peak and the presence of the venerable Xu Yang Zhenjuan behind her, it is uncertain whether Wanjun Zhenren would dare to confront Shui Xinzi. If I were in the shoes of Liu Beifeng and his companion, I would undoubtedly align myself with Ziyun Peak. Shui Xinzi is indeed most formidable. Yet, if one were to join Ziyun Peak, the burden would be overwhelmingly heavy. Perhaps it would be wiser to affiliate with Tianlai Peak, where one may find a more laid-back existence. Better to be a head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Moreover, securing the top position in the Six Peak tournament is no trivial feat. Reliable sources indicate that all 36 peaks of Qingming Sect have their own prodigies emerging. Hence, joining Tianlai Peak may prove to be the more effortless option. Such lack of ambition. With 7 sisters of prodigious talent and a master who is a true god of transformation, if they cannot surpass the other 35 peaks, they might as well perish. The words of my fellow Taoist ring true. Ziyun Peak offers abundant opportunities, while Tianlai Peak presents a scarcity of resources. Anyone aspiring to reach the pinnacle of the immortal path would unhesitatingly choose Ziyun Peak. Beneath the ascension platform, the onlookers engaged in fervent debate. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, Wanjun Zhenren's countenance grew somewhat grim. "Have you made your decision?" Shui Jinli inquired. "I have decided. I wish to join Ziyun Peak." Liu Beifeng replied without a trace of hesitation, his words resolute. "Good." Shui Jinli nodded slightly. "Apologies, Shui Xinzi, but I prefer to join Tianlai Peak over Ziyun Peak." After much deliberation, Li Tsangxuan ultimately chose to forego joining Ziyun Peak. After all, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Should he join the Ziyun Peak, it would be certain that he could not lead them to victory in the upcoming Six Peaks Grand Competition. It would be far better to join the Tianlai Peak and become the direct disciple of the illustrious Master Wanjun. Master Wanjun's expression softened slightly as he laughed heartily. "From this day forth, you shall be my personal disciple." Disciple Li Tsangxuan pays respects to Master. Li Tsangxuan bowed deeply before Master Wanjun. "Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, rise, rise." Master Wanjun gestured with his hand, and despite the distance of several zhang, he effortlessly summoned Li Tsangxuan to his side. This remarkable display drew gasps from the onlookers. Was this an instance of spatial displacement? Could it be that Master Wanjun had grasped a fragment of the laws of the void? In the entire northern province, there were few who could comprehend the laws of the void. Master Wanjun was unparalleled in thunderous magic. Should he also master the path of the void, he would surpass even the esteemed Su Jinjuan. Suddenly, the prospect of joining Tianlai Peak seemed quite appealing. Master Wanjun, Jinli has completed the task entrusted by you and shall no longer linger in the city of Qingyuan. I take my leave. Shui Jinli spoke with an air of composure, addressing Master Wanjun with a tone both respectful and assertive. Very well, go, Master Wanjun replied, his smile not reaching his eyes as he waved his hand dismissively. Immediately, Shui Jinli retrieved a boat-shaped artifact from his storage ring. With a flick of his fingers and a chant of incantation, the artifact enlarged in an instant, transforming into a spirit vessel capable of accommodating over 100 people, which appeared upon the ascension platform. Board the ship, Shui Jinli commanded. Liu Beifeng followed closely behind him, stepping onto the spirit vessel. In the blink of an eye, the vessel shrank into a mere black dot and vanished into the distant skies. After Shui Jinli departed, Master Wanjun ascended the immortal ascension platform. Shang Guanshu respectfully stepped aside, yet Master Wanjun did not even cast a glance in his direction. He commanded Li Songshuan to assist the visibly shaken Xiaoyu to his side, then addressed the gathered crowd below, proclaiming, "Those who have successfully passed the root bone assessment and wish to join the Heavenly Thunder Peak may step forward onto the platform. I shall wait for you for the duration of a single incense stick. Beyond that, I shall not wait." The youths who had been previously eliminated and felt hopeless, upon hearing Master Wanjun's words, were overwhelmed with excitement, as if a colossal pie had fallen from the heavens, rendering them momentarily dazed. Master Wanjun, I wish to join. Me too. I have long aspired to the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Chapter 26. I am the Demon Lord. My disciple is filial aboard the spirit vessel. Liu Beifeng remained somewhat apprehensive in the cabin. Although the interior was adorned with fascinating arrangements, she dared not glance around. Sitting upright, her gaze fixed straight ahead. After maintaining this posture for a while, she sensed something amiss. Why had senior sister Shui been outside for so long without returning? With a sense of curiosity, Liu Beifeng rose and cautiously approached the cabin's exit. Peering out, she spotted senior sister Shui standing at the bow of the vessel, enveloped in swirling clouds resembling a white dragon. Could it be that senior sister Shui was admiring the scenery? Liu Beifeng quietly approached, and upon seeing senior sister Shui frantically sending messages with a jade slip in hand, her expression appeared somewhat grim, causing a question mark to form on Liu Beifeng's forehead. Senior sister Shui, what are you doing? Liu Beifeng inquired softly. Shui Jinli was startled by Liu Beifeng's voice, and in her panic, the jade slip nearly slipped from her grasp aboard the spiritual vessel. Fortunately, it was not lost. Shui Jinli let out a long sigh, her ample bosom rising and falling rhythmically with her breath, presenting a rather pleasing sight. The jade slip contained an immeasurable wealth of information. Had it been lost and subsequently found by another, the consequences would be dire. At the very least, she would never dare to descend from Ziyun Peak again. Beifeng, why do you walk without making a sound? Shui Jinli reproached. Senior sister, I do have footsteps. If you don't believe me, listen closely. With that, Liu Beifeng gently stepped on the deck, producing a faint sound. Shui Jinli shot Liu Beifeng a glance. Beifeng, fortunate it is that you are part of our Ziyun Peak. Had you been with Tianlai Peak, daring to speak back to your seniors in such a manner, you would surely have been suspended at Duanchang Cliff for 3 whole days and nights. Liu Beifeng scratched her head in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp Shui Jinli's implication. Did you see it just now? Shui Jinli inquired. I did see it, Liu Beifeng nodded. Well, since you witnessed it, I need not conceal anything further. Shui Jinli puffed her cheeks in indignation, exclaiming, that old scoundrel Wanjun dares to bully me simply because I am alone, without a mentor to support me. How could I, Shui Jinli, possibly endure such humiliation? Then, as you have observed, I shall embellish this matter. Ahem, I informed all the senior and junior sisters. Henceforth, any disciple of Tianlai Peak who dares to step foot outside Qingming Sect shall have their limbs broken without hesitation. As for the notorious old rogue, let my esteemed master seek him out for trouble. How do you feel, little Beifeng? Do you not regret joining our Ziyun Peak? After finishing her words, Shui Jinli casually draped her hand over Liu Beifeng's shoulder, even playfully lifting her chin, resembling a mountain bandit teasing a respectable woman. Senior sister Shui, there should be a boundary between men and women, Liu Beifeng stammered, clearly flustered. Must I expose you, little Beifeng? Shui Jinli reached her hand toward Liu Beifeng's chest. In a flurry, Liu Beifeng hurriedly blocked Shui Jinli's hand, her face flushing as she stuttered. I do not comprehend what senior sister Shui is implying. Still pretending? Xue Jinli teased, tugging at the cloth band across Liu Beifeng's chest, playfully inquiring, "Little Beifeng, is your binding comfortable? Senior sister Xue, how did you discover this?" Liu Beifeng clutched her arms tightly around her chest, her embarrassment boiling over. "You may not know, but among us at Ziyun Peak, you are not the only one who prefers to don male attire. However, none possess your remarkable talent. Even while bound, one can discern the truth." Xue Jinli, accustomed to a certain Qin surname junior's disguise, had immediately recognized Liu Beifeng upon their first encounter. I do not favor dressing as a man," Liu Beifeng murmured. Her gaze lowered, her voice barely a whisper. "Little Beifeng, I understand there may be reasons compelling you to disguise yourself. But I wish to assure you that since you have joined Ziyun Peak, you have nothing to fear. Should the sky fall, your senior sister will shield you. And if I cannot withstand it, our esteemed master will." Xue Jinli embraced Liu Beifeng's shoulder, speaking with a bold tone. Liu Beifeng's gaze flickered with a hint of emotion as she lightly bit her lip and nodded earnestly. "Sister Xue, you seem quite different from what I had imagined." "Different?" Xue Jinli expressed her curiosity. "In what way? Do enlighten me. I had initially thought that Sister Xue would be an ethereal being, untouched by the mundane world. Yet after spending this brief time together, I find that you appear to be." Liu Beifeng's words faltered, her delicate brows knitting together as she pondered the most fitting description. "A tyrannical sorceress?" Xue Jinli raised an eyebrow. Liu Beifeng quickly waved her hands, stammering, "No. That's not it." "What do you mean not it? I am indeed a tyrannical sorceress. From now on, do not refer to me as a fairy, or I shall be vexed. Do you understand?" Xue Jinli playfully tapped Liu Beifeng's forehead, her tone feigning severity. "Understood," Liu Beifeng replied, rubbing her reddened forehead. A peculiar emotion swelling within her, causing her eyes to feel slightly moist. "The wind has picked up. With your petite frame, you ought not to linger on the deck. Come, let us retreat to the cabin." Xue Jinli affectionately tousled Liu Beifeng's hair before striding towards the cabin. "All right, Sister Xue," Liu Beifeng sniffed, using her sleeve to dab at her reddened eyes, hastily following in Xue Jinli's wake. "In the Qingming Sect, within the Ziyun Hall, Master, are you feeling comfortable?" "Yes, it is somewhat alleviated. Master, your cultivation has yet to fully recover. I dare not exert too much force, for fear of harming your health." "What is there to fear? I am not so fragile." On the bed, Su Yang turned his head to glance at his disciple, Yuan Qianxian, who was diligently massaging his back, and spoke casually. With the body of the Supreme Yang, how could he be easily harmed by his eldest disciple? "Well then, here comes the disciple." Yuan Qianxian supported Su Yang's shoulders as she gradually stood up from his waist. Just as Su Yang intended to turn his head and continue relishing the filial devotion from his eldest disciple, his gaze was firmly captivated by Yuan Qianxuan's rising movement. Yuan Qianxian had been observing Su Yang all along. How could she not notice the dazed expression in her master's eyes? A blush crept onto her face as she gently said, "Master, you mustn't be so tense. Try to relax." "Su Yang, his body is in excellent condition. Is this something he can control?" Chapter 27. Innocent and pure, little Qing is exhausted ahem. "Disciple, perhaps we should take a break. After such a long massage, I imagine you must be tired as well." Su Yang was not afraid of injuring himself. His only concern was that if his eldest disciple were to inadvertently put her foot down too hard, it might create an embarrassing hole in the bed. "For the sake of my master, the disciple would never feel fatigued." Yuan Qianxuan's voice was clear and lively, yet it carried an alluring charm. Su Yang found her words somewhat disconcerting. He felt akin to Tang Sang, with his eldest disciple being a little demonious, enamored with his beauty, always on the verge of taking action, yet hesitating, unsure of what she feared. Clearly, the once formidable master now appears soft and easily subdued, even when pinned beneath. He merely adopts the guise of a humiliated master. "Master, why have you suddenly fallen silent?" "It is, of course, because I am rendered speechless." "What did you say?" Yuan Qianxian inquired curiously, her beautiful eyes blinking. "My chest is rather rigid, disciple. Do press it a bit." To avoid any awkwardness, Su Yang simply turned over, closed his eyes, and lay flat, allowing Yuan Qianxian to manipulate him at will. "Very well, master." Yuan Qianxian bit her cherry lips gently, gazing intently at her dignified master, whose gem-like eyes radiated a delicate, rosy sheen. She began to knead softly. Even through the fabric, the smoothness and fineness akin to jade were palpable. Despite his eyes being shut, Su Yang could still perceive a faint, lingering fragrance wafting around his nose, refusing to dissipate, prompting him to adjust his posture. However, As he shifted, his eldest disciple misstepped, losing her balance and tumbling backward. Ah! A sharp cry escaped her lips. Ziyun abruptly opened his eyes. Witnessing his eldest disciple's fall, he quickly rose, extending his arm in an attempt to grasp her, to halt her descent. Yet, instead of securing her arm, he inadvertently seized the edge of her skirt. With a rip, the fabric tore apart, and Yuan Xianxian landed in a sitting position on Su Yang's lap, resembling a duck. Ziyun instinctively glanced at his disciple. I went. In an instant, her fair earlobes were tinged with pink, and her face burned with embarrassment. In a flurry of shyness, she covered her face with her hands, but upon reflection, she realized that such a gesture could hardly conceal anything. In a panic, she threw her arms around her esteemed master. Ziyun was initially somewhat composed, but as Yuan Xianxian leaned closer, their bodies unwittingly pressed together. The atmosphere began to shift awkwardly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the hall, followed by a melodious voice. Master? Yuan Xianxian froze, her delicate frame stiffening as she glanced at her tattered dress. Her expression flustered. What should I do? Master, I have nothing to wear. Ziyun had not anticipated Qingming's arrival at that moment, and a sense of guilt washed over him, akin to a cat caught in the act of wrongdoing. He quickly straightened his attire and retrieved a set of his own black robes from the wardrobe, handing them to his eldest disciple. Shinner, do not panic. Nothing has transpired between us. We are entirely innocent. Put on my robes first, and once you are dressed, we shall step out. I will go and intercept your fourth senior sister. Having said that, Ziyun sprang to his feet and swiftly exited the rear hall. Innocent? Master, if we were truly innocent, why are you so flustered? Why am I? Yuan Xianxian touched her conscience, her heart racing wildly, akin to a multitude of fawns leaping within her. She shook her head, striving to temporarily dismiss that peculiar sensation, and quickly donned the black robes bestowed by her master. Upon surveying herself, she was astonished to find that the robes fit her as though they had been tailored specifically for her. Now, the fourth junior sister should be unable to discern any flaws. Yuan Xianxian felt a slight sense of relief, and then she stepped out of the rear hall. In the front hall of Ziyun, Situ Qingqing was adorned in a delicate pink palace gown, cinched at the waist with a simple satin ribbon. A jade hairpin embellished her hair, intertwined with fine silver threads and beaded tassels, presenting her as a refined young lady from a scholarly family. Due to pressing matters, she intended to proceed directly to the rear hall. However, before she reached the entrance, Ziyun emerged, glancing around and noticing the absence of her senior sister. She immediately sought to rush into her master's embrace to share the grievances she had endured over the past few days. Her senior sister was truly insufferable. To prevent her from harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards their master, the senior sister had been vigilantly watching her day in and day out. At the slightest movement, the senior sister would appear like a specter, blocking her path. At last, she had awaited an opportunity when her senior sister was absent, allowing her to mischievously approach her master. Master, Situ Qingqing approached Ziyun, preparing to dive into his embrace, inhaling the pleasant scent that enveloped him. Just then, a voice, reminiscent of a haunting nightmare, echoed in her ear. Shaoqing, what brings you to seek the master? The joyful expression on Situ Qingqing's face vanished in an instant. She cast a pitiful glance at Ziyun, then turned her gaze towards Yuan Xianxian. Clad in a black robe, feeling quite exhausted as she lamented, Senior sister, did you not receive the message from the third junior sister? She is nearly beside herself with anger. Koi, what has happened to her? In order to maintain the sanctity of her private world with the master, Yuan Xianxian had deliberately left her communication jade slip behind. Upon hearing the news regarding his third disciple, Ziyun instantly perked up, directing his gaze towards Situ Qingqing with keen attention, eagerly awaiting further details. Situ Qingqing, with a furrowed brow, expressed her discontent. Did not the third sister descend the mountain at the behest of our esteemed master to select celestial seedlings? Yet, she encountered none other than the individual you issued a death warrant against. Initially, she intended to eliminate him. However, to her surprise, Master Wanjun was also in Qinyan City. Not only did he thwart her efforts and save that man's life, but audaciously, he sought to usurp the high-quality celestial seedlings that she had chosen. Chapter 28. The plot unravels. Qingqing's imagination runs wild. Master Wanjun? The initial antagonist has now allied with the protagonist? Has the narrative devolved to such an extent? Ziyun chuckled inwardly upon hearing Situ Qingqing's words. In the original tale, Master Wanjun, perpetually overshadowed by Su Yang's former self, faced humiliation during the Six Veins Grand Competition, where disciples from the Thunder Peak were consistently defeated. In his frustration, Master Wanjun's mindset faltered, allowing malevolent forces of the demonic path to infiltrate him, rendering him a spy planted within the Qingming Sect. To placate Master Wanjun, the demonic faction bestowed upon him a nefarious technique known as the bone-refining demon scripture. This method was exceedingly wicked, necessitating the refinement of over 100 exceptional youths to achieve mastery. It is evident that Master Wanjun has fallen into darkness, having secretly refined numerous disciples from the Thunder Peak. His journey to Qianyuan City, where he vies for celestial seedlings against Shuejinli, is prompted by the fact that the remaining disciples of Thunder Peak are all backed by powerful connections. Any action on their part would inevitably draw the attention of the higher-ups of the Qingming Sect. Thus, he has set his sights on the celestial seedlings from outside. Seizing the opportunity while Su Yang's former self is engaged in conflict with the protagonist, Master Wanjun discreetly develops his plans. Once the protagonist eliminates Su Yang's former self, Master Wanjun reveals his venomous fangs, seeking to refine the protagonist, a prodigy with exceptional roots. The higher echelons of the Qingming Sect are enraged, prompting the three supreme elders to unite in an attempt to suppress Master Wanjun. However, Master Wanjun drops all pretense, revealing his true intentions, and summons the great protector of the demonic path along with numerous demonic followers, transforming the Qingming Sect into a realm of darkness. 3 years pass. The protagonist, having traversed various realms and encountering extraordinary fortuitous events as if the heavens themselves were feeding him, sees a meteoric rise in cultivation. The return of the celestial god culminates in the downfall of Master Wanjun and the salvation of all the exquisite beings within the Qingming Sect. Yet, this act also incurs the wrath of the demonic path, and with each new alliance the protagonist forges, that faction is obliterated by the demonic forces, leaving only the protagonist to escape unscathed. This narrative is akin to a nesting doll. Su Yang finds himself perplexed as to why he was so captivated by such a storyline in his previous life. Nevertheless, now that the protagonist is entangled with Master Wanjun, Su Yang harbors doubts about whether the protagonist can indeed escape the clutches of Master Wanjun, especially since the protagonist has yet to mature and has not yet uttered the iconic phrase, "In 30 years, the east of the river will be west." Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, a scheming old demon, and a protagonist who is new yet possesses extraordinary fortune, who will ultimately emerge victorious. How intriguing, truly captivating. Su Yang felt akin to a mere spectator, unable to contain his anticipation for the clash between the formidable Master Wanjun and the protagonist. A surge of delight coursed through him, as an involuntary smile graced his lips. This smile was akin to the clearing of clouds after a snowstorm, illuminating the world with vibrant colors, igniting Yuan Guxuan's heart with fervor. The poetic phrase "like a bright star embraced" was vividly embodied in her master. What a predicament! She yearned to push her master down right then and there, out of the corner of her eye. Situ Qingqing caught sight of her senior sister's infatuated expression and felt compelled to say, "Master, please cease radiating your charm. From now on, reserve your smiles solely for your disciple." What was the matter? "Master, you are playing unfairly." Situ Qingqing pouted, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with mischief. "It's nothing. I was merely pondering why Master is smiling," she replied softly, tugging at Situ Qingqing's sleeve. Little did she know, Situ Qingqing had long since become a disciple enamored with her master. The mere thought of little Jinli appearing as a hapless victim made Su Yang chuckle. Giggling, Situ Qingqing exclaimed, bursting into uncontrollable laughter, her figure trembling with delight. The third senior sister, Shuejinli, was a veritable rogue at Ziyun Peak. Unafraid even of the eldest sister, often, she seized the opportunity to sneak a touch, and at times even gave a playful slap. Truly a mischievous maiden, she had always been the one to make others suffer, and even if someone made her endure grievances, she would retaliate on the spot. How could she possibly swallow her pride now and vent her frustrations to her senior and junior sisters? Situ Qingqing stuck out her tongue and declared, "Third senior sister, I'm not afraid of her since she can't defeat me." In the entire Ziyun Peak, her only fears were Yuan Jinxian and their accelerated master. Yuan Jinxian shot Situ Qingqing a disdainful glance before addressing Su Yang. "No need. We shall discuss this during the Six Veins competition. For now." She was reluctant to clash with the old adversary, Master Wanjun. Moreover, witnessing a dog-eat-dog scenario was far more enjoyable than personally intervening. Yuan Jinxuan's expression faltered momentarily, as though she had misheard. In the past, their master would not have acted this way. If a disciple from Ziyun Peak faced adversity outside, although she feigned indifference, her actions were always prompt and decisive. For instance, the last time, she had single-handedly incapacitated the sect leader's favored disciple, inciting the leader's furious wrath, who threatened to confine her to the reflective cave for 10 years. To protect her, the master had stormed to the sect leader's peak, confronting him for an entire day and night, which left the leader quite irate. The next day, the leader rescinded her punishment. Yet now, their master seemed to advocate for restraint. Could it be that the master only cared for me? The more Yuan Jinxian pondered, the more flustered she became, her cherry lips pursing as her delicate face flushed crimson. Just then, Situ Qingqing doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Senior sister, don't overthink it. What master means is that during the Six Veins competition, we sisters will go all out and eliminate every disciple from Tianlai Peak on the arena. This way, we can avenge third senior sister and simultaneously expel Tianlai Peak from the Six Veins, truly killing two birds with one stone. Master, this technique is indeed marvelous. Situ Qingqing believed she had discerned her master Su Yang's thoughts, gazing at him with utmost admiration. Su Yang, however, was perplexed, a question mark hovering on his forehead. What is this? After entering the realm, will a great scholar elucidate doctrines for me? That was not his intention. He merely wished to witness a dog-eat-dog scenario. He mentioned the great competition of the Six Veins because he felt the protagonist might not survive until then. Even if he did, he would be gravely weakened. Meanwhile, Su Yang, by reaping the benefits of his disciples, could potentially attain an astonishing level of power. By that time, a severely weakened protagonist would be at his mercy. Chapter 29. Overexertion, yet unvanquished master. Is it truly so? Yuan Xuanyuan's gaze fell, a hint of disappointment evident. Xin'er, your suggestion is reckless. Have you not considered that your actions may incite the wrath of Lei Wanjun? Su Yang firmly admonished. Yuan Xianyuan, crestfallen, acknowledged her oversight. Senior sister, there comes a day when even the master is reprimanded. Situ Qingqing struggled to suppress her laughter, fearing that provoking her senior sister would result in an undeserved beating. It is good that you recognize your mistake. Next time such a situation arises, you must deliberate carefully. My cultivation has yet to recover. And if that old scoundrel Lei Wanjun comes knocking, all I can assure is that I shall perish before you. Su Yang spoke with a tone of resignation. Master? Yuan Xianyuan suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as a tumult of emotions surged within her. The initial disappointment transformed into profound guilt and self-reproach. It turns out that everything the master has done was for her sake. Just moments ago, she had harbored doubts about the master and felt a tinge of resentment within her heart. Upon reflection, she deemed herself utterly unforgivable, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Master, rest assured, your disciple shall not allow you to perish before my very eyes. If anyone dares to threaten you, I shall wield my sword to protect you. Sparing no effort, even if it costs me my life, my very essence, rendering me unable to reincarnate. I would. Yuan Lingshuan's fervor intensified as she spoke, her voice laced with the tremor of impending tears, sparkling droplets welling in her eyes. Alas, she had exerted herself too much. To prevent the emergence of her eldest disciple's sorrowful state, he hastily interrupted the incantation. Xin'er, what nonsense are you uttering? Speak not of life and death. We must live well. Yes, master, your will is my command. Yuan Lingxin nodded, yet a resolute glimmer ignited in her eyes. She silently vowed that henceforth, anyone who dared to oppose the master would first have to reckon with the sword in her hand. Very well. You embody the bond of a compassionate master and devoted disciple. I shall take my leave now. Situ Qingqing observed the affectionate pair before her and suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. Hey, master, you promised not to exude such charm. Why have you unleashed it so boldly? Situ Qingqing longed to voice her protest. However, the impact of the master's previous words was simply too profound. Even though they were not directed at her, her heartstrings had been deeply stirred, moved to the point where she wished to learn countless postures, allowing the master to toy with her whimsically. Upon witnessing Yuan Sangshuan cease her tears, Su Yang felt a slight sense of relief and inquired. Having reaped benefits from both his disciples, Situ Qingqing and Yuan Sangshuan, he naturally harbored expectations for his third disciple, Xue Jinli. After all, according to the patterns he had discerned, any maiden's first experience would invariably trigger a 10,000-fold critical return. The name of his third disciple, Xue Jinli, is universally recognized, with koi symbolizing good fortune. Thus, Su Yang sincerely hoped to extract a precious artifact from his third disciple that would expedite his cultivation. His progress in cultivation had been excruciatingly slow. Since his transmigration into this realm, nearly 7 days had elapsed. Rounded up, that equates to a year, regardless of the manner of his arrival. He found himself pondering, after a whole year, why he had yet to attain invincibility in this world. Was that reasonable? Clearly, it was not. Hearing the caring tone of her master, Yuan Sanchuan's lips curved into a gentle smile, reminiscent of peach blossoms falling upon a tranquil pond, creating ripples. On the other hand, Situ Qingqing felt a twinge of jealousy. Although Qianyuan City was situated near the Qingming Sect, the sect itself spanned a vast territory, nearly occupying a quarter of the northern province. Even among the 36 peaks, interactions were somewhat cumbersome. Those of lower cultivation levels were required to pay a fee to board the sect's spirit vessels, or risk spending an entire day and night without reaching their desired peak. Only the disciples of Ziyun Peak, being few in number and affluent, could afford a high-tier spirit vessel with decent speed. In contrast, disciples from other peaks, lacking both cultivation and spirit stones, were better off remaining within their own peaks to practice. As for venturing out, that was a mere fantasy. Su Yang feigned ignorance of the eager gaze from Situ Qingqing and spoke in a low voice. He, too, yearned to retain Situ Qingqing. Yet the enchanting figure beside him cast a watchful eye, neither devouring him nor permitting other beings to do so, which left him quite vexed. Resolutely, he chose to dismiss both, for a heart unburdened by women naturally finds solace in the pursuit of cultivation. In the depths of his being, he sensed that, at most within a day, he would transcend the foundational realm and emerge as a formidable alchemist. At your command, master. Yuan Jinchuan nodded lightly in acknowledgement to Su Yang, rising to lead Situ Qingqing away. Having just completed her duties and endured a rather embarrassing episode, she felt that further solitude with her master would leave her utterly mortified. Situ Qingqing, feeling thwarted, pouted and crossed her arms, a picture of grievance as she was dragged out of the Ziyun Hall by Yuan Jinchuan. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air. To avoid any peculiar sensations, he resolutely placed the skirt into the wardrobe and secured it with a lock. Once locked, Su Yang's rapid breaths slowed significantly. He sat on the edge of the bed, propping himself up as he leaned back. Phew, that's a relief. He exhaled a sigh of relief, his face momentarily reflecting ease, only to be abruptly frozen as he shot up, gazing intently at the bed. In the peach blossom grove, Yuan Jinchuan, as per usual, escorted Situ Qingqing to the bamboo pavilion. Just as she turned to leave, Situ Qingqing called out, "Senior sister." Yuan Jinchuan turned, her expression cool as she regarded Situ Qingqing. Indeed, once separated from her master, the senior sister appears as an icy statue. Situ Qingqing mused silently, her gaze fixed intently on Yuan Jinchuan, her tone akin to that of an accuser. "Why are you wearing master-esque clothes?" Yuan Jinchuan's pupils contracted, clearly taken aback by the snugness of her master's attire, which had inexplicably been noticed by Xiaoqing. She maintained her composure, casually stating, "I acquired it through stealth." Chapter 30. A failed theft, a personal vendetta? Situ Qingqing was astonished by her senior sister's brazen demeanor. While pilfering from their master was already audacious enough, given the small size of the item, making it less detectable, the robe adorned with ink clouds was unmistakably the master's garment. How could one even dare to steal such an obvious possession? Her expression fierce, she glared at the frostily composed Yuan Qianxian. "Senior sister, how could you behave in such a manner? To audaciously steal from our master's wardrobe now, what is next? Will you also steal from?" "No. I must inform the master." "Inform the master?" The robe was a gift from him. Yuan Qianxian remained unfazed, her emerald eyes sweeping dismissively. "Xiaoqing, the robe was taken by my own skill. You may go ahead and report me to the master. I won't stop you. However, should the master choose to punish me, you shall share in the consequences." Yuan Qianxian still wished to dissuade Xiaoqing from rashly disturbing their master, who was currently in the midst of a crucial period of recuperation. "Senior sister, you are being unreasonable." Situ Qingqing's delicate form trembled slightly as she looked at Yuan Qianxian, a mix of anger and fear swirling within her. "Oh." Yuan Qianchuan's attitude was dismissive. Clenching her soft fists, Situ Qingqing felt a surge of indignation. How had her senior sister become so reckless? No. After being subdued so many times, this time she must rise again. At that moment, she relinquished the thought of reporting to her master. For her senior sister had a rather ample posterior. Should she choose to complain, it would ultimately be she who suffered. Gritting her teeth, she reached into the crevice of her bosom and withdrew a jade pendant, waving it before Yuan Xianyun. Senior sister, do you see what this is? Yuan Xianyun cast a fleeting glance, her expression instantly darkening, her tone turning icy. Xiaoqing, how dare you steal the master's jade pendant? Are you unaware that this is the sole memento left to him by our master? She demanded. Give it to me, and I shall return it to our master. This pendant had occupied her thoughts for an extended period. However, due to its profound significance to their master, she had never contemplated requesting it. To her astonishment, Xiaoqing had the audacity to pilfer it. Evidently, she had become rather brazen. As senior sister reached out to snatch the pendant, Situ Qingqing, having anticipated this move, clutched the jade pendant tightly and turned to the side, her gaze wary. Senior sister, I am not like you. This pendant was bestowed upon me by our master. Yuan Xianyun furrowed her delicate brows. Xiaoqing, do you truly believe I would take you at your word? If you doubt my sincerity, I am more than willing to confront you before our master. Situ Qingqing remained unfazed. Yuan Xianyun's beautiful eyes narrowed. Master, why did he give the pendant to you? She possessed a keen insight, able to discern truth from deception in the tone of her counterpart. The conviction in Xiaoqing's words suggested a high likelihood of authenticity. Yet, she felt a tinge of resentment, a profound sense of unwillingness. Of course, it is because I cherish this pendant, given to me by our master after I saved him. Situ Qingqing nearly let slip a secret, but fortunately she reacted swiftly, refraining from revealing that the jade pendant was a token of affection. After all, her intent was merely to provoke the senior sister slightly, not to invite her own demise. Given that her cultivation was inferior to that of her senior sister, she could only endure for the time being. Otherwise, she would have long since moved into the Ziyun Hall. Yuan Xianyun could naturally discern that Qingqing was concealing something. Yet it was in accordance with her master's character to reward a life-saving grace with the gift of the jade pendant. Had she known this beforehand, she might have refrained from accepting the task from the Zhuanyich. After all, no one dared to contest with her for it. Yuan Xianyun felt a twinge of regret. But the die was cast. Qingqing, how do you perceive my treatment of you as your senior sister? Yuan Xianyun inquired gently, her gaze softening as it fell upon Situ Qingqing. Situ Qingqing's pupils constricted, a chill running down her spine. Something was amiss. It is well known that as a sword cultivator, the senior sister was prone to resorting to her formidable sword at the slightest provocation, eschewing reason altogether. However, when she began to appeal to emotions, it signaled that she harbored significant intentions, thus warranting caution. Consequently, Situ Qingqing did not lower her guard. Instead, she remained increasingly vigilant, ready to conceal the jade pendant within her skirt at the slightest hint of movement from her senior sister. Though this might not prevent it from being seized, it would at least buy her some time. Senior sister, your kindness towards Qingqing is indeed commendable, though it would be even better with a touch less punishment. Yuan Xiongxuan did not relent due to Situ Qingqing's demeanor. Instead, she pressed on with a gentle insistence. Very well, from now on, I shall refrain from punishing you. As your senior sister, I have a modest request. I hope you can lend me this jade pendant for 3 days. After 3 days, I shall return it to you. What do you say? 3 days? I am no child to be easily swayed by such words. If I were to lend the pendant to my senior sister, it would surely become a case of borrowing without return. Situ Qingqing resolutely shook her head. I will not lend it. Observing the guarded expression of Situ Qingqing, Yuan Xiongxuan fell silent for a moment before responding with a frigid tone. If you choose not to lend it, so be it. It is merely a pendant. After all, I possess my master's treasured sword. Situ Qingqing, aware that Yuan Xiongxuan was merely expressing sour grapes, felt a mischievous thought arise within her. Senior sister, if you are willing to pawn Zixu with me, I shall lend you the pendant for 3 days. What do you say? Absolutely not. Little Qing, should you dare speak such words to me again, be wary of your own backside. She desired the pendant, yet she would not relinquish Zixiao either. As a sword cultivator, Zixiao held greater significance for her, for it was her master's cherished sword nurtured over many years, still imbued with her master's essence. Realizing the coldness in her senior sister's voice, Situ Qingqing suddenly recognized her folly and hastily added, Senior sister, I was merely jesting. Indeed, Yuan Xiongxuan replied with a slight nod, offering a warning. Your master is in seclusion. Do not disturb him. Only the officials may set fire, while the commoners are forbidden to light a lamp. Situ Qingqing murmured in frustration, her voice barely audible, as if meant solely for her own ears. Focus on your cultivation. In a few days, I shall assess your progress, Yuan Jinxian declared before departing on her sword. This is nothing but personal vendetta. It must be an act of retribution. Once Yuan Jinxuan's figure had completely vanished, Tu Qingxing clenched her fists, stomping her feet in anger, her tone brimming with indignation. If she were a balloon, she would surely have burst by now. Initially, her intention was to provoke the senior sister. But now it seemed she had only shot herself in the foot. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with delving into various esoteric knowledge, neglecting her cultivation. If the senior sister were to evaluate her progress, she would undoubtedly discover that her strength had regressed rather than advanced. At that moment, she would surely face dire consequences. Setting aside her studies for the moment, she thought, given that the senior sister is vigilant and I lack the opportunity to verify with my master, I must first overcome this hurdle presented by the senior sister. A few days should suffice for me to make a breakthrough. Tu Qingxing massaged her disappointed face, her spirit rekindling with determination. Chapter 31. If the Duke does not abandon me, I shall take him as my mentor, a luxurious flying vessel, lavishly adorned and capable of accommodating hundreds, sailed through the skies. Within the cabin, a group of exuberant youths awaited, their excitement palpable as they gazed around in wonder. I had thought that after being eliminated from the competition, my chances were lost. Yet, unexpectedly, I found myself unwittingly joining the Ziyun Peak. Truly, just when one feels there is no way forward, a hidden path emerges amidst the shadows. Having joined the Qingming Sect, how modest it is that one's aspirations merely extend to the realm of the condensed infant. My dear brother, you are truly humble. I merely possess a mediocre foundation, barely reaching the upper echelons. If I can become a condensed infant master in this lifetime, I shall be content, inquired a youth. Not quite so. It is the case that our previous cohort ranked at the bottom because our highly anticipated senior brother encountered Tu Shan Yaoyao from Ziyun Peak in the very first round. Hailing from the Tu Shan Fox clan, her talent is astonishingly prodigious, and she has even awakened her ancestral bloodline. Naturally, our senior brother stood no chance, explained one knowledgeable individual. Alas, with Tu Shan Yaoyao's formidable prowess, it seems that our Ziyun Peak may once again find itself at the bottom this time. Indeed, if even our eldest senior brother was bested, what hope do we, the newly initiated disciples, have but to serve as fodder? Given that Ziyun Peak has just made an enemy of Ziyun Peak, come the grand competition of the 6 sects. Will Tu Shan Yaoyao not utterly defeat us? The crowd's expressions turned frantic, their previous excitement dissipating into uncertainty. Fear not. For there exists an unspoken rule at Ziyun Peak. In every grand competition of the 6 sects, they will only dispatch a single disciple, often the one of the lowest seniority. Thus, for the next competition, it is likely that the disciple sent forth will be Liu Beifeng, reassured a youth well-versed in the circumstances of the Qingming Sect. You nearly terrified me. If it is indeed Tu Shan Yaoyao, I would not dare to participate in the next grand competition of the 6 sects. Do not underestimate Liu Beifeng. His remarkable achievements of securing second place in the martial arts selection and first in the heart examination signal that he is certainly not to be taken lightly. What is there to fear? Do we not have brotherly with us? The crowd's gaze shifted to the side, resting upon Li Zongxuan, feeling the weight of their attention. Li Zongxuan managed a wry smile and said, I fear I am not up to the task. Although I lost to Liu Beifeng by just one move in the competition, I can sense he has yet to reveal his trump cards. Among us, only Xiaoyi stands a chance. Upon hearing Li Zongxuan mention Xiaoyi, a hush fell over the group, for the majority had suffered humiliation at his hands. Moreover, the esteemed Master Wang Jun had rescued Xiaoyi from Shuexianzi, clearly holding him in high regard and intending to take him as his direct disciple. The thought of having to coexist with such a rogue within the same peak as fellow brothers filled them with unease. Nonetheless, they were compelled to acknowledge that Xiaoyi was indeed the only one capable of challenging Liu Beifeng. Brotherly, why underestimate yourself? There is no certainty that Xiaoyi will join the Heavenly Thunder Peak. If that is the case, you shall be our leader, and our peace at the Heavenly Thunder Peak will rely on you. Indeed, considering our shared participation in the Ascension Conference, if brotherly were to become a true deity, do not forget to lend a hand to your junior brothers. Brotherly, let us meet in a secluded place tonight. I have matters of great importance to discuss with you. The crowd lavished Li Zongxuan with compliments, with several young women discreetly expressing their admiration. In comparison to the average-looking, arrogant Xiaoyi, they found themselves more drawn to Li Zongxuan. He graciously accepted their praises, though his smile appeared somewhat strained. Please, spare me. I have yet to ascend to the pinnacle, to bask in the glory of 3,000 exquisite beauties. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Xiao Yi opened his eyes, his complexion pale and frail, gasping for breath as if he had nearly drowned, his entire body drenched, seemingly soaked in perspiration. Young friend, have you had a nightmare? A gentle voice resonated from behind Xiao Yu. He swiftly turned to see a middle-aged man with a pair of whiskers, smiling amiably at him. Who are you? Suddenly, a searing pain shot through Xiao Yu's head as a flood of memories surged into his consciousness. Abruptly, he recalled the identity of the man before him. This was no illusion. Junior Xiao Yi, I am profoundly grateful for the life-saving grace of Master Wanjun. Xiao Yi, enduring the throbbing pain in his head, bowed deeply to Master Wanjun. No need for excessive courtesy. Master Wanjun raised his hand slightly, chuckling. Do you know why I am willing to risk offending the Ziyun Peak to save you? This. Xiao Yi's mind raced like lightning, and he quickly understood everything. Kneeling on the ground with utmost respect, each word resonating. Xiao Yi, adrift and without support, struggles to survive. If the master does not abandon me, I am willing to be your disciple. He realized that relying solely on his current master, Li Lao, would not suffice to ensure his safety in times of peril. Thus, he sought to take another master. Master Wanjun, being the leader of the Tianlai Peak, certainly possessed strength comparable to that of the old rogue Su Yong from Ziyun Peak, and could likely offer him protection, thereby seizing opportunities from Ziyun Peak. Master Wanjun nodded in satisfaction. Good, good, good. A child worthy of teaching. Your perceptiveness is no less than your innate talent. Thus, from this day forth, you shall be the 108th direct disciple of Tianlai Peak. 108th? Such a number seems excessive for direct disciples. Does that not imply that the resources available for my cultivation will be rather limited, as they must first be allocated among the preceding 107 senior brothers? Xiao Yu lowered his head, his mind swirling with doubt. Disciple, are you concerned about your standing within the peak? Master Wanjun seemed to see through his thoughts. Disciple dares not, Xiao Yu replied, unable to admit his anxiety. After all, within the sect, the greatest fear lies in the discord and enmity that may arise among brothers over power and resources. This seemingly benevolent master possesses a full 108 direct disciples. Should conflict arise among them, it would surely disturb the tranquility of the entire Tianlai Peak. Are you reluctant, or merely hesitant? Master Wanjun inquired with a smile. Xiao Yu fell silent. Disciple, the first lesson I wish to impart to you today is that, in the presence of your master, you should never conceal your thoughts. Speak freely of what you feel. Your master will not hold it against you. Master Wanjun instructed with a serious tone. Disciple simply dares not. Xiao Yu muttered under his breath, feeling that he could not deceive this seemingly kind master. Moreover, since he had already stated that he would not blame him, what was there left to hide? Excellent. Truly splendid. What Tianlai Peak needs is a disciple like you. Brimming with ambition, with fervent eyes, Master Wanjun helped Xiao Yi to his feet and continued. The Thunderbolt Peak has remained undisturbed for too long under my guidance. The disciples within have grown complacent, indulging in comfort, which has led to a significant decline in their standings during the Six Peaks competition, rendering us a mere laughingstock among the peaks. I hope you can revitalize this stagnant pool and restore the illustrious reputation of Thunderbolt Peak. Xiao Yi, still hesitant, inquired. Does master mean? Master Wanjun responded, challenge the direct disciples. It matters not if you inflict injury or even defeat them. With my support behind you, should you emerge victorious, all cultivation resources shall be yours. Your disciple shall faithfully obey your command. Xiao Yi exclaimed, his countenance brightening as he bowed deeply once more to Master Wanjun. Chapter 32. The master and disciple confront each other inside the flying vessel, within the cabin. Elder Li's voice emerged from the jade pendant just as Xiao Yi interrupted. Master, I understand your reservations about my decision to seek another as my teacher. Yet circumstances leave me no choice. Under a roof, one must bow their head. Furthermore, Master Wanjun, having rescued me from Sister Shui, certainly possesses the strength to contend with that old demon Su Yang. Choosing him as my mentor is, in fact, a more advantageous path to seize opportunities at Ziyun Peak. Elder Li remained silent for a moment before sighing softly. I am not an obstinate relic, my disciple. If a powerful individual wishes to take you under their wing, I shall not harbor resentment. Rather, I shall feel gratified, for it signifies that I possess the discernment to discover a gem amidst the gravel. It seems that this purple cloud peak may not be the destined place for you. It would be wise to depart quickly. The vastness of the universe is replete with opportunities. I am aware of a certain cave of a fallen sage, which remains undiscovered to this day. However, Master, You previously indicated that the Purple Cloud Peak was indeed my destined location. It was there, amidst the desolate mountains, that I orchestrated an encounter, only to be grievously wounded by that female sword cultivator. Later, you suggested that the city of Qianyuan held my fortune, which compelled me to attend the Immortal Ascension Conference there, resulting in a perilous ordeal. Now you claim that the Qingming Sect is not my destined place. Are you toying with me? Calm yourself, my disciple, the Master implored. During your unconsciousness, I endeavored to divine your fate once more. The Purple Cloud Peak remains your place of opportunity. However, this very notion is chillingly unsettling. As the child of destiny, any fortune should be readily accessible to you. Yet, since your involvement with the Qingming Sect, you have encountered repeated life-threatening situations. I suspect there exists an entity capable of obscuring the heavenly secrets, orchestrating events against you. While Xiao Yi lay in a stupor, he finally comprehended the reason behind his repeated tribulations as the child of destiny. An unseen force was undoubtedly manipulating the circumstances. Moreover, his prior reluctance to approach the Qingming Sect must have been a warning from the heavens, indicating that it harbored great peril and dread. It must be understood that even the esteemed Fire Sovereign, at the peak of his former life, could only act by a thread of heavenly insight. Yet, this unseen hand is capable of shrouding such insights. Its power must surpass that of a sovereign, possibly belonging to a practitioner of the great ascension stage. A being worthy of being called a sage in this world. A revered Mahayana sage schemed against Xiaoyu from behind, and the more he pondered, the more his scalp prickled with unease. He longed to flee to another place, anywhere, as long as it was far removed from the Qingming Sect. Are you afraid? Li Lao? Afraid that I might seek your assistance, rendering your elaborate plans futile? Thus, you weave such fabrications to deceive me. Apologies, but I, Xiaoyu, am no mere child. If there truly existed a force capable of obscuring the heavenly mechanisms that plots against me, they could simply emerge and extinguish me without hesitation. With my paltry foundation-level cultivation, I could be easily crushed. Why then must they lurk in the shadows? So, Li Lao, should you spin tales next time, at least make them somewhat credible, lest you become a source of ridicule. Xiaoyu seemed to see through it all, mockingly addressing Li Lao. Internally, he harbored resentment towards Li Lao for not rescuing him earlier. In his view, Li Lao's revival was due to the immense soul power extracted from him, a debt he owed. Thus, in a moment of crisis, it would have been only just for Li Lao to expend his own soul power to save him, for it was akin to self-preservation. Now, after enduring 2 hardships and finally arriving at the Qingming Sect, not only did Li Lao neglect to help him seize the opportunity at Ziyun Peak, but he even incited him to flee from the Qingming Sect. How could he possibly endure this? Upon hearing these words, Li Lao was taken aback. He never anticipated that after reflecting deeply, Xiaoyu would not cower but instead exhibit a certain wild and sinister demeanor. As a remnant soul within the jade pendant, he shared a profound bond with Xiaoyu. Their fates intertwined, one's glory was the other's, and one's downfall would equally affect the other. He could not passively witness Xiaoyu stride towards the abyss and thus gently implored, "Disciple, I understand your grievances, yet I could never wish you harm. Of course, you would not harm me, for you require my soul energy to restore your corporeal form." Xiaoyu retorted coldly. Thus, you wish for me to flee from the Qingming Sect, allowing you to absorb my soul energy without bearing any risk. But where in this world does such fortune exist? Having chosen me, you must share the burden of risks. Otherwise, why should I permit you to exploit me so freely? As Xiao Yi spoke, his agitation escalated, his expression growing increasingly feral, akin to a maddened beast. His eyes blazed with a fierce crimson light, and his tone was chillingly frigid. However, rest assured, considering our years together, you remain my esteemed master, having not only merit but also endured hardship. Yet, I implore you to remember one thing. Do not obstruct my path. As the chosen one, any opportunity one desire must be mine. I shall claim all 7 beauties of Ziyun Peak, including Shui Jinli. Su Yang, the old demon, must perish. Not even the revered can save him. Mark my words. Xiao Yu's eyes blazed with a feverish intensity, sickly yet frenzied. Upon hearing this, Li Lao within the jade pendant sighed helplessly. It is difficult to counsel a cursed soul. I had intended to mention that Master Wanjun might harbor ulterior motives, but voicing such thoughts may only incite Xiao Yu's disdain further, as he might perceive it as sowing discord. He could probably surmise the reason for Xiao Ye's drastic change in temperament. It was simply because he had survived 2 major calamities, leading him to believe that, as the chosen one, he could recklessly court danger, indifferent to any machinations plotted against him. Little did he know that in ancient times, sages had devised methods to devour fate, thereby evading the impending calamities associated with their lifespans. Of course, as he spoke these words, Xiaoyi would undoubtedly remain skeptical. They could only proceed step by step, waiting for Xiaoye's emotions to stabilize before attempting to persuade him again. Several hours passed. A voice echoed outside the cabin. Belonging to Li Zhongshuan, "Senior Brother Xiao, we have arrived at the Qingming Sect." Although Xiao Yi had joined the Heavenly Thunder Peak and became a direct disciple, those he had offended were still unwilling to engage with him, thus the unenviable task of informing Xiao Yi fell to Li Zhongshuan. "I understand," Xiao Yi replied, his eyes opening, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss. After hours of cultivation, his energy had been fully restored. Upon hearing Li Zhongshuan's report, he responded with a calm acknowledgement, then retracted his presence and exited the cabin. The ancient trees stood tall, silver waterfalls cascaded, divine mountains loomed, and jade palaces reached toward the heavens. Truly an awe-inspiring sight, reminiscent of a realm inhabited by immortals. The Qingming Sect, indeed the foremost sect of the northern region, boasted an abundance of spiritual energy in its surroundings. I can feel my realm beginning to shift. I long to commence my cultivation immediately. Ha ha ha. I share the same sentiment. Yet would such an action betray our naivety? Wait, wasn't it said that the Qingming Sect comprises only 36 peaks? Why, at first glance, there are at least hundreds of peaks. The 36 peaks of Qingming refer to those that possess a legacy, while the others remain unclaimed. Ah, how ignorant I am. If I were to become a true monarch of transformation, could I not establish my own peak? Of course, once you become a true monarch, do not forget to bestow upon me the title of elder. And I, a group of young men and women buzzed with excitement, filled with beautiful aspirations and wishes for the future. Just based on you all? Struggling to be a disciple, and yet you wish to be peak masters? How laughable. A discordant voice rang out from the flying vessel. Xiao Yi leaped down from the craft, casting a scornful glance around. The crowd's faces turned pale at the insult, yet they were cowed by Xiao Yi's strength, daring neither to retaliate nor to voice their indignation, only simmering with frustration internally. This Qingming Sect is indeed remarkable. Had I begun my cultivation here sooner, I fear I would have already surpassed the core formation stage. Xiao Yi gazed at the splendid scenery before him, marveling silently. While his dissatisfaction with Old Li deepened, this was clearly his fabled land. What a farce to flee. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's gaze froze. In the distant sky, a strikingly beautiful figure, her legs as straight as green onions, approached gracefully. With features like a painting, skin fair and delicate, her ethereal presence seemed to transcend the mundane, akin to the celestial maiden of a scroll. Exquisite. The word flashed through Xiao Yi's mind. Which peak does this enchanting fairy belong to? She is even more beautiful than Shuexianzi. It seems she is approaching us. Could she be the senior sister from Thunderbolt Peak? If she is the senior sister from Tianlei Peak, how delightful that would be. Proximity to her brings privilege. I kindly request that you all refrain from vying for her attention. A group of young men instantly transformed into infatuated admirers, with some even preparing to approach her, only to be shoved back by Xiao Yi with a single motion. The unfortunate soul stumbled and fell, clutching his face. His eyes filled with shock and fury as he gazed at Xiao Yi, unfazed by the animosity directed at him. Xiao Yi confidently stepped before the crowd, his gaze fixed upon the approaching graceful figure, a smile gracing his lips as he contemplated how best to win the senior sister's favor. However, in the next moment, a resounding cry echoed, and an ethereal, deep purple phoenix soared into the sky, its overwhelming presence raining down a pressure that rendered the crowd breathless. Standing at the forefront, Xiao Yi felt the full force of this oppressive aura, chills coursing down his spine, his scalp tingling, and his limbs turning to jelly. Thud. Xiao Yi found himself kneeling once more. Chapter 33. A call and response, yet no rabbit in sight under the terrifying weight of the pressure. Xiao Yi felt as though he were a mere stone plunged into volcanic magma, every inch of his body ablaze with unbearable pain, urging him to cry out in despair. Why did the women of Qingming Sect seem intent on his demise? The pain in his heart surpassed that of his body. Confounded and out of time to ponder, he instinctively cried out, "Master, save me." This plea was not directed at Li Lao, but rather at his newly recognized master, the formidable Wanjun Jinren. In an instant, a brilliant figure erupted from the flying vessel, an overwhelming aura sweeping forth like a gentle spring breeze, dissolving all oppressive forces in its wake. Master Situ's nephew. Are you intent on killing the disciples I just recruited from Qingyuan City? The expression of Master Wanjun darkened as he gazed at the figure in the void. Ah, so they are disciples from Thunderclap Peak. I noticed they were not donning the uniform of the Qingming Sect and mistakenly assumed they were enemies attacking our sect. In my haste to protect our order, I acted without a second thought. My sincerest apologies, Master Wanjun. Situ Qingqing retracted the summoned Purple Phoenix avatar, her face reflecting genuine remorse as she addressed Master Wanjun, her tone imbued with sincerity. It turns out they did not come for me, but merely mistook us for invading foes. Upon hearing this explanation, the kneeling Xiao Yi felt an immense relief wash over him, his previous terror dissipating in an instant. After all, as the chosen one, he should not be reduced to a target for everyone's disdain, even if he could not win the heart of a beauty. Humph. If lack of uniform indicates an enemy, then I see that Master Situ's nephew is also not in uniform. Does this mean I could treat my nephew as an adversary? Master Wanjun's tone was sharp. My nephew was simply zealous in protecting our sect. If Master Wanjun insists on placing blame upon me, please inform my master. He will surely insist on accompanying me to Thunderclap Peak to apologize in person tomorrow. Situ Qingqing spoke with a tone of feigned innocence, clearly reluctant for her master to find out. However, the esteemed Master Wanjun discerned the underlying implication in Situ Qingqing's words. If one can show mercy, then one should. It would be wise to refrain from further entanglement. Should one choose to be obstinate, then he would have no choice but to summon her master personally. Whether the visit would be to apologize or to mete out punishment rested solely upon his discretion. His demonic powers were not yet perfected, and he was not a match for Su Yang. Should Su Yang ascend to Tianlai Peak and sense something amiss, all his careful plans would be rendered futile. At this moment, the only course of action was to endure. Only when his demonic cultivation reached its zenith would be the time for reckoning. Master Wanjun's rather unsightly visage twisted slightly as he reluctantly uttered, "Ignorance is no fault. Since you, junior sister Situ, act in the interest of the sect's safety, I shall not hold it against you. Just know, there shall be no next time. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your forgiveness. I shall not inform my master." Situ Qingqing replied sweetly. Master Wanjun's eyelids twitched violently. Just then, another flying vessel descended, the one belonging to Xue Jinli. Situ Qingqing, her face aglow with joy, flitted towards it like a blooming butterfly. Moments later, a piercing scream erupted from Xiao Yi. Situ Qingqing, having inadvertently stepped on his foot, looked down apologetically at the kneeling Xiao Yi. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. Are you all right?" Kneeling on the ground, Xiao Yi stifled the pain radiating from his crushed fingers and lifted his head, feigning indifference as he addressed Situ Qingqing. "Sister, I am fine." Li Lao, residing within the jade pendant, looked on in exasperation at this scene. His fingers had been crushed, yet Xiao Yi still claimed to be unscathed. Xiao Yi remained unchanged. Upon seeing a beauty, he seemed to forget everything else. "Fine. What is your name? You have caused me unnecessary worry." Situ Qingqing cast a displeased glare at Xiao Yi, then turned her gaze towards Xue Jinli, who was descending from the flying vessel, and smiled gracefully. Xiao Yi was rendered speechless upon witnessing Xue Jinli's arrival. The enchanting woman, bearing the surname Situ, addressed Xue Jinli as the third senior sister. This implication dawned upon him. Though Xiao Yi was a man of considerable desire, he was not foolish. All the pieces fell into place, and he instantly comprehended the situation. It was intentional, undoubtedly intentional. Yet, he could not fathom why the women from Ziyun Peak were so eager to see him gone. Could it truly be as elderly suggested, that some hidden force was conspiring against him? As Xue Jinli descended from the flying vessel alongside Lu Beifeng, she noticed the throngs of people kneeling before her, and a knowing smile graced her lips. Approaching Situ Qingqing, she inquired, "Little Qing, what brings you here so swiftly?" "I rushed over upon receiving your message, and nearly had a misunderstanding with Master Wanjun," Situ Qingqing replied. "Oh, what misunderstanding?" Xue Jinli asked. "I noticed that these individuals were not clad in the robes of our sect's disciples, leading me to believe they were enemies, prompting me to take action. I had no idea they were the new disciples taken in by Master Wanjun," Situ Qingqing explained. "Little Qing, how could you act so recklessly? You struck at Master Wanjun without discernment. Is this not a blatant affront to him?" Xue Jinli scolded Situ Qingqing, her gaze turning cold as she addressed Master Wanjun. "Rest assured, Master Wanjun, I will report this matter to our master, ensuring that little Qing receives a fitting lesson and justice is served." Upon hearing these words, Master Wanjun's face twitched. "Again? The sisters were conspiring to use Su Yang as leverage against him. Did they truly believe he was as pliable as clay? Nephew Shui. It is all a misunderstanding. Before your arrival, I had already forgiven Nephew Situ. Junior brother Su is deeply engrossed in his cultivation. It would be best not to disturb him, Master Wanjun remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Since Master Wanjun has spoken thus, I can only comply. Shui Jinli reluctantly responded. Subsequently, he took hold of Liu Beifeng and Situ Qingqing as they departed. On their journey to Ziyun Peak, Shui Jinli, with a slightly fierce expression, playfully swatted Situ Qingqing on her backside. Little Qing, why did you imply that I should acquiesce to that old rascal Wanjun? Are you not aware of the indignities I endured in Qianyuan City? Smack. The discipline from our master is certainly more impactful, Situ Qingqing replied, her expression unchanged as she looked at Shui Jinli with an air of resignation. I cannot explain now. You will understand once we meet our master. Shui Jinli furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to remain silent. Instead, he turned to Liu Beifeng beside him and introduced her. This is Liu Beifeng, the finest celestial seedling from Qianyuan City. Greetings, senior sister, Liu Beifeng shyly bowed. Do not be overly formal. I am Situ Qingqing, ranking 4th on Ziyun Peak. You may call me senior sister Situ or 4th senior sister. I have no preference, Situ Qingqing said casually. Suddenly, she glanced at Liu Beifeng's chest and chuckled, Sister Liu. Does that not hurt? Liu Beifeng's face flushed crimson as she hesitantly murmured, I am used to it. The virtue of habit is commendable. However, one should not grow too accustomed, for prolonged tension may lead to distortion, rendering it uncomfortable to the touch. Situ Qingqing instinctively recounted the words her master had once imparted to her. Shui Jinli, with keen perception, sensed something amiss and reached out to assault Situ Qingqing's soft form. As the impending danger loomed, Situ Qingqing quickly crossed her arms over her chest, exclaiming, Third senior sister, what madness has overtaken you? Listen, allow your elder sister to squeeze it. Once done, you will discern whether there has been any distortion. I have not. Unless you squeeze it for me. Do you not possess any yourself? That is different. Yours is significantly larger. Situ Qingqing fled with great effort, while Shui Jinli pursued vigorously, determined to not cease until she had her prize. How terrifying it was to discover that senior sister Shui was such a formidable entity. From a distance, Liu Beifeng contemplated intervening, yet feared that her involvement would render her the target of their playful skirmish. Chapter 34. Extraordinary Talent. Urgency dictates strategy before the Ziyun Hall. Situ Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly straightened her garments, a mix of embarrassment and ire flooding her features. Third senior sister, are you satisfied now? Though she exerted every effort to escape, she ultimately fell prey to Shui Jinli's relentless grasp. Indeed, I am thoroughly satisfied, Shui Jinli replied, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Junior sister, do tell, have you secretly utilized a special formula? Situ Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, what formula? Do not speak nonsense. I have always been like this. Perhaps you should reflect upon your own circumstances instead. She did not expect the third senior sister to possess such keen perception, able to discern even the slightest change in her demeanor. Yet, how could she ever divulge to Shui Jinli that her master was none other than her own remedy, though bitter? It was indeed a potent antidote. I sought it out. I am but a child. Shui Jinli glanced down, her expression pitiable as she implored. Quick. As sisters, please share the formula with me. I beg you. Though they were half-sisters, having only one mutual master could also be considered a bond of sisterhood. Situ Qingqing curled her lip. Rather than begging me, you should seek out Sister Liu. Indeed, it was quite significant. Shui Jinli's gaze flickered towards Liu Beifeng, exasperatedly retorting. Sister Liu can be discerned to possess a deep cleavage even when bandaged. Her talent is extraordinary. How could I possibly approach her? Liu Beifeng. Why am I being dragged into this again? Perhaps it is best for me to remain silent to avoid igniting further ire. Humph. I too possess extraordinary talent. Situ Qingqing proudly straightened her chest, seemingly to prevent Shui Jinli from dwelling on this topic any longer. She turned her attention towards the Ziyun Hall, advising, Third senior sister, do not wander here. Allow me to enter first and report to master. A peculiar sense of being taken advantage of washed over Shui Jinli. She sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. She inquired, why may I not accompany you inside? You have proven ineffective in your endeavors. Do you not fear master's wrath? Hence, I shall enter first to plead your case. Situ Qingqing provided a rather convincing excuse. How have I proven ineffective? Did I not procure a celestial seed? Shui Jinli's gaze sharpened as she murmured softly, Senior sister, what did you say? Xue Jinli raised her gaze with a faint smile, lifting her hand and swaying it like a beckoning fortune cat. As Situ Qingqing entered the Ziyun Hall, Liu Beifeng hesitated and remarked, Senior sister Xue, is Master truly that fearsome? Xue Jinli blinked and earnestly explained, Master's ferocity is certainly less than yours, yet greater than mine. If the occasion arises, I could invite you to experience it, but do remember to flee immediately afterward. Should you be unfortunate enough to be caught, all you need to do is. Liu Beifeng was taken aback, surprised by her senior sister's levity. In the back hall of Ziyun, Situ Qingqing tiptoed softly inside. Upon crossing the threshold, she beheld her long-cherished master, bare-chested and facing away, his hands weaving intricate seals that radiated a shimmering brilliance. Seeing this scene, Situ Qingqing's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Fortunately, I did not bring third senior sister along, or my master's illustrious reputation would be at risk. Most importantly, I must keep this secret for him for a lifetime. Quietly, Situ Qingqing approached her master. Upon reaching him, she gently placed her hand on Su Yang's shoulder. About to speak softly, master, when suddenly a startled gasp escaped her lips. Su Yang, seizing her, executed a shoulder throw, yet upon recognizing her voice, he swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, preventing her from truly falling. Despite this, Situ Qingqing was still quite frightened. Holding her close, Su Yang inquired, Qinger, what brings you here? Has your senior sister ceased her surveillance over you? The master is naturally engrossed in his cultivation. You must remember. He is truly practicing. Situ Qingqing felt a tinge of disappointment and remarked, Master, the third senior sister is waiting outside. Su Yang gradually regained consciousness, saying, I am feeling a bit dizzy. Situ Qingqing expressed her concern, Master, are you unwell? Su Yang calmly replied, I am fine. It is due to the nature of my cultivation. You may rise now. Once I have recovered, I will go meet your third senior sister. After saying this, Su Yang helped Situ Qingqing to her feet. A short while later, outside the Ziyun Hall, Xue Jinli was growing increasingly anxious. Forget it. It matters not whether he lives or dies. Ziyun Beifeng, you go in with senior sister and meet the master. Xue Jinli grasped Liu Beifeng's hand, steeling herself to enter the Ziyun Hall. However, just as they reached the entrance, an unusual sound caught their attention. Xue Jinli halted abruptly, saying, Ziyun Beifeng, with all due respect, shall we wait a little longer? Liu Beifeng acquiesced. Yes, senior sister Xue, I will listen to you. Xue Jinli gazed at the Ziyun Hall with a face full of guilt and earnestly advised Liu Beifeng, Ziyun Beifeng, the beating that Situ's senior sister took was for our sake. You must remember to repay her kindness and never act in rebellion against her. Chapter 35. The Cycle of Rebirth and the Seal of the Consciousness. See, yet another brief moment passed, and a figure, as ethereal as frost and with proportions exaggeratedly perfect, descended gracefully before the Ziyun Hall. It was none other than Yuan Yushuan. As she was engrossed in her cultivation with the purple cloud, she failed to notice the message sent by Xue Jinli through the communication jade slip. Senior sister, Xue Jinli's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached. However, before she could reach her, Yuan Qianqian blocked her outstretched hand with the sheath of her sword. Hasn't half an hour passed? Why have you not yet entered to meet master? Yuan Qianquan's gaze remained placid, her words icy. Hearing her frigid tone, Xue Jinli reluctantly shifted her gaze from the large watermelon in front of Yuan Qianqian, a sheepish expression gracing her face as she admitted, I feared being reprimanded by master for my ineptitude, so I sent Xiao Qing in to scout the way, only for her to be beaten up. Thus, I am even more reluctant to enter. It was indeed difficult for her, as a senior sister, to let her junior suffer on her behalf. Beaten up? Yuan Qianqian raised an eyebrow. Yes, it was quite severe. Even from this distance, I could hear the screams. Xiao Qing truly endured great injustice for me, Xue Jinli lamented. Since you are aware, then curb your lazy disposition and cultivate diligently. Otherwise, master will continue to send you on errands. After all, you are the third direct disciple of Ziyun Peak, yet your cultivation only reaches the 9th level of foundation establishment, and you have yet to reach the core formation stage. Is it not embarrassing to speak of this? Yuan Qianqian chided sternly. Senior sister, it's just that my constitution is unique, Xue Jinli replied awkwardly. No more excuses. Yuan Qianqian retorted, clearly unimpressed by Xue Jinli's justifications. After admonishing her, her gaze turned to Liu Beifeng. Is this the immortal seed you recruited from Qinyu City? The esteemed senior sister, known as Liu Beifeng, is the most gifted individual within the city of Qinyuan. Although she was unfortunate enough to have one of her celestial seedlings seized by that rogue, Wanjun, she still managed to retain another. Xue Jinli, feeling a sense of responsibility for the task entrusted to her by her master, thought that while her efforts might not be flawless, they were at least somewhat satisfactory. Lu Beifeng acknowledged the presence of the senior sister, promptly bowing in respect. Indeed, Yuan Qianxian remarked, her gaze softening slightly as she nodded, Junior Sister Lu, your talents are commendable. Master will likely take you as his disciple. Lu Beifeng had grown accustomed to this. It seemed that everyone on Ziyun Peak could discern her disguise as a male, leading her to wonder if her ruse was truly so inadequate. Xiao Qing, how long has it been since you entered? Yuan Qianxian inquired. Half an hour. A sense of foreboding washed over Yuan Qianxian upon hearing this. Half an hour had elapsed, and that treacherous disciple, Xiao Qing, could be up to no good with their master. Without hesitation, she strode purposefully towards the Ziyun Hall. Xue Jinli, uncertain of what was amiss, pondered whether the senior sister feared for Xiao Qing's safety at the hands of their master. Nevertheless, she resolved to hasten after Yuan Qianxian, pulling Lu Beifeng along with her. Upon entering the Ziyun Hall, they were greeted by the sight of their master sitting composedly in the main seat, his attire immaculate and showing no signs of disturbance. In contrast, Sidu Qingqing stood at the lower end, her dress marred by tears, a flush still lingering on her cheeks, and her lips stained crimson. Xue Jinli felt a chill at the sight of Xiao Qing's mouth, wondering if she had indeed been beaten to the point of bloodshed. Oh, how did you all come in? I was just about to call for you, Sidu Qingqing exclaimed, startled. Sidu Qingqing pressed her hand against her backside, her brow slightly furrowed. Hearing the hoarse tone of Xiao Qing's voice, Xue Jinli felt a pang of guilt. The master had truly laid into her, rendering her voice nearly inaudible. Master. Yuan Xian scrutinized Sidu Qingqing for a moment, finding no anomalies, before addressing Su Yang with a respectful bow. Master, Xue Jinli promptly followed suit. In truth, since Xue Jinli's entrance, Su Yang had been observing her closely, finding her to be vastly different from the troublesome spirit depicted in the original narrative. Her features were strikingly delicate and vibrant, exuding an air of innocent charm that evoked the image of a budding flower. She possessed an elegant stature, her legs long and shapely, embodying an almost surreal beauty. However, upon closer inspection, her upper figure fell somewhat short of perfection, barely achieving a delicate grasp. Little Koi, I have heard you have made a mess of things. Su Yang's voice rose in irritation at her words. This was a request from Sidu Qingqing, for she feared that any hesitation might reveal her shortcomings. Yet, before she could speak, her senior disciple Yuan Xian interjected sharply, what the master says is absolute. Do not dare to dispute. Chastened by Yuan Xian's stern reprimand, Xue Jinli lowered her head, biting her lip, looking utterly aggrieved. Su Yang, evidently taken aback that what should have been his responsibility was instead shouldered by his senior disciple, pondered his own role in this dynamic. In a family, if the mother plays the role of the gentle mediator, the father must assume the harsher stance, lest the familial bonds fray. Very well, Xianer, your junior sister is not being obstinate. She merely feels wronged. I do not hold it against her. Su Yang spoke gently, attempting to soothe the situation. Xue Jinli's expression momentarily froze, as if he believed his ears were deceiving him. The usually stern master spoke with an unexpectedly gentle tone. A melodic sound akin to celestial music. Look how kind your master is to you. Should you not express your gratitude for being spared? Yuan Xian's voice turned frigid. Thank you, master. A great person does not hold grudges against the petty. The chancellor's heart is broad enough to accommodate a ship, prompted by the senior sister's reminder. Xue Jinli quickly raised his head and bowed respectfully. Hearing Xue Jinli's somewhat exaggerated praise, Lu Beifeng's cheeks flushed slightly. She hardly considered herself an exceptional celestial seed. However, under Xue Jinli's insinuating gaze, she immediately knelt before Su Yang and implored, Esteemed Peak Master, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Watching Lu Beifeng kneel, Su Yang found it hard to believe, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. How could it be her? In the original narrative, when Xue Jinli traveled to Qianyuan City to select celestial seeds, Lu Beifeng had rightfully claimed the top spot, only to be abducted by the formidable Master Wanjun. After arriving at Thunder Peak, there had been no news for several years. Su Yang had even suspected that the author had forgotten about Lu Beifeng's character. Now, Lu Beifeng reappeared, collaborating with the protagonist to eliminate Master Wanjun, who had initially been a primary antagonist. Master Wanjun intended to gradually wear down the spiritual seal, but alas, The protagonist's rapid growth denied him that opportunity. As for how Liu Beifeng became acquainted with Xiao Yi, the original text provided no clarification. Their relationship simply unfolded in a rather muddled manner. Later, as the protagonist ventured through the heavens, Liu Beifeng emerged as his most formidable ally. Undoubtedly the female lead with the most significant presence in the latter half of the original narrative. Thus, why did the formidable master Wanjun refrain from abducting Liu Beifeng this time? Could it be that the protagonist's appearance in Qinyuan City captivated Master Wanjun's attention entirely, causing him to overlook this true gem? This twist of fate led the plot in an extraordinary direction. Liu Beifeng was unexpectedly brought to Ziyun Peak by the little Koi, and she even sought to become his disciple. How remarkable! Su Yang's heart surged with excitement, difficult to contain. Although the protagonist possessed extraordinary fortune, what use is divine protection without strength and background? With early support and later reinforcement, all were his disciples. What could the protagonist possibly use to contend against him? Chapter 36. Tenfold Return, True Dragon Dao Fruit. Do you truly wish to become my disciple? Su Yang's gaze fell upon Liu Beifeng, his tone amiable. I do. Liu Beifeng replied without hesitation, bowing deeply. However, before you accept me as your disciple, I must clarify something. A few days ago, I encountered a mishap in my cultivation, resulting in the loss of my powers. I am now starting anew, barely reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment. If you find me unworthy, you may withdraw from Ziyun Peak while you still can. Yet, once you accept me as your master, it shall be a bond of lifelong loyalty. Should you defy me in the future, the entirety of Ziyun Peak shall seek your demise. Such a grave matter requires your careful consideration, and one must not act impulsively. Su Yang spoke solemnly. Upon hearing that her master had lost all his cultivation, Xue Jinli's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She quietly turned her head to glance at Situ Qingqing, who stood not far from her, and sent a mental transmission to question, Xiaoqing, such a significant matter as our master's loss of power, why did you not inform me? I was preoccupied with deceiving our master. I had no time to discuss this with you. Situ Qingqing shrugged, responding, Master instructed me not to mention it, fearing that you would worry, especially Yao Yao, who is currently undergoing the clan's inheritance and must not encounter any mishaps. Though her master had never explicitly conveyed such sentiments, she could persuade him to maintain the secrecy. At worst, she would endure another reprimand from him. Yet you cannot withhold every detail from me. Xue Jinli exclaimed, exasperated. Did I not reveal something? When you disembarked from the flying vessel, did I not subtly convey with my eyes to avoid entanglement with that old scoundrel Wanjun? Xue Jinli, in a fit of frustration, found herself momentarily speechless. But wait, master, as a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment, how could you have been so severely beaten by him for a full half an hour? As Xue Jinli began to sense something amiss, she furrowed her brow and questioned, Are you truly certain that master is at the 9th level of foundation establishment? Situ Qingqing's tone dripped with resignation. Whose foundation establishment at the 9th level resembles a true dragon raising its head. Even I, as a divine phoenix, cannot hope to subdue it. I can only plead for mercy. Upon hearing this, Xue Jinli lifted her gaze and was instantly struck dumb, her mind a whirlwind of confusion and buzzing thoughts. The aura was profound as a chasm, and the vitality surged like a dragon. Was this truly the 9th level of foundation establishment? Why did I feel as though I were a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the brilliant moon above? Xue Jinli was utterly astonished, nearly gasping in disbelief. Why did it seem that after losing his cultivation, the master appeared even more formidable? Sister Xue, you are still at the foundation establishment stage. When you reach the core formation stage, encountering the master will be akin to a mere mayfly glimpsing the vast sky. Situ Qingqing remarked bluntly. As the sole critic, the more she engaged in profound discussions with the master, the more she perceived his towering presence. She was certain that even if the master were at the 9th level of foundation establishment, he could easily overwhelm the naturally gifted sword heart of the senior sister. This was a crushing disparity of life levels. All the embellishments were in vain. Just wait. In a few days I will break through to the core formation stage. If I cannot match the master, surely I can surpass you, Xiaoqing? Xue Jinli felt a newfound determination to strive for cultivation. If one does not succeed, one cannot blame the unevenness of the path. She was eager to see whether, upon reaching the core formation stage, the master would indeed become even more inscrutable, as Xiaoqing suggested. Will you still wish to take me as your teacher? Su Yang asked with a serene expression. Liu Beifeng bowed deeply, speaking earnestly. The heart of Beifeng in serving the master remains unwavering through the ages. She was acutely aware of her uniqueness. Upon first encountering the master of Ziyun Peak, the spiritual imprint within her consciousness had stirred with unprecedented intensity, incessantly conveying feelings of excitement and urging her to hasten her apprenticeship. This spiritual imprint was remarkably extraordinary, capable of attracting fortune while warding off misfortune and even seeking opportunities. Yet, never before had it reacted so fervently, not even when she procured a millennium-old treasure from a den of demonic beasts. Thus, Liu Beifeng was convinced that if she were to become a disciple of Ziyun Peak, the benefits would be boundless. From this day forth, you shall be the 8th direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. Su Yang's gaze was profound, akin to the tranquil autumn waters that harbor the essence of time, shimmering with an endless serenity. Disciple Beifeng, I pay my respects to my esteemed master, exclaimed Liu Beifeng, unable to contain his joy. Rise. You have knelt for quite some time. It must be rather exhausting. Su Yang smiled softly, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze, warm and comforting, reminiscent of drifting clouds and flowing waters. This stirred the heart of the infamous Xue Jinli, who felt a subtle disturbance within. Master, have you truly changed so much after losing your cultivation? Xue Jinli inquired telepathically. The master had previously devoted himself solely to the pursuit of immortality, neglecting his disciples. After deep reflection on his past mistakes, he desired to become a kind and gentle master. Does that mean I can dance upon your abs, master? Xue Jinli's face brimmed with delight. A few years prior, she had incurred his wrath for a mere pinch, resulting in a painful reprimand that left her bedridden for 2 days. Ahem, senior sister Xue, the master may have spoken of being kind and gentle, but he never said he wouldn't discipline you. Just moments ago, junior sister took a beating for you. Have you already forgotten? Situ Qingming interjected, noticing Xue Jinli's mischievous intentions. No worries, my skin is tough, and I shall test the boundaries of master's patience. I want he perish. Xue Jinli boldly declared. After all, even delicate Qingqing had endured a half-hour of punishment and merely suffered a sore backside, indicating that the master's strength had indeed diminished. She was determined to seize this opportunity, for she had long coveted the master's chiseled physique. As Liu Beifeng rose, he cast a glance towards his esteemed master seated upon the dais, exuding an air of refined elegance. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved from his storage ring a spirit herb that bore the likeness of a dragon. Bowing his head respectfully, he proclaimed, Esteemed master, your disciple fortuitously acquired this millennium-old treasure from a beast den, and I wish to present it to you as a token of my apprenticeship. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Qian, Situ Qingqing, and Xue Jinli were momentarily rendered speechless, as if they had encountered an incredible revelation. Oh, let me have a look, said Su Yang, extending his hand to grasp the spirit herb. His eyes instantly brightened, and though his demeanor remained composed, within him surged a tempest akin to thunder crashing upon a placid lake, creating rippling waves of excitement. This was due to the system's notification echoing in his ears. Ding. Liu Beifeng has gifted the host the Millennium Spirit Herb, Dragon's Bloodgrass, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return of the true Dragon Dao fruit. The Dragon's Bloodgrass was, at best, a common weed that had absorbed a trace of dragon blood, evolving from mere foliage into a spirit herb. It was not particularly rare, indeed. Many beast-taming sects could cultivate it in abundance by drawing blood from their trained dragons. However, the specimen in Su Yang's possession was somewhat exceptional, as it had been tainted by a dragon on the verge of transformation, boasting an exceptionally pure bloodline and a remarkable age of 1,200 years, making it a rare treasure. Yet, when compared to the true Dragon Dao fruit, it paled insignificantly, akin to the disparity between pebbles and towering mountains. Even a newly formed Dao fruit would not be something the dragon's bloodgrass could aspire to touch. The true Dragon Dao fruit is nurtured by the blood of the true dragon, seizing the essence of heaven and earth. Every millennium, it encounters a tribulation. Each successful passage through a tribulation endows the true Dragon Dao fruit with a portion of the true dragon's physical form. A true Dragon Dao fruit that has endured for 10 millennia has faced 10 such tribulations, its shape likely resembling that of a true dragon, earning it the title of a supreme elixir. Upon consumption, it can transform one's constitution, cleanse the marrow, and significantly enhance physical prowess, possessing miraculous effects akin to resurrecting the dead and potentially allowing the consumer to metamorphose into a true dragon. However, Su Yang possesses the supreme Yang Dao body, which is even of a higher tier than the true dragon's precious physique. Therefore, while consuming this true dragon Dao fruit may not grant him the transformation into a true dragon, it will assist him in achieving a perfect golden core and greatly augment his physical form, replenishing his vitality and strengthening his kidneys. At that time, it is likely that Shaoqing will find it increasingly difficult to withstand his unparalleled might. Chapter 37. The Dignity of the Main Palace. Do not underrate the youth. The Jiaolong blood herb is of commendable quality. Since it is a heartfelt offering from Beifeng, I shall graciously accept it. Su Yang stored the Jiaolong blood herb in his storage ring, and then turned to Yuan Xian, smilingly inquiring, Xianer, how many heavenly and earthly spiritual items over 1,000 years old remain in the treasury? When Beifeng breaks through to the Golden Core realm, select a suitable portion for her. Furthermore, later, take her to the Divine Weapon Pavilion to choose a weapon that suits her, ensuring it is of no higher than a low-grade earthly tier. As for the resources required for monthly cultivation, take whatever is necessary without reservation. And one more matter. After acquiring the cultivation resources, take Beifeng to find a cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy. Su Yang spoke in an exceedingly casual tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, when it reached Liu Beifeng's ears, it transformed into celestial language, heavenly treasures, over 50, earthly weapons, not even considered high. Resources for cultivation, no need to economize. Is this human speech? No, it is the melodious tongue of the immortals. It must be noted that within the entire realm of cultivation, nearly all wandering practitioners spend their lives engaged in a singular pursuit, the relentless competition for resources. Whether they are striving for resources or traversing the path to acquire them, this is the essence of their existence. Even sects can only provide their disciples with the fundamental resources necessary for daily cultivation, once a disciple seeks to break through. They must undertake tasks for the sect or venture into the outside world in search of fortune, in order to accumulate sufficient resources for their advancement. It is utterly inconceivable to possess wealth as abundant as that of Ziyun Peak. Liu Beifeng blinked her beautiful eyes and opened her mouth, wanting to express something. Yet no words escaped her lips. She felt like a naive girl who had never seen the world, even battling the impulse to pinch herself to ascertain whether she was dreaming. Xue Jinli observed Liu Beifeng's foolish expression and covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Little Beifeng, there is no need for astonishment. Ziyun Peak is simply like this. Liu Beifeng suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How foolish she was. She had even contemplated presenting the heavenly treasures to her master, hoping to aid him in breaking through to the core formation stage. But Ziyun Peak was hardly lacking in heavenly treasures. With over 50 treasures aged more than 1,000 years, who could even begin to count those under a millennium? No wonder the three senior sisters had looked at her in disbelief when she mentioned offering a blood dragon grass to her master. How utterly mortifying. Seeing the faint blush on Liu Beifeng's charming face, Situ Qingqing tenderly attempted to alleviate the tension. Sister Xue, even the newly initiated junior sister has presented gifts to our master. Have you, during your extended absence, not stumbled upon any treasures? Ah, you, Situ Qingqing, with a new junior sister, have forsaken your elder sister. Fortunately, Xue Jinli possessed a quick wit. Not at all. In my eyes, junior sister Liu is the finest gift I could present to our master. It is you, little Qing, who remains at Ziyun Peak and has failed to attend to our master properly. Otherwise, how could there be any semblance of dignity left for your elder sister? Upon hearing this, Situ Qingqing felt somewhat chastened. I did take care of our master, albeit it was in a rather intimate manner. She puffed her cheeks in protest. When our master encountered difficulties in cultivation, I rushed to Ziyun Hall and personally attended to him for a full 2 hours. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with our master. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, a question mark hovering above his head. 2 hours of personal care. And you dare to boast? You nearly broke his back. Naturally, as the master observing the squabble between his two disciples, the best approach was to remain silent, offering no assistance to either side. Instead, he would wait until one of them conceded before privately providing comfort. Sister, you remain silent. It seems what little Qing claims is but a fabrication. Xue Jinli launched her offensive. Master, do speak up. Situ Qingqing's voice carried a hint of grievance. Su Yang was caught in a dilemma. Just as he pondered, he interjected, enough of this bickering. Jinli has secured the 8th personal disciple for Ziyun Peak, and little Qing has also devoted herself to caring for our master. Both have contributed in their own ways. Yuan Xianxian spoke at the opportune moment, causing Xue Jinli and Situ Qingqing to become subdued. Only she possessed the ability to command these two disciples. Suyang secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a look of deep appreciation towards Yuan Qianxian, thinking to himself, "My dear Qianxian indeed embodies the stature of a rightful consort. Qianxian, take the sorrowful wind and select your weapons. As for Qingqing and Jinli, you two shall assist the sorrowful wind in finding a cave suitable for her cultivation. I must retreat for seclusion and practice." In order to prevent a recurrence of the earlier situation, Su Yang began to usher them away. Yuan Qianxian replied, "Understood, Master." Shui Jinli said, "Master, please rest well." Situ Qingqing added, "Master, remember to balance work and rest, and take care of your health." Lu Beifeng expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Master." After the four enchanting disciples bowed in unison to Su Yang, they departed. As he watched his exceptional disciples leave, each with their own unique grace, Su Yang entered the rear hall and retrieved the true dragon fruit. In an instant, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the hall. The true dragon fruit resembled a real dragon, its scales shimmering with divine brilliance, exuding an overwhelming vitality akin to a surging sea of clouds, boundless and infinite. Truly, it deserves the title of true dragon fruit. Su Yang sighed in admiration and, without further hesitation, focused his mind and commenced the complete refinement of the fruit. At Tianlei Peak, in a modest disciple's cave. How dare they treat me so? Xiao Yi lay battered and bruised upon the stone bed, fists clenched, his eyes aflame with fury, an ocean of rage seeking an outlet. Xiao Yi's fury stemmed from his recent induction into the heavenly Thunder Peak, where he had anticipated claiming his rightful share of cultivation resources, only to be informed that his senior brother had collected them on his behalf. Enraged, he seethed with indignation. As the chosen one, he had always been the one to seize from others, never the victim of theft. He promptly inquired about the location of the senior brother's cave residence from the steward and, driven by righteous fury, sought him out with a tempestuous spirit. However, he was soon besieged and outnumbered. While his combat prowess was commendable, it was insufficient to contend against a multitude, especially with several core formation cultivators flanking the assailants. A single pair of fists proved inadequate against the combined might of many. Ultimately, he was defeated, not only losing his cultivation resources, but also having his personal cave residence usurped. Left with no alternative, he was compelled to seize a common disciple's dwelling. How infuriating! I am the chosen one, under the protection of the heavenly Tao. Do they truly believe they can overcome me? Such delusions. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Once I break through to the core formation stage, the humiliation I have endured today will be repaid 100-fold. Xiao Yi howled in fury, resembling a maddened beast, his face contorted with despair and resentment. Observing his disciples' torment, Li Lao, from within the jade pendant, could no longer remain indifferent, letting out a deep sigh. Alas! My child, do you not yet comprehend? This Qingming Sect is the place of your tribulation. I insisted you come here, unaware that a hidden force was scheming against you. For this, I owe you my sincerest apologies. Chapter 38, Walking on Thin Ice, 3 days to core formation. All the humiliation I endure today is entirely your fault. Xiao Yi seems to have found an outlet for his pent-up emotions, unleashing a torrent of negativity upon the old man. The old man could hardly believe that after enduring just a few setbacks, the once simple-hearted youth had morphed into this twisted figure, lacking even a hint of self-reflection, and casting all blame upon him. So be it, let it be. He could always seek a new host. After all, the jade pendant was of a unique material, impervious even to the mightiest of beings. Speak. Do not hide in the jade pendant in silence. I know you are feigning death. I state unequivocally that now that I have come to the Qingming Sect, I shall not depart. Furthermore, I shall seize the opportunities and the breathtaking beauty of Ziyun Peak. Should anyone dare to obstruct my path, I shall slay them. If heaven itself stands in my way, I shall challenge the heavens. Ha ha. Xiao Ye's expression contorted like that of a tormented demon, his maniacal and violent laughter echoing through the cave, creating an atmosphere of oppressive dread. Noting that the jade pendant remained unresponsive, Xiao Yu chillingly remarked, "Oldly, you wouldn't be contemplating a change of hosts, would you? Tell me, if I were to present you to Master Wanjun, how do you think he would handle you?" Xiao Ye's voice sounded like the whispered threat of a malevolent spirit. Menacingly directed at Oldly, originally prepared to feign death, Li Lao found himself unable to remain idle upon hearing those words. He sensed a trace of malevolent energy emanating from the formidable figure, suggesting that it could indeed be a spy planted by the demons within the Qingming Sect. Strong souls like his were particularly coveted by practitioners of the dark arts, as they could be refined into soul-calling banners. Speak, what do you wish for me to do? The voice of Li Lao resonated from the jade pendant, imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. Enhance my strength, by any means necessary, within 6 months. I desire to be the sole direct disciple of the Thunder Peak. Xiaoyu proclaimed his demands with fervor. Alas, Li Lao sighed deeply. I possess a martial technique here, complementary to the burning heaven profound art. Yet this technique, yet what? Xiaoyu interrupted, his frustration palpable. Li Lao, I once regarded you as a master and diligently sought after spiritual treasures for your recovery. I never anticipated you would conceal such things from me. Had I not pressed you repeatedly, you would likely have kept it hidden forever. In your heart, you probably never considered me a disciple. So be it. From this day forth, our relationship shall be one of mere cooperation. Once I seize the opportunity at Ziyun Peak, we shall stand even. Now, hand over the martial technique. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, his emotions surging forth, tears uncontrollably spilling from his eyes. In his eyes, the Venerable of Fire had never genuinely accepted him as a disciple. He had merely been a pawn all along. Even clay figurines possess a modicum of fiery temperament. How much more so does the Venerable Li Lao, once a supreme being? Upon hearing Xiao Ye's desperate and vehement denunciation, he felt as though all his previous efforts had been in vain. Had it not been for him, Xiao Ye would have perished at the hands of his vengeful pursuers. How could he possibly have attained his current level of cultivation, let alone any fortuitous encounters? Even the spirit pet, the little ferret, was a result of his enlightenment. Xiao Ye was nothing short of an ungrateful wretch. Regrettably, he had been deceived by the latter's seemingly simple exterior at the outset. Release your mind, and I shall impart my martial arts to you. Li Lao chose not to utter further words. If this ungrateful wretch desired the martial arts that came at the cost of longevity, he would oblige. Xiao Ye immediately opened his mind, and a beam of white light surged forth from the jade pendant, penetrating his brow. Earth-tier martial art, wrathful fire lotus. Xiao Ye's fearsome visage suddenly radiated with ecstatic joy, plunging him into a state of utter madness. With this martial art, who on Thunder Peak could possibly stand against me? Who? Li Lao observed with a cold gaze, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. His life had been akin to walking on thin ice, having calculated countless celestial omens, yet he had erred twice, once losing his corporeal form, and now. Would he be able to reach the other shore? Time flowed like fleeting clouds and morning dew. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At Thunder Peak, within the cave dwelling of Xiaoyu. I have succeeded. Xiaoyu opened his eyes, flipping his wrist to reveal 2 blazing fire lotuses materializing in his palm, burning fiercely as if they were extraordinary flames nurtured by the heavens, causing the surrounding void to ripple with heat. After 3 days of arduous training, he finally mastered the technique of the fiery lotus of wrath. His cultivation also ascended from the 5th level of foundation establishment to the 6th level. In just 3 days, he achieved a minor breakthrough that even the strongest direct disciples of the Qingming Sect could not accomplish. Emerging from seclusion, he was ready to challenge. With fervent ambition, Xiao Ye, although he had only advanced 1 realm, experienced a significant enhancement in combat prowess. The liquid mana he had condensed within his body had increased by an additional 800 drops. With a total of 3,800 drops of liquid mana, he was more than capable of challenging early-stage core formation disciples, and perhaps even had the strength to contend with those in the mid-core formation stage. Xiao Ye made up his mind. Just as he was preparing to leave his cave dwelling, a gentle voice called from outside. Disciple, may I enter? It was the Master Wan Jun. Xiao Ye felt a surge of resentment. This ungrateful master had chosen to appear only after he had endured humiliation and oppression from that group of beasts, waiting until his injuries had healed before making his entrance. Likely with ulterior motives. One cannot expect to have the horse run while keeping it from grazing. Such bargains are rare in this world. He resolved silently that if Master Wan Jun required him to undertake any tasks, he would refuse unless adequately compensated. Come in, Master, Xiao Ye replied weakly, feigning an injured demeanor as he lay in bed. Disciple, it is my fault. In these past few days, I have been so preoccupied with the matters accumulating at Thunder Peak that I neglected to remind your senior brothers not to treat you harshly, which led to your injuries. As soon as he entered, Master Wan Jun strode to Xiao Ye's side and sat down with an expression full of regret. However, my disciple, rest assured, I have commanded those few senior brothers who assaulted you to contemplate their actions on the wall of reflection for 10 years. Seeing your injuries still unhealed truly pains me, for your suffering is a burden on my heart. With that, Master Wanjun retrieved a jade vial from within his robes and placed it into Xiao Ye's hands. This vial contains 10 Xingyang pills, which not only aid in your healing but also enhance your cultivation. I hope this can somewhat compensate for your ordeal. Holding the jade vial, Xiao Ye's gaze towards Master Wanjun shifted profoundly, his heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master. My injuries are nearly healed. The Qingyang pills, crafted from several rare herbs imbued with solar properties, may hold limited value for ordinary practitioners. However, for one possessing the Yangyan battle body, they are of immense benefit, capable of awakening latent potential and enhancing cultivation, a true treasure. Master Wanjun must have recognized his unique constitution to specially select the Qingyang pills for him. Such sincerity. This is no mere mentor. This is a true fatherly figure, far superior to that elderly, who merely spun grand tales while occasionally siphoning his spiritual essence. Now, these Qingyang pills are meant to elevate your cultivation. Are you prepared to embark on a grand endeavor here at my Thunder Peak? Master Wanjun inquired with a smile. Certainly. The disciple has ascended to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, nearing the realm of core formation. Xiao Yi, brimming with confidence, sat up from his bed. But before he could finish his words, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon. An unparalleled and chilling aura surged forth from Ziyun Peak, enveloping the entire Qingming Sect in an instant. Countless disciples halted in their tracks, gazing into the distance, eager to uncover the cause of such a tremendous commotion emanating from Ziyun Peak. At that moment, an elder, filled with uncertainty, remarked, "It seems that someone is attempting to break through to the core formation realm. Yet, this overwhelming wave of spiritual power resembles that of an infant manifestation. Could it be that Shuijinli, the one with a unique constitution from Ziyun Peak, is undergoing a breakthrough? Rather than indulging in baseless speculation, it would be prudent to set forth immediately to Ziyun Peak to witness the event firsthand, allowing for clarity in understanding the situation. However, perhaps it is best to refrain. The temperament of the Peak Master at Ziyun Peak is notoriously irritable. Anyone daring to trespass without permission would surely invoke the wrath of his treasured sword, Zixiao. Wasn't Zixiao offered to the sect? Indeed, it was given as a reward for the mission to slay the serpent in Yingxiu Gorge, subsequently taken away by the Peak's foremost disciple, Yuanling Xian. Is it truly conceivable that anyone would believe that Peak Master Su is selfless, devoted solely to the sect? Chapter 39. The True Dragon's Manifestation, a Display of Extravagance. Ziyun Peak. Under the overwhelming and terrifying pressure, the surrounding void rippled like a tranquil lake disturbed by a sudden thunderclap. Disciples closer to Ziyun Peak felt an overwhelming suffocation, as if an unseen force grasped their heads and forcefully submerged them into a swamp, choking their mouths and noses, threatening to plunge them into unconsciousness. Fortunately, Elder Ning Ying intervened, dissipating this unconscious pressure. In the next moment, boundless clouds rose, enveloping the entirety of Ziyun Peak. Within them, it seemed that a legendary creature was gestating. Witnessing this scene, countless disciples were seized by a profound fear. Even the elders of the Ning Ying realm paled, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the figure dancing freely in the mist. A dragon? A true dragon? How could this be? Wasn't the true dragon extinct since ancient times? My heavens, what has Ziyun Peak done behind our backs? You were allowed to break through to the core formation stage, but not to give birth to a true dragon. Why do I feel as though our entire Qingming Sect and Ziyun Peak are not even on the same page? No wonder they have claimed the top spot in the Six Veins Grand Competition for 7 consecutive sessions. Disciples from various peaks gazed nervously at the spectacle above Ziyun Peak, filled with both fear and envy, including the recently joined Li Tsangxuan from Tianlai Peak. A true dragon? Li Tsangxuan looked up, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within, reminiscent of his earlier experience in Xianyuan City when he sought answers from his heart, as if he had lost something of great importance. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and go feed senior brother Lu's spirit pet. If you dare to provoke me when I am famished, you shall see the consequences. A slender youth, resembling a bamboo pole, cast a menacing glare at Li Tsangxuan. Let us move, Li Tsangxuan replied, his tone exceedingly humble, his demeanor lowered to the dust. Without delay, he hurriedly carried a wooden bucket filled with spiritual materials toward the place where the spirit pets resided. One misstep leads to another. He had thought that by abandoning Ziyun Peak and choosing Tianlai Peak, he could enjoy a life of ease. Little did he anticipate that the atmosphere at Tianlai Peak was even more depraved than he had imagined. At that moment, a soothing voice resonated from the peak of the sect leader, rich with an enchanting timbre, imbued with an extraordinary power that reverberated throughout the entire Qingming Sect, calming the restless disciples across the peaks. It was the voice of the sect leader. Wow, the sect leader's voice is truly melodious. If only I could listen to it every day, I would gladly become a direct disciple. How shameless, indulging in both food and favors. It turns out it was not a true dragon, but merely a manifestation of its illusion. How casually you speak. According to ancient texts, in the entire Northern Territory, over 5 millennia, those who exhibited manifestations upon breaking through to the core formation realm ultimately achieved no less than the status of a respected elder. This implies that this disciple of Ziyun Peak, on the verge of breaking through to the core formation realm, possesses the qualifications to compete with the extraordinary talents of previous generations. A strict master begets exceptional disciples, under the tutelage of Master Su Yang. Each of his 7 disciples displays the bearing of a respected elder. 8 revered figures from one peak. This notion stirs my heart. May I withdraw from my current peak and choose to join Ziyun Peak now? With your capabilities, you have likely not even set foot at the base of the mountain before being cast out. The tone of the crowd was imbued with deep envy, a yearning that compelled them to wish to immediately become disciples of Su Yang. At the Thunderbolt Peak, within the disciples' cave residence, just as Xiao Yi was about to utter some boastful words, his expression stiffened. He opened his mouth only to close it again, cautiously stating, "I shall do my utmost." The elderly, encased within the jade pendant, was nearly taken aback by Xiao Ye's unexpected humility. This was not the Xiao Yi he had come to know. "Whoever you are, quickly dismount from Xiao Yi." The Master Wan Jun felt a tinge of disappointment within, yet maintained an impassive facade, reassuringly saying, "As long as you do your best, that is sufficient." He then imparted a few more words to Xiao Yi before taking his leave. "Elderly, come forth." Shortly after Master Wan Jun departed, Xiao Yi exclaimed with indignation, "What is the matter?" Elderly inquired dismissively. "That opportunity, which rightfully belonged to me, has now been snatched away by another, and you dare to ask me what is the matter?" Xiao Ye's voice was stern, the fury within his chest nearly spilling over. In Xiao Ye's heart, he had long claimed all of Ziyun Peak as his own. Although he was unaware of who had achieved the breakthrough, he was certain that this person had usurped his fortune. The manifestation of a true dragon during a breakthrough is a chance that defies the heavens. If he were to seize this opportunity, it would undoubtedly lead to the emergence of a true dragon, and at that moment, the entire Qingming Sect, from the elders to the disciples, would look up to him with reverence. It is even possible that the enchanting sect leader would be captivated by him, though he had only heard her voice and never seen her. Xiao Yi was certain that the sect leader would be no less alluring than the 7 beauties of Ziyun Peak. The spotlight that rightfully belonged to him had been usurped by another. How could this not incite Xiao Ye's fury? It was utterly intolerable. Thus he, consumed by an overwhelming rage, clenched his fist and struck the wall of the cave dwelling with great force. A cry of pain erupted. Xiao Yi clutched his bloodied fist. Howling in agony, his expression twisted in torment, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at the wall before him, unable to comprehend its formidable hardness. "Li Lao." He sighed. "Well, nothing has changed. Xiao Yi remains as he always was, arrogant and thoughtless." The cave was protected by a defensive formation, rendering it impossible for cultivators below the condensation realm to make any impact. Li Lao kindly explained, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? Were you intentionally waiting to witness my humiliation?" Xiao Yi growled lowly, his frustration palpable. Li Lao, feeling somewhat foolish for his words, questioned why he couldn't simply enjoy the spectacle in peace. "Tell me," Xiao Yi pressed, "how can I obtain the opportunity at Ziyun Peak?" Sensing that he had spoken too harshly, Xiao Yi softened his tone, still cradling his injured hand. Li Lao longed to say it was unattainable, that there were hidden forces manipulating the fate, and that obtaining even a mere fragment of opportunity would be a stroke of luck, let alone without risking one's life. Yet, he feared that such words might provoke Xiao Yi into offering the jade pendant directly to Master Wan Jun. The old man has calculated that by the time of the 6 veins competition, fortune shall undoubtedly fall into your hands. When he spins his tales, there is no need for him to draft them beforehand, for after all, deception is his true vocation. However, not all of his words are mere fabrications. At least according to the celestial signs he previously glimpsed, the opportunities of Ziyun Peak have already been secured. Very well, I shall await the 6 veins competition. When the time comes, I will ensure that the thief who has pilfered my fortune meets a fate devoid of any burial. The gaze of Xiaoyu was fierce as a blade, radiating an oppressive chill. At Ziyun Peak, by the shores of Tianqin Lake, Xue Jinli was humming a tune while soaking in a medicinal bath that promised to enhance her cultivation. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed in her ears, startling her nearly out of the wooden tub. Staring blankly towards the direction of Ziyun Hall, she exclaimed, "Master! Master! Has this signified a breakthrough to the core formation stage? Ah, Master has surpassed me in recultivation. How can I continue to laze about like this? No, I must not indulge any longer. From this day forth, I shall refrain from soaking. Well, perhaps starting tomorrow, since today is nearly spent. A few hours of effort would yield less than a comfortable soak." In the peach blossom grove, within the loft, Sita Qingxing was entirely ensconced in her bedding, crouched down as she concentrated intently on studying martial arts manuals. She hoped that by the next sparring session with her master, she would not so quickly be reduced to tears and begging for mercy, at least managing to endure for a bit longer. Perhaps even a single incense stick's worth of time. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, pinning Sita Qingxing down. This pressure? Has Master achieved a breakthrough? This book has become utterly useless. Sita Qingxing pressed her crimson lips together, extricating herself from the covers. Her deep-set eyes gazing at the manual in her hands with a sense of helplessness, ultimately placing it aside. A delicate blush adorned her exquisite cheeks. Before the absolute power, all techniques appear as mere embellishments. Chapter 40. Su Yang is poisoned. Yuan Xian serves the vow. In the sword-testing pavilion upon the cloud cliff, Yuan Xian, clad in a flowing white dress, lowered her head, holding a brush as she sketched something unknown, a tender flush gracing her cheeks, resembling a flower blooming gracefully in the wind. The book described it thus. Whether it is accurate remains uncertain. It should be, after all, she had experimented. Regrettably, her master is currently in seclusion, otherwise. Yuan Xian paused her drawing, lifting her gaze, a unique glimmer sparkling in her apricot eyes. Her master is about to emerge from seclusion. Grasping the Zixiao, she summoned her 3-foot azure blade and soared towards the Ziyun Hall. Within the Ziyun Hall, Su Yang sat cross-legged, emanating a terrifying aura akin to a colossal furnace of heaven and earth. His eyes were tightly shut, and above him, a crimson dragon writhed and roared menacingly. In a moment, his heart resonated with a profound, thunderous sound, reminiscent of an ancient beast's low growl, as he voraciously absorbed the essence of the true dragon Dao fruit, causing the visible manifestation of the dragon to dissipate. Within the Dantian, a multitude of liquid mana was distinctly visible, coalescing and compressing with the precision of ants constructing their nest, forming a resplendent golden elixir. This elixir spun at an astonishing speed, unleashing violent fluctuations that stirred endless ripples, causing the blood and qi coursing through his limbs to surge like a tumultuous river, relentlessly battering the riverbanks. The sheer volume of liquid mana he possessed, numbering in the tens of thousands of droplets, rendered him unmatched even among the most formidable prodigies of bygone eras. Consequently, the time required for him to condense the elixir far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Waves of mana rippled across his body. Were he an ordinary practitioner, his form would have cracked and perhaps even shattered his Dantian, relegating him to a state of utter helplessness. The path to breakthrough was fraught with peril. Yet, endowed with a supreme yang physique, cultivated to perfection, his flesh bore a resilience akin to divine gold and fallen iron. Thus, the lethal residual waves of mana not only failed to inflict any harm upon him, but were entirely absorbed by his meridians and flesh. Time passed. The crimson gold liquid mana collided and surged countless times, gradually giving birth to a radiant red golden core within Su Yang's Dantian, steadily solidifying. The realm of elixir condensation was achieved. Moreover, his level continued to ascend. First layer of elixir condensation. Second layer of elixir condensation. Third layer of elixir condensation. Fourth layer of elixir condensation. Until he reached the 8th layer of elixir condensation, at which point the trend of breakthroughs began to wane. The true dragon Dao fruit was indeed extraordinary. Su Yang opened his eyes, the formidable aura abruptly retracting, his gaze calm and unperturbed. Within his inner sight, he beheld a flawless golden core, exuding a shimmering red radiance, round and smooth in its perfection. Though the size of the golden core may not differ from that of an ordinary cultivator, its might is truly incomparable. To put it plainly, with but one hand, He could easily overpower 20 of C2 Qingming and still have the strength to strike down 10 of Yuan Qianxian. As for Shui Jinli, at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, he could hardly be bothered to mention her. This is not mere arrogance, under the enhancements of the Ziyun Dao body, the Eternal Indestructible Sutra, and the True Dragon Dao Fruit. Even the slightest elevation in his realm results in an extraordinarily terrifying increase in combat prowess. He is confident that he could contend with those ancient figures recorded in texts, the youth emperors who overshadowed entire generations, without facing defeat. Furthermore, his spiritual consciousness has expanded significantly. If he were to project it outward, it would likely encompass a significant portion of the Qingming Sect, if not the entirety. The Golden Core stage remains rather feeble. He hopes to break through to the embryonic breathing stage within 10 days and restore his former cultivation level within a month. At that time, as Su Yang mused, an unusual sensation suddenly surged within him. Am I poisoned? I have never heard of such a drawback from consuming the true Dragon Dao fruit. Meanwhile, Yuan Qianxian swiftly arrived at the Ziyun Hall, her sword gliding effortlessly through the air. She glanced around, noting that aside from herself, there were no other disciples present, which eased her mind as she gracefully entered the hall. Master? Upon reaching the door of the rear hall, Yuan Qianxian suppressed her inner embarrassment and gently knocked. There was no sound from within, and she immediately sensed something amiss. After all, given that the anomaly had dissipated, it would be expected for her master to have completed their meditation by now. Master, please do not blame your disciple. I am merely concerned for your safety. Yuan Qianxian took a resolute breath and pushed open the door, revealing a scene that filled her with concern. Tattered fragments of clothing lay scattered about, and her master sat bare-chested upon a mat, one hand resting on his forehead while the other rubbed his eyes, seemingly struggling to focus. Yuan Qianxian hurried closer, her tone urgent, her gaze reflecting profound worry. Master, have you encountered a mishap in your cultivation? The last time, you fell into a state of turmoil, losing all your progress and having to start anew. It is a testament to your exceptional character, for had it been an ordinary practitioner, they would have succumbed to despair long ago. Yet, should you lose your progress again, I fear the burden may be too much for you to bear. Ah, my dear Xianer, you seem different today. Why do you appear so? Su Yang murmured softly, puzzled. An illusion? Does this mean I exist, even in my master's visions? A blush crept across Yuan Qianxuan's delicate features. Her enchanting eyes filled with shyness as she softly replied, Master, I am not an illusion. I am very much real. Ha ha. In my illusion, Xianer can even speak. Let me see, aside from your words, what other remarkable qualities do you possess? Su Yang, captivated by the sight of his phantom disciple clad in a white dress, could not help but reach out, gently pinching her soft cheek. The sensation felt astonishingly real. Master, do you now believe that I am indeed here? Yuan Qianxian blinked her charming almond-shaped eyes, her demeanor exuding an endearing innocence. Su Yang's consciousness began to clear somewhat as he shook his head, causing the strange illusions that had previously clouded his vision to vanish, leaving only the sight of a flowing white gown before him. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his eyes as he fidgeted and inquired, Disciple, did I just say anything peculiar? Yuan Qianxian shook her head, replying, You didn't say much, just asked why I was still wearing clothes. Indeed, why are you clothed? You would look far more enchanting without them. Su Yang suddenly realized something was amiss and hastily suppressed his errant thoughts, his demeanor becoming increasingly flustered. I apologize. I consumed a celestial herb which resulted in an influx of malevolent energy, rendering me indiscreet and causing my genuine thoughts to spill forth. No, what I meant was, the more he attempted to clarify, the more muddled his mind became, as the previously vanished illusions began to resurface. After all, having played the role of a false master for so many days, he felt he deserved to indulge a little. Genuine thoughts? The master truly harbors interest in me. Yuan Qianxian felt a surge of delight within, yet upon hearing that her master had been affected by the poison from the celestial herb, she immediately recalled the dragon's blood grass that Liu Beifeng had presented. Could it be that Liu Beifeng was a spy planted by a rival faction? How audacious! Although Liu Beifeng possessed exceptional talent, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, and the prospect of exchanging him for a master with 100% chance of advancing to the rank of a venerable being was something any faction would welcome. Upon reflecting on this, Yuan Qianxuan's brows furrowed in anger, her garments rustling as her fury surged, compelling her to draw her sword in pursuit of Liu Beifeng. However, Su Yang discerned the turmoil within his esteemed disciple and grasped her wrist, gently pressing his forehead against hers as he elucidated. It is not as you perceive. Your junior sister is unharmed. It is the blood of the flood dragon that stirs unrest within me. As Su Yang explained, Yuan Xinchuan's understanding dawned upon her. The offspring of dragons are inherently diverse, and anything related to dragons typically harbors some degree of unruliness, with the flood dragon epitomizing this capriciousness. Master, the treasury houses far superior celestial treasures. Why resort to this flood dragon blood herb? Yuan Qianxin felt the searing warmth emanating from Su Yang's palm as he held her wrist, her gaze flickering between uncertainty and clarity. What celestial treasure could possibly rival the essence of a true dragon's Dao fruit aged for millennia? Su Yang sought to divert her attention, attempting to dismiss the beguiling visions before him. After all, this flood dragon blood herb is a token of your junior sister's heartfelt intentions. Were it a gift from you, I would gladly partake. Master Yu. Chapter 41. The lipstick of affection, unwavering and enduring. What is the matter, master? Su Yang, momentarily slow to react, lowered his gaze in confusion. How did Shinner end up in my embrace? A sudden shock coursed through him, prompting him to release her. Shinner. It was unintentional. I was merely affected by the circumstances. It matters not. As your disciple, it is my duty to be considerate of you, master. Yuan Xinxian did not struggle out of Su Yang's embrace, lightly biting her lip, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate feathers. Therefore, as long as I can alleviate Master's poison, I am willing to do anything. Su Yang meticulously examined the exquisite visage nestled in his arms, her brows elegantly arched, clearly meticulously adorned. Particularly, a hint of rouge graced her lips, exuding a dewy sheen reminiscent of cherries kissed by morning dew, causing his throat to constrict. Disciple, what is this rouge on your lips made of? It has such a delightful fragrance. It is my secret concoction, made from various mystical flower petals. Not only does it smell exquisite, but it is also edible, Yuan Qianxian replied, her cheeks flushed as she tilted her face up, her deep-set eyes artfully concealing any hint of embarrassment. Master, would you like to try it? Seeing his eldest disciple so bold, Su Yang felt compelled to match her courage, leaning down to taste the alluring balm. However, before he could reach that fragrant softness, a slender jade finger intercepted him. Su Yang furrowed his brow. Disciple, that is not how you should taste it. It is meant to be done this way. Yuan Qianxian momentarily lost her mischievous intent, gently kissing her own finger. So, how does it taste? Have you experienced it? Experience it? Not at all, though the taste of your finger is indeed quite pleasant. Su Yang replied with a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is rather fragrant. Master, it is not good to lie. It sets a poor example for your disciple. You clearly have not tasted anything, Yuan Qianxian teased, her gaze playfully fixed on Su Yang. Was her eldest disciple merely toying with him? Su Yang, caught off guard, had yet to utter a word when he realized that the delicate fingers, which had been poised at his lips, were suddenly withdrawn. In a moment of instinct, his soft, reddened lips met his in a fervent kiss, the faint fragrance of rouge tantalizing his senses, igniting an overwhelming desire to savor every trace of it. Yuan Jinxuan's eyes betrayed a hint of shyness, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her long, thick lashes fluttered as if contemplating something profound. Su Yang had intended to seize the opportunity for more, but in an instant, his expression froze, as though his mind had been consumed by a zombie. After a prolonged silence, their lips parted. Yuan Jinxian exhaled deeply, a blush gracing her brow as she gazed at her master, asking playfully, Master, do I taste good? Delicious. He replied, feeling remarkably rejuvenated, as if the toxins within him had been alleviated. Su Yang slightly nodded, relishing the newfound lightness coursing through his body, almost ethereal in its sensation. Master, I must say, you seem to be succumbing to the poison even more, Yuan Jinxian retorted with a playful huff. Su Yang, puzzled, responded. With a soft, melodious tone, Yuan Jinxian remarked, this feels quite pleasant. Su Yang murmured, you may be right, but my thoughts are muddled at present, and I fear I cannot devise an effective solution. Fear not, master, for I have already formulated a plan. You need only to cooperate with me. Yuan Jinxian maintained a serious demeanor, devoid of any personal sentiments, yet her wandering gaze betrayed her inner thoughts. She then retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring and busily began her preparations. Before long, Yuan Jinxian concluded her tasks. Her expression resembled that of a nurse tenderly caring for a patient as she gently said, Master, please do not be anxious. You must relax. Otherwise, it may adversely affect the efficacy of the treatment. Su Yang, ever compliant, closed his eyes and allowed Nurse Yuan to administer the detoxification. It felt refreshing, akin to applying a cooling balm to his temples. Master, among all your disciples, whom do you cherish the most? Yuan gazed intently at the closed eyes of Su Yang, a hint of frustration creeping into her demeanor. Was she truly such a disappointment as a senior disciple, failing to win her master's affection? Lowering her head, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, reflecting her sense of injustice. And what about that disciple, she asked quietly, unwilling to relent. Xin'er, in comparison to your fellow junior sisters, my sentiments towards you are more akin to compassion and guilt, Su Yang replied. His expression weighed down by gravity. Yuan lifted her gaze, crystalline tears trapped within her lashes, desperately holding back the flood as she spoke. Her voice laced with sorrow. Master, why do you say that? Xin'er, you were the first disciple I took after establishing Ziyun Peak. Yet the time I have spent guiding you pales in comparison to that of my other disciples. Moreover, during my seclusion for cultivation, all affairs of Ziyun Peak rested solely upon your shoulders. You are also tasked with guiding your junior sisters in their training. And should any urgent matters arise within the sect, it is you, the esteemed disciple of Ziyun Peak, who steps forth to address them. Despite the multitude of responsibilities that weigh upon you, you have never faltered in your own cultivation. Xin'er, among all my disciples, you alone bear the heaviest burden and yet never cause me concern. Paradoxically, you are the most diligent and filial. Upon hearing my explanation, tears that had gathered in Yuan's eyes dissipated like mist in the wind, her heart leaping joyfully within her chest. So, everything I have done has been noticed by my master, Su Yang continued. I often ponder, had I not taken you into my fold, would you perhaps lead a more carefree life, with more smiles adorning your face? Yet, upon reflection, I realize that a disciple as exceptional and understanding as you, Xin'er, should not be deprived of my mentorship. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime, perhaps even waking in the night to chastise myself. Therefore, Xin'er, no matter how much I feel I owe you, you must not leave my side. Remain with me for eternity, will you? A lifetime of unwavering companionship? Is my master confessing his feelings to me? Yuan felt her cheeks flush deeply, nearly radiating heat from her shyness. She bit her lip and nodded earnestly. Yes, I will remain by my master's side for a lifetime, devoted until the end, growing old together. As she spoke the latter part, her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible to herself. Disciple, what did you just say? Su Yang questioned with confusion. No, nothing. Yuan blushed, stammering as if reluctant to let her master delve deeper. Suddenly, her expression shifted, reverting to that of the stern nurse, her small face taut. And she spoke with a serious tone. Master, the first treatment has concluded. It is now time for the second session. Chapter 42. The Celestial Maiden of Red Lawn. The Qi Yuan cave in the rear hall of the Purple Cloud. At dusk, Su Yang sat upon a mat, his thoughts in disarray. During this interval, he had been concerned that Qing'er might intrude recklessly, even preparing to utter the phrase, Qing'er, your timing is impeccable, to navigate any awkwardness. However, Qing'er did not come. Nor was there even a trace of her. Su Yang surmised that she must be feeling apprehensive. As he had anticipated, Qing'er was either absorbed in contemplating a new martial arts manual or diligently working to enhance her defenses. With this in mind, Su Yang's gaze fell upon his eldest disciple resting on the bed. Due to the fusion with his disciple's essence, Su Yang's cultivation had remarkably ascended from the 8th to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. He was now but a step away from the nascent soul realm. Indeed, I possess an extraordinary talent for reaping the benefits from others, Su Yang mused, his heart untroubled. Yet, to rely solely on his disciple as a means to elevate his own cultivation was, evidently, a fanciful dream. After all, there were only so many disciples he had, unless. Su Yang recalled a uniquely positioned character from the original narrative, Ji Hongwan, the esteemed leader of the Qingming Sect. A paragon of beauty endowed with the profound Yin evil body, and one of the two revered void breakers of the sect. The duality of the Xianin evil body and his supreme Yang Dao body complements each other, harmonizing with the grand principles of Yin and Yang in the cosmos. If they were to cultivate together daily, his realm could steadily advance before his ascension to the esteemed rank of a venerable. However, according to the scant memories left by his past incarnation, the former self had gravely offended this individual. Upon entering the Qingming Sect, Ji Hongwan, recognizing his remarkable talent, sought to take him as a disciple. Yet, he callously rejected her with the rationale, "Your talent is inferior to mine. How could you possibly be my master?" Subsequently, he chose not to take on any mentors, relying solely on his own merits to become the youngest transformation true monarch in the Northern Prefecture, even establishing his own peak as the master of Ziyun Peak. Such remarkable feats naturally captured the attention of the somewhat resentful Ji Hongwan. In fact, she privately hinted that she would overlook past grievances and, should he wish, could nurture him as the next sect leader of the Qingming Sect without the need for formal apprenticeship. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, pursuing his own path, and at times even subtly opposing Ji Hongwan, solely because he could not abide her status as a woman holding the title of sect leader. In summary, one could encapsulate the situation in a single phrase: a staunchly unyielding man, whose demise would be of no consequence. In the original narrative, I recall that Ji Hongwan made her first appearance after the opening of the Qi Yuan Venerable's cave, where a conflict arose among the sect disciples over opportunities, leading to clashes with other sects and drawing the attention of their elders, which in turn summoned the sect leaders, a cascade of escalating confrontations. Ultimately, Ji Hongwan triumphed, single-handedly overpowering several sect leaders, including one from the prestigious East Desert, thereby solidifying her legendary status as the Fairy of Hongwan throughout the Eight Desolations. The catalyst for this conflict was none other than the protagonist, Xiao Yi. This individual, emboldened by the suppression of cultivators' abilities within the Qiyuan cave, found himself at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, bolstered further by an ancient jade pendant from his grandfather and a unique spirit pet, a small ferret. Within the confines of the Qiyuan cave, he would brazenly declare, "This item is fated to be mine," seizing every treasure that caught his eye, regardless of whether it was found within the secret realm or brought along. However, he eventually encountered formidable opposition when he provoked a scion from one of the top sects of the Eastern Wilderness, who was there to hone his skills. Despite exerting all his strength, Xiao Yi was no match for this Eastern prodigy and could only retreat in disgrace. Yet, as the fated child of destiny, he could not simply swallow his humiliation. After his escape, he sought out the leading disciple of the Qingming Sect and, in his presence, distorted the truth, claiming that his opportunities had been snatched away and that he had been severely beaten by the Eastern disciple. Enraged, the leading disciple rallied a significant number of Qingming Sect disciples to confront this Eastern prodigy. However, the Eastern prodigy was no ordinary foe. He managed to unite nearly all the disciples from other sects, excluding the Qingming Sect, to stand against them within the Qiyuan cave. Although the disciples of the Qingming Sect were generally stronger, they were outnumbered, while the disciples from the other sects, despite their weaker abilities, vastly outnumbered the Qingming Sect. With the formidable strength of the Eastern prodigy on their side, the two factions found themselves at an impasse. At this crucial moment, a pivotal figure emerged, Wan Yuer, the second disciple of Ziyun Peak. She, hailing from the majestic Ziyun Peak and profoundly influenced by the legacy of Su Yang, places the sect above all else. Thus, upon learning of the situation, she resolutely set out alone to confront the renowned prodigy of the Eastern Wilderness. Not only was the prodigy defeated, but he also sustained grave injuries, rendering the alliance he had summoned against the Qingming Sect utterly ineffective, leading to its rapid disintegration. As for the protagonist, Xiao Yi, seizing the opportunity, he ruthlessly struck down the drowned rat, not only claiming the prodigy's fortune, but also seizing the treasured Earth-grade spiritual artifact, the Yuan magnetic core, which the prodigy had stealthily extracted from the sect. Naturally, the Eastern Wilderness prodigy was unwilling to accept the loss of his sect's treasure and promptly sent a message to the elders of his sect upon exiting his cave dwelling. However, due to Xiao Hongwan's overwhelming defeat of the sect leader of the Eastern Wilderness, the leader found himself unable to demand the return of the Yuan magnetic core from Xiao Yi and was forced to retreat in disgrace alongside the injured prodigy. The Qiyuan cave, which accommodates cultivators up to the perfected golden core stage, indeed aligns well with my capabilities. Should I join in the excitement? The answer is a resounding yes, for the protagonist's fortune is also mine to claim. This Qiyuan cave is a destination not just for me, but for all disciples residing on Ziyun Peak. Perhaps, from one of the disciples, I might once again receive an extraordinary return of fortunes. It is worth noting that since my arrival, I have experienced 3 instances of a 10,000-fold return, each significantly enhancing my combat prowess. Therefore, I must make my way to the Qiyuan cave, A few days later, at Tianlai Peak, a youth of unremarkable appearance, with a shadowy demeanor, stood before the cave of the 99th disciple, Qingming, and proclaimed loudly, "Xiao Yi, I have come to challenge you today." The sound resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the entire Thunder Peak. This madman, having rested for merely half a day, sought yet another challenge. Those who had faced him in the past were either gravely injured or perished. Was there truly no one to intervene? Who would dare to intervene? The Peak Master had issued a stern decree forbidding disciples from exploiting their strength against the weak, from ganging up on others, and strictly prohibiting anyone from refusing his challenges. Those who dared to defy this order would face severe consequences, ranging from a decade of solitary confinement at the Reflection Cliff to being stripped of their disciple status and expelled from Thunder Peak. Being stripped of status was one thing, but it was certainly preferable to losing one's life. You see, that disciple status was something the seniors had painstakingly earned through relentless effort. To relinquish it so easily would render years of hard work meaningless. Yet, it was intolerable to watch Xiao Yi stand invincible, relying on 3 prohibitions to issue challenges at will. Rest assured, this time Xiao Yi would surely suffer a substantial defeat. Although Qingming ranked 99th among the disciples, his strength was undoubtedly within the top 30. He had attained the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment stage, and with his innate ice-rock spirit body, his combat prowess rivaled that of a 3rd-level Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even if Xiao Yi possessed the ability to challenge those above him, it was implausible for him to leap across 6 minor realms. Thus, I find solace in this. I hope that junior brother Qingming will unleash his full might and inflict serious injury upon Xiao Yi, rendering him bedridden for at least half a year. The speaker, a direct disciple positioned at the forefront of the bear-like figure, excels in intricate and cunning techniques, yet possesses a rather mediocre cultivation level. Merely at the 9th stage of Foundation Establishment, he is certainly no match for Xiao Yi, and thus harbors a fervent wish for someone to impede his progress. Moments later, a towering figure, resembling a small mountain, emerges from the cave. He gazes at Xiao Yi with a broad grin, exclaiming, "Xiao Junior Brother, you possess remarkable audacity to challenge me. What are you, to dare call me Junior Brother?" Xiao Yi retorts haughtily, disdain etched across his countenance. This exquisite sensation of superiority intoxicates him. Consequently, within half a day's time, he once again extends a challenge to the disciples of Thunder Peak. Upon hearing this, Qingming's expression suddenly turns frigid, his eyes narrowing as he coldly states, "Xiao Yi, you are indeed as unruly and disrespectful as the rumors suggest. However, this ends here. Your winning streak shall be terminated by me. Is that so? What foolishness!" Without further ado, Xiao Yi launches an attack, conjuring a blazing fire lotus that swiftly takes shape, hurtling towards Qingming with explosive force. The moment the fire lotus appears, the surrounding temperature soars dramatically. The disciples standing nearby, confronted by the terrifying fire lotus, turn pale in shock and instinctively retreat. Once again, it is this bizarre fire lotus. Xiao Yi employs this technique repeatedly, yet it remains effective. What kind of martial skill is this, that it proves so troublesome? It seems Thunder Peak lacks such a technique. Could it be that Xiao Yi is a rogue disciple? Regardless, one can only hope that the elder disciples remain vigilant. Previously, among the 8 defeated senior brothers, some underestimated the formidable power of the fire lotus and foolishly withstood it with their flesh, resulting in being incinerated on the spot, gravely injured and on the brink of death. However, Brother Qingming possesses the ice-rock spirit body, according to the principle of elemental conflict. This demonic fire lotus should pose no threat to him. A bystander disciple spoke with unwavering certainty. Chapter 43, The Protagonist, Crooked Smile, Qing's Lament. At that moment, the ice rock defense activated. The robust frame of Brother Qingming suddenly shimmered, as a golden ice crystal enveloped his entire body, forming an armor of arcane energy. Subsequently, he lunged forward, his presence akin to a ferocious tiger descending the mountains, charging at Xiao Yi. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the distinct sound of bones fracturing. Then, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, as someone flew backward like a kite with its string severed. The once upright Brother Qingming now lay sprawled several feet away. What was even more terrifying was that his entire body was engulfed in an unquenchable flame, the searing agony rendering his face ghastly pale, resembling a wretched soul enduring torment in the depths of hell, an utterly pitiful sight. The onlooking disciples widened their eyes in shock, their faces contorted with horror, whispering, "How could this be? Even the ice rock spirit body cannot withstand the fire lotus?" More alarmingly, The second-tier Golden Core brother Shomon was defeated in a single move by Xiao Yi. This was utterly astonishing, with such terrifying combat prowess. It seemed there was no one in the entire Qingming Sect who could rival Xiao Yi. Almost all the disciples were rendered speechless by Xiao Yi's display of power. After all, this bear-like figure was no ordinary opponent, yet he was effortlessly subdued with a single strike. This was nothing short of astonishing and utterly incomprehensible, a blow that left him utterly defenseless. Xiao Yi casually touched his nose, wearing an expression of indifference. Having spoken, he disregarded the cries for help from the bear-like disciple and turned to leave, presenting the onlookers with a self-assured and nonchalant silhouette. Once Xiao Yi departed, the surrounding disciples finally dared to voice their thoughts. Since his arrival, tranquility had eluded Ziyun Peak. It was undoubtedly due to those few disciples who had seized Xiao Yi's cave dwelling, provoking his ire, as he appeared to be relentless in his challenges. Why not mention that Xiao Yi himself had taken another's cave dwelling? It's over, it's over. Even the bear-like disciple has been defeated. I should quickly rid myself of this burning hot potato of a direct disciple. Some onlookers were already preparing to relinquish their status as direct disciples, even bracing themselves for expulsion from Ziyun Peak. As for the bear-like disciple, now sprawled on the ground in a weakened state, his pleas for help were entirely overlooked. It wasn't he that they were unwilling to assist. Rather, the peculiar nature of Xiao Yi's fire lotus was far too dangerous. Any contact, however slight, would result in searing pain, igniting not only the flesh but also the very essence of their magical powers, a truly terrifying prospect. Meanwhile, striding confidently toward his cave dwelling, Xiao Yi wore a wild and carefree smile, his lips curling in a mischievous grin. Old man, do you see this? It seems that Ziyun Peak is my domain. Here, I am as comfortable as a fish in water. Thus, Li Lao, you're mistaken, and your error is rather egregious. If there truly exists a force that conceals the heavenly mechanisms, how could it possibly allow me to recklessly enhance my power without intervening? The Jade Pendants Li Lao replied, as long as you find joy in it, that is sufficient. Just ensure that when you seek your own demise, you do not involve me. No, this individual is already courting death. With each challenge, he resorts to the same technique, the fiery lotus of wrath, as if he has become addicted to it, unaware that each use diminishes his lifespan and depletes his potential. At Ziyun Peak, in the rear hall, Su Yang had been immersed in his cultivation nearly every day. Master, how is my strength? Yuan Xianyuan softly inquired, standing upon Su Yang's robust back. Su Yang, lying on the pillow with his eyes closed, responded, your strength is just right, Xianyuan. Are you not tired? Would you like me to? No. I am not tired at all, Yuan Xianyuan interjected, her cheeks flushed, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable shyness. On the previous days, Master had posed the same question, and each time she had foolishly acquiesced. Of course, Yuan Xianyuan cherished these moments as they signified her master's affection for her. Yet, her constitution did not permit her to drink 16 cups of water a day to maintain equilibrium. At that moment, a voice rang from outside the hall. Master, there is an urgent message from senior sister. It was Situ Qingqing. What should we do? Xiaoqing has arrived. Yuan Xianyuan, flustered and agitated, desperately sought refuge in the wardrobe. Xianer, you are wearing clothes, so what is there to fear? Moreover, as the senior sister, you must maintain your composure. Ahem, do not be afraid. For your master is here. Inadvertently, I almost revealed my innermost thoughts, but fortunately, Su Yang reacted swiftly, immediately changing the subject to comfort Yuan Zhuangxian. Indeed, she is clad in garments. What could she possibly fear? Even if she were not, who would care? Yuan Zhuangxian's intentions are well known to all. Consequently, one could see the senior sister standing barefoot in a flowing white dress atop her master's broad back. Upon witnessing this scene, Situ Qingqing felt an urge to be indignant. However, the senior sister's attire remained intact, and her master was merely bare-chested, appearing as if nothing unusual had transpired. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yuan Zhuangxian, noticing Situ Qingqing, spoke in a cool voice. Xiaoqing, why are you lurking at the door? Senior sister, I was not lurking. I clearly announced my presence just now, Situ Qingqing quietly retorted. She had initially intended to ascertain what fell off, but after being preempted by the senior sister, she completely forgot her inquiry. Qinger, what did Yuer say in her message? Su Yang inquired. With a hint of melancholy in her tone, Situ Qingqing replied, it seems that the Qiyuan cave has truly been located by Yuer. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, pondering within. A few days prior, he had devised plans for the future and sent a message to his second disciple, Wan Yuer, who was far away in the Qingming secret realm. Although the Qingming secret realm has been extensively explored, Wan Yuer, who has always regarded Su Yang's words as her guiding principle, obediently follows her master's instructions. She carefully investigates northward along the direction indicated by her master towards the exit of the Qingming secret realm. Xianer, please summon Jinli and Beifeng to the Ziyun Hall for a discussion, Su Yang commanded. Understood, Master, Yuan Zhuangxian immediately responded. Little Qing, with her keen sense akin to that of a dog's nose, would easily detect something if she lingered any longer. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Yuan Zhuangxian resembled a fluttering butterfly as she gracefully descended from Su Yang's side, swaying her figure as she departed the rear hall. Su Yang watched his eldest disciple's retreating figure, and as he thought of Qingge still before him, he composed himself and sat upright on the bed. However, in the next moment, a soft figure fell into his embrace. Wo, Master, senior sister is being unreasonable. She only allows the officials to set fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Situ Qingqing sobbed, hiding in Su Yang's arms with tear-streaked cheeks. Her tone utterly pitiful. Your senior sister not only ignites fires but also extinguishes them. Su Yang gently stroked Situ Qingqing's back, offering comfort. Qingge, although your senior sister may be somewhat strict, what ill intentions could she possibly harbor? How can she harbor any ill intentions? She regards you, Master. Situ Qingqing's words trailed off as she suddenly realized that her comments might inadvertently support her senior sister. She quickly halted her speech, lifting her gaze to admire her master's handsome profile, her eyes brimming with affection. Although she is filial to you, Master, she would not care for you as meticulously as I do. Situ Qingqing spoke softly. Su Yang's body trembled, and he quickly admonished his audacious disciple. It's all right, Master. Senior sister is not so easily distracted. Situ Qingqing's face flushed like the autumn twilight, her shy gaze fixed upon her long-admired beloved. Biting her lip, she continued, Master, without me by your side, you must find it quite difficult to endure. Rest assured, I will find a way to evade senior sister's watchful eyes. Indeed, it is not so unbearable. Su Yang nodded earnestly. Qing'er, I am well aware of your sincere intentions towards me, but do not overexert yourself. I can withstand it. Master, you are so kind to me. Situ Qingqing gazed at her master with eyes like autumn waters, her tone filled with deep emotion. In such circumstances, her master still showed concern for her. With fluttering eyelashes, she asked, Master, would you like some form of compensation? Su Yang chuckled, Enough. I am not a lecherous fiend. Hurry and go, by now. Your senior sister must have received all the notifications. Master, you may not be, but I certainly am. Situ Qingqing tidied her rumpled dress and rose to approach the wardrobe, intending to fetch a robe for Su Yang. Initially, there seemed to be no issue. But suddenly Su Yang recalled that there were items in his cabinet that, if discovered by Qing'er, would lead to. Moreover, I humbly beseech the esteemed readers to bestow upon us a few complimentary gifts. Thank you. Chapter 44. The Unraveling of the Celestial Sovereign, Unfathomable Essence. A meeting of kings? Su Yang's heart sank as he sensed impending trouble. While he had mentally prepared himself, he did not anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. The thought of the impending chaos filled him with trepidation. Nevertheless, rather than cowering in fear, he resolved to confront the ordeal head-on. He was determined not to be outmatched by mere turmoil. Su Yang steeled himself within. However, the anticipated confrontation did not materialize. Situ Qingqing opened the wardrobe, retrieved a black robe, and closed the cabinet without her expression betraying any change. Master here, she said with a radiant smile. A question mark appeared above Su Yang's head. As he accepted the robe and donned it, disbelief washed over him. Could it be that the garments in the cabinet had been relocated by Xianer? Unbeknownst to him, Situ Qingqing's inner fury was on the verge of eruption. In the Ziyun Hall, Su Yang sat regally at the head seat, clad in a black robe, exuding an air of elegance and nonchalance, his divine essence and demeanor radiating an ethereal charisma. The four disciples in the hall observed their master's striking presence, their thoughts swirling in a myriad of directions. Yuan Mushuan, with her lashes lowered, concealed her adoration in her gaze, beyond the master. All other men in the world are but commonplace. Shui Jinli, somewhat infatuated, licked her lips and exclaimed, Master seems even more handsome now. Oh, how I long to touch him. Situ Qingqing puffed her cheeks and bit her lip, declaring, No looking, no one is allowed to gaze upon him. Master is mine. Liu Beifeng, with an awestruck expression, pondered, with such extraordinary grace. I wonder if there is any woman in this world worthy of Master. Disciples, pay your respects to Master. Under the guidance of Yuan Xian, the 4 disciples bowed in unison to Su Yang. There's no need for excessive formalities. Su Yang raised his hand and turned to the 4 disciples, his face graced with a gentle smile. I summoned you here through Xian because Yuer has discovered the cave dwelling of a revered master, and for the time being, she is the only one aware of it. The master of this cave is named Qiyuan, a name you all should be familiar with. What? It is indeed the cave of Master Qiyuan, exclaimed the spirited Xue Jinli. Who is Master Qiyuan? Liu Beifeng inquired timidly, her presence scarcely felt. Xian, perhaps you should elucidate this for Lu Shimi, Su Yang suggested with a smile. Yuan Xian nodded, her cool, authoritative voice resonating through the hall. Master Qiyuan rose to prominence 5,000 years ago. Hence he is also known as the heavenly sovereign of tomb raiding. In a brief moment, Yuan Xian succinctly recounted the life of Master Qiyuan. Upon finishing, Liu Beifeng's mouth fell slightly agape as she exclaimed in astonishment, Master Qiyuan plundered so many tombs. Did no one ever seek retribution against him? The esteemed Qi Yuan Zunjia possesses an exceptionally high-level technique of evasion, rendering those of superior cultivation unable to hinder him, while those of lesser cultivation dare not provoke him. For a time, he basked in unparalleled glory, traversing the entire realm at will. Even though some formidable powers had established numerous restrictions upon the burial grounds, Qi Yuan Zunjia navigated them with ease, entering and exiting as he pleased. Perhaps due to his extensive tomb raiding, he incurred the wrath of the heavens. In the prime of his life, he faced ominous foreboding. Ancient texts recount that the last witness to Qi Yuan Zunjia remarked, I beheld the Taoist of tomb raiding covered in crimson fur, seemingly accompanied by an invisible monstrosity that gnawed at his essence. Yuan Xian revealed her insights gleaned from ancient scriptures. The term ominous elicited a slight tremor in Liu Beifeng's spiritual mark on her forehead, conveying a sense of dread that reflected in her countenance. Su Yang, observing Liu Beifeng's troubled expression, recognized the agitation of her spiritual mark and spoke soothingly. Beifeng, the reason it is deemed ominous is that those who have been tainted by it are mostly doomed to perish. Even if they survive, they often become mindless monstrosities. Thus, cultivators fear it and shun anything associated with it, none daring to study its nature. However, I must impart to you that the essence of the ominous is, in fact, a form of curse. A curse is merely an application of the laws, albeit shrouded in mystery and peculiarity. Therefore, as long as you possess a profound understanding of your own path, you need not fear any curse. Moreover, you have me to guide you. Su Yang's voice flowed like water striking stone, clear and melodious, akin to a pristine spring that soothes the soul. Sister Liu, do not fear. Your cultivation is still nascent, and you are unlikely to encounter any foreboding. Even if you do, Master will not abandon you, he reassured. Xue Jinli spoke with a carefree demeanor, seemingly to alleviate Liu Beifeng's anxiety, and playfully patted her on the back. With a swift clap, Liu Beifeng's pale cheeks were instantly tinged with a blush. Xue Jinli gazed at her own hand, an odd expression crossing her face. Third sister, how dare you act so recklessly in front of Master? Admonished Yuan Yuxuan. The eldest sister, unable to tolerate her younger sister's frivolity. Master sister, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall refrain from mischief in front of Master next time. Xue Jinli replied with sincerity, readily admitting her fault. The sensation was truly delightful. Next time, I shall sneak away with Master's absence, she quietly added in her heart. Third sister, you always say that, yet you invariably repeat your misdeeds. In my opinion, Master must impose a punishment on her, ensuring she remains at Ziyun Peak and forbidding her from visiting the Qiyuan cave, suggested Situ Qingqing, glancing at her master with fervent insistence. Upon hearing this, Xue Jinli became anxious and implored, Master, do not heed Xiaoqing's nonsense. You may punish your disciple in any manner, but please do not bar her from visiting the Qiyuan cave. She was a little treasure seeker, unable to resist the allure of precious artifacts. Just now, I overheard my master mention that the second senior sister has discovered the location of the Qiyuan cave. She immediately felt compelled to volunteer, for after all, the esteemed Qiyuan had spent a lifetime excavating a grave. The cave must surely contain an abundance of treasures, techniques, and secrets belonging to various factions. Merely contemplating this fills one with anticipation. Yet, she patiently awaited her master's instructions. Thus, the suggestion from Xiaoqing truly struck a chord within her. Indeed, the one who understands her best can also wound her most profoundly. Xue Jinli gazed at Su Yang with a pitiful expression, hoping that her master would refrain from making such a cruel decision. Anything would suffice. Although Jinli may have overstepped, her intentions were pure. So the master decided to forego punishment this time, but made it clear that it would not be tolerated again. If there were to be a repeat offense, Xianer, you were to administer 100 strikes to her backside here in the Ziyun Hall. Should she utter a sound, another 100 shall follow. Understood, Master, Xin replied. Chapter 45, The Best Candidate. Halfway through cultivation. 100 strikes? She was unfazed by that. Xue Jinli let out a sigh of relief, then lifted her chin slightly, casting a furtive glare at Situ Qingqing, as if to say, just wait, I will teach you a lesson in private. However, Situ Qingqing appeared indifferent, boldly continuing, Master, I believe the third senior sister is rather unreliable. Allowing her to venture alone to the Qiyuan cave could lead to calamity. Therefore, I propose that the eldest senior sister accompany her. The true intent behind Situ Qingqing's suggestion was to ensure the eldest senior sister's presence, leaving only herself, the master, and a dazed Lu Shimi on Ziyun Peak, effectively creating a world for just the two of them, without the constraints imposed by the senior apprentice. She can now explore a plethora of peculiar postures with her master. The mere thought sends a thrill through her. Xue Jinli pouted. She certainly did not wish for her senior sister to accompany her, for whenever the senior sister was apart from the master, she transformed into a frigid figure, one to be avoided at all costs. Moreover, the senior sister was exceedingly strict, and it was impossible for her to freely gather treasures within the Qiyuan secret realm. Oh, Qing'er's suggestion is commendable, yet entrusting Xianer with this task makes me uneasy. After all, Qiyuan is no ordinary sage, and one cannot predict the myriad of perilous restrictions laid within their abode. Thus, to ensure safety, I have decided to accompany you all to the Qiyuan cave. Even in the face of danger, I shall look after you. Su Yang spoke with a serene expression and a gentle tone. The thought that the master worries for me sent a wave of joy and sweetness through Yuan Jinshuan, causing her furrowed brow to relax instantly, nearly overflowing with delight. Xue Jinli's previously despondent spirits soared. With the master's protection, would she not freely seize the treasures of the entire Qiyuan cave? Situ Qingqing was taken aback by the master's decision to join them. Since the establishment of Ziyun Peak, the master had rarely ventured beyond its confines, let alone to realms outside Qingming Sect, leaving Situ Qingqing feeling rather outmaneuvered. Master, then I. Situ Qingqing was about to speak up in an attempt to remedy the situation when a cool, authoritative voice interrupted her. Master, Ziyun Peak cannot be left unguarded. I, along with my junior sister and yourself, must journey to the Qiyuan cave. However, junior sister Lu has only recently joined Ziyun Peak and is not yet familiar with our customs. Therefore, we must regretfully ask Xiaoqing to remain at Ziyun Peak. No, Master, I have been at Ziyun Peak for quite some time, and it is only fair that I should accompany you to the Qiyuan secret realm this time, exclaimed Situ Qingqing anxiously. If she were to stay behind, would the master not leave all the remnants for the senior sister, the formidable tigress? If the master were to go, she must accompany him, if only to keep an eye on the senior sister. Xiaoqing, do not be troublesome. You are the most suitable candidate to stay at Ziyun Peak. Yin Qianshen replied coolly, her gaze flickering slightly. There is no need for argument. I have made my decision. All current disciples of Ziyun Peak must attend the Qiyuan secret realm. Su Yang regarded his disciples, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yes, master. Though Yin Qianshen felt reluctant, she still obeyed her master's command. The following day, at the Qingming Sect, a spirit boat measuring several dozen feet, inscribed with intricate arrays, soared into the sky from Ziyun Peak, heading towards the outskirts of Qingming Sect. Look above. That is the spirit boat of Ziyun Peak. Standing on the deck are not Master Yuan and Sister Xue. Beautiful, utterly beautiful with so few disciples at Ziyun Peak. If Master Su Yang has important matters, he can only entrust these two to handle them. The two senior sisters have endured immense hardships. Not only do they brave the elements outdoors, but they are also susceptible to unforeseen dangers. Thus, I express my willingness to join Ziyun Peak to alleviate the worries of Master Su. Is that truly a means of relief? I scarcely feel inclined to shatter your illusions. How base. The disciples of the nearby peak gazed upward, discussing the ethereal vessel in hushed tones, their words imbued with admiration for Yuan Su Xian and Xue Jinli's beauty, and a yearning for Ziyun Peak. At Tianlei Peak, Xiao Yi selected another prominent direct disciple. With the same technique, the fiery lotus of wrath, he effortlessly dispatched his opponent. Yet, at the moment he unleashed the fiery lotus, an unsettling sensation coursed through his body, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and darkness intermittently clouded his vision, accompanied by bursts of golden stars. His eyelids felt as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, and his legs seemed rooted to the ground, rendering him nearly immobile. Were it not for his indomitable will, he might have collapsed on the spot. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated, jolting Xiao Yi awake. He abruptly lifted his head, casting a furious glare at the vessel soaring above him. But upon discerning the two elegant figures aboard, his expression shifted in an instant. Xiao Yi swallowed hard. It was indeed them, a pair of enchanting beauties. How infuriating is that old devil Su! Such exquisite maidens. And yet he shows no compassion, instead driving them like mere beasts. How can this be tolerated? The day I attain the transformation of divinity will be the day this fiend meets his demise. Slay. Having originally intended to take a respite, Xiao Yi has now altered his course of action. He recognizes his current frailty and understands that only through relentless challenges and seizing cultivation resources from those languid and ineffectual mentors can he swiftly elevate his own prowess. In the brief span of just a few days, he has sensed a notable loosening of the barriers surrounding his realm, as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough. Such rapid advancement in his cultivation is likely beyond the reach of even the esteemed old demon Su. Xiao Yi has even begun to envision the splendid scene of his ascension to the divine transformation stage, with old demon Su trembling before him, beseeching for mercy. However, the elder within the jade pendant, old Li, remarked that such a scenario is difficult to assess. Xiao Yi, in his ignorance, repeatedly refers to old demon Su, unaware that Su Yang, the youngest transcendent true monarch of the northern prefecture, has yet to reach the age of 30. By the time Xiao Yi achieves his own transformation, Su Yang may very well have attained a higher status. In old Li's view, Xiao Yu's reckless squandering of his lifespan and potential may lead him to an untimely demise before even reaching the halfway mark in his cultivation journey. As for the second matter, seasoned readers are already aware that Jiang is not particularly swift at typing, taking nearly half a day to compose 4,000 characters. Thus, daily updates are generally limited to that word count. Nevertheless, Jiang acknowledges that 4,000 characters are far from sufficient, prompting the establishment of a supplementary update rule. From yesterday to today, a total of 216 gifts have been received. Should there be an additional 200 gifts, Jiang will provide an extra update. It appears that there are quite a number of readers for this book, so this supplementary update rule should not be deemed excessive. Chapter 46. Selflessness breeds strength. I shall take responsibility after a moment. Within the serene confines of the inner cabin, a gentle voice resonated from beyond the door. Master, may I enter? Come in, replied Su Yang, his eyes opening to reveal a glimmer akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Ah, Qing'er has arrived, he exclaimed. Before him stood Situ Qingqing, clad in a delicate, sheer dress that barely concealed the upper part of her shapely legs, the garment exquisitely tailored to accentuate her form. Su Yang blinked, straightening his posture. Qing'er, what brings you here? I have come to express my gratitude to Master. Situ Qingqing's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Reminiscent of the first day Su Yang had traversed into this realm. Could it be that he was to reenact the scene of an unwelcome intruder disrupting a lady's privacy? That thought was swiftly cast aside. Qing'er, there is no need for such formalities with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Situ Qingqing had approached him closely. Qing'er, what are you intending to do? Your senior sister is still outside. Su Yang urged his disciple to remain composed, as the vivid memories of the past made it hard for him to believe her bold claims. Humph, Master, do you dare underestimate me? You shall soon see me in a new light. What should I do then? Su Yang hesitated. Half an hour later, he sighed in resignation. Sure, is this what you meant by making me weep? Situ Qingqing pressed her lips together, hesitant to speak. Master, I will take responsibility. Situ Qingqing felt a sense of unease about fleeing midway, for she was the one who had instigated this turmoil. Just then, a melodious and enchanting voice floated in from outside the cabin. Master, I have something to discuss with you. Senior sister. The busy Situ Qingqing's expression tensed, her gaze betraying a hint of panic. If the senior sister were to enter and witness this scene, she would surely draw her sword in fury and slay her wayward disciple for bewitching their esteemed master. What to do? Unable to articulate her distress, Situ Qingqing turned her pleading eyes towards her master, seeking salvation. "Shinner, please come in." A calm voice resonated from within the cabin. Yuan Xianxian pushed the door open and beheld her master seated at the writing desk, diligently inscribing something with a brush. Indeed, her master appeared most handsome in earnestness. Approaching, she instinctively began to grind the ink for her master, casting a sidelong glance at the 8 prominent characters that danced upon the paper. Her gaze lingered, and she murmured, "To be accommodating is to be great. To be free of desire is to be steadfast." She savored the profound meaning within, increasingly impressed by her master's elevated state and broad-mindedness. As her disciple, she could only look up in admiration, following in her master's footsteps, yet never able to walk alongside her. "Master, I have learned so much from you." Yuan Qianxian endeavored to calm the tumult within her heart, her voice as clear as a tranquil spring. "Learned? Learn what exactly?" The 8 characters he uttered convey a profound meaning. The first 4 reflect a mind lost in chaotic thoughts, while the latter 4 serve as a caution to himself to exercise restraint in the presence of his eldest disciple, embodying the unwavering will of a man of iron. Su Yang chuckled as he set down his pen and remarked, "It is merely a casual scribble, Shinner. There is no need for excessive concern." Suddenly, Situ Qingqing squeezed Su Yang's thigh beneath the desk, subtly reminding her master not to elaborate too much, urging him to first coax the eldest sister out of the cabin. "Master, is your throat dry?" Yuan Zhuanxian thoughtfully poured a cup of water for her master. "Indeed." Su Yang seized the opportunity, accepting the cup. Just as he took a sip, he was seized by a fit of coughing. "Cough, cough, cough, master, are you all right?" Yuan Zhuanxian hastily produced a handkerchief from her bosom and offered it to Su Yang. He took the handkerchief and dabbed his mouth. "Shinner, what brings you to seek your master? Since Ziyun Peak is unguarded, I feel somewhat uneasy. Perhaps we should take advantage of the spirit vessel not having departed too far and have Qingqing return. It wouldn't take long." Yuan Zhuanxian expressed her concerns. After all, the treasury at Ziyun Peak was filled with treasures accumulated with great effort by her master. Should they fall into the hands of thieves, what then? "Eldest sister, I knew you had ulterior motives, coming behind my back to whisper to the master. Alas, no matter how fervently you blow the wind, it cannot rival my own." Situ Qingqing declared with a hint of pride. Su Yang straightened up, casually replying, "No worries. Others are unaware that I have left Ziyun Peak. Even if there are indeed thieves, the formations set up on Ziyun Peak will ensure they regret their intrusion. Is there anything else, Shiena?" Yuan Keshuan pondered. Should we inform the sect about the matter of the Qiyuan cave? After all, although Master did not respect Ji Hongwan, he placed the sect above all else. If it were otherwise, he would not have generously offered his treasured sword as a reward for a mission. It is necessary, but not at this moment. Su Yang has his own plans. Although he had instructed his second disciple, Wan Yuer, to locate the Qiyuan cave in advance, it does not imply that he could claim it solely for himself. In the original text, the Qiyuan cave emerged into the world with great force, causing intense tremors that collapsed hundreds of mountains and affected several major cities, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Seeing that his master had other arrangements, Yuan Keshuan chose not to speak further. Her gaze flickered as she cast a few discreet glances, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. The other 2 matters were trivial. Her primary concern was whether her master needed to expel any poison. However, sensing her master's steady aura, devoid of any signs of poisoning, she hesitated to bring it up, fearing her master might misconstrue her intentions as frivolous. Moreover, the spiritual vessel was not particularly discreet, so she could only suppress this thought quietly. After the eldest disciple departed, Su Yang softly called out, "Qinger, your elder sister has left." Feeling a bit awkward, he gently lifted her from beneath the desk and kissed her forehead. "Qinger, you have worked hard." Situ Qingqing did not express any resentment, but instead felt guilty. "It's all my fault." Su Yang squeezed Situ Qingqing's cheek reassuringly. "It's all right, Qinger. You have done wonderfully." Situ Qingqing, her collar puffed out, declared with determination. She had grown weary of these surreptitious days. She was resolute in her cultivation, striving to surpass her senior sister at the earliest opportunity. Then, she could act openly, even before her senior sister. Bully the Master. Chapter 47. The Path of the Master. Thunderfire Eagle Pack. 2 days later, the spirit vessel glided over a mountain range. As the proximity to the Qingyang secret realm increased, the encountered demonic beasts became increasingly formidable. Not long ago, a nascent stage azure falcon beast suddenly swooped down from the clouds in search of prey. only to be decapitated by Yuan Xian with a single sword strike. At this moment, within the cabin, "Master, the disciple feels somewhat lost," murmured Liu Beifeng, head bowed. "Where lies your confusion?" Su Yang inquired calmly, seated on a mat. "I do not know where my path truly lies. Due to the presence of the spirit seal, her cultivation progressed swiftly. However, she found herself unable to reach the pinnacle of her abilities, leading to her bewilderment. This feeling intensified after witnessing her senior sister effortlessly slay a nascent stage beast with a single sword stroke, igniting a sense of inferiority within her. After all, without the aid of the spirit seal, she might struggle even against Xiao Yi. Noticing the pitiable expression on Liu Beifeng's face, Su Yang was suddenly reminded of the original text, where Liu Beifeng, upon descending from Thunder Peak, embarked on a path of relentless aggression, slaying anyone who stood in his way. For 3 days and nights, he cleaved through adversaries from east to west and from south to north, hardly pausing to rest his eyes. How could he possibly have the leisure to feel lost? Quite the contrast. Su Yang chuckled lightly. "Beifeng, where your heart leads, there lies your path." "Where is your heart?" Liu Beifeng hesitated for a considerable time, unable to arrive at an answer. "For instance, my heart resides upon Ziyun Peak. Within you, and the remaining 7 disciples, and within the Qingming Sect. I wish to protect them always, even at the cost of my own life." "Is the path of the master one of guardianship?" Liu Beifeng's gaze sharpened, his expression momentarily lost in thought. "Perhaps it is." Su Yang nodded in affirmation. "It is akin to constructing a grand edifice, which necessitates a solid foundation. Thus, Ziyun Peak serves as that foundation, deserving of diligent protection." "And what of you, my disciple?" Su Yang countered. Liu Beifeng's mind was suddenly flooded with memories of the past, including the times when, as a child, she practiced to the point of her hands and feet swelling, or when she was punished by being hung from a tree for an entire day and night. While cultivating, senior sister Shui would occasionally sneak in to ambush her, bringing delicious treats and secretly roasting the spiritual fish from Tianqin Lake for her. Though she appeared aloof, the seemingly cold-hearted senior sister possessed a warm core. Whenever Liu Beifeng faced confusion in her training, senior sister Shui would patiently provide guidance. Senior sister Situ was equally kind-hearted. Fearing that Liu Beifeng might feel lonely, she gifted her beloved pillow and would stand up for her whenever senior sister Shui bullied her, though they would ultimately end up being bullied together. As for their master, he seemed less like a mentor and more like an elder brother a few years her senior, always willing to listen to the troubles of his disciples, never growing weary even after hours of conversation. His meticulous care for his students was unwavering, and throughout their time together, Liu Beifeng had never seen him angry. Unlike that petty old rogue from Tianlai Peak who would sulk at the slightest provocation. "Master, my heart." Liu Beifeng's eyes sparkled as she felt she had discovered her true calling, but before she could articulate her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted by a violent tremor. "Not good. It's the Thunderfire Eagles," came senior sister Situ Qingqing's startled cry from outside the cabin. The Thunderfire Eagles were a rare breed among beasts, inherently capable of wielding thunder and fire, making them formidable predators among the demon creatures. Even more terrifying is the fact that these monstrous beasts do not possess the solitary nature of other apex predators. Instead, they are social creatures, adept at coordinating their efforts. Once a target falls under their gaze, escape from the grim fate of being devoured becomes virtually impossible. Consequently, even the elders of the sect are reluctant to provoke them. Upon sighting them from a distance, they prefer to take a detour, avoiding any confrontation. On the deck, the senior sister remarked, "The situation appears rather dire." I conducted a cursory observation, and among this group of Thunderfire Eagles, there are at least 8 in the nascent soul stage, with one particularly formidable individual reaching the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, likely the leader of this flock. Situ Qingqing's expression turned grave. "Indeed, it is somewhat precarious." Yuan Su Xian dispatched several of the Thunderfire Eagles that lunged at her, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the leader of the 7th level. Breaking through their encirclement should be relatively straightforward. One merely needs to eliminate the leader. Without it, the remaining Thunderfire Eagles would be akin to headless flies, posing no significant threat. However, this particular Thunderfire Eagle displayed remarkable cunning, seemingly able to discern who posed the greatest threat to it on the deck. Thus, every time Yuan Su Xian prepared to strike, it would maneuver its kin to shield itself. "Senior sister, the demonic energy of the Thunderfire Eagles can corrode the formation. I estimate that in less than an incense stick's time, the protective formation of the spirit vessel will be breached. We must devise a strategy. Xue Jinli wielded her long whip, summoning a fiery dragon that swept through the air, sending several nascent soul stage Thunderfire eagles flying. Yet, more continued to replace them, persistently damaging the spirit vessel. Be cautious. I shall take it down, Yuan Su Xian declared coldly, brandishing her Zixiao sword. The eldest sister cannot venture outside. That scruffy bird seeks to compel us to do just that, aiming to eliminate us one by one. Situ Qingqing discerned the intentions of the Thunderfire Eagle leader. Indeed, eldest sister, should you step out, you will inevitably face an assault from several Thunderfire Eagles of the condensed infant realm, and we too would be hindered. Unable to spare the effort to assist you, Xue Jinli refuted. However, Yuan Xinyuan tightened her grip on the Zixiao sword. If she did not swiftly strike down the Thunderfire Eagle leader, the spirit vessel would soon be rendered inoperative. Without the protection of the spirit vessel, they would all fall into peril under the onslaught of the Thunderfire Eagles. Just as Yuan Xinyuan wavered, a sudden hum resonated within the cabin. A dazzling beam of sword light erupted forth, sweeping across the expanse with overwhelming force, slashing towards the Thunderfire Eagle leader. Beneath this radiant sword light, a flicker of human-like terror surged in the sharp eyes of the Thunderfire Eagle leader. It had not anticipated such a terrifying presence concealed within the spirit vessel, hastily summoning more of its kin to shield itself. Yet, it was too late. The sword light, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, surged forth like a torrential flood, shattering everything in its path into fragments with ease. The Thunderfire Eagles that rushed to its rescue met the same fate, effortlessly cleaved into countless pieces by the sword light. The Thunderfire Eagle leader, eyes wide with horror, flapped its wings and unhesitatingly turned to flee, despite being a ferocious beast. It understood that this strike could cost it its life. With no other choice, it could only escape. Yet, the swiftness of the sword light transcended imagination. Amidst the piercing cry of the Thunderfire Eagle, a crimson sword light enveloped it, swiftly transforming into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. This scene was undeniably horrifying. Whether it was Yuan Xingxuan, Xue Jinli, or Situ Qingqing, each of them stood with mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. They were aware that their master's combat prowess was far from superficial, yet they could hardly fathom such extraordinary might. Chapter 48. A single strike. Within 3 paces that was a 7th-tier beast of the embryonic transformation realm, and before it stood several kin of the same realm in protective formation, yet their master had effortlessly slain it. The sensation was akin to a battle between 2 nations in the mortal realm, where one could simply behead the enemy general amidst thousands of troops. Yuan Xingxuan, master, did you not say you had forsaken the sword path? Xue Jinli, could this be the Foundation Establishment realm? Situ Qingqing, my master is so terrifying. And yet I managed to endure for half an hour. I am truly remarkable. In the distance, several wandering cultivators, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in astonishment, nearly having their eyeballs pop from their sockets. Good heavens, a single sword strike has slain a 7th-tier Thunderfire Eagle. If it were a person, I would feast upon them. So formidable, beneath that sword light, the Thunderfire Eagle seemed as fragile as thin paper. Surely, there cannot be a true monarch of divine transformation residing within that spirit vessel. Even if it were not a true monarch, they must at least be a consummate embryonic transformation expert. Otherwise, it is simply incomprehensible. Could such a powerful being have ventured into this desolate land for the Qingyang secret realm? But has the Qingyang secret realm already been sealed? Within the confines of the cabin, Liu Beifeng appeared somewhat dazed, pondering the recent events. How had Master suddenly produced a grand sword and slain the Thunderfire Eagle leader, a being of the condensation realm? Hadn't Master just attained the Golden Core stage? Su Yang sheathed his sword and commanded, Xianer, the remainder is for you to handle. Yes, Master, Yuan Xian responded. Su Yang then turned to Liu Beifeng and said calmly, Disciple, continue. Continue what? Liu Beifeng asked, bewildered. Ah, disciple, are you not lost in your own path? I was just assisting you in seeking your own way, have you forgotten? Su Yang smiled. Oh, disciple remembers now. My heart is. Liu Beifeng suddenly found it difficult to articulate. She wished to protect Ziyun Peak, her beloved senior sisters, and the esteemed master. But did such a master truly require her protection? Su Yang inquired, protect what? Ziyun Peak, my senior sisters, my master. Liu Beifeng's voice was barely above a whisper, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. Little Beifeng, speak louder, Do not be afraid. No matter where your heart lies, I shall assist you in achieving it. Su Yang encouraged. With her master's words resonating in her heart, Liu Beifeng clenched her fists and declared loudly, Master, I wish to protect you. The sound reverberated, startling Su Yang as his eardrums rang. Outside, Yuan Xian and the other two, engaged in battling the Thunderfire Eagle, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in response to the commotion emanating from the cabin. Yuan Xian exclaimed, What audacity! Sidu Qingqing, yet another who wishes to vie for my man. My masteress, Xue Jinli, little Beifeng, are you truly so audacious? And to my senior sisters, I yearn to protect all that is within Ziyun Peak. Liu Beifeng's confidence gradually waned, yet her voice remained resolute. Su Yang exhaled in relief, nearly believing that this newly accepted disciple might be contemplating a dire fate for herself. The misunderstanding had now been dispelled. Master, can I truly protect? Liu Beifeng inquired cautiously. Why not? Su Yang's gaze was warm, a gentle smile gracing his features as he replied, Disciple, do you harbor the notion that with your master and your senior sisters present at Ziyun Peak, the responsibility of protection does not fall upon you? Indeed. Liu Beifeng lowered her head, concealing her expression. Su Yang tenderly ruffled Liu Beifeng's hair and solemnly stated, Disciple, there is no need to overcomplicate matters. Simply reflect on one thing. When Ziyun Peak is besieged by formidable foes, what will you do? I shall exert every ounce of my strength. As long as I can safeguard Ziyun Peak, I would not hesitate to perish alongside the enemy. Liu Beifeng replied without a moment's hesitation. In contrast to the rigid rules of the Liu family, Ziyun Peak felt more like a home, a warm and beloved sanctuary. She would not allow anyone to disrupt its peace. Should one wish to do so, they must first traverse over her lifeless body. Disciple, this is your path. Remember, the way of protection must never be ensnared by fame, lured by profit, swayed by strength or weakness, or deterred by life and death. Even when faced with thorns and obstacles, fraught with peril, you must remain undaunted, draw forth the sword from your heart, sever the shackles, and safeguard all that you cherish. Su Yang earnestly imparted his teachings. He was rather curious to witness how Liu Beifeng, known in the original text as the bloodthirsty demoness, might fare had she embarked on a path entirely divergent from her own. Liu Beifeng's delicate form quivered as if she had discovered her own way. Master, I understand, she exclaimed, lifting her gaze, her eyes now devoid of confusion, instead radiating with resplendent brilliance. What do you comprehend? I comprehend the path of guardianship, Liu Beifeng replied, her eyes shimmering with colors. Then let me pose a question. If your great sword never strikes the young or the old, yet your enemies are precisely the young and the old, what shall you do? I could simply forego the sword. I can wield a gun, precise and swift within 3 paces. Liu Beifeng patted the cosmic bag at her waist, where her fateful spirit gun resided. A promising disciple indeed. Go forth. Su Yang waved his hand, ushering Liu Beifeng out of the cabin. In the Tianji Mountains, where ferocious beasts roamed, including formidable demons of the true monarch rank, it was indeed a realm of peril. At this moment, within a secluded valley, a figure clad in white, adorned with a hood, stood atop a tree branch, looking down with a stern demeanor at a young man in black robes below. How much longer must you follow me? She inquired, her tone unfriendly. My lady, what manner of words are these? The road is broad, and we may each take our own path. You have no evidence to claim I'm trailing you. Is it not rather unreasonable? The young man in black felt a twinge of embarrassment in his eyes, but bravely maintained his stance. He was the scion of the Qingming Sect from the eastern wastes, and having encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, he sought to venture to the northern prefecture in hopes of discovering suitable opportunities to aid his breakthrough into the embryonic realm. To follow the woman in white atop the tree, one must recount a precious artifact he stumbled upon in his youth, an item capable of revealing the fortune of others. When he inadvertently illuminated the woman with this treasure, the brilliance of her fortune nearly blinded him. In that instant, he discerned that she harbored a secret worth pursuing, prompting him to stealthily trail her, only to be unexpectedly discovered. The woman in white remained silent, and with a flick of her sleeve, a jade tablet shot forth with formidable speed towards the young man in black. Although he did not comprehend her intent, he instinctively raised his hand to catch the jade tablet, discreetly channeling his energy to dissipate the force contained within it before probing its contents. He soon realized it was a recording mirror that had captured the entire sequence of his pursuit. Chapter 49. A face without shame is bound to perish miss. This hardly proves anything. It merely indicates that our paths coincidentally align. Even when faced with evidence, the young man in black maintained his composure, arguing with the audacity of one unashamed. The woman possessed extraordinary fortune, and should he acquire it, he would undoubtedly shatter his limitations and gain unprecedented advantages. Thus, he was unwilling to relinquish his pursuit easily. Can it not be proven? The woman in white leaped down from the branch and approached the young man, snatching the recording mirror from his grasp. In a tone devoid of inflection, she stated, "Then you may depart. I shall take a route in the opposite direction to ensure our paths do not converge." Very well. In order to lower the guard of the young woman, the youth in the black robe feigned compliance, for he possessed a treasure that allowed him to sense any presence within a considerable range. He gestured towards the north and said, "My lady, I shall proceed in this direction. Do refrain from following me." Upon hearing the black-robed youth's reproachful words, the woman in white did not take offense. Instead, she nodded gently and replied, "Rest assured, I shall not pursue you." "That is reassuring." The black-robed youth responded with a smile, bowing slightly to the woman before turning to depart. Just as he took a step towards the north, he felt an icy chill at his neck, as if a piercing murderous intent had enveloped him. In that critical moment, a radiant light flickered beneath his feet, and he transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the spot, an advanced evasion technique from the Qingming Sect, designed to facilitate escape in dire situations. When the black-robed youth reappeared, he found himself at a considerable distance from the woman in white. Although he had evaded the assassination, he was not unscathed. Blood streamed from his wounded shoulder, and he glared at the white-clad woman with a grim expression. "My lady, you have gone too far," he exclaimed, astonished that the seemingly gentle-tempered woman would resort to such violence at the slightest provocation. The white-clad woman stared at the bloodied blade in her hand, filled with regret as she lamented, "My master always taught me to think thrice before acting. It appears my calculations were flawed, and I failed to deliver a fatal blow. If my master were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be disappointed." "Hey, are you even listening to me?" the black-robed youth retorted, his voice filled with indignation. It was one thing to be inexplicably attacked, but to be disregarded in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. Such intolerable behavior. "I apologize, it was unintentional." The woman in white lifted her gaze, her tone imbued with sincerity as she approached the young man in black, expressing concern. "Allow me to assess the severity of your wound." Her voice, exquisitely gentle, resembled the melodious and soothing tones of Wu Nong, captivating enough that, were it not for the glaring bloodied blade she held, the young man might have been deceived. "Do not come any closer. I am aware of your prowess. Yet I am no pushover myself. Should you choose to strike, I may falter, but you will undoubtedly meet your demise." The young man in black retreated repeatedly, his tone grave and resolute. As the scion of the Qingming Sect in the eastern wilderness, he believed that an ordinary practitioner of the core formation stage would be unable to harm him, let alone draw blood. Yet, this woman had managed to injure him, and with even a slight miscalculation, he could have lost his head. This clearly indicated that her combat prowess was on par with his own. Without resorting to any secret arts that would overextend his potential, he felt it exceedingly difficult to prevail. "I will meet my end." The woman in white raised an eyebrow, a chilling glint of murderous intent igniting in her already disdainful gaze. Her master had once imparted that whenever one's life was threatened, regardless of right or wrong, one should strike to kill. Upon sensing the surge of killing intent emanating from the woman in white, the young man in black felt a chill run down his spine, as though he were being targeted by a fearsome primordial beast. His expression shifted, and disregarding the pain in his shoulder, he turned and fled without hesitation. In that instant, he executed his footwork to perfection, vanishing several dozen yards away in the blink of an eye. He had come to the northern manor merely to seek fortune, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the woman clad in white. Yet, unexpectedly, the blade in her hand glimmered and vanished into thin air, only to reappear aimed directly at the legs of the young man in black robes. His instincts for danger were relatively sharp. He swiftly elevated his leg, akin to an agile monkey leaping, narrowly evading the blade that sought to sever his limbs. Before he could savor his narrow escape, a fierce wind surged forth. He was astonished to find that the woman in white had somehow appeared behind him, thrusting her blade towards his back as if intending to pierce him through and through. The young man in black was gripped by a chill that raised goosebumps across his skin. In that instant, a formidable aura erupted from within him, as if a luminous jade disk were radiating divine brilliance behind him. enveloping him in an ethereal glow, akin to being clad in a thick armor of white jade. Fair maiden, I acknowledge my transgression in following you. However, you have already struck me once. Let that serve as our reckoning. It is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. Henceforth, you shall tread your own path while I traverse mine, and we shall not interfere with one another. The young man in black apologized while swiftly retreating. Even if your combat prowess is unmatched, I possess a jade body. He intended to declare that he was impervious to blades and firearms. Yet, the woman in white thrust her knife forward, and her blade, imbued with an enigmatic power, effortlessly pierced through the jade armor he had manifested, plunging into his abdomen. The strange force within him stirred violently, disrupting his vital energies, rendering him speechless in utter bewilderment. How could this be? The previous blow to his shoulder could be attributed to his lack of vigilance. Had he misjudged the combat prowess of the woman in white? However, this was not the time for reflection. As the blade pierced his abdomen, the young man in black endured the excruciating pain and, with a forceful kick akin to a thunderclap, unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the chest of the woman in white. Her eyes glinted momentarily as she drew her sword to parry, unwittingly playing into the youth's intent. I am Wang Tung of the Qingming Sect. The vengeance of today shall be repaid in the future. You shall surely perish today. The woman in white scoffed coldly. The wound she inflicted was not merely physical. She had also infused her own magical energy into his body, ensuring that he could not escape unscathed. Immediately, she sensed the direction in which the young man in black was fleeing and, with a swift motion, vanished in pursuit. Chapter 50. Wang Tung of the Sect. Restless in death, the son of the eastern wilderness could not find peace in death. Beyond the valley, the figure of the young man in black gradually emerged. His expression dark and brooding as he clutched his abdomen, his vitality waning and his combat abilities severely diminished. I shall remember you. Wang Tung cast a lingering glance back at the valley before extracting a plethora of medicinal pills from his storage ring. Whether for healing or replenishing his vitality, he consumed every last one without hesitation. Fearing the woman in white would pursue him, he refrained from healing on the spot and instead fled rapidly towards the eastern wilderness. After a frantic escape for some time, a dazzling flash of blade light coalesced in Wang Tung's vision, carrying with it a terrifying force, slicing towards him. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of crisis surged within Wang Tung, causing his pupils to constrict and his heart to tremble with trepidation. His entire being felt as if electrified, enveloped in a paralyzing sensation. With no time for contemplation, he thrust both hands skyward, and a magnificent seal materialized above his head. The instant it appeared, it summoned the winds and clouds from all directions, drawing the very essence of the heavens and earth. This was the Yuan magnetic earth core, a treasured artifact of the Qingming Sect, classified as a spiritual tool of the earth grade. It was said that this Yuan magnetic earth core was forged by the sect's founding ancestor using the primordial fire of the earth's core, refining the divine magnetic iron for several years. Subsequently, a master of formations was invited to inscribe countless high-level formations upon it, thus creating this extraordinary treasure. Its power was indeed extraordinary. The reason Wang Tung had refrained from utilizing it until now was twofold. On one hand, he had secretly taken the Yuan magnetic earth core from the sect, and its use would immediately alert the higher-ups. On the other hand, only the sect's successive leaders could fully wield its might. Others, even at great cost, could only unleash a fraction of its true power. Although Wang Tung was the sect's heir, he too could not fully activate it. Yet, at this life and death juncture, he had no choice but to employ this treasure. Bang! The clash of the blade, and the great seal erupted in a thunderous sound. The chaotic aftermath, akin to a cataclysmic landslide or tsunami, shattered towering mountains and sent a multitude of debris flying. Countless lurking beasts caught in the tumult could only lower their heads, trembling in fear, struggling like ants. Puff! Wang Tung coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling further, breath waning to the utmost limit. This was the price of employing the Yuan magnetic earth core, which required the expenditure of the majority of his internal magical energy for just a single activation. A treasure indeed. The woman clad in white, upon witnessing her opponent brandish a formidable seal, effortlessly countered her assaults, causing her beautiful eyes to gleam ever brighter. With a swift motion, she pursued the young man in black with relentless fervor. You flee, I chase, escape is futile. Thus, several moments passed. Rather than widening the gap between them, their distance narrowed, merely 2 or 3 spans apart, closer still, and the gleaming blade could easily pierce him. You leave me no choice. Wang Tung's expression turned fierce as he bellowed. There was no alternative, although employing secret techniques would surely compromise his foundation. The relentless advance of the woman in white made it clear that she would not relent until he was slain. Thus, he had no option but to fight for his life. At that moment, a spirit vessel measuring several dozen feet appeared not far from Wang Tung. Upon seeing the vessel's grandeur, he immediately deduced that its master must belong to a significant power from the northern court. A surge of excitement filled Wang Tung's eyes as he hastened towards the vessel, calling out for assistance. I am Wang Tung, the heir of the Qingming Sect from the eastern wilderness. I implore the esteemed individual aboard the vessel to extend a hand and rescue me. I shall offer my profound gratitude in return. A distinguished disciple of the Qingming Sect. Quickly, board the vessel. A warm voice resonated from the spirit ship. Wang Tung was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that the vessel's master would recognize the name of the Qingming Sect and graciously permit him aboard for sanctuary. Truly, there exists a path even in dire straits. With this thought in mind, disregarding his injuries, Wang Tung unleashed his full speed and, in a matter of breaths, alighted upon the spirit vessel. The woman in white, frenzied like a madwoman, surprisingly ceased her pursuit upon witnessing him ascend onto the spiritual vessel. Instead, she stood at a distance, her voice sharp and commanding. Senior, this is a personal grudge between him and me. I kindly ask you not to intervene recklessly. Regardless of past grievances, as long as he remains upon my spiritual vessel, hostilities must cease. A detached voice emanated from within the cabin. Upon hearing these words, Wang Tung turned to glance inside the cabin, his heart brimming with gratitude. He mused silently. There are still many good people in this world. Oh, since you are determined to protect him, do not blame me for my rudeness. With that, the woman in white unsheathed her blade. An unparalleled radiance of the sword materialized in the void, cleaving toward the spiritual vessel. Impudence. A voice of wrath erupted from the cabin like thunder, followed by an overwhelming aura that seemed to rise like a grand sun from within. Its formidable presence akin to that of a divine solar deity traversing the heavens, sacred and extraordinary. Wang Tung could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his face etched with shock and astonishment. The senior aboard this spiritual vessel possessed an unfathomable mastery. This immense and profound energy was something he had only sensed from a select few perfected elders within his sect, and even then, it was less potent. Instantly, his taut nerves began to ease. With this esteemed elder present, the madwoman could hardly stir any significant turmoil. In the next moment, a blazing radiance shot forth from the cabin, seemingly directed at the blade of the woman in white. Wang Tung anticipated witnessing her being struck and sent reeling, bloodied. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The scorching light abruptly altered its course, hurtling down toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung was struck with utter horror, sensing an overwhelming dread enveloping him. In a frantic bid to summon his great seal for defense, he found himself ensnared by the vast forces of the heavens and earth, rendered immobile, helplessly watching as the radiant light consumed him. No, I am from the Ziyun Peak. Wang Tung's eyes widened in shock as an unfathomable pressure descended upon him. Subsequently, an excruciating agony swept through his limbs and bones, obliterating flesh, skin, and even his very soul into ash. His vision darkened in an instant, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Master, did I perform well? In that moment, with his consciousness dwindling, Wang Tung heard the soft, mellifluous voice of a woman in white beside him. To kill is one thing, but to strike at the heart is truly malicious. Wang Tung silently cursed, yet could not avert the inevitable fate of his dissolution into nothingness. Chapter 51. Diminishing Fate. The Great One approaches upon the spirit vessel. The woman in white removed her hood, revealing a face as fair and luminous as fresh snow. Her delicate features, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, framed by graceful brows reminiscent of ink-wash paintings, were complemented by eyes as clear as the spring waters of Jiangnan, reflecting the purity of water lilies. Her long, pale neck resembled the delicate snow atop tree branches. No wonder the original text describes this second disciple of Ziyun Peak as a mature beauty. Su Yang emerged from the cabin, gazing at the woman in white, a flicker of astonishment igniting in his eyes. Master, did you ever perform well? The woman's voice was sweet and soft, akin to melted snow syrup, enticing and delightful. Indeed, come inside, she replied. Su Yang led Ruan Yuer into the cabin. Senior sister, third junior sister, fourth junior sister, and junior sister Lu. As Ruan Yue stepped into the cabin, she beheld her fellow disciples, Yuan Xianxian and others, who greeted her with a sense of propriety. Although she was unfamiliar with Liu Beifeng, she recognized him thanks to Xue Jinli's prior introduction through the communication jade pendant. Yuan Xianxian gave a slight nod. Sister Yue, Xue Jinli welcomed warmly. Second sister, C2 Qingqing said gently. Sister Ruan, Liu Beifeng greeted, even more reserved than Ruan Yue. Please, take a seat. Su Yang poured a cup of tea and handed it to Ruan Yue, inquiring, Yue, why are you pursuing Wang Tong, the son of the Ziyun? In the original narrative, Wang Tong played a significant role, being one of the few antagonists who repeatedly courted death in front of the protagonist. Even uttering memorable lines such as, I, Wang Ting, possess the demeanor of an immortal, which became widely circulated among readers. Wang Yue, cradling the teacup in both hands, sat down, taken aback by the attention, and spoke softly. At first, I too could not believe it. Remembering Master S' instruction to capture the thief along with the stolen goods, I discreetly took precautions and concealed the reflective stone at my waist. In the presence of undeniable evidence, the scoundrel not only denied his crime, but also retaliated against me. Infuriated, I struck him with my blade, and he proclaimed that I would surely perish. Upon recounting this, Ruan Yue's tone was laced with indignation as she said, Master has cautioned, when venturing outside, if enmity arises, do not entertain thoughts of reconciliation. If you can overpower them, eliminate them on the spot, leave no future troubles. Thus, I relentlessly pursued him until I encountered Master. Yuan Xinshuan's eyes flickered with introspection. She recalled every word spoken by her master with clarity, diligently adhering to the tasks assigned to her. In contrast, she felt her own efforts were woefully insufficient. Xue Jinli gazed at her second senior sister with admiration, thinking to herself, how remarkable is Sister Yu, who can execute the commands of even the heir of Ziyun without a moment's hesitation. Situ Qingqing, observing the situation with quiet caution, elevated Ruan Yue's threat level to match that of the eldest sister. After all, who in the world could resist a second senior sister so obedient and compliant? She would do whatever was asked of her, and her desires were not to be underestimated. The expectations of their master were assuredly met by her. Su Yang fell into silence, taken aback by Wang Teng's self-destructive behavior. In the original narrative, though not elaborated upon, it was hinted that Wang Teng had once stumbled upon a treasure that allowed him to seek fortune, which he used to seize numerous opportunities, thereby enhancing his once mediocre aptitude and earning his place as the heir of Ziyun. In another story, Wang Teng would undoubtedly be the protagonist. Regrettably, in this tale, he was reduced to a mere stepping stone for the true main character, often trampled upon whenever necessary. Wang Teng was also a competent harbinger of fortune, as he invariably presented one or two treasures to the protagonist upon their encounters. Consequently, readers of the original work generally harbored no disdain for Wang Teng. Rather, they eagerly anticipated his appearances. This thought suddenly sparked an unusual notion in Su Yang's mind. By eliminating Wang Teng, this harbinger of gifts, had he inadvertently diminished the protagonist's fortune? After all, the treasures bestowed by Wang Teng are of considerable significance. The first treasure, the core of primordial magnetism, is now lost to the protagonist. Without it, not only will securing the top position in the Six Veins Grand Competition be a distant dream, but even the standing of the Six Veins may be jeopardized, particularly the Thunder Peak, and it is unlikely to attract the attention of the esteemed elders. Naturally, diminishing the protagonist's fortune is merely an unexpected bonus. His primary objective should be to hastily restore his cultivation to that of a true monarch of transformation, or even to that of a void breaker, in order to adeptly navigate any unforeseen upheavals. Noticing her master's silence, Ruan Yue assumed she had caused trouble, especially considering Wang Teng's tone suggested that the Qingming Sect held considerable influence in the eastern wilderness. With her head bowed and biting her lip, she anxiously inquired, Master, have I inadvertently brought trouble to Ziyun Peak? Why keep your head down? You can't even see your feet, Su Yang remarked with mild surprise, a smile gracing his lips. What trouble could a mere sect disciple pose? Wang Teng harbors ill intentions towards you. He rightly deserves retribution. Should any elder from his sect dare to seek vengeance, I shall have ample reasoning to confront them. Su Yang exuded confidence. Upon emerging from the Qiyuan cave, his cultivation would undoubtedly experience a formidable enhancement. Even if he could not fully revert to his previous level, in terms of combat prowess, he would only grow stronger. If the Qingming Sect sent representatives to reason with him, he would engage. If they chose to act unreasonably, he possessed a modicum of martial skill. Should the Qingming Sect disregard martial ethics and dispatch an elder to confront him, he would not hesitate to shamelessly seek the favor of the celestial fairy of Red Yuan. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained equipped with strategies to cope. Upon hearing her master speak in such a protective manner, Yuan Yuer's eyes brimmed with a myriad of emotions, as if hearts were flooding within her gaze. Gazing at her master's handsome countenance, she seemed lost in a reverie. She initially intended to express her gratitude, but suddenly appeared to recall something significant. "Master, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Yuan Yuer hurriedly dashed out of the cabin. The four disciples, Yuan Shuangguan and the others, were left bewildered, utterly perplexed by her sudden departure. Could it be that Sister Yuer was in urgent need? Such a notion was a whimsical and unfettered thought from Shui Jinli. However, as her master, Su Yang felt an inexplicable sense of delightful anticipation, as if something grand was about to unfold. Chapter 52. Yuera presents her treasure, the celestial pagoda of desolation. After a brief moment, Yuan Yuera re-entered the cabin, cradling a small seal in her hands. "Master, this treasure once shielded Wang Tong from a strike directed at me. I observed closely at that time, and it was evident that Wang Tong could not fully unleash the power of this treasure. Otherwise, I might not have triumphed over him. Therefore, I firmly believe this treasure possesses remarkable origins." As she spoke, Yuan Yuer reverently presented the small seal to Su Yang, bowing deeply. "Though I did not encounter significant fortunes in the Qingyang secret realm, I can only offer this treasure as a token of respect to you, Master." At that moment, Situ Qingqing's gaze fortuitously fell upon Shui Jinli's flushed face, which was evidently tinged with embarrassment. Among the 5 disciples, she was the only one who had shown no filial piety. Perhaps it would be best to find a suitable occasion to honor her properly. Situ Qingqing said nothing, merely allowing a smile to grace her lips, radiating joy. Yuer had good intentions. The moment Su Yang picked up the small seal, a notification sound resonated in his ears. Ding! Yuan Yuer has bestowed upon the host the Earth-level spiritual artifact, the primordial magnetic core, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return of the Heavenly Desolation Pagoda. Could it truly be the Heavenly Desolation Pagoda? Su Yang's previously tranquil heart was stirred, akin to a stone dropped into a placid lake, creating ripples of significant magnitude. The Heavenly Desolation Pagoda. Ancient texts recount it as the foremost treasure of humanity. In ancient times, it was wielded by a young sovereign known as Tian Huang. With this 9-tiered pagoda, Tian Huang suppressed all prodigies. Even those immortal beings of unparalleled strength were subdued beneath its might, paving his path to invincibility. Before this pagoda, who would dare to claim invincibility? Who would presume to be undefeated? Not a chance. Su Yang's spirits soared at this revelation. The so-called treasure of the Zuaniangong was rendered inconsequential in the presence of the Heavenly Desolation Pagoda, akin to mere yellow-grade weapons, easily vanquished. This treasure was indeed remarkable. If his master was not mistaken, it should be the Zuaniangong's treasured artifact, the primordial magnetic core, which he graciously accepted. Su Yang's eyes sparkled like the moon, and a warm smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, adorned his face as he carelessly tossed the primordial magnetic core into the system's space to gather dust. That smile, like a spring rain, parted the clouds and cleared the snow, momentarily overshadowing the world's beauty, leaving the heavens and earth devoid of light. Yuan Yuer's delicate face flushed slightly, her long eyelashes cast downwards, as she dared not meet her master's gaze, fearing she might drown in his enchanting beauty, which would be an utter disrespect for a well-behaved disciple. Yuan Xian's heart nearly melted. She yearned for her master to savor the rouge upon her lips once more. Situ Qingqing sensed impending trouble. If her master continued to radiate such charm, she would soon acquire another rival in love. Shui Jinli observed her master's gentle smile with a pang of jealousy in her heart, silently vowing that once they entered the Ziyun cave, she would unearth a worthy treasure to honor her master, with a grade no less than Earth class. Where is the Ziyun cave? Lead the way. Su Yang redirected the conversation. Compared to the offering of the treasure boy Wang Tong, the Ziyun cave was the true centerpiece of their journey, and he had long awaited this moment. Of course, Master. Yuan Yuer rose and walked out, guiding the spirit boat. In the east wilderness, at the Qingming Sect, the sacred mountains stretched endlessly, ancient peaks towered majestically, and silver waterfalls cascaded like a painting a veritable paradise. At this moment, within a splendid palace adorned with exquisite architecture and vibrant pavilions, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. Who has stolen the Qingming Sect's treasured artifact, the Yuan magnetic heart? A furious voice resounded, laden with an immense pressure that shook the entire mountain range, leaving countless disciples pale-faced, as if ensnared in a quagmire, unable to escape. Is that the voice of the sect master? The sect master has emerged from seclusion. This pressure was such that even the elders found it unbearable. Could it be that the sect master had made significant progress in cultivation? The pursuit of refinement is indeed commendable. However, the patriarch has declared that someone has stolen the heart of primordial magnetism. This is unexpected, as it is a treasure that only the patriarchs of generations past could fully comprehend. Given the patriarch's evident fury, it is likely that the claim holds truth. Which audacious rogue would dare to pilfer from our Qingming Sect? Could it be possible that the thief is our own disciple? It turns out to be the young master. Then, there is no cause for alarm. The disciples of Qingming Sect engaged in fervent discussions, for they believed their young master, known for his erratic behavior, was indeed capable of such an act of thievery. Furthermore, due to his extraordinary talents, even if he were to steal a sacred relic, the upper echelons of the sect would likely refrain from imposing any punishment upon him. Within the hall, an imposing elder, surrounded by countless shifting visions, bore a grim expression and spoke with a cold tone. Had I not sensed the use of the heart of primordial magnetism during my seclusion? Do you intend to keep this matter hidden from me for eternity? Ultimately, the youngest elder, barely over 200 years of age, became the unfortunate scapegoat. He stepped forward. Stammering, the young master expressed a desire to train in the northern province. Fearing for his safety, we turned a blind eye and allowed him to take the heart. Why was a guardian not appointed? Upon learning of the young master's involvement, the elder's demeanor softened slightly, though he furrowed his brow and questioned. The young master asserted that he possesses the potential for ascension and could sweep through without the need for a guardian. The young elder responded, his voice weak and lacking conviction. If that is the case, perhaps he should assume your position as elder. The elder retorted in anger. The young elder shrank back, hesitant to respond. The old man gazed at the young elder for a moment, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes, and commanded, since the heir has invoked the primordial magnetic core, it indicates he is facing insurmountable peril. Immediately dispatch 3 elders of the transformation realm to the northern mansion for assistance. Before he could finish his sentence, a cacophony erupted from outside the hall. The old man's expression darkened, and just as he was about to reprimand, he beheld a steward enter with a mournful demeanor, akin to one mourning a deceased loved one, who fell to the ground in a kneel, bowing his head, and proclaimed, Master, the heir's soul lamp has extinguished. What? The elder sprang to his feet, his face flushed and eyes wide open, resembling a frenzied beast. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the grand hall, surging forth like molten lava erupting from the earth, coalescing into a palpable fury, causing the elders present to feel a constriction in their chests, nearly suffocating. Over the past few centuries, the disciples of the Qingming Sect had been rather lackluster, with few attaining the transformation realm, let alone becoming revered elders. As the prospect of a generational gap loomed, the sect master was deeply troubled. It was at this juncture that Wang Teng emerged, possessing both extraordinary talent and character. The elder naturally held great affection for him, even making an exception to designate him as the heir without requiring him to compete with other favored disciples. Moreover, he generously provided him with various resources within the sect. He often boasted before the elders of Wang Teng's immortal demeanor, and it could be said that the elder had staked the entire future of the Qingming Sect on Wang Teng. However, now, after only a few months of seclusion, the individual he had high hopes for, Wang Teng, met an inexplicable demise in the northern mansion. How could this not incite his wrath? The elder's murderous intent surged, and he bellowed with furious intensity, Whoever has slain my disciple shall pay dearly. Before long, the elder, accompanied by several elders, soared forth from the grand hall, making their way to the teleportation array bound for the northern mansion. His second disciple, Wan Yuer, and eighth disciple, Liu Beifeng, had yet to materialize. Readers with illustrations could share them for reference, a little inspiration, and perhaps some imitation. Haha. Chapter 53. The subtle utilization of the small tower. Opportunities abound, master. It is here. Wan Yuer guided the spiritual vessel to a cave that seemed to harbor beasts of the transformation realm. Initially hesitant, The disciple dared not confirm whether this was the entrance to the Qiyuan cave, but remembering the master's instructions, she steeled her resolve and ventured inside, only to discover that there were no signs of beastly activity. The aura of the transformation realm beasts was merely an illusion conjured by formations. Ziyun nodded, observing the cave of beasts before him, and with a subtle perception, he discerned the presence of an illusionary array within. Let us proceed. Ziyun stowed the spiritual vessel and stepped into the cave, followed closely by Yuan Shu Xian and the other disciples. Upon entering the cave, without a moment's hesitation, Ziyun unleashed a powerful punch against a rocky wall. With a thunderous roar, the stone shattered, cascading into fine dust, revealing the concealed void barrier within. No wonder the Qiyuan cave has chosen to reveal itself. It appears the void barrier can no longer be sustained. Ziyun furrowed his brow slightly. Initially, he intended to shatter the void barrier with sheer brute force. However, upon reflection, he realized that such an act might prematurely unveil the Qiyuan cave, prompting various factions to mobilize in a scramble for opportunities. He had no desire to serve as a pawn for others. Thus, with a flicker of thought, a small tower, exuding an aura of desolation and antiquity, materialized in his palm. A closer inspection revealed that the tower's surface bore mottled stains of blood, seemingly imbued with an endless chill and desolation. This was the blood of the immortals once suppressed by the Buddhist pagoda. The reason he summoned the Tianwang Buddhist pagoda was due to its remarkably practical function. It could construct a relatively stable temporary void passage without damaging the barrier. Was this the legendary nine-tiered Buddhist pagoda recorded in ancient texts, once wielded by the youthful supreme Tianwang, only to vanish later? It was the foremost treasure of the human race. The fact that this treasure had come into the possession of his master was astounding. No wonder his master achieved divine transformation at such a young age. Even in the process of recultivation, he surpassed Ziyun. It appeared that not only was his talent extraordinary, but his fortune was equally formidable. Could it be that his master was the reincarnation of that youthful supreme? As Yuan Xinyuan and the other disciples beheld the small tower in Su Yang's hand, their beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, their minds swirling in shock. After all, the legendary aura surrounding this small tower was overwhelmingly potent. It bore witness to numerous astonishing deeds alongside that youthful supreme in ancient times, making it a coveted treasure among many powerful beings even to this day. If word of this were to spread, it could very well shake the 5 domains of the world. Yuan Xian was the first to consider this matter, and immediately instructed her 4 junior sisters with utmost seriousness. The existence of the heavenly abandoned pagoda must not be disclosed to anyone. Wang Yue, with a solemn expression, added, "This is of utmost importance. If leaked, it could bring calamity upon Ziyun Peak." Situ Qingqing affirmed, "Our master trusts us deeply. We cannot let him down." Liu Beifeng resolutely declared, "I will safeguard this secret for our master." Xue Jinli, perplexed, inquired, "What are you all talking about? I do not understand a word." The considerate words of the 5 disciples warmed Su Yang's heart, filling him with a sense of pride. It seemed that the diligent efforts of recent days had borne fruit. However, Su Yang was not content with this alone. In the days to come, he would strive even harder to care for each disciple. Fortunately, this was not his past life. Otherwise, there would surely be a disciple left out at least one day of the week. With a gesture, Su Yang pointed at the heavenly abandoned pagoda. Through their shared understanding, a mystical radiance began to emanate from the pagoda, flowing towards the void barrier. The barrier rippled significantly, spreading like water waves in all directions, and in an instant, a portal capable of accommodating a single person appeared before them. "The portal will not last long. You all enter first, and I shall follow shortly." Upon hearing this, Yuan Xian took the lead, stepping into the portal, closely followed by the other disciples. After all the disciples had entered, Su Yang stepped in as well, and as his figure vanished completely, the void portal gradually began to heal. The moment they stepped into the cave abode, Su Yang felt an invisible force enveloping him, confining his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, having mentally prepared himself, he remained undisturbed. Taking a few steps forward, he observed his 5 disciples halted in their tracks, their expressions frozen in awe, profoundly shaken by the magnificent scene before them. The clouds billowed and the mists danced, ancient trees towered high, and spiritual peaks loomed above, while the undulating mountains resembled a mighty dragon, exuding an air of grandeur and antiquity. As he gazed around, he beheld precious spiritual treasures scattered abundantly, many of which were exquisite items over 1,000 years old. These treasures could significantly enhance the probability of an ordinary cultivator successfully transcending to the core formation stage by 30 to 40%. The spiritual energy was extraordinarily abundant, with ethereal streams of spiritual essence flowing freely through the mountains. Could this truly be the Ziyun Cave? The spiritual energy here surpasses even that of my Ziyun Peak. If one were to cultivate here for just a day, it might equate to several days of arduous training in the outside world. 800-year-old Ziyun snowbuds, 900-year-old Xianwang ginseng, 1200-year-old Guiyuan jade shoots. Oh, they are all mine. If only I could transport this Ziyun Cave to my Ziyun Peak. But that would only be possible once my master transcends and becomes an immortal. A mere tribulation realm? My master is more than capable. You may boast. But do not drag me into it. Su Yang nearly lost his composure at Xue Jinli's audacious claims, almost urging his eldest disciple to give her 100 spanks right then and there. Good heavens! While others aspire for their disciples to become phoenixes, my own disciples wish for their master to attain immortality. It's simply turning the natural order upside down, amidst the plethora of celestial treasures scattered before her. The little avaricious Xue Jinli could hardly contain her excitement, her delicate frame trembling with exhilaration. Perhaps overwhelmed by her fervor, she abruptly turned and leapt towards Su Yang, clasping his thigh with fervent admiration. Her cherubic face nuzzled against him, reminiscent of a playful kitten, as she exclaimed, "Master, I humbly worship you." Had Su Yang been inclined to carry the enchanting Jiao Chan upon his waist, it would certainly have provided a lesson for the Na'vi little Jinli. Enough of this reverence, my dear disciple. It would be far wiser to embark on our treasure hunt post-haste. Delay any further, and your fellow disciples may snatch away the treasures. Su Yang admonished. How vexing. Master, I shall pay my respects later, she replied, swiftly rising and brushing off the dust from her attire, hastening towards the distance while calling out, Senior sister, relinquish that spirit treasure. You are ill-equipped to handle it. Allow me to take charge. Su Yang, with his hands nestled in his pockets, pondered. As a competent master, it is imperative to instill initiative in one's disciples and to avoid complacency, for the resources of the disciple are finite. Hence, he had brought her to the Ziyun Cave. Now, he merely needed to await the tributes from his treasure-hunting disciples. Tomorrow at the third watch, Jiang vowed. Chapter 54. The Quest for the Miraculous Treasure Mirror, quite unbecoming. Senior sister, abandon that artifact. Allow me to. A scream pierced the air as Xue Jinli's pert backside ultimately succumbed to the inevitable punishment. Su Yang, witnessing the scene, could only muster a remark. Well done. It is no wonder that it is said boys grow into jesters while girls mature into mischief makers. Xue Jinli is a quintessential embodiment of this adage. Although the original text offers little description of this treasure, primarily serving to assist the protagonist in their quest for riches, Su Yang is convinced that an object capable of revealing the fortuity of others must be extraordinary, perhaps even a remnant of some divine artifact. Upon opening his storage ring, he discovers an abundance of pills and cultivation methods. Alas, to him, they are merely inconsequential scraps. After rummaging for a while, Su Yang finally uncovers an item that seems to be the sought-after treasure, a peculiar object resembling black-framed glasses, yet possessing a single lens. Were it not for his transmigration into a fictional realm, he would surely think it a whimsical creation born of boredom by some prior adventurer. Is this truly a treasure of opportunity? Su Yang muses incredulously as he examines it closely. Upon perceiving the subtle emanations of the laws and the intricate patterns of celestial constellations engraved on the frame, he is finally convinced of its authenticity. No wonder most transmigrators tend to be of a scientific disposition. Su Yang feels a twinge of discomfort. For those of a scientific mind, glasses are the essence, endowing them with unparalleled innate advantages over others. He tentatively places the treasure of opportunity upon his face, and as he does, the black frames meld seamlessly into his eyes. The world around him seems to be muted, enveloped in shades of black and white, save for 5 distinct sources of light dancing before him. Does this signify the impending fortunes awaiting my disciples? Su Yang muses, promptly pursuing the brightest ray to ascertain the validity of his conjecture. The stillness is almost unnerving. By the banks of a river marsh, Liu Beifeng cradled her fated spirit spear with vigilance, casting wary glances around her. As a practitioner at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, she could not traverse the Ziyun Cave mansion with the same ease as her senior sisters, running about freely. Along her journey, she had encountered numerous demonic beasts of the Foundation establishment realm, some even at the 7th or 8th level, which required considerable effort for her to overcome. However, upon reaching this river marsh, it seemed as though the beasts had vanished, as if she had stepped into a secluded paradise. The sounds of chirping insects and singing birds were conspicuously absent, replaced only by the ominous rush of dark currents nearby. Such an unusual silence hinted at lurking dangers. Having honed her skills in the Yunfu mountain range since childhood, Liu Beifeng understood well that a territory devoid of even the slightest sound of wildlife indicated a tyrannical master. Capable of dominating such a vast expanse of marshland, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Cautiously, Liu Beifeng resolved to take a detour. Yet, at that moment, a sudden crash erupted. A water arrow transformed into a brilliant white streak, hurtling toward her with alarming speed. Anticipating this unexpected assault, Liu Beifeng deftly wielded her spirit spear, effortlessly severing the water arrow in midair. The splattering droplets corroded the earth beneath, emitting a hissing sound. Poisonous. Witnessing this scene, Liu Beifeng felt an intensified urgency to remain vigilant. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air as countless water arrows surged forth from the water's surface, creating ripples in the void. The assailants bore ill intentions. Liu Beifeng tightened her focus, her aura resonating powerfully as thousands of droplets of liquid mana surged within her, roaring like a torrent of rushing rivers. As the fascia released its tension, it resembled a formidable bowstring, unleashing an immense force that surged from the palm towards the destined spiritual spear. With a deft twist of the wrist, the spear danced like a myriad of silver serpents, its fierce energy sweeping forth to confront the onslaught of poisoned water arrows. Who are these audacious marauders, emboldened by their trivial skills, daring to trespass upon my sovereign territory? Today, I shall ensure that you pay with your life. Minions, rally to my side. With the command spoken, a muscular behemoth, towering like a man, erupted from the depths of the water, brandishing its weapon aloft as if to cleave the very mountains. It radiated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy as it charged toward Liu Beifeng. Yet, with the poisoned arrows swarming around, Liu Beifeng found it unwise to confront the creature head-on. Instead, he skillfully wielded his spear and deftly retreated, his feet barely grazing the ground. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the creature's devastating strike cleaved the air before it, creating a cacophony of sound. You dare to evade me. The beast, feeling the sting of its missed attack and the ignominy of losing face before its underlings, propelled itself forward with a mighty thrust of its legs, hurtling towards Liu Beifeng like a hurled boulder. Beaver? Chasing the luminous glow, Su Yang removed the opportunity mirror and beheld the true form of the monstrous creature, astonished. Can a beaver grow to such a size? This is hardly characteristic of a beaver. After all, in the outside world, beavers are the most commonplace of magical beasts, found in nearly every river. Despite being magical, even fishermen among mortals harbor no fear of them. Indeed, fishermen often display a modicum of kindness, sharing a few of their catches to stave off the beaver's hunger. The beast that survives by begging, within this Ziyun cave, seems utterly transformed. This giant beaver must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, Su Yang surmised. Moreover, judging by the brilliance reflected in the mirror, the boon this beaver has received is indeed considerable. This formidable water creature has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and along with its numerous kin lurking beneath the surface, it stands as one of the most formidable beastly overlords in the Ziyun cave. Liu Beifeng, recognizing the futility of confrontation, wielded his innate spiritual spear to shatter the incoming water arrows, retreating while contending with the onslaught, evading the might of the water monster. Flee! But I wonder how long you can evade. The water monster roared, its weapon glimmering with a dark golden light, emanating a foundation establishment aura that enveloped Liu Beifeng. Meanwhile, the water arrows beneath the surface intensified their assault, directing themselves toward Liu Beifeng's rear, effectively blocking her escape. In an instant, Liu Beifeng found herself in a dire predicament. Her movements hindered. It seems I have no choice but to fight with all my might. Liu Beifeng inhaled deeply, gripping her innate spiritual spear, poised to unleash her power. Boom! An indescribable aura of terror surged from the distant skies, as if a resplendent sun were rising, radiating myriad golden rays that enveloped the entire river basin. This golden light appeared capable of annihilating all, easily dispelling the multitude of water-poison arrows raining down, as if they had never existed. A fierce pressure surged into the water monster's mind, causing it to tremble, an overwhelming chill coursing through its being, its grip on the weapon faltering, and its pores tightening as if an unimaginable horror were about to descend upon it. Driven by an intense desire for survival, the water monster cast aside its weapons and prepared to leap into the river. Unfortunately, in its pursuit of Liu Beifeng, it had unwittingly distanced itself far from the water's surface. Coupled with the terrifying pressure that held it captive, its entire body became rigid and immobile. Su Yang approached the water monster, grasped it by the nape of its neck, and turned to Liu Beifeng with an expression of displeasure, saying, "You are already under the protection of your master. How can you still contemplate risking your life in the face of danger?" Liu Beifeng lowered her head in shame, replying, "I apologize, master. My skills are lacking." "What do you have to apologize for? I have not properly instructed you." Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Disciple, remember this. Should you encounter peril again and your master is nearby, simply cry out for help, and I shall ensure your safety. Do you understand?" "Yes, master, I understand." Liu Beifeng replied obediently, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she discreetly glanced at her irate master, though she had just been reprimanded. Her heart swelled with sweetness, a sensation far more delightful than consuming honey. Was this the essence of her master's protection? She felt it profoundly. Chapter 55, The Beaver's Performance. Sinking into the abyss after delivering his admonition, Su Yang turned his attention to the beaver feigning death beneath him, clearing his throat as he said, "Disciple, it seems this beaver has succumbed to heat stroke. Shall we roast it for a meal?" "Certainly, master. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to sample my culinary skills." Liu Beifeng responded without hesitation. At last, she found a chance to demonstrate her abilities and honor her master. The only regret was that it was a beaver, not a wild chicken. Her roast chicken is truly a culinary masterpiece, one that can only be savored by my esteemed master at a later date. The seemingly lifeless beaver, in a moment of fright, inadvertently uttered a whimpering plea. It lifted its head, its face adorned with an almost human-like ingratiating smile. "Esteemed sir, I am not suffering from heat stroke. Rather, I am merely overwhelmed by your majestic aura." Having transformed from an ordinary beaver into a formidable giant beaver, it was well versed in the ways of survival. The individual before it, wielding an impressive vitality, had effectively subdued both it and its aquatic companions, making it abundantly clear that this was a being not to be trifled with or defied. In the presence of such a formidable entity, all it could do was flatter. Pleasing this powerful figure was the only means of ensuring its continued existence. Liu Beifeng's beautiful eyes flickered with amusement. The beaver, which had previously threatened her, now adopted such a sycophantic demeanor before her master. It was quite the spectacle. Though somewhat clumsy in its approach, one must acknowledge that, being a member of the demon race, it exhibited a certain remarkable cleverness. Su Yang offered a word of praise. "Indeed, among the beaver clan, you are one of the brightest minds." The giant beaver puffed up with pride. "Since you are indeed so astute, I shall not beat around the bush," Su Yang stated directly. "Hand over the opportunities you have acquired." The giant beaver's expression momentarily froze, but it quickly regained its composure and replied respectfully, "Even if you had not spoken, I would willingly present my fortunes, for only a distinguished figure such as yourself, graceful, charismatic, and accomplished in both literature and martial arts, deserves to wield such opportunities." It eloquently recited a plethora of idioms, showcasing the entirety of its lifelong learned flattery. Truly a remarkable intellect. Su Yang cast a surprised glance at it, releasing his grip from its neck, and commanded, very perceptive, "Go fetch the opportunity. I shall await your return." "Certainly, my lord." The grand beaver bowed slightly, not departing immediately, but instead summoned two equally large beavers from beneath the water's surface, slightly smaller than itself. Initially reluctant, the two beavers transformed in demeanor after receiving a thorough reprimand from the grand beaver, their eyes now gleaming with clarity. It seemed the scolding was rather explicit. The grand beaver led the two to Su Yang, adopting a lowly posture, humbly stating, "My lord, it may take some effort for us to procure that opportunity for you. Fearing you might grow bored, I have arranged for two valiant members of my beaver clan to accompany you. They are quite intelligent, second only to myself within our clan. You may direct them as you wish, as they will serve to alleviate your tedium." Upon finishing, the grand beaver gave the two a kick, admonishing, "Dullards, hurry and greet the lord." Thus, the esteemed intellects within the beaver clan were revealed to be cultivated in such a manner. In this clan, to be among the brightest truly meant one was among the brightest. Su Yang understood the grand beaver's intentions. It was merely delivering two capable beings into his custody to assure him, Su Yang's demeanor remained casual. He feared no tricks from the Grand Beaver, with a mere thought. He could easily overturn a trivial river. Upon receiving Su Yang's consent, the Great Beaver heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of gratitude. Respectfully, it bowed to Su Yang and, before taking its leave, delivered a swift kick to the two smaller beavers, implying that they should behave and not cause trouble for their kind. Su Yang watched as the silhouette of the Great Beaver gradually disappeared into the river's depths, then turned his attention to the two dejected beavers at his side, inquiring, "What talents do you possess?" Since they had nothing else to occupy their time, he thought it wise to seek some form of entertainment. Although the two beavers struggled with verbal communication, they had no trouble understanding him. Upon hearing Su Yang's question, they exchanged glances, nodded at each other, and each flexed their small arms, showcasing their robust limbs. Following this display, they bared their teeth in a playful challenge and began to push and shove one another. "Master, what are they doing?" Liu Beifeng asked, somewhat puzzled. "Is this a bewildering behavior of magical beasts? If my guess is correct, they must be performing a combat display." Su Yang could hardly believe that in his lifetime he would witness two beavers engage in a playful brawl, though he would refuse to watch animal performances. He could not deny the animals' insistence on entertaining. Had this occurred in his previous life, tickets to the zoo would surely have sold out for every show. Several hours later, in a valley within the Tianji Mountains, several figures materialized in the air, exuding an aura of terror akin to deities descending upon the earth. Their sudden appearance sent shivers down the spines of the magical beasts concealed within the mountains, instilling a sense of dread. This group was none other than the members of Qingming Sect, having traversed the teleportation array from the eastern wilderness, racing to the northern mansion to avenge their sect's heir. The elder at the forefront cast a somber glance towards the valley, his tone grave as he spoke. "There are traces of my disciples' blood here. This must be the point where the battle commenced. If we follow this trail, we shall surely uncover some clues." "Master, why not directly locate the heart of the Yuan magnet?" inquired one of the elders, puzzled. The elder ground his teeth in frustration, bitterly replying. He had initially hoped to pinpoint the heart of the Yuan magnet to directly find the scoundrel who had slain his disciple, but the connection felt severed, as if it had been utterly cut off. No matter how he attempted to sense it, it was as though a stone had sunk into the sea, leaving not a trace behind. Regardless of the method, we must find that villain. The elder's expression twisted with rage as he commanded. "Yes, master." The several elders, upon hearing this, stiffened in resolve and immediately released their vast consciousness, using the valley as a starting point to expand their search over thousands of miles. Chapter 56. The Exotic Blue Lotus, the sacred body of agriculture in the Qi Yuan cave abode, by the banks of the river. Liu Beifeng intervened. "Please, cease this fighting. If it continues, someone will truly perish." He forcibly separated the two beavers that were entangled and unwilling to let go. Initially, this struggle had been of a performative nature, but somehow it had escalated. Perhaps one of them had struck too fiercely, altering the nature of their encounter. The two beavers, now forcibly separated, stared at each other with wide eyes, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. Su Yang spoke up, and the two beavers quivered, instantly calming down, standing guard beside Su Yang like two vigilant sentinels, one to the left and one to the right, setting aside the matter of race, merely based on their current appearance. These two figures are indeed comparable to the two legendary door gods of the Tang dynasty. After a while, bubbles began to rise in the river. The returning giant beaver was the first to emerge from the water, followed closely by several robust beavers, who hoisted a blue lotus, towering at half a person's height, onto the shore. The petals of the blue lotus glimmered with a radiant sheen, surrounded by a misty haze that swirled around it. As it swayed gently, a divine light emanated from it, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Could this be the chaos blue lotus? Liu Beifeng's beautiful eyes trembled, and she could not help but exclaim. She had encountered descriptions of it in ancient texts, although its appearance seemed to differ somewhat from the records. It was not the true chaos blue lotus, but rather a celestial anomaly imbued with a trace of its essence. Su Yang's fervor diminished as he elucidated to Liu Beifeng. He had initially mistaken this blue lotus for the foremost of the 10 heavenly treasures, the chaos blue lotus, but soon recognized the discrepancies. If it were indeed the chaos blue lotus, even a mere trace of chaotic energy would weigh heavily, rendering it impossible for a few foundational realm creatures to uproot it and carry it on their shoulders. In fact, a single lotus flower could easily crush these beavers into a bloody pulp. While it may not be the Chaos Blue Lotus, it is at least 4,000 years old, making it a remarkable fortune, Ziyun remarked. Truly, the master is deserving of his title, demonstrating vast knowledge and experience. The giant beaver, seizing the opportunity, naturally began to flatter. Very well, let us keep this treasure, and you shall remain as well. The rest may withdraw, Ziyun instructed, gesturing towards the giant beaver. Master, do you truly wish for us to remain as well? The great river beaver trembled, its limbs somewhat weakened. As it reached the shore, it beheld the battered visage of its two subordinates, their faces bruised and swollen. There was no need to ponder. It was evident they had been beaten by this esteemed individual. Were it not for the knowledge that they belonged to its kin, one might easily mistake them for two wild boars that had gained sentience. As accomplices, they had been thoroughly thrashed to the point where even their parents would scarcely recognize them. What fate awaited the principal offender? Surely, it would be skinning and flaying. What? You are unwilling? Ziyun's tone turned frigid. According to my principles, you have just assaulted my disciple, and thus I ought to annihilate your entire clan. However, considering your display of cleverness, I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Annihilate my entire clan. This esteemed individual is indeed a harbinger of death. The great river beaver, filled with trepidation, repeatedly bowed in submission. Do not rush. I have a question for you. Who is responsible for the care of this blue lotus? Ziyun inquired. I am, the great river beaver replied honestly. Then congratulations, you have secured your life. From this moment forth, you are appointed as the spiritual farmer of Ziyun Peak. All celestial and earthly spiritual entities shall be under your charge. Should any issues arise, I shall hold you accountable, Ziyun declared coldly. He contemplated far ahead. This venture into the Qiyuan cave would undoubtedly yield a plethora of celestial and earthly treasures. However, his disciples had no use for such an abundance, and storing them would be cumbersome. Thus, the only viable option was to cultivate them in the spiritual fields of Ziyun Peak. With so few disciples, all delicate and tender, Ziyun was reluctant to burden them with the care of the spiritual fields. Thus, the great beaver is indeed remarkable, with tough skin, substantial flesh, and astonishing bones, clearly a natural-born cultivator of the land. Most importantly, the great beaver possesses no rights, even under the grueling 996 work schedule, or even the relentless 007. Ziyun will not be subjected to hanging from a lamppost. The king of rivers, I pay my respects to the peak master. The great beaver, having survived calamity, reverently bowed to Ziyun. The king of rivers? Surely, this designation is inappropriate. Ziyun raised an eyebrow. What merit is there in adopting the title of king of rivers? It lacks elegance. Allow me to bestow a name upon you. Given your dark, ink-like fur, I shall call you Little Black. Little Black, what a splendid name. Black symbolizes the night and embodies the essence of this world if a demon is unencumbered by form. Before it lies the vast expanse of the great Tao. The peak master surely wishes for me to not be confined by the title of king of rivers, but to embody the virtues of integrity, selflessness, unwavering righteousness, and a spirit of dedication as a beaver. The wisdom of the peak master is indeed more expansive than the heavens and deeper than the earth. Even the celestial bodies dim before you, and my admiration for you flows like the relentless river. Little Black appeared enlightened. His eyes filled with reverence as he gazed upon Ziyun. Liu Beifeng, with her gentle and beautiful eyes, looked at her revered master with longing. She felt that Little Black's words were profoundly true. The longer one interacts with the master, the more one perceives the Daoic essence in the master's every action and word, and with a slight comprehension, one gains unparalleled insights akin to a divine awakening. Ziyun merely believed that an unremarkable name was easy to sustain. However, this little black creature spoke quite melodiously. For this reason alone, sparing its life seemed a judicious decision. He turned to Liu Beifeng and said, Disciple, you should accept this blue lotus. A celestial treasure aged 4,000 years is indeed worthy of assisting you in your quest for Dan formation. Nay, Master, I have only reached the 5th layer of foundation establishment. I am still far from Dan formation. This blue lotus should remain in your esteemed possession. Liu Beifeng declined with a wave of her hand. Ziyun playfully tapped her on the head, saying, As my direct disciple, how can you lack such ambition? Rubbing her head, Liu Beifeng's face flushed crimson as she murmured softly, Disciple is not as formidable as master. Breaking through to Dan formation is not as easy as it seems. From now on, refrain from associating with your 3rd senior sister. She has led you astray. And now you too are growing obstinate. Ziyun jested, subsequently placing the blue lotus into his system space. I shall safeguard this blue lotus for you. And on the day you achieve Dan formation, it will be returned. Surprisingly, no system notification echoed in his mind. Could it be that, in the system's judgment, this did not qualify as a gift from the female protagonist? Yet, that made sense. Little Beifeng's fortune was essentially intercepted by him, and thus the system naturally considered this blue lotus to be rightfully his. It appeared he could not exploit any loopholes. Previously, he had contemplated secretly bestowing some treasures upon his disciple, allowing her to return them as gifts, thereby enabling him to receive repeated rewards from the system. But how could a system that transcends the heavenly laws permit its host to exploit such tricks? Indeed, he had been overly simplistic in his thoughts. Progress Update 809-1000 Chapter 57 A Direct Confrontation for a Companion Inheritance of the Qi Yuan. Lu Beifeng slightly nodded her delicate head. Her lips pressed together, her enchanting eyes shimmering with brilliance, unable to contain her thoughts. Master, oh Master, you are so kind to your disciple. How shall I repay you in the future? Little Black, observing the mutual deference between the master and disciple, felt tears welling up, nearly spilling from its mouth. I don't want any of this. Just give it to me. You have time to bid farewell to your kin, Su Yang said to Little Black, before departing with Lu Beifeng. Grateful, Little Black bowed to Su Yang and then approached its clan, intending to make arrangements for the matters behind. Unexpectedly, upon seeing it approach, its kin fled as if evading a plague. A question mark appeared on Little Black's forehead. It had shed blood and fought valiantly for the Beaver clan, only to be treated in such a manner. It was utterly disheartening. A wounded heart felt like shattered glass. Where I am not welcomed, there shall be other places that will cherish me. What is a mere king of rivers compared to its destiny? It aspires to become the divine beast guarding Ziyun Peak, beginning its journey from the spirit farmers. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Su Yang had been idling about, or rather, receiving the treasured offerings from his disciples. Ding. Yuan Lingxian has gifted the host a mid-grade Earth Tier pill, Flame Spirit Pill 1, triggering a 100-fold critical return of a low-grade Heaven Tier Yinsheng Pill 1. Ding. Wan Yuer graciously bestowed upon the host a mid-tier Earth-grade elixir, the Great Rejuvenation Pill, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return of the Enlightenment Bodhi Seed. A prompt followed. Ding. Lu Beifeng presented the host with the Earth-grade spiritual artifact, the Gale Boots, resulting in a 100-fold critical return of the Heaven-grade lower-tier Skyward Boots. The Supreme Flame Pill enhances mana by 10 years, with double effectiveness on the pure Yang Dao body. The Enlightenment Bodhi Seed, an exceedingly rare celestial treasure, capable of aiding practitioners in reaching deeper levels of cultivation, thus maximizing the efficacy of their techniques and martial skills. The Skyward Boots traverse across realms with ease. Those who don these boots possess abilities akin to those who have mastered the heaven-grade footwork. Gazing at the system's introduction, Su Yang was undoubtedly elated. His disciples were remarkably considerate, always presenting him with treasures of mid-tier Earth-grade and above whenever they encountered them. Meanwhile, Yuan Lingxian and Situ Qingqing were secretly competing, fervently searching for treasures to gift him. Naturally, Su Yang did not neglect them either, bestowing upon them some of the artifacts returned by the system that he had no use for. After all, only by empowering his disciples could they discover more exceptional treasures to honor him with. This is what one might call sustainable development, as the Qi Yuan Cave could only accommodate those at the perfected Golden Core stage. Any practitioner exceeding this would be automatically expelled by the cave's regulations. Thus, he did not rush to cultivate, but rather waited until he had seized most of the opportunities within the Qi Yuan Cave before making a decisive breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Master, is this technique unique to Qing'er, or do the other sisters possess it as well? Situ Qingqing inquired, her brows resembling distant mountains, her lips delicately pursed. Why the sulking expression? Naturally, it is exclusively yours. Su Yang was not one to fall into the traps of a stereotypical male. Your fellow disciples possess their own methods of cultivation, he silently added in his heart. Qing'er understood that her master cherished her the most. Situ Qingqing smiled radiantly, her lips curving like ripples on a tranquil lake. As an empathetic disciple, Situ Qingqing gently remarked, Master, your disciple cherishes you as well. Just at that moment, a sudden, urgent sound pierced through the distant sky. Master! Su Yang sat upright, his gaze unwavering. Shui Jinli descended from the heavens, taking a few steps before noticing Situ Qingqing, who stood with her back to Su Yang. Her expression was quite peculiar. Shao Qing, why are you hiding from me? What do you think? I do not wish to see you right now. Situ Qingqing quickly adjusted her rumpled dress. Though her heart raced, she feigned an air of displeasure. TCH, how petty. It's merely 1,000-year-old spiritual herb I took from you. Xue Jinli pouted, disregarding Situ Qingqing, and approached her master, grasping his arm in an attempt to pull him away. Robbing a master right in front of me? Situ Qingqing could no longer hold back. She turned to embrace Su Yang's arm, furrowing her brow as she inquired. Senior Sister Xue, what are you trying to do? What concern is it of yours? Xue Jinli instinctively retorted, but as her gaze swept over Xiaoqing, an expression of disbelief surged within her eyes. It seemed she had stumbled upon some knowledge, yet she felt that in all of Ziyun Peak, such a thing could only be accomplished by her. Thus, she resolved to remain patient, planning to probe further later. She looked at her master with an urgent expression. Master, I have discovered a great opportunity. What great opportunity? Su Yang inquired. It seems to be the legacy of the Qi Yuan master. Master, you need not ask so many questions. Just follow your disciple. Xue Jinli replied in a hurried tone. I can accompany you. Why must it be the master? Situ Qingqing interjected from the side. The surroundings are all array formations. Can you break them? Xue Jinli retorted. Situ Qingqing felt a surge of annoyance, but found herself at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless. All array formations? That certainly sounds like the legacy of the Qi Yuan master. At this moment, his blood energy had quietly settled, and he gently patted Situ Qingqing's hand before rising. I shall accompany you to take a look. With the heavenly abode tower in his possession, he could easily dismantle any formation that was not extraordinarily formidable, as if walking on level ground. Master, I wish to go as well. Situ Qingqing harbored a suspicion that Xue Jinli had ulterior motives regarding the master. No. You are too weak and would hinder us, Xue Jinli swiftly rejected before Su Yang could speak. Situ Qingqing exclaimed in disbelief. How can someone at the 9th level of foundation establishment deem me, at the 8th level of core formation, weak? In this Qi Yuan cave, my third senior sister can flaunt her prowess due to her unique constitution. Were it in the outside world, I would have long since taken action to teach her a lesson. Let us go together. With the master protecting us, we shall be safe. Seeing Situ Qingqing gazing at him intently, and recalling the recent harmonious moment, Su Yang felt it inappropriate to turn cold-hearted, and thus he spoke. The master is the best. Situ Qingqing clung to Su Yang's arm, tilting her chin in a haughty manner. She scoffed at Xue Jinli. Humph, just like a peacock in full display, brimming with arrogance and pride. Chapter 58. How insidious you are. Manipulating Qingqing before them stood a palace, suffused with spiritual energy, enveloped in ethereal mist, reminiscent of an ancient celestial fortress that inspired awe. Xue Jinli guided Su Yang to the entrance of the palace, with Situ Qingqing trailing closely behind him. Master, observe that the surroundings are all imbued with formations. A single misstep could lead to a fate of utter annihilation. Xue Jinli spoke with a grave expression. Su Yang nodded, lifting his toes slightly, causing a pebble on the ground to shoot forth violently into the palace. In an instant, thousands of terrifying divine runes materialized around the palace, radiating an endless brilliance. Before the pebble could make contact, it was obliterated into dust, revealing that these runes seemed to form countless formations, rendering the palace impenetrable and fortified like an unassailable fortress. Just as depicted in the original narrative, 3,000 killing formations surround it, complemented by illusionary and trapping arrays. If the protagonist were not relying on the elder within the jade pendant, he might not even qualify to stand before this palace, let alone receive the inheritance of the Qi Yuan Venerable. However, this inheritance will soon be mine. With this thought, Su Yang's gaze narrowed slightly, his expression remaining as calm as still water as he said, Qingqing, Jinli, you both shall follow closely behind your master. Understood, master. I shall not stray a step. Situ Qingqing grasped the corner of her master's robe tightly, her tone affectionate. Indeed, something feels amiss. Xue Jinsui caught a glimpse of her junior sister gazing at their master with the longing eyes reminiscent of a lover. She maintained her composure and replied obediently, Of course, master, I shall remain by your side. Situ Qingqing shot a glare at Xue Jinsui, as if questioning, Why do you mimic my words? Yet, in the next moment, her delicate visage suddenly stiffened, her beautiful eyes visibly flushing with embarrassment. She stared at Xue Jinsui, her eyes widening in astonishment, and, in a fit of mortification, transmitted her thoughts. Third senior sister, why are you pinching me? What? If it is permissible for master, must it be forbidden for me? Shui Jinsue replied with a light-hearted smile. What nonsense are you uttering, third senior sister? Situ Qingqing's heart sank, her complexion paling slightly, as she spoke with a facade of bravado. Although her mind was in turmoil, she was reluctant to accept that she had fallen into the trap set by her third senior sister, especially since Master had been rather lenient. Denial is of no consequence. Soon, I shall share the captured image in the group. At that point, it will not be I who inquires. Shui Jinsue observed the changes in Situ Qingqing's expression, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, her demeanor casual. You captured an image? Situ Qingqing's voice suddenly rose in pitch, but immediately regretted her outburst, realizing that her third senior sister might have been toying with her. Attempting to regain her composure, she retorted, what I meant is, there was nothing between Master and me. What could you possibly have captured? What do you think? Shui Jinsue insinuated, casting a meaningful glance at the neckline of her clothes. Noticing where third senior sister's gaze lingered, Situ Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that she had indeed been caught on camera by her third senior sister? If the third senior sister were to share the recording with the group, allowing the senior sister to see it, what should be done? Surely, she wouldn't resort to hanging herself from a crooked tree. After much contemplation, Situ Qingqing bit her lip, hesitatingly saying, Third senior sister, it's not as you think. This matter is rather lengthy. Then let us make it brief. Situ Qingqing continued, my master has lost all cultivation, and I am the only one left on Ziyun Peak. Seeing my master so frail and unable to care for herself, I couldn't help but. Her cheeks flushed as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Have you betrayed your master? Shui Jinli kindly interjected, providing an alternative perspective. Situ Qingqing found herself at a loss for words. Third senior sister. It doesn't quite amount to betrayal. Xiaoqing, you truly did what I have long wished to do. Shui Jinli exclaimed, exasperated. If it weren't for my responsibilities outside, fulfilling tasks assigned by Master, such delightful incidents would never have befallen you. Just the thought of it is infuriating. Situ Qingqing was momentarily taken aback by these words. What do you mean by truly? Earlier, you clearly stated that the recording had already been made, without tangible proof. How could she ever admit to such a thing? Situ Qingqing's brows furrowed in disbelief. Third senior sister, you deceived me. Xiaoqing, you are truly adorable, Shui Jinli said, playfully lifting Situ Qingqing's chin. After a brief silence, Situ Qingqing's expression suddenly shifted to one of calmness. Third senior sister, since there is no recording, let us forget everything I previously mentioned. I shall never admit to it. Admitting it is unnecessary. After all, I recorded your words with a voice tone just now. This time, I am not deceiving you. Shui Jinli blinked her eyes and swayed her waist, a phonograph disc still gleaming with light. Third senior sister, how cunning you are. Situ Qingqing exclaimed in exasperation, her silver teeth clenched tightly, wishing she could bite her adversary to death. Thank you for the compliment, Shui Jinli replied with a smile. Then shifted her tone, asserting, Little Qing, you wouldn't want the eldest senior sister to discover the treacherous deed you have committed against our master, would you? Situ Qingqing felt as if she had heard this line countless times before, although she was reluctant to be threatened by the third senior sister. The evidence was firmly in her grasp, leaving her with no choice but to respond. Third senior sister, what exactly do you want? However, she added with a warning. Let me make it clear, should you cross my boundaries, even if you inform the eldest senior sister, I shall not be afraid. Rest assured, I will not overstep your limits. I merely require your assistance with a trivial matter. What matter? Assist me in betraying our master. Shui Jinli's gaze was intense. Situ Qingqing looked at Shui Jinli in disbelief. You want me to be the scapegoat, and you dare call it a trivial matter? Absolutely not. She rejected without hesitation. Do you wish to face the wrath of the eldest senior sister alone, or would you prefer to share in the fun? The choice is yours. Shui Jinli spoke with a tone of confidence, convinced that little Qing would make the right decision. For a moment, Situ Qingqing furrowed her brow, her expression conflicted. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on Shui Jinli's chest and inquired, Third senior sister, is it possible that our master might not be fond of your type? Falsehoods do not inflict harm. It is the truth that wields the sharp blade. Shui Jinli straightened her chest and, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Who said that? What if? Besides, it's not as though I haven't developed. Yet, her voice dwindled, lacking conviction. She was acutely aware of her shortcomings. But one ought not to focus solely on disadvantages. At least her legs were quite long, and despite years of discipline, her figure remained commendable. Therefore, senior sister, why not reconsider your terms? If you refuse to negotiate, I shall surely expose you. Xue Jinli's expression turned fierce, exuding the aura of a formidable enchantress. Humph. If you must assist, then so be it, retorted Situ Qingqing, equally incensed. Meanwhile, Xu Yang, who was diligently deciphering the array using the heavenly desolation floating pagoda, sensed that his two disciples were whispering behind his back. However, lacking tangible evidence, he could only turn and admonish, stay close, and do not lose focus. Situ Qingqing, her tone somewhat fierce, replied, Master, perhaps you should attend to your own affairs. Xu Yang was left utterly perplexed. Why, for no apparent reason, was he being confronted? How dare you speak to Master in such a manner? Xue Jinli chastised Situ Qingqing. Situ Qingqing shot a glare at Xue Jinli, her eyes brimming with a mixture of indignation and shame. It seemed she was ready to retaliate, but upon witnessing Xue Jinli's audacious demeanor, her gaze shifted to one of vulnerability. With her misty, enchanting eyes filled with sorrow, she looked pleadingly at their master, opening her mouth, yet finding herself at a loss for words. The pitiable sight of Situ Qingqing evoked a poignant thought in Xu Yang's mind. A gambling father, ailing mother, a younger brother, and a shattered self. Little Qing truly was broken. It was not merely a figment of his imagination. Xiao Qing and Xue Jinli were undoubtedly whispering something behind him. Moreover, judging by their expressions, it was evident that Xiao Qing had lost. Regarding the playful banter and skirmishes among his disciples, Su Yang adhered strictly to the principle of non-interference. Enough of this nonsense. The formation we are in is quite perilous, Su Yang remarked, promptly using the heavenly desolation floating pagoda in his hand to dismantle the formation before him. Having been bullied by Xue Jinli to such an extent, Situ Qingqing felt a deep sense of injustice, almost wishing to bite her master in frustration. However, upon reflection, she realized that her master was oblivious to the dynamics at play, and she had no desire for him to understand. Among her 8 disciples, 7 were rebellious. As Su Yang advanced swiftly, they soon arrived before the palace. Standing on tiptoe, one could glimpse the interior of the palace. Xue Jinli's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her breath quickening as she beheld the plethora of rare treasures within. Her eyes sparkled like countless stars. Wow, so many treasures. The least of them are of earth grade. Master, I am going in. Xue Jinli, brimming with excitement, rubbed her hands together like a wild horse ready to bolt into the palace. What are you rushing for? She exclaimed, not in a scream but rather in a soft, delicate tone akin to that of a purring kitten, stirring a sense of longing in the hearts of those who heard it. Who would have thought you were such a disciple? Is it possible that your ponytail is your true form? Su Yang cast a peculiar glance at Xue Jinli. He then gave a slight tremor to the heavenly desolation floating pagoda in his hand, causing a gray mist to envelop the area ahead. Before them, what was once empty space suddenly revealed hundreds of divine runes, intertwining and exuding a chilling aura of menace. Had Su Yang not intervened earlier, Xue Jinli would undoubtedly have found herself ensnared by the divine pattern, utterly exposed. Thank you, Master, Xue Jinli said, a hint of embarrassment evident as she stuck out her tongue. Next time, exercise caution. Do not forget everything at the sight of treasure. You are my disciple, and should anything happen, given my age, I cannot withstand such a blow, Su Yang remarked, half in jest, half in earnest. Xue Jinli nodded eagerly, her lips curling into a slight smile, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of light. Situ Qingqing instantly felt affronted by her junior's blatant missteps. She could barely tolerate the normal exchanges her master had with the other disciples. Xue, her senior, even expected her to play the role of a cheerleader. Qinger, hurry and encourage him. Master is out of strength. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Woo-woo, let the heavy rain pour down. As they stepped into the palace, within the obscure corners of the system space, the core of the magnetic field trembled, occasionally emitting a red glow. We apologize. The user you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Please try again later. At that moment, directly in front of the palace, upon a seat crafted from divine jade, Xue Jinli gasped in surprise. Master, there is someone up there. Senior sister, we can all see it, she added. Master, could that possibly be the Qi Yuan Venerable? Situ Qingqing whispered. This is the Qi Yuan cave. Who else could it be, if not the Qi Yuan Venerable? Xue Jinli retorted. A commotion erupted, and Su Yang felt a mischievous glee akin to that of a bystander relishing the chaos. However, he swiftly suppressed such sentiments, focusing intently on the middle-aged man seated upon the divine jade throne, and remarked with an expression of calmness, If it is indeed the esteemed Qi Yuan, we shall ascertain the truth by approaching. He was well aware that the individual on the throne was not the revered Qi Yuan. In the original narrative, Qi Yuan had been afflicted with misfortune for millennia, leaving him in a state of madness and despair, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival. He had inadvertently birthed a malevolent thought, yearning to escape his own corporeal form. Yet, to do so, it required a powerful vessel to seize. The protagonist, possessing the yang-yin battle body, perfectly aligned with the desires of this sinister thought. Little did this thought realize, the protagonist was safeguarded by a venerable talismanic elder. How could a mere malevolent thought contend with the formidable spirit of the Li Huazunjia? Su Yang, accompanied by his two disciples, stepped forward. The middle-aged figure on the divine jade throne spoke slowly, declaring, "After 5 millennia of dreams, I finally discern my own identity." This utterance resonated with profound Zen-like wisdom. Those unaware of its true nature might mistake him for an enlightened sage. Alas, Su Yang was fully cognizant of its essence, even down to the color of his undergarments. "Qi Yuan?" Su Xinli inquired. "Indeed, it is I." The middle-aged man's voice bore a hint of arrogance as he continued, "You youngsters have come seeking my legacy, have you not?" "Indeed," nodded Situ Qingqing, her gaze devoid of any semblance of reverence. "You 3 little ones are quite remarkable, but alas, this esteemed lineage may only be passed on to one," the middle-aged man lamented. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Xue Jinli. "It's quite all right, esteemed elder. You may first bestow it upon my master, who harbors no such reservations." Xue Jinli cleverly proposed a solution on behalf of the middle-aged man. "Indeed, as my senior sister has rightly stated, esteemed elder, you should confer the legacy to my master, who will then pass it on to us. This embodies the true essence of inheritance. In the face of significant matters, Situ Qingqing was more than willing to align herself with Xue Jinli. The middle-aged man could only think, "My native tongue is silence." He had initially intended for the 3 to turn against one another, thus allowing him to reap the benefits, but he had not anticipated the brilliance of Xue Jinli. "With such intelligence, you must have already attained the golden core stage, I presume." He silently cursed. Regaining his composure, the middle-aged man replied calmly, "How you younger generations choose to proceed is beyond my concern. My rules, however, are unbreakable. Since both of you young ladies have decided to forego the inheritance, you must exit this hall. Once your master receives the legacy, you shall surely reunite." Xue Jinli frowned. "Is inheritance truly such an inconvenient matter? Esteemed elder, bestow it upon my master, and we shall simply stand by. We shall not secretly learn." Situ Qingqing chimed in, "Exactly. Esteemed elder, do you not wish for your legacy to once again see the light of day?" The middle-aged man felt a pang of sorrow. "What should I do? It is merely a sinister thought, a simple desire to usurp an individual, yet it proves to be so difficult." Chapter 60. Devouring evil thoughts and strange preferences within the palace. As long as it seized the opportunity swiftly, others would remain oblivious to any abnormalities. Xue Jinli turned to Situ Qingqing, her gaze inquiring, "What are your thoughts, little Qing?" Situ Qingqing too sensed something amiss, and with a subtle blink, she began to convey silent messages to Su Yang. Xue Jinli remarked, "Master, this esteemed Qi Yuan venerable, who once eluded the grasp of numerous formidable factions, now so readily alters his principles. This inheritance appears dubious at best." Situ Qingqing added, "Master, ancient texts depict this individual as being entirely covered in red hair, yet now he bears no distinction from ordinary practitioners. There must be some deceit at play. Perhaps we should withdraw for the time being and proceed with caution." Indeed, the 2 disciples displayed remarkable acumen, discerning the counterfeit seated upon the divine jade throne. Su Yang, soothing his disciples through mental communication, then lifted his gaze toward the middle-aged man upon the throne and inquired, "Esteemed elder, might you enlighten me on how to accept the inheritance?" The middle-aged man responded with a gentle demeanor, gesturing for Su Yang to approach. "Very well." Su Yang stepped forward. Situ Qingqing and Xue Jinli exchanged worried glances toward their master. Xue Jinli expressed her concern. "Master, do you think it will be safe?" Situ Qingqing reassured her. "There is no cause for alarm. Should any issue arise, we shall act immediately." In truth, their faith in their master was unwavering. Yet the presence of the renowned Tudetian Ziyun from 5 millennia ago tempered their confidence. Su Yang stood 3 feet away from the middle-aged figure. A glimmer of joy flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. However, to prevent the prey from slipping away, he maintained his composure and commanded, open the sea of consciousness. I shall impart the inheritance unto you. It is already opened. Very well, do not be on guard, lest the transmission be interrupted. The middle-aged man cautioned, and immediately he transformed into a streak of black light, hastily entering Su Yang's sea of consciousness. Ha ha ha, how foolish you are, possessing the supreme yang body and yet lacking the wit to discern my true essence. But this is fortuitous. Once I seize your corporeal form, the renown of the supreme yang body shall resonate throughout the universe. Fear not, the supreme yang body belongs to me. As the malevolent essence of Qiyuan entered the sea of consciousness, it was overcome with sheer horror, its laughter abruptly ceasing, as if confronted with the most terrifying sight of its existence, robbing it of the courage to face the reality. How could this be? The smile had not vanished. Rather, it had shifted to Su Yang's visage. Within the sea of consciousness, Su Yang gazed at the frozen expression of Qiyuan's malevolence and chuckled. Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, isn't it? I am an otherworldly demon. Before him, this innate divine essence exuded an aura of the most frigid, malevolent, and terrifying evil, akin to a nightmarish fog rolling and enveloping the surroundings. A mere glance was enough to evoke profound agony, as if one were enduring endless torment in a purgatory. What manner of existence could this possibly be? Compared to those forbidden entities, the current predicament pales in significance. The malevolent essence of Qiyuan suddenly realized its folly. The original corporeal form was quite satisfactory. With this thought, the essence of Qiyuan transformed into a dark radiance, attempting to flee the sea of consciousness. Yet, how could Su Yang permit it such an opportunity? Having arrived, there was no thought of departure. Su Yang's innate divine thought extended its hand towards the Qiyuan essence. Within it, boundless demonic energy surged, as if gestating unspeakable terror. In an instant, a chilling, infernal Shura purgatory materialized in the void, descending upon the malevolent essence of Qiyuan. Predecessor, spare me. Beneath this purgatory, the essence of Qiyuan felt minuscule, akin to an ant. No, even less than that. It was merely a speck of dust. A grain of sand, an existence easily obliterated. Predecessor, if you grant me mercy, I am willing to bestow upon you the true inheritance of Qiyuan. However, Su Yang remained unmoved. Well versed in the original text, he knew precisely where the true inheritance lay. With a casual grasp, the purgatory of demonic energy sealed shut. Boom. The essence of Qiyuan was effortlessly subdued, leaving only a strand of pure soul power within the sea of consciousness. Su Yang's innate divine thought inhaled, and the soul power entered his mouth. Crunch, crunch, delicious, reminiscent of chicken, quite savory. Before long, the innate divine thought digested this strand of soul power. Su Yang felt a surge of strength in his consciousness. Master, how do you feel? At that moment, a concerned voice came from behind. Shaoqing. I feel fantastic. Su Yang opened his eyes, their brilliance subdued, and turned to face Situ, Qingqing, and Shui Jinli. The Qi Yuan's malevolent thought is indeed a potent elixir. Alas, its production cannot be scaled. Otherwise, Su Yang mused, he might have already transcended to a divine state. Master, have you received the Qi Yuan inheritance? Su Jinqing inquired with curiosity. No, Su Yang shook his head, elucidating. What occurred earlier was not the true essence of Qi Yuan, but merely a fragment of malevolent thought. Malevolent thought. Situ Qingqing's pupils contracted in shock. Did it not attempt to seize control of the master? Master, are you still truly our master? Su Jinqing stepped forward, playfully pinching Su Yang's chest, which was firm yet retained an inviting elasticity. Su Yang feigned indignation. Jinqing, is your bottom itchy again? Su Jinqing sighed in relief. That tone is familiar. After my examination, I can confirm that master remains unchanged and has not been usurped. Rest assured, Shaoqing. Situ Qingqing glared at Su Jinqing, thinking to herself, is that really a test of the master's authenticity? You are clearly just trying to take advantage of him, you shameless one. Master, where exactly is the Qi Yuan inheritance? We cannot have come here for nothing. Situ Qingqing pressed on. I, for one, did not come in vain. The master's touch is truly exquisite. Su Jinqing thought blissfully. I have already discerned the location of the opportunity from that malevolent thought. Follow me. Su Yang had prepared his words in advance, and then addressed Su Jinqing. Jinqing, your lack of decorum is becoming increasingly apparent. Once we exit the cave, you shall receive 100 strikes from your senior sister. As Situ Qingqing's lips curled into a smile, she was met with Shui Jinli's pitiful plea. Master sister is rather heavy-handed. Master, you wouldn't want your disciple to be bedridden for months due to her, would you? Hence, it would be best if you took action yourself. C2 Qingming's smile instantly froze as she frantically blinked at her master, signaling him not to acquiesce. Should he agree, it would not be a punishment, but rather a reward for the third senior sister. From what she understood, the third senior sister had rather peculiar preferences. Chapter 61. Worse than beasts. Comprehending the cycle of rebirth, Su Yang sensed the lingering resentful gaze of Shao Qing and, for the tranquility of the harem, decided to temporarily set aside the matter. The inheritance of the Qi Yuan Zun lay beneath this divine jade seat. Su Yang neither initiated nor declined, opting instead for a strategy of passive neutrality. C2 Qingming sighed in relief, narrowly averting the possibility of the third senior sister enjoying herself. However, Xue Jinli was unperturbed, realizing that Master had lingered on her moon for at least a few moments, indicating that he, too, was curious to experience its allure. Approaching the divine jade seat, Su Yang exerted a slight force and lifted it, revealing a square opening below, large enough for an individual to pass through. I shall go first. Jinli, follow closely behind me. Su Yang, well versed in the original text, knew that this subterranean passage held extraordinary wonders and, due to the Qi Yuan Zun sealing himself with a grand formation of the heavens and earth, posed no real danger. With that said, Su Yang leapt down. As he traversed the narrow corridor, the closer he got, the more he could feel the sinister and malevolent aura. Master, I am somewhat afraid. Sita Qingming, seemingly overwhelmed by fear, grasped Su Yang's arm and clung tightly to him, inadvertently enveloping him in a soft embrace. In an attempt to prevent Qingming from monopolizing Su Yang, Xue Jinli, rather audaciously, approached Su Yang's side and leaned in close, exclaiming, Master, this aura feels rather sinister. Could it possibly be an ominous presence? Whether it was indeed ominous remained uncertain, but if she continued to press against him, Su Yang feared he might transform into something quite dreadful himself. A shiver coursed through Su Yang's powerful frame, yet he promptly cast aside any extraneous thoughts. After all, he possessed the pure Yang physique, and should he lose control, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, he had come in pursuit of the legacy of the Qi Yuan elder. With that resolve, he withdrew his hand, cradling one of each disciple in his arms. Sita Qingming gasped in shock, half expecting her master to be so flustered by her advances that he would reprimand her on the spot. Xue Jinli's earlobes flushed crimson. Her earlier actions had been intentional, but she hadn't anticipated such a potent reaction. Naturally, she too felt somewhat weakened, as this tactic had turned into a double-edged sword. Each disciple feared that their master might engage in something unspeakable. Little did they know, Su Yang, instead, hoisted them both and charged towards the end of the passageway. In mere moments, Su Yang burst forth from the corridor, arriving at a shadowy hall. He gently set Sita Qingming and Xue Jinli down and surveyed his surroundings. Not far off, he noticed a malevolent crimson glow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he discerned that this crimson light was the source of the pervasive evil aura. Sita Qingming exclaimed, Beast. Xue Jinli added, Indeed. Remain still for now, Su Yang instructed them. I shall investigate. Once I ascertain that it is safe, you may join me. In the original text, the ominous aura that the master of the primordial origin had no bearing on the protagonist, who merely possessed the sun flame battle body, which paled in comparison to the master's supreme yang body. Thus, Su Yang was convinced that this ominous presence would not inflict any harm upon him. However, he remained uncertain whether it would curse his two disciples. To err on the side of caution, he decided to have them remain in place for a while. After giving his instructions, Su Yang proceeded towards the crimson glow. Xue Jinli, intending to follow, found her ponytail seized by Sita Qingming. Turning around, Xue Jinli glared at Sita Qingming in annoyance, questioning, Why are you grabbing my braid? Sita Qingming retorted, When the master grabs your braid, you don't dare to challenge him. Can you compare yourself to the master? If you wish for my assistance, speak to me respectfully. Sita Qingming sought to assert her authority. Humph, what if I don't speak politely? First, I am your senior sister. Second, I hold leverage over you. Xue Jinli boldly declared. You, what about me? Call me senior sister. Sita Qingming scoffed, yet inwardly noted Xue Jinli in her ledger, resolving to seize the soundstone once they exited the primordial origin cave. At that moment, she would relish in watching how Xue Jinli would manage her. The audacity to expect her to be a propitious assistant, while even the senior sister could not fulfill such a role. How laughable. Finally, Suyang arrived before the crimson glow, where he beheld its true form. A humanoid creature, adorned with crimson hair, was ensnared by countless black chains. Behind it loomed innumerable invisible, forbidden beings, emitting eerie laughter that resonated like a haunting melody, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Su Yang's gaze sharpened, his entire being surged with vitality, his bones vibrating as if a mighty bowstring was released, propelling a torrent of energy skyward. In an instant, a pale mist erupted beside him, accompanied by piercing screams reverberating in the void. The forbidden beings attempted to ambush him, yet he effortlessly sensed their presence and obliterated them with his fervent life force. At that moment, a voice laden with the weight of ages whispered beside his ear, "Ah, after patiently waiting for millennia, someone has finally arrived." Suyang, upon hearing this, abruptly lifted his gaze towards the humanoid monstrosity not far in front of him. Although its features remained obscured, he felt the other party's gaze upon him as well. Tentatively, he inquired, "Elder, have you awakened? What right does a wretch, barely clinging to life, have to be addressed as elder? If you do not mind, you may call me Taoist friend instead," came the melancholic response. Taoist friend? In the original narrative, the author portrayed this esteemed figure, the Qi Yuan Zun, as exceedingly haughty. Even when confronted by leaders of great powers, fellow void-breaking sovereigns who sought camaraderie, they were met with nothing but a dismissive "get lost." Why then was this creature extending such courtesy to him? A mere perfected golden core cultivator? Could it be that the original text was mistaken? As Suyang pondered in confusion, the Qi Yuan elder let out a long sigh. Every word spoken by the Qi Yuan elder was comprehensible to him, yet when woven together, they formed an enormous question mark. Suyang felt somewhat bewildered. The Qi Yuan elder fixed his gaze upon him, suddenly displaying an expression of disbelief. "No, that's not right. Senior, you have yet to awaken chapter 62, a cycle of rebirth." Qi Yuan's liberation before the Qi Yuan elder could finish his statement. He seemed to choke on his words, finding it increasingly difficult to articulate further. Suyang, perplexed, inquired for clarification. "To elaborate is futile, my friend. You must have come seeking my legacy, yet my path may not align with yours. Setting aside the matter of inheritance, let us speak of awakening instead." Suyang harbored a profound disdain for those who left their thoughts unfinished. Such individuals truly infuriated him. "Friend, it is not that I choose to remain silent, but rather that the heavenly secrets are difficult to divulge." The Qi Yuan elder lamented helplessly. Riddlers should vacate Gotham, Suyang thought to himself. He wished to retort, questioning how one could be so concerned with the mysteries of heaven while being entangled in their own plight. However, sensing the elder's reluctance to divulge, he suppressed his curiosity and addressed the Qi Yuan elder. "Since you are so resolute, I shall refrain from further inquiries. You assert that your path is unsuitable for me. May I ask why this is so?" The Qi Yuan elder softened his demeanor and explained, "My path is that of the Grand Array. Mastery of formations requires both extraordinary talent and profound insight. You, my friend, possess the essence of the supreme yang. Thus, you are likely to tread the path of overwhelming force, which does not align with my teachings. In a roundabout manner, it would be more straightforward to simply state that he is physically strong, yet intellectually simple-minded. Of course, Suyang would never admit to such a notion. He is not only physically robust but also possesses a keen intellect. This is precisely the reason why the esteemed Qi Yuan Zunjia is reluctant to bestow his legacy upon him. With that said, my friend, whom do you believe among my two disciples is more suited to inherit your teachings?" Suyang was certainly not willing to relinquish the legacy of Qi Yuan Zunjia, for if he did not seize it, it would fall into the hands of the protagonist. It could be said that Qi Yuan Zunjia's trust was misplaced. If I am not mistaken, that young lady clad in blue possesses a four-symbol spiritual body. As the saying goes, the two principles give rise to the four symbols, and the four symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. A four-symbol spiritual body is inherently attuned to the path of formations. If she were to inherit my teachings, she might one day ascend to the status of a sage in the realm of formations. Qi Yuan Zunjia spoke with palpable excitement. The reason he had wandered aimlessly for so many years, clinging to life, was his unwillingness to let his legacy fade into oblivion alongside him. Now that he had finally encountered such a fitting successor, how could he not feel exhilarated? His red fur began to tremble violently, inciting the forbidden creatures behind him into a frenzied frenzy. Whether or not one is a sage is of little consequence. What matters most is that I do not wish for my friend's teachings to lose their chance of existence in this world," Suyang remarked, gesturing towards Xue Jinli. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation, Xue Jinli swiftly approached Su Yang. Master, what is it that you wish to discuss with your disciple? Su Yang waved his hand, as if a radiant sun were rising from his palm, crushing the forbidden creatures that attempted to approach Xue Jinli. Qi Yuan, do you wish to pass on your legacy to her? Are you willing? To her astonishment, the master referred to the esteemed Qi Yuan as a friend on the path, truly befitting of her status as Xue Jinli's mentor, bringing her immense pride. Xue Jinli felt a flicker of satisfaction within, then tilted her head to gaze at her master, inquiring curiously, why does Senior Qi Yuan not directly bestow the inheritance upon you? It is because my path is not aligned with that of Taoist Qi Yuan. Su Yang interjected, providing a timely explanation. Grateful, Qi Yuan cast a glance of appreciation towards Su Yang and, with a solemn tone, addressed Xue Jinli. Young lady, are you willing to accept my inheritance and promote it further? Xue Jinli looked towards Su Yang, and upon noticing her master winking at her, she promptly nodded. I am willing. Excellent. I shall now impart my legacy to you. As Qi Yuan concluded, an overwhelming and formidable aura erupted from his being. The cursed crimson hair that had rooted itself upon his surface seemed to be suppressed, falling away in tufts. The forbidden creatures gnawing at his back appeared to be crushed by the might of the heavens, emitting wretched cries, momentarily too fearful to approach Qi Yuan. Boom. Centered around Qi Yuan, countless ancient and enigmatic patterns emerged, their complexity rendering them difficult to comprehend. They radiated endless brilliance in the void, as invisible marks were drawn, and a jade tablet swiftly began to take shape. Moments later, the revered Qi Yuan reigned in his formidable aura, only to be met with a sudden counterattack from the crimson-haired foe, accompanied by the menacing creatures lurking behind him. Enduring excruciating pain, he presented a jade slip, radiant with a luminous sheen, to Xue Jinli, his voice trembling with urgency. Within this, is my lifelong learnings. Dao, friend, I cannot hold on. Could you accompany me for a while? Certainly, Su Yang replied readily. The esteemed Qi Yuan had endured torment for millennia, reduced to but a hollow shell. Had it not been for the faintest breath of life within him, he would not have survived until this day. Yet, at that moment, he discovered an exceptional successor to his legacy of array mastery, and with that realization, all attachments vanished, causing the last remnants of his breath to escape. Even as Su Yang sought to rescue him, he found himself at a loss, and could only act to ensure that this once mighty master of the underworld departed with a measure of ease. Stepping forward, his towering figure radiated with a myriad of brilliant lights, his vigorous life force rising like the blazing sun, harmonizing with the eternal stars, undying and indomitable. With a single, thunderous punch, it descended like a colossal mountain, silencing the heavens and the earth. The overwhelming force of his physical might shook the crimson-haired entity, who coughed forth dark blood, while the crimson hair affixed to his form began to shed under the tremendous impact. Yet, before it could touch the ground, it was consumed by the searing vitality emanating from Su Yang. The forbidden creatures behind him screeched in a desperate attempt to flee, but were ensnared by an unwavering and radiant force, ultimately vanishing in an instant, evaporating into mist in the void. The appearance of the humanoid being began to restore itself at a visibly rapid pace, frail and emaciated, with vitality waning. Yet, it was evident that he resembled a middle-aged man, closely resembling the descriptions of the esteemed Qi Yuan from ancient texts. Thank you, fellow cultivator, Qi Yuan said, his eyelids drooping as he struggled to express his gratitude to Su Yang. In an instant, a radiant smile spread across his face, and with a noble resignation, he transformed into ash, dissipating into the void like a lit bundle of straw. After enduring 5 millennia of torment, he was finally liberated. Chapter 63, The Third Killing Formation. In a fit of rage, Qi Yuan departed as gently as he had arrived, waving his sleeve, leaving not a trace behind as the malevolent aura dissipated. Situ Qingqing rushed to Su Yang's side, gazing at the nothingness that remained of Qi Yuan. Master, what transpired here? Su Yang explained. Friend Qi Yuan has endured untold suffering for thousands of years. Out of compassion, I could not bear to witness his torment, so I granted him a punch, ensuring his peaceful passage to the afterlife. Ah, Master, you truly understand the art of delivering souls. Situ Qingqing blinked and then inquired, what about Qi Yuan's legacy? Your third senior sister possesses the 4 symbols spirit body, making her an exceptional heir to the art of formations. Friend Qi Yuan was quite pleased with her, and transformed his life's insights and techniques into a jade tablet, passing it on to your third senior sister. Upon hearing this, Situ Qingqing glanced at Xue Jinli, silently acknowledging the significance of Qiyuan's legacy. With this jade tablet, her third senior sister would undoubtedly soar to new heights, likely breaking through to the core formation stage, at which point she would indeed become a formidable opponent. It is imperative that the Soundstone be seized before the third senior sister achieves her breakthrough into the core formation stage. As Situ Qingqing resolved herself to this course of action, at that moment, Xue Jinli turned her gaze towards Su Yang, cradling a jade slip in her hands, and earnestly presented it. Master, your disciple's aptitude is regrettably limited, and I fear it would be challenging for me to glean any insights from the inheritance of the Qi Yuan patriarch regarding the path of formations. In contrast, Master, your brilliance outshines the sun and the stars, illuminating the ages. Thus, I believe that if Master were to possess this inheritance, you would undoubtedly master the art of formations and become a renowned master in this discipline. In turn, I could remain by your side, striving for improvement, absorbing your teachings. And perhaps through your guidance, I too might tread upon the path of formations. Xue Jinli's expression was imbued with sincerity. Situ Qingqing suddenly felt that the efforts of the great beaver, Little Black, paled in comparison to those of her senior sister. The dedication she displayed in serving the master could be summed up in 2 words: taking disciples. This simply could not be allowed. Su Yang, taken aback by the rapid revelation of a striking quality in Xue Jinli, her forthrightness, did not feign reluctance. Allow me to examine whether there are any hidden intricacies within this jade slip. Apologies to you, Qi Yuan Patriarch, for once life has ceased, it cannot be restored. Hence, he chose to cast aspersions. As Su Yang accepted the jade slip, a melodious system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Xue Jinli has bestowed upon the host a heavenly tier comprehension of Formations 1, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return of the Ancient Runes' third killing formation. The third killing formation of the Ancient Runes. It is the third killing formation of the primordial chaos, mastered by the Emperor of Buried Immortals in ancient times. With this formidable formation, one could annihilate several immortal emperors of the same realm. Its power is beyond imagination. The Formation Comprehension card. Utilizing this card enhances one's understanding of formations 100-fold, effective for 12 hours. Could this truly be the auspiciousness of the koi? Indeed. It brings fortune. Su Yang's eyes sparkled as he marveled inwardly. After all, the other disciples did not receive such additional rewards during their first experiences. Regrettably, the Qiyuan cave is about to manifest. Otherwise, he would truly wish to cultivate on the spot. After 500 years of seclusion within the cave, emerging as invincible. Su Yang indulged in his fantasies before dismissing the thought. With 8 stunning disciples in attendance, it would be foolish to isolate himself for 5 centuries. Su Yang turned to Xue Jinli, his gaze gentle as he said, I have examined this jade slip, and there are no hidden schemes. You may proceed with your cultivation. Qing'er, the Qiyuan cave is on the verge of appearing. Please inform the sisters to gather here. It is time for us to depart. Having secured the greatest opportunity, the Qiyuan inheritance, there was little significance in lingering for further plunder. Understood, Master. Situ Qingqing hurried to his side, sending messages through the communication jade slip. Xue Jinli bit her lip, gazing at the inheritance jade slip in her hand, her mood somewhat dejected. Upon entering the Qiyuan cave, she had fervently vowed to present her master with a supreme treasure. Yet until now, she had indeed discovered quite a number of treasures, but none that could truly astound her master, for her master was the illustrious man who possessed the celestial ruins pagoda. It was only upon encountering the legacy of the esteemed Qi Yuan that she felt a glimmer of hope. In her eyes, Qi Yuan, as the master of tomb raiding, ventured into graves and tombs as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Thus, his legacy must be of immense worth. Should it reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar. She had hoped to gain her master's favor through this, yet to her dismay, her master merely cast a fleeting glance at the jade tablet before returning it to her. This revelation was akin to a bolt from the blue. If her master were not to cultivate the path of formations, how could she seize the opportunity to request his guidance in this realm, fostering an intimate bond between them? Her aspirations were beautifully woven, yet reality dealt her a heavy blow. Was she left with no choice but to pursue the path of substituting her sister's efforts? Observing the dejected demeanor of Xiao Jinli, Su Yang, in a remarkably good mood, inquired, Disciple, what troubles weigh upon your mind? Whimper, Master. I cannot comprehend the path of formations. Shui Jinli sobbed, taking the opportunity to nestle into Su Yang's embrace, her small hands aimlessly wandering. Su Yang found himself somewhat bewildered. Pondering, this is peculiar. Isn't Xiao Jinli usually quite lethargic? She would prefer to recline rather than stand, to soak rather than recline, let alone engage in cultivation. Why is she crying this time? Has she undergone a transformation? Is she preparing to diligently pursue her training? If that is the case, as her master, I must certainly offer my encouragement. Considering this, Su Yang gently patted Shui Jinli's back and reassured her, it is all right. When the time comes, if you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek guidance from your master, possessing a card that grants insight into the intricacies of formations. Su Yang was at a loss as to how he could possibly fail. Cough, cough. Comprehend the formation path. Is that truly so? Shui Jinli gazed up, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity as she regarded Su Yang. Indeed. Then will Master convey this knowledge orally? If I do not share it verbally, should I resort to teaching by hand? Su Yang mused. That seems feasible as well. In the midst of this exchange, C2 Qingqing's frustration reached a boiling point. Her head felt as though it might burst, her chest heaving, and her garment swelling, clearly indicating her exasperation. In a fit of anger, she approached Su Yang, exclaiming, Master. Her voice was loud and quivered, suggesting she was on the verge of tears. While Su Yang was occupied in comforting Shui Jinli, he was taken aback by Qingqing's impending tears, causing him to feel a sense of urgency to respond. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shui Jinli casually remark, Little Qing, the senior sister should be arriving shortly, right? The expression of grievance on C2 Qingqing's delicate face suddenly stiffened, and the moisture gathering in her eyes dissipated in fright. She gazed intently at the phonograph at Shui Jinli's waist for a moment, then lifted her head to look at her esteemed master, managing to force a smile. Master, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Senior sister and junior sister Lu are nearby and should arrive in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Senior sister, being a bit farther away, will likely take about a quarter of an hour. Su Yang. Qing'er, was that a momentary outburst of anger? Chapter 64. Encirclement against Yuan Xian, waiting for the rabbit within the Qi Yuan cave. In the underground dark hall, 5 disciples led by Yuan Xian returned from their journey to Qi Yuan cave, laden with bountiful rewards, their bags overflowing. Thus, the great river beaver, as a spirit farmer of Ziyun Peak, voluntarily stepped forward to share their burden. On its back rested a package resembling a small mountain, straining its legs to the point of trembling. Yet, despite this, the great river beaver wore a smile, albeit one that bore an uncanny resemblance to weeping, likely due to its beastly nature. Indeed, the great river beaver was crying. What was its motive? Why abandon the noble title of River King to become a spirit farmer of Ziyun Peak? If given a second chance, it would undoubtedly refrain from shooting that arrow and would even willingly offer that rare blue lotus to the other party. Alas, life for a beaver is but a singular journey, much like the great river flowing eastward, a decree of fate. Master, shall we depart from here? Yuan Xian inquired. Indeed, there exists a concealed passage leading to the outside world. Follow me closely, and do not fall behind. With that, Su Yang proceeded towards the hidden door. His knowledge of this secret entrance stemmed from the original narrative, wherein the protagonist, having acquired the legacy, feared unforeseen circumstances. Guided by the elder with the jade pendant, he discovered the existence of this secret door within the underground palace, enabling his escape from the Qiyuan cavern. Yuan Su Xian and the other disciples, including the great river beaver, hastily followed suit. After a stick of incense had burned, a spirit vessel soared from the Tianji mountain range, heading towards the Qingming Sect. Outside the Beast Cave, Xian Tian Sect's leader, the esteemed Xian Qi, along with a group of elders, lay in wait. Recently, utilizing his vast spiritual perception, Xian Qi had traced the bloodstains left by his disciple, Wang Tong, and successfully located the Beast Cave. He naturally took note of the exposed void barrier on the rock face, which was evidently the entrance to a cave established by a fallen powerhouse. Xian Qi immediately attempted to shatter the void barrier, only to be thwarted by an enigmatic force of law. Unfazed, he urged the other elders to make their attempts, yet all were similarly repelled, with some elders suffering grievous injuries from the backlash of the law's power. In a fit of frustration, yet helplessness, Xian Qi resolved to remain at this location for several days, even as weeds began to grow around him. Leader, must we continue to linger here indefinitely? At last, One elder could no longer contain his inquiry. The esteemed Xuanqi cast a disdainful glance at him, refraining from uttering a word of explanation. While inwardly seething, how could the Qingming Sect be filled with such foolish, inept wretches? What if they do not uphold their duty? Shall they simply allow the scoundrel who murdered his disciple, Wang Tong, to escape unscathed? Why should it not be this band of imbeciles who meet their demise? If only his disciple could be resurrected, the annihilation of these fools would be of little consequence. He was filled with rage. Xuanqi's crimson eyes fixated upon the entrance of the beast den, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that sent chills down the spines of the elders lying in ambush nearby. The elder who had inquired earlier felt particularly vulnerable, as if he were a solitary boat adrift in a tumultuous sea, on the verge of capsizing. The sect leader's murderous intent was so formidable. It vividly illustrated the depth of his animosity towards the thief. It was likely that the moment the criminal dared to show his face from the beast den, the leader would instantly reduce him to mere ashes. On the spirit vessel, within the cabin, Su Yang was indulging in a soothing massage from his eldest disciple. Yuan Qianxian. Clad in a delicate white dress, she sat atop Su Yang's abdomen, leaning down to massage his thighs, loosening his tense muscles. Is this a test for the master? One must wonder which master could withstand such an ordeal. Su Yang's eyes flickered with desire, his thoughts wandering. Just as he began to stir, a series of knocks echoed from outside the cabin. Master, your disciple has come to give you a massage. Upon entering, Situ Qingqing was greeted by the sight of Yuan Qianxian. Senior sister is here too. Yuan Qianxian discreetly adjusted her white dress, veiling her alluring charm, and spoke in a serene tone. Little Qing, the master has me here. You may step outside for now. That is not acceptable. Master is not solely your master. Senior sister, I also wish to express my filial piety. Refused Situ Qingqing. Yuan Xiaoshuan frowned, pondering. Where does this little one derive the audacity to contradict me? In the next moment, Xue Jinli pulled the reserved Ruan Yuer and the bashful Liu Beifeng into the room, echoing Situ Qingqing's sentiments. Indeed, little Qing is right. Senior sister, you cannot be so domineering, monopolizing master. We, the junior sisters, also wish to offer master a massage. Yuan Xiaoshuan, observing the formidable approach of her 4 junior sisters, recognized she was besieged and chose not to resist. Instead, she gracefully vacated a spot and perched upon Su Yang's lap in a manner befitting a senior sister. Raising her hand, she declared, since my junior sisters wish to express their filial devotion to master, how could I, as the senior sister, possibly disagree? Come, let us all participate. This was more like it. For the first time, Situ Qingqing had gained an advantage over her senior sister, her eyes glimmering with delight. In her joy, and with the thought of seizing the moment, she claimed the other leg of master. Xue Jinli and Ruan Yuer, not to be outdone. Each took possession of Su Yang's arms. It must be said, each of the 5 disciples had their unique techniques. Su Yang found it impossible to remain calm. Suddenly recalling an important matter, he quickly addressed his devoted disciples. Please hold on before you begin. I have a matter to attend to. With that, Su Yang rose and exited the cabin. After standing on the deck for a while to collect his thoughts, he retrieved a communication jade slip and composed a message to Ji Hongwan, the leader of the Qingming Sect. The content broadly describes, the Tianji mountain range appears to harbor the Qiyuan cave, urgently arranging for disciples to come for training. This time, he will surely persevere. Additionally, the update progress is 1,191,000. Grateful for the gifts from esteemed readers. Due to time constraints today, Jiang will deliver 3 updates tomorrow, promising an engaging narrative. Chapter 65. News like a whisper, Hongwan's heart stirs. At the peak of the sect, within the Qingming Hall, a figure draped in a purple palace gown lounges gracefully at the foremost seat. Observing her visage, untouched by makeup, she exudes an enchanting allure, her skin surpassing the purity of snow. The natural nobility in her brow does not resemble that of a practitioner. Rather, she resembles an earthly empress, commanding respect across the realm. Her physique is equally remarkable, possessing a captivating elegance that, even in a relaxed position, accentuates her voluptuous curves, a sight sure to leave young men spellbound. This woman is Ji Hongwan, the revered leader of the Qingming Sect. At this moment, she idly caresses the round form of her pet raccoon. Suddenly, a vibration emanates from her chest. Annoyed, Ji Hongwan sets the raccoon aside and retrieves a jade slip from the depths of her robe. Which peak is it this time that dares to trouble her? With a displeased demeanor, She opens the jade slip and probes with her consciousness, discovering a visage marked as fool shaking animatedly. Is it him? What could he possibly want from her? Surely, he is not here to berate her again. The memories of yesteryears linger vividly in her mind. And Ji Hongwan found herself reluctant to open the message. After all, this foolish individual was indeed incapable of uttering anything of worth, incessantly preaching as if he were the sole devotee of the Qingming Sect, while she, the esteemed leader, seemed to spend her days in idleness, doing little more than idling away her time. With her delicate brows furrowed in displeasure, Ji Hongwan reluctantly tapped open the message. Upon reading its contents, her gaze was instantly captivated, rendered immobile, her beautiful eyes widening as if she had been struck by a sudden revelation. To the fairy Hongwan, greetings as though we are face to face. Time flows like a river. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Unbeknownst to us, it has been several years since we last met. With you on my mind, I send this message. I have many words to share. Alas, regarding our past, I must inquire about your well-being. Has the raccoon servant grown plump? Should I? It is suspected that the Ziyun cave has emerged in the Tianji mountain range. I urge you to arrange for the disciples of the sect to embark on this journey. Such politeness. Were it not for the final line, she might have thought this message was a declaration of affection. Has this fool undergone a transformation? He now addresses her as fairy, whereas he previously referred to her as the sect leader and even dared to utter her name last time. Ji Hongwan's enchanting gaze remained fixed on the message within the jade slip, her lips curving into a smile, her graceful legs swaying gently, clearly in high spirits. She read it again. After being offended by this fool on so many occasions, the rare occasion of being called fairy warranted her to savor it repeatedly, healing the wounds of her heart from before. In just a few hundred words, Ji Hongwan finished reading the text, yet she felt unsatisfied. After rubbing her face, she resolved to read it once more. After perusing it dozens of times, Ji Hongwan concluded that she could no longer continue. She feared becoming addicted. This would be the final reading. She focused intently on the message contained within the jade slip, savoring each word and phrase. This time, she finally uncovered a hidden meaning. Alas, Li, is this an acrostic? This fellow is truly confessing to me. Oh my goodness, how outrageous, how audacious. I am the sect master, and this fool is merely the leader of the Ziyun Peak, one of the 6 veins, the youngest true monarch of transformation in the Northern House. It seems there is not such a vast disparity in our statuses after all. Ji Hongwan gazed at the message on the jade slip, biting her lip, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her delicate form trembled uncontrollably, and her thoughts fluttered chaotically. Although she was the leader of the foremost sect in the Northern House, she did not cultivate the path of supreme indifference. She yearned for love and to be loved. Each time she saw her former classmates, who had all found their partners, unabashedly flaunting their affection in the group chat, she couldn't help but fantasize about her own romantic prospects. Yet she is Ji Hongwan, the revered breaker of illusions, the master of Qingming Sect, and there are few men in this world worthy of her. Until the arrival of this foolish boy, his talents are no less than her own, and perhaps even surpass them. Upon catching a glimpse of him, Ji Hongwan was instantly seized by the desire to take him as her disciple. She firmly believed that under her guidance, this fool would swiftly blossom, perhaps even ascend to the rank of a revered master. At that point, she would be justified in bequeathing the position of sect leader to him. Since that moment, however, their relationship had grown exceedingly awkward. She found herself unable to embody the authoritative demeanor of a leader in his presence. This fool seemed to persistently seek a relationship of equality with her. Could it be that this was all part of a grand scheme? His reluctance to become her disciple, even questioning her identity as the sect leader, stemmed from a deeper affection for her. Enlightenment dawned upon Ji Hongwan. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed with heat, and even her fair neck was tinged with a blush, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in February, radiant and captivating, her heart racing uncontrollably. This fool harbored such feelings. Why had he not expressed them sooner? Why the roundabout approach? Did he think she would refuse? No, she must seek him out. Ji Hongwan rose from her seat, her bare feet touching the carpet, her 10 toes glistening like jade, plump and inviting, akin to peeled grapes that one could not resist wanting to savor. At that moment, her companion, the raccoon, mewed, cautioning her, meow meow, essentially conveying, if you approach him impulsively and it turns out to be mere coincidence, it could lead to an awkward situation. You are right, Ji Hongwan conceded. I have indeed acted without sufficient consideration. Ji Hongwan paused, her delicate feet seemingly frozen in place. If this were indeed a mere coincidence, then seeking out that foolish individual would certainly lead to an excruciatingly awkward situation, one so dire that she might even contemplate her own demise. Having a pet raccoon is akin to possessing a treasure. Little Flower, how dearly I cherish you. Ji Hongwan scooped up Little Flower, disregarding its disdainful glare, and inhaled deeply. Subsequently, she grounded her lofty thoughts, beginning to contemplate with a cool demeanor. There is no need to rush. I shall wait until that imbecile straightforwardly conveys his feelings. It is imperative to convene the leaders of each peak at the Qingming Hall to discuss which disciples should be dispatched to the Ziyun cave for training. Come forth. A commanding voice, laden with authority, emanated from Ji Hongwan and resonated beyond the hall. At your service, what are your orders, Sect Master? A female attendant entered. Bowing respectfully, go, summon the leaders of each peak to present themselves before me immediately. Ji Hongwan commanded. Yes, Sect Master. The attendant slowly retreated, and as she stepped outside the grand hall, she transformed into a streak of radiant light. Once the attendant departed, Ji Hongwan could not help but let her thoughts wander. This fool, so devoted to the sect, has repeatedly achieved merit. He even relinquished his cherished sword in response to my summons without a second thought, treating it as a reward for his duties. Little Flower. Do you think he wishes to alleviate my burdens simply because I am the sect master? Meow. Chapter 66. The sect master considers a fool indeed. Inside the Qingming Hall, 36 peak masters have arrived, 35 of whom exude an aura as deep as the abyss, their formidable strength marking them as formidable entities in the realm of transformation. If they were to roam the outside world, each would be capable of claiming dominion over a territory, proudly declaring themselves as lords. At this moment, they have taken their seats according to their ranks, with the 6 primary factions in front and the remaining 30 peaks arranged sequentially by their strength. Ji Hongwan occupies the foremost seat. Noticing the absence of one master among the ranks, her thoughts stirred, though she reveals nothing of her concern. Master, since you have convened us to deliberate on significant matters, why is the master of Ziyun Peak, Su Yang, absent? Is it possible that Ziyun Peak intends to sever ties with our Qingming Sect? A peak master seated behind the venerable Wanjun stood up at the behest of his peers, bowing respectfully to Ji Hongwan and speaking with fervor. This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly. The 35 peak masters began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions rife with indignation as they condemned Su Yang. Indeed, this Su was being utterly unreasonable. While he had previously shown disrespect towards the sect leader, he had always adhered to the call of meetings. Yet this time, he has chosen to outright absent himself, a blatant affront to the leader. After all, who could forget that Su Yang is the youngest transformation master in our northern province? A touch of pride is only to be expected. Merely a transformation master, and he has already become so arrogant that he disregards the leader's orders. If he continues on this path, it may not be long before the Qingming Sect is overshadowed by the Ziyun Sect. Are you suggesting this out of resentment because Su Yang has displaced your faction from the 6 main groups? Nonsense. I am merely standing up for the sect leader. Ji Hongwan remained silent, merely casting a glance at the fervent discussions among the peak masters, quietly noting the few who had reproached Su Yang. Sect Master, I too believe that Su Shidi has been excessively audacious. If we continue to tolerate his behavior, it is likely that our Qingming Sect will be torn asunder. Are we to allow the legacy built over millennia by our ancestors to be destroyed by Su Shidi? Seeing Ji Hongwan's silence, Master Wanjun resolved to stoke the flames further. This time, he sought to burden Su Yang with a baseless yet grave accusation concerning the ancestral heritage. Confident that as long as Ji Hongwan did not contravene the decisions of the esteemed predecessors, Ziyun Peak would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Naturally, he did not expect to expel Ziyun Peak from the 6 veins in one fell swoop. Rather, he aimed to irritate Su Yang and diminish his standing in the sect master's eyes. He believed that, over time, Su Yang would become alienated, making it easier for him to orchestrate his downfall. Sect Master, I believe Master Wanjuan's assertions hold considerable merit. While you cherish talent, it is unwise to indulge Peak Master Su in such a manner. An elderly man with snow-white hair was swayed by Master Wanjuan's rhetoric. He too was one of the 6 veins and had served as a peak master for 18 generations within Qingming Sect, boasting unparalleled seniority and status. Once he spoke, even Ji Hongwan had to lend an attentive ear. Yet, before the elder could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Ji Hongwan. Old Qian, let us set aside the matter of indulging Peak Master Su for now. The reason I summoned you all in haste today is that Peak Master Su has provided me with a piece of intelligence. According to the information, the Qiyuan cave in the Tianji mountain range is about to emerge into the world. Uncertain of the thoughts of the esteemed leaders present, Ji Hongwan raised her hand slightly and spoke with a frosty demeanor. Upon hearing her words, the entire assembly was taken aback, including the white-haired elder who sought to hold someone accountable, and the Wan Junjinren, who wished to humiliate Su Yang. Nearly all the Peak Masters widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Ji Hongwan upon the dais with sheer disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the room, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The atmosphere remained tense for quite some time. The white-haired elder could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Sectmaster, the Qiyuan cave you mentioned, could it possibly belong to the revered Qiyuan, known as the Master of Tomb Raiding, who gained fame 5,000 years ago for plundering countless grand tombs? Who else could it be?" Ji Hongwan slightly lifted her chin and declared, "Enough. I have conveyed what I needed to say. Now, we must address the matter of Peak Master Su's defiance of orders. I am exceedingly enraged by this, and thus, I have resolved to send Peak Master Wan Jun to Ziyun Peak to apprehend Su Yang for questioning. I trust none of you have any objections?" Her voice, though soft, was laced with an icy chill, leaving those present feeling as though they had plunged into a freezing abyss. The Peak Masters who had previously rebuked Su Yang displayed awkward expressions, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Wan Junjinren's face turned ashen, and he swallowed hard. Me? His intention was merely to vex Su Yang. But the prospect of being tasked with capturing him felt akin to an old man hanging himself, an act of self-destruction. It was only because Su Yang was absent that he dared to be so brazen. Had Su Yang been present, he would not have dared to utter a word. Wan Jun, the true master, intended to articulate his thoughts, but upon meeting Ji Hongwan's piercing gaze, a chilling wave of murderous intent enveloped him, leaving him with a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Although he had swiftly transitioned to demonic practices, facing a respected figure like Ji Hongwan instilled a sense of trepidation within him that was impossible to ignore. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself unable to proceed in either direction. Just as he grappled with his predicament, the elderly white-haired man known as Qian Lao ventured to speak. "Sovereign, I have reflected upon this matter, and it appears that Master Su has committed no grave error. After all, he is already aware of the matters to be deliberated upon today. His presence here is inconsequential, thus there is no basis for any accusation of disobedience. Therefore, I implore you, Sovereign, to refrain from sending someone to apprehend Master Su for questioning, as such an action would not only fail to assert your revered and inviolable authority, but would also wound Master Su's sentiments." With Qian Lao taking the lead, the other masters swiftly rallied in support of Su Yang, akin to reeds swaying in the wind. "Sovereign, Master Su is wholeheartedly devoted to our sect. The heavens bear witness," they urged. Observing the abrupt shift in the master's attitudes, Ji Hongwan was acutely aware of the insidious thoughts that festered within them. Their true intent was to prevent Ziyun Peak from becoming involved in the Qiyuan cave, knowing full well that among the 8 direct disciples of Ziyun Peak, 7 were prodigies. Should they gain entry into the Qiyuan cave, the majority of opportunities would undoubtedly fall into their hands, leaving the disciples of the other peaks with little more than the chance to savor the dregs. Su Yang, in his foolishness, likely avoided this confrontation with such considerations in mind. For the sake of the sect, and indeed for her own interests, this foolish man had truly sacrificed much. What a fool! A mist rose in Ji Hongwan's eyes, but it was quickly concealed, her expression stern as she coldly reprimanded, "As the master of a sect, how can I change my orders at will? However, since Elder Qian has said so, I shall grant you this favor." She paused, her gaze sharp as it swept across the faces of the various peak masters, finally settling on the figure of Master Wanjun. Her tone indifferent. "There will be no next time." Instantly, Master Wanjun's body tensed like a drawn bow, humbly bowing his head as an ocean of resentment surged in his eyes. Endurance. He must endure. The day his demonic powers reach fruition shall be the time for him to settle the score. Chapter 67. A False Alarm. A great joy, the 35 peak masters swiftly reached a consensus on the selection of disciples to be sent to the Qiyuan cave for training. Elder Qian stood up, respectfully bowing as he spoke. Although he had just lost his voice in front of the sect master due to his desire to keep Ziyun Peak out of the matter, he believed that the vast opportunities within the Qiyuan cave would not disappoint him. Ji Hongwan nodded slightly. Go ahead. The other peak masters also rose to their feet, bowing to Ji Hongwan before taking their leave. Soon, only Master Wanjun and a few of his subordinates remained. Sect Master. Just as Master Wanjun was about to speak, a commanding voice from the main seat echoed softly. Master Wanjun, your earlier words seem to carry the hint of sowing discord. Are you perhaps a spy planted in our Qingming Sect by a rival faction? Ji Hongwan's eyes narrowed slightly as she scrutinized Master Wanjun. An invisible pressure spreading throughout the Qingming Hall. The expression on the face of Wanjun's vassal suddenly changed dramatically, turning pale as he gazed in horror at Wanjun not far ahead. Their allegiance to Wanjun stemmed from his status as one of the 6 veins, possessing strength second only to Su Yang, which afforded them protection and access to rare resources. They had no intention of colluding with him to harm the sect. They were not spies. At this moment, they desperately wished to sever ties with Wanjun immediately. How could Ji Hongwan have discerned the truth? He had concealed it so well. Wanjun's complexion grew increasingly pale, cold sweat trickling down his back, utterly bewildered as to where he had erred, allowing Ji Hongwan to spot his flaw. Sect leader, I am innocent. I harbor no ulterior motives against the sect. I implore you to see the truth. With a resounding thud, Wanjun fell to his knees, bowing and wailing in despair. He had contemplated a sudden escape from Qingming Sect. Yet such an act would merely provoke alarm, or perhaps even amusement. After all, Ji Hongwan was a top-tier existence among the revered, having single-handedly faced 3 revered figures in Baidi City, resulting in 1 death, 1 injury, and 1 escape, all while she remained unscathed. It was precisely this feat that solidified Qingming Sect's reputation as the foremost sect in the north. Thus, his only path to survival was to resolutely deny any association with the demonic path. Ji Hongwan gazed at him with an air of indifference, her expression reminiscent of one looking down upon mere ants. She parted her crimson lips and spoke. Whether it is unjust or not, it is not for me to decide. Master Wanjun, you are undoubtedly aware of Master Su's temperament. He has always been one to abhor evil with a passion. Should he learn of the malicious words you have spoken behind his back, given his nature, the consequences are clear to you, are they not? From Ji Hongwan's tone, it seemed she was oblivious to her own role as a spy. A sigh of relief escaped Wanjun Jinren and his subordinates, who had nearly been paralyzed by fear moments before. Wanjun is rather dim-witted. I humbly request the sect master to clarify. Wanjun Jinren lowered his head, trembling with trepidation. Ji Hongwan continued, during this expedition to Qiyuan Cave, the opportunities and treasures your peak has acquired will be divided as 6-4 with Ziyun Peak. This should suffice to placate Master Su. Very well, Sect Master. I shall instruct the disciples of my peak to send the 40% of our gains to Ziyun Peak. Wanjun Jinren replied with a pinched nose. Although he was reluctant, in order to avoid trouble from Su Yang and ensure his own survival, he had no choice but to endure this painful concession. No, what I mean is, Tianlai Peak shall take 40%, while Ziyun Peak shall receive 60%. Do you comprehend? Ji Hongwan looked down at him, her tone devoid of warmth. Wanjun Jinren could hardly believe his ears. What? Do you have any objections? Ji Hongwan shot him a cold glare. I dare not. Whatever the sect master decrees shall be so, he replied, his head bowed, filled with anxiety and disquiet. He felt a deep sense of frustration, yet could not express it, forcing himself to swallow his grievances. This is for the best, Ji Hongwan remarked impatiently. You may withdraw. Yes, sect master. The venerable Wanjun did not dare to linger, departing in a hasty retreat accompanied by a few vassals. Once he had taken his leave, Ji Hongwan, who had been maintaining an air of dignified composure befitting a sect leader, suddenly revealed her true nature. She leaned back languidly against the chair, her beautiful legs draped over the armrests, swaying gently. The hem of her skirt fluttered, teasingly revealing the alluring contours of her snow-white thighs. Seizing the passing raccoon servant, she lifted it high, exclaiming, "Humph! Let us see if they dare to sow discord again. Spoiling that foolish one brings me delight. Why should I pay heed to the clamor of these wretched frogs? How utterly trivial. Little flower, let me ask you, if that foolish one were to discover the lengths I have gone to for him, would he not be moved to leap into my embrace like a little puppy? Meow. Afraid to move? What does that mean? Meow? It's too large. I fear suffocation. Little flower, From whom have you learned such mischief? Meanwhile, at Qingming Peak, within a cave rich in spiritual energy, a rather unremarkable young man lay languidly upon his bed, his limbs devoid of strength, his complexion pale, and his body icy cold, resembling a debauched young master suffering from renal deficiency. He gazed at the wall, his voice weak and feeble. "Old Li, why do I see green lights before my eyes? You have endured consecutive fierce battles these past few days, exhausting your spirit. There is no need for concern. A few days of rest will suffice." "A few days?" Xiao Yi sprang up from the bed abruptly, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Old Li, do you not wish to see me grow stronger?" In just over 10 days, he had already overthrown more than 20 of his direct disciples, seizing their cultivation resources for himself. This, in turn, led to a rapid enhancement of his own skills, enabling him to break through 2 minor realms and reach the 9th level of foundation establishment, leaving him but a step away from the core formation stage. However, in Xiao Ye's eyes, this pace of advancement was still far from sufficient. After all, that old rogue Su from Purple Cloud Peak was a true monarch of transformation. If he wished to rescue the 7 exquisite senior sisters from Su's clutches, he would need to attain at least the later stage of infant condensation. What he lacked most was time. Thus, when he heard Elderly suggest he take a few days of rest, he immediately felt displeased. It was truly a case of self-sabotage. Elderly within the jade pendant wished he could slap himself across the face. Why could he not help but offer guidance every time he saw Xiao Yu stray from the path? "The heavens have forsaken me," Elderly lamented inwardly, preparing to concoct some sweet words to pacify Xiao Yi. Just then, the voice of Master Wanjun echoed from outside the cave. "Good disciple, I have wonderful news to share with you." "Wonderful news?" Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, instantly alert. "Master, please come in." As Master Wanjun stepped into the cave, Xiao Yu wrinkled his nose, detecting a peculiar scent. Suddenly, he glanced at Master Wanjun's trousers, puzzled. "Master, why are your pants wet?" This implies he was frightened to the point of losing control. Am I really going to tell you that I was scared to the point of wetting myself by the sect master just now? On another note, Jiang would like to express gratitude to the readers for their kind intentions, but there is no need to pressure the ratings, as they are already low. If they drop further, it will only deter more readers. Chapter 68, Unwavering Resolve, the owl-headed strategist within the depths of the cave. Xiao Ye's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Is it truly so, Master? The source of the information is reliable. It cannot be false," replied Master Wanjun with a nod. Although he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Su Yang, he had never doubted Su Yang's loyalty to their sect. The young man was filled with fervor and possessed formidable strength. However, Master Wanjun cast a hesitant glance at Xiao Yi. "Disciple, what is the meaning of your current state?" "It is nothing, Master. I have merely been embroiled in relentless battles these past few days, resulting in mental exhaustion. A brief rest of several hours will suffice for recovery," Xiao Yi responded, shaking off his fatigue. Old Li, residing within the jade pendant, interjected, "Are you not merely echoing my sentiments?" Splendid. Splendid. I see through your duality, one face for the public and another for the private sphere. Should I ever assist you again, I will be the fool. Were it not for old Li's current ethereal state, he would undoubtedly be enraged to the point of spitting blood. "Is that so?" pondered Master Wanjun, stroking his grizzled beard. "In that case, for this expedition to Ziyun Cave, you shall accompany the other 29 direct disciples. Remember, regardless of any conflicts that may arise within the peak, once we step beyond Qingming Peak, we are to be as close-knit as family. Internal discord is strictly forbidden, and we must present a united front against external challenges. Master, why involve those burdensome companions? I alone am sufficient." Xiao Yi protested reluctantly. As the chosen one, he believed that any opportunity that arose would rightfully belong to him. If the other disciples of Qingming Peak coveted treasures he desired, he would be constrained from seizing them, leaving him at a disadvantage. "Disciple, allow me to impart another lesson. A heap of loose sand cannot form a tower. Relying solely on oneself, one's power remains inherently feeble. Even if you possess formidable strength in adversity, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Do you grasp my intention?" Master Wanjun spoke patiently. "Master, I comprehend the wisdom you share. I have but one request. May I lead the disciples to the Ziyun Cave for this training expedition?" "Certainly." Master Wanjun, understanding Xiao Ye's aspirations, readily acquiesced. As long as brothers do not turn against each other, everything is permissible. After all, Every loss is a valuable resource for the bone-refining demon scriptures, and losing even one would cause him considerable sorrow. Master Wanjun instructed Xiao Yi to gather at the Mountain Gate Plaza early the next morning before hastily departing, lest his garments become uncomfortably affixed to his thighs. Once Master Wanjun had left, a proud smile graced Xiao Ye's face, his gaze piercing, exuding the aura of a youthful prodigy. Did you hear that, elderly? That is the Ziyun Cave. Previously, you asserted that this Qingming Sect was not my destined place, yet I have proven you wrong with tangible results. In just over 10 days within the Qingming Sect, my cultivation has advanced multiple minor realms, dominating the Ziyun Peak, unmatched in prowess. Now, an extraordinary opportunity like the Ziyun Cave presents itself to me. Elderly, observe closely. I shall ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the immortal path. Surveying all mountains as mere foothills, the old demon Su will not be my adversary. He shall merely serve as a stepping stone. Once I surpass him, he will no longer behold my figure. Ha ha ha. Sister Yuan, Sister Ruan, I shall undoubtedly rescue you. Xiao Yi fervently called out the names of the 7 sisters, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze aflame with fervor and a hint of madness. Ah, here we go again. Li Lao remarked. Let your wildness run rampant. When the time comes and you find yourself utterly defeated, do not dare to call upon me for aid. At Ziyun Peak. Within the Qingming Hall, Ji Hongwan pondered aloud, Xiao Hua, what sort of message should I convey? If I were to craft an acrostic, would that fool truly decipher it? Are you there? Xiao Hua, feeling rather dejected, replied with a soft meow. It could not fathom why, as merely a tabby cat. It was burdened with the weight of existence at such a tender age. Wretched woman, could you not step aside? What? You are merely a cat and do not comprehend the sentiments of our human race? Ji Hongwan countered. Xiao Hua, your perspective is misguided. To me, emotions transcend all races. Thus, as my esteemed feline strategist, it is your duty to offer insights from your own viewpoint. Dealing with this master is quite the challenge. Xiao Hua sighed, the burdens of life weighing heavily upon it. After a moment, its whiskers twitched as an idea sparked. Meow. Xiao Hua, is such brevity not a touch too informal? Ji Hongwan hesitated. Xiao Hua gazed silently at her, unyielding in its silence. All right. Do not regard me with such a foolish stare. I shall send it. With that, Ji Hongwan promptly followed the feline strategist's guidance, composing 4 characters and sending them forth with a swift motion. After sending the message, Ji Hongwan pressed her palms together against her forehead, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, and her eyelashes fluttering lightly, her heart racing intensely. Xiao Hua looked at the seemingly inept Ji Hongwan, puzzled. After all, she was a formidable expert in the void realm. How could she be so innocent in matters of love? Resembling a blank sheet of paper? Even I, meow meow, am more worldly. Meanwhile, aboard the spiritual vessel, with only 4 limbs receiving massage. The remaining limb was in a rather poor state. Su Yang sensed that something was amiss and, citing a need for enlightenment, instructed his 5 disciples to leave the room. He settled on the bed, propping himself up with his hands, tilting his head back to empty his mind, thus alleviating the restlessness within his blood. At that moment, he felt a tremor at his waist. Looking down, he saw the communication jade slip glowing. News from Ji Hongwan. Su Yang reached out to retrieve the slip, probing with his consciousness. He saw an icon marked with Ji Hongwan's name pulsating and promptly opened it to read the message. Ji Hongwan, have I wronged you? He wondered how he had been wronged. Wasn't he rather comfortable? Yet upon closer inspection, it did seem she felt aggrieved. However, Ji Hongwan was unaware of his true circumstances, so her expression of grievance likely referred to. It was clear that during the Peak Masters' Council, they must have spoken ill of him, prompting Ji Hongwan to utter those words. Upon realizing this, Su Yang swiftly composed a reply, sending it off in no time at all. Buzz. The jade slip in Ji Hongwan's hand vibrated. Xiao Hua lay on the bed, her head buzzing from the impact, utterly bewildered. No, that fool sent a message. You should open it. Why are you hitting my head? If you keep this up, I might turn into a fool too. Chapter 69. Cross-server dialogue. The obsessive Yin Hongwan. On the bed, Yin Hongwan spoke with a hint of urgency. Xiao Hua, why are you silent? Given the gravity of the situation, as the strategist, you must offer me guidance. Dazed, I wondered how I could articulate my thoughts. Xiao Hua rolled her eyes and replied, meow. Indeed, I should have checked the message first to see what that fool had sent. Yin Hongwan lightly tapped her forehead, flustered and confused. She gazed at the jade tablet, her heart racing, trembling hands causing it to slip with a soft thud. Xiao Hua's paw delicately touched the jade tablet, but it felt too slow. I couldn't fathom what was taking so long. Su Yang remarked, "No grievances here. Everything is for the sake of relieving our leader's burdens." Upon seeing the message that Xiao Hua had opened, Yin Hongwan's eyes widened, a flush creeping up her cheeks. She covered her eyes, peering through her fingers. Her voice quivering slightly, "Xiao Hua, I told you, that fool must have feelings for me. You even said I was being foolish." As expected. Just as she had anticipated, Su Yang wished to defy hierarchy. Previously, he had feigned modesty due to his lack of strength. But now he chose to lay his cards on the table. "Xiao Hua, now you're even more foolish." After regaining her composure, Yin Hongwan hesitated to voice her thoughts. "This is quite a predicament for me, fat tiger." Xiao Hua scratched her ears in confusion. "Meow? Is this feasible?" Yin Hongwan remained uncertain. After all, which spirit pet couldn't he perform a backflip? Xiao Hua nodded resolutely, exclaiming, "Meow?" in her feline strategist's philosophy. If the other party truly had intentions, not only would she perform a backflip, but even if she couldn't, the other would gladly acquiesce. Ji Hongwan remarked, "Very well. Let us give it a try." Trying could lead to demise. Su Yang gazed at the message Ji Hongwan had sent through the jade slip, lost in contemplation. Ji Hongwan wrote, "My raccoon servant claims she can perform a backflip. Would you care to witness it?" Had this been in a previous life, Su Yang would have understood the implication immediately. However, this was a fantastical realm. Was it not rather commonplace for spirit pets to execute backflips? Thus, Su Yang found himself uncertain of the true intentions of this enchanting beauty from Qingming Sect. Surely, it could not be taken at face value. Lacking clarity, he decided to follow her lead. After all, Su Yang had resolved not to offend Ji Hongwan, at least until he ascended to the status of a venerable. "All right, I shall visit when time permits. By the way, I have recently acquired a river beaver at Ziyun Peak, skilled in combat. I hope the fairy will honor me with her presence." He composed the message with care before sending it forth. "Xiao Hua, he has invited the esteemed one to Ziyun Peak." Ji Hongwan rolled about on the bed with abandon, utterly devoid of her usual dignified demeanor, resembling a love-struck maiden in the bloom of youth. The cat scratched its head, pondering. As a cat, she felt a pang of regret. Xiao Hua truly could not fathom why the other party seemed so exuberantly joyful over merely being invited to Ziyun Peak. "Meow? Little flower, it appears you truly do not comprehend the situation. Are you not aware that since that foolish Su Yang established Ziyun Peak, he has never extended an invitation to any peak master? Yet this time, astonishingly, he has invited me to Ziyun Peak. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives. Therefore, should I inadvertently become the master's wife, would it not be necessary to prepare a greeting gift for the direct disciples of Ziyun Peak?" Ji Hongwan pondered earnestly. "Little flower, do not disturb me. I am deep in thought." At this moment, she was genuinely perplexed. How could one leap from ulterior motives to the notion of becoming a master's wife? Surely there are essential steps missing in between. "Meow, little flower. You need not instruct me. I am capable." Ji Hongwan waved her hand, exuding confidence. Her slender fingers danced swiftly across the luminous jade slip, akin to a fluttering sprite. Whoosh. The message was sent. Ji Hongwan. "Very well, I shall go tonight." Upon reading this message, Su Yang was taken aback. He seemed to grasp the true intention of the enchanting Hongwan. Perhaps she aimed to ascertain the authenticity of the Ziyun cave, yet could not broach the subject directly, thus resorting to indirect requests to observe the raccoon perform a backflip. Such distrust in him. It appears Ji Hongwan has indeed formed a significant misunderstanding regarding him. However, it seems this misunderstanding is not entirely unfounded, as he has indeed concealed certain truths about the Ziyun cave. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang composed a response on the jade slip. "My sincerest apologies, Fairy Hongwan. Ziyun Peak traditionally does not endorse nocturnal animal performances. I shall certainly oblige another day. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face." Having apologized, surely Ji Hongwan will not persist relentlessly, right? I have been rejected. Ji Hongwan gazed despondently at the information inscribed on the jade slip, her verdant fingers trembling, engulfed by an inexplicable sense of melancholy. It was as though, in a fleeting moment, she had plummeted from the heavens to the depths of despair, a profound sense of defeat that she had never before encountered. Xiao Hua, sensing her master's emotional turmoil, cautiously approached to offer comfort. "Meow meow." The essence of her words was to convey that, though he had spurned you, he had not explicitly declared his affection. Though her intentions were noble, Ji Hongwan's eyes, already misty with unshed tears, brimmed with sorrow upon hearing Xiaohua's remarks. And the tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Her expression darkened, and as the tears flowed unimpeded, she murmured with a haunting tone, "It matters not if he does not cherish me. I shall bind him, tether him to the bed. Thus, even if I cannot win his heart, I shall possess his body. He is mine, now and forever." She wiped away the tears from her cheeks, licking them from her fingers, her gaze ablaze with a feverish intensity that was both morbid and unhinged. Xiaohua recoiled, thinking, "Oh no, my master has succumbed to her madness again." On the spirit vessel, Yuan Shuangshuan inquired, "Master, is this satisfactory?" Su Yang shook his head. "It is still too slow. We must hasten." To avoid Ji Huan's scrutiny, Su Yang explained with a smile, "I have gained some insights, yet practicing on the spirit vessel proves rather inconvenient." This was indeed the truth. During this expedition to the Qiyuan cave, he had amassed a wealth of treasures, cultivation techniques, martial arts, divine weapons, and formations, all in abundance. Most of these treasures are exceedingly rare and precious in the world. If one were to carelessly cultivate on the spiritual vessel and inadvertently reveal their aura, it could undoubtedly invoke significant turmoil. Of course, relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. This principle is well understood. The master's unwavering heart towards the Tao is as pure as that of an innocent child, and the disciple holds immense admiration for it. Yuan Xian gazed upwards. Her eyes filled with reverence as she looked at her master. In her eyes, even the myriad stars in the sky pale in comparison to her master-esque grandeur. As the sun and moon shine together with him, illuminating eternity, Su Yang mused, with such a beloved disciple, what more could a master desire? Chapter 70. A bunch of cowards, stumbling upon luck the following day, clouds drifted apart, and the mountain mist loomed. At the Qingming Sect, the square at the mountain gate was bustling with activity, teeming with people. All 36 peaks, including the direct disciples and elders, had gathered. At that moment, in the direction of the Thunder Peak, an unremarkable young man stood at the forefront of the crowd, a small purple beast perched upon his shoulder. He held his head high, eyes brimming with ambition, and with a smirk, he spoke defiantly. "Esteemed peers, although I have never regarded you highly, you are still, in name, my senior brothers. Therefore, let me make myself clear. During this expedition to the Qiyuan cave, you must heed my commands. All actions will be orchestrated by me, and you are required to surrender half of the opportunities gained to me. Should you refuse, do not blame me for disregarding our shared peak relationship. Do you understand?" In Xiao Ye's perspective, being able to share half of the opportunities was already a remarkable display of generosity. After all, had he ventured alone to the Qiyuan cave, all opportunities would rightfully belong to him, with no share for anyone else. However, the remaining 20 or so direct disciples of Thunder Peak held a different opinion. They questioned why the opportunities they had acquired should be shared with someone else, particularly one as audacious as Xiao Yi. This sentiment was especially prevalent among the few late-stage core formation disciples, who, despite Xiao Ye's raucous demeanor, regarded him with disdain. Were it not for the Peak Master's explicit instructions designating Xiao Yi as the sole commander for the expedition to Qiyuan Cave, they would have certainly taken it upon themselves to discipline this presumptuous youth. Now, they could only suppress their discontent, though they harbored no particular reverence. Responding in a dismissive and scattered manner, "Understood, junior brother Xiao." Xiao Yi furrowed his brow at this retort, but refrained from further comment. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at the late-stage disciples, noting their palpable dissatisfaction, and scoffed inwardly, thinking, a group of ineffectual individuals who have never faced life and death. "Once we enter Qiyuan Cave, you will come to understand why my master has chosen me as the lead disciple of Thunder Peak." At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated through the void. On the square, nearly all disciples and elders were drawn to the noise, including Xiao Yi, who was poised to deliver a lesson to the direct disciples of Thunder Peak. He squinted into the distance and beheld a spirit vessel, measuring several dozen feet in length, gliding gracefully towards them from beyond the mountain gate, its hull emblazoned with the characters Ziyun Peak. Upon recognizing the vessel of Ziyun Peak, the expressions of the elders from various peaks shifted dramatically, prompting many disciples to murmur in hushed tones, "What is the meaning of this?" The Qiyuan Cave was originally discovered by Peak Master Su. While it is true that once Ziyun Peak becomes involved, the opportunities within Qiyuan Cave will likely slip from our grasp, we might consider a different perspective. Among the 8 direct disciples of Ziyun Peak, 7 are breathtakingly beautiful. And should they venture to Qiyuan Cave for training, perhaps some of us might seize the chance to win their hearts. In that case, what opportunities could we not attain? Ah, my friend, your line of thought has suddenly broadened. While others pursue fortune, you, my dear companion, seem intent on seeking a life of indulgence. Enough of this. I desire senior sister Wan, and I shall claim senior sister Shui. What foolish dreams. With your lackluster qualities, do you think you could ever hope to earn their affection? You ought to take a good look at yourselves. Xiao Yi let out a muffled grunt, disdain dripping from his words. The 7 direct disciples of Ziyun Peak are regarded by him as untouchable treasures, and he would not permit anyone to covet them. You. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, a few individuals glared at him in fury. However, upon catching sight of his appearance, they collectively paled and fell silent. Fear etched upon their faces. The reason was simple. In recent days, the notoriety of Xiao, the madman, had spread throughout Qingming Sect from Ziyun Peak. To be able to transcend multiple stages and battle against direct disciples in the Foundation establishment realm, defeating them with a single strike. Such a person is indeed a prodigy of youth. Within Qingming Sect, only a handful of direct disciples have displayed such remarkable prowess at the Foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, this Xiao madman is known for his ruthless methods. With his peculiar fire lotus, he has caused dozens of direct disciples from Ziyun Peak to succumb to injuries beyond healing, resulting in their untimely demise shortly thereafter. His actions are indeed without restraint. For such a lunatic, it is best to avoid provocation. However, Xiao Yi recently uttered a remark that struck a nerve. What does it mean to look in the mirror and reflect on oneself? It seems this saying is more fitting for you, Xiao Yi. To call your appearance mediocre is indeed a compliment. Should there be any dissent upon entering the Qiyuan Cave, I invite you to seek me out, Xiao Yi. Whether in a duel or a group confrontation, the Thunder Peak will gladly accept. Xiao Yi spoke with an indifferent tone. The esteemed disciples of Thunder Peak responded, Are you out of your mind? Why drag the entire Thunder Peak into the troubles you've stirred? Cowed by Xiao Yi's notorious reputation, none dared to voice their objections. A bunch of cowards. Xiao Yi scoffed derisively and then gazed into the sky, his eyes suddenly widening in surprise. Where has that enormous spiritual vessel vanished? Could it be that Ziyun Peak has truly chosen not to send disciples to the Qiyuan Cave for training? That seems implausible. After all, it is the realm of the tomb-digging celestial. Within the cave, there must be countless precious opportunities, possibly even the teachings of various influential factions. Even beings of the esteemed level would be tempted, let alone that old demon Su, who is merely a divine transformation, true monarch. Thus, I comprehend, elderly. Xiao Yi suddenly transmitted a thought to the leaf fire elder within his jade pendant. Nonsense, what do you understand? Elderly felt a sense of bewilderment. Elderly. The entity you mentioned that conceals heavenly secrets is likely that old demon Su. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth as he declared. Elderly was taken aback. What leads you to this conclusion? Consider this. On the entire Ziyun Peak, the only one capable of commanding the 7 senior sisters, aside from the sinister Master Su, is none other than he himself. He must have stumbled upon some treasure that allows him to perceive the heavenly secrets, foreseeing my entanglement with the 7 sisters and consequently seizing the opportunities that rightfully belong to me. Thus, he relentlessly commands the 7 sisters to strike at me with lethal intent. The 7 sisters are being coerced, yet under the oppressive influence of Master Su. They find themselves compelled to act against me. It is no wonder that I am consistently gravely injured. This surely stems from their affection for me, as they do not unleash their full power. Master Su, I, Xiao Yi, will not rest until you are vanquished. Xiao Yi's eyes brimmed with sorrow, his expression frenzied, as he clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. Meanwhile, the spirit within the jade pendant, elderly, was at a loss for words. After all, Xiao Yi's reasoning was remarkably coherent. No matter how convoluted, it ultimately pointed to Su Yang. However, elderly believed that Su Yang could not possibly be the one manipulating the heavenly secrets. Firstly, his cultivation at the divine transformation level was far too low. He could not possibly comprehend the heavenly principles more profoundly than Xiao Yi. Secondly, if Su Yang were indeed the mastermind, why would he not confront Xiao Yi directly and eliminate him? Was it not his desire? Thirdly, Xiao Yi's resentment towards Su Yang stemmed merely from envy of his possession of 7 stunning disciples, wishing to claim them for himself. Having spent such a considerable time together, elderly was thoroughly acquainted with Xiao Yi's temperament. Observing that Ziyun Peak was disinterested in participating in the Qiyuan Cave, The elders of each peak breathed a sigh of relief. To prevent any further unforeseen occurrences, they decided against convening a mobilization assembly, swiftly producing their spiritual vessels for the disciples within the peaks to board in an orderly manner. In front of the Tianlai Peak's spiritual vessel, Xiaoyu suppressed the animosity he felt towards Su Yang and was about to step onto the spirit boat presented by the elder. Just as he lifted his foot, a ring rolled to his feet with a clatter. Seizing the moment while others were preoccupied, Xiaoyu swiftly stepped on the ring, leaned down as if to adjust his clothing, and discreetly pocketed the ring. He then ascended the spirit boat with unwavering composure, his movements seamless and fluid. Chapter 71. Surge in Cultivation. Completion of embryonic formation at Ziyun Peak. Within the Ziyun Hall, a dark figure darted in, kneeling before the transcendent figure seated at the head, proclaiming, "Master, Xiao He has fulfilled the mission and successfully delivered the storage ring into Xiao Ye's hands." Initially, the great river beaver, tasked with this endeavor, had perceived it as quite challenging. After all, the main gate square was crowded, and delivering the ring to Xiao Yi without being noticed not only tested his archery skills, but also required Xiao Ye's cooperation. What if Xiao Yi, in a moment of candor, announced, "Whose ring is this?" Upon receiving it, would that not render the mission void? Yet, the outcome revealed to the great river beaver that it had overthought. Xiao Yi was simply not that kind of person. Well done, Su Yang praised without reservation. In the original narrative, after Wang Teng lost the heart of magnetic essence, the Qingming Sect acted swiftly, dispatching an elder the very same day to ascertain the situation. Subsequently, due to Wang Teng's severe injuries, it even attracted the attention of the sect's leader, the esteemed Xianqi. Now, not only had the heart of magnetic essence been lost, but Wang Teng was also deceased. Su Yang believed the Qingming Sect would undoubtedly take action. It was likely that Xianqi was already lurking in the Tianji mountain range, sending Wang Teng's ring to Xiao Yi. Su Yang undoubtedly intended for Xiao Yi to be the scapegoat. As the saying goes, the greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. As the child of destiny, Xiao Yi should have no qualms about taking the blame. Xianer, take Little Black to the spiritual field. As for the dwelling, prepare some timber so it can choose a suitable spot to build its nest, Su Yang instructed, gazing at the graceful Yuan Jinxian within the hall. Understood, master. Yuan Jinxian replied obediently. My lord, I have just achieved merit. The great beaver murmured with a hint of bitterness, yet dared not voice any objections. With its head hung low, it followed Yuan Jinxian towards the mountainous area of the spiritual field. As they walked, Yuan Jinxian cautioned. The spiritual field is of utmost importance. Little Black, you must tend to it with great care. If your laziness leads to the ruin of the heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures, neither master nor I will spare you. Little Black nodded dejectedly. The once mighty king of rivers had ultimately fallen, now giving way to the spiritual farmer of Ziyun Peak. Soon, Yuan Jinxian and Little Black arrived at the spiritual field. Little Black's eyes widened in astonishment as it beheld the vast expanse shrouded in spiritual mist, with various heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures radiating a shimmering glow. Exhaling clouds and mist, it stood there, transfixed, its legs trembling uncontrollably, stammering, "Am I supposed to manage all of this?" "Indeed," Yuan Jinxian replied, looking at Little Black. "What, is it too little?" "It's not too little, it's far too much." At that moment, Little Black could only lament, "I am not human." Even if it were not human, surely it shouldn't be made to bear such a burden. It was not made of iron. The sorrow of the little black creature flowed like a river, as it feebly waved its hand, exclaiming, "Enough, enough." Upon witnessing this, Yuan Xianxian said nothing further and casually tossed a jade tablet to the little black creature. This token can control the array in the spirit field. On ordinary days, you only need to remove the weeds that grow in the spirit field. Additionally, there is a cave nearby. As a beaver, I assume you would find it uncomfortable to reside there, so it would be best for you to build your own nest. After giving these instructions, Yuan Qianxian departed. The great beaver glanced at the jade tablet in its hand, then turned its gaze toward the cave not far away, taking a deep breath of the fresh spiritual energy. Its sorrowful emotions vanished without a trace, and a look of relief spread across its face as it patted its chest repeatedly, murmuring, "Thank goodness, it's just weeding." Meanwhile, within the Purple Cloud Palace, Su Yang had made all necessary arrangements and announced to his disciples that he would enter seclusion. To his surprise, it was not Qing'er, but rather the little koi fish who was reluctant to leave. In fact, the little koi was forcibly dragged out of the hall by Qing'er. Before departing, The little Koi's sorrowful, pleading gaze sent shivers down Su Yang's spine. Confused, Su Yang pondered the situation, unable to discern what had gone awry. Could it be that Qing and the little Koi had reached some secret agreement? Su Yang speculated, but felt that perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, Qing was quite the jealous one. How could she possibly seek external assistance merely because she couldn't endure for half an hour? Even if she were to seek help, it would be more prudent to enlist a formidable warrior like her eldest disciple. Otherwise, if both were mere novices, they would cry at the slightest provocation, and there would be little distinction between them. After much contemplation, Su Yang decided to temporarily suppress his chaotic thoughts and retrieve the treasures stored within the system space. These included the sacred flame pill, the enlightenment Bodhi seed, the mysterious mist divine essence, and the 9-turned crimson lotus, among others. Of course, this was not an exhaustive list. A portion of these treasures, deemed of little use to him, had been bestowed upon his disciples, embodying the principle of benefiting those who learned from him. His immediate goal was to break through to the transformation god realm, for only by achieving this could he qualify to become a player in the grand scheme of things. Su Yang's ambition was crystal clear. He did not wish to become a mere pawn, manipulated by the heavenly Tao as depicted in the original narrative, trampled underfoot by the protagonist. With that resolve, he swallowed the sacred flame pill. One sacred pill consumed, my fate is dictated by none but myself. Under the enhancement of a decade's worth of magical power, Su Yang's aura grew increasingly solid. The golden core within his dantian, amidst the surging vitality, began to fissure, first with one crack, then a second, a third. Until, ultimately, the golden core erupted with boundless crimson radiance, shattering completely. This was an essential path towards the formation of the spirit infant. One must first absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then shatter the golden core, merging one's soul with it to coalesce into the spirit infant. Due to Su Yang's possession of the supreme Yang Dao body and his cultivation of the Undying Sutra, the perilous shattering of the golden core that could lead to instant demise for other cultivators merely caused him to frown slightly. An endless stream of life essence surged forth from within him, rushing towards his dantian with a thunderous roar, restoring and transforming all the devastation wrought by the golden core's destruction. It was unclear how much time had passed. As a wisp of purple energy began to emanate, his dantian transformed into the purple palace. Su Yang consciously guided his spirit to the purple mansion, where he observed his soul slightly parting its lips. In an instant, the intense crimson brilliance emanating from his dantian was drawn into his soul, as if a whale was swallowing its prey. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang's spirit underwent a miraculous transformation. It resembled a golden cicada shedding its shell. A dragon python molting. From the center of his brow, his soul split open, and under the radiant brilliance, a mere 3-inch tall primordial spirit infant coalesced into being. The realm of infant condensation had been achieved. Under the influence of the holy flame pill, Su Yang's cultivation continued to rise steadily. Infant condensation first stage. Infant condensation second stage. Until reaching the infant condensation third stage. The potency of the holy flame pill had been completely expended. Su Yang turned his gaze inward, and he noted that the primordial spirit infant he had condensed was not the typical chubby and adorable form seen in ordinary cultivators. Instead, it radiated a terrifying aura, its body resembling pure gold, imbued with a profound Taoist essence, as if possessing the unparalleled power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. This 3-inch golden form, as depicted in the original text, had not even been achieved by the legendary young immortal emperor who swept through the ages. This illustrates the formidable strength I currently possess. Yet it is still insufficient. With a thought, Su Yang directed the primordial spirit infant to absorb the surrounding spiritual materials and various extraordinary pills one after another. His cultivation surged once more. Infant condensation 4th stage. Infant condensation 5th stage. The realm of infant condensation was now complete. Just one step away from the transformation into God. He pressed on. Su Yang did not relent, but rather intensified his efforts, absorbing the spiritual materials of heaven and earth at an even more terrifying pace. His internal mana surged like a vast ocean, crashing against the shackles of divine transformation. Meanwhile, the entire Qingming Sect was enveloped in a celestial phenomenon. Moreover, this phenomenon is exponentially more terrifying than the last. In this moment, the 36 peaks of Qingming were all stirred, with every disciple, elder, and peak master alarmed. Chapter 72. Heart-wrenching misunderstandings. The sky above Qingming Sect darkened ominously. The spiritual energy from each peak seemed to be inexplicably drawn towards Ziyun Peak, and even the presence of gathering arrays could not withstand this irresistible trend. Akin to a relentless river flowing into the sea. At the pinnacle of the void, a boundless mirror-like surface rippled with astonishing waves. While immense gusts of air swept through the heavens, stirring clouds that stretched across millions of miles. Boom! The winds and clouds roiled, thunder crashing. Countless terrifying phantoms emerged within the void, some riding azure bulls, others atop five-colored cheilants, some clutching treasure maps, and others embodying unparalleled divine forms. With ancient azure lotuses manifesting above their heads, each an embodiment of youth, a celestial emperor who had once attained enlightenment and ascended to immortality. They each radiated various phenomena, standing in the firmament and gazing down upon Ziyun Peak with expressions ranging from astonishment to contemplation, jealousy, and admiration, a veritable tapestry of emotions. This extraordinary spectacle astonished countless onlookers. Numerous disciples and elders soared from their peaks, standing in the void, gazing towards Ziyun Peak with expressions of shock. My heavens, what has transpired at Ziyun Peak to provoke such a terrifying celestial phenomenon? The moral celestial venerable, the celestial demon of equal stature, the ancient holy body. Goodness gracious, the manifestations of the myriad immortals. Could it be that Lord Su has attained the esteemed rank? Is it possible that after the youngest transformation realm lord of the Northern Mansion, Peak Master Su is set to become the youngest void-shattering venerable of the Northern Mansion? To enter Ziyun Peak and become one among the elite. I have made my decision. I shall seek to enter Ziyun Peak, even if it means becoming a spiritual farmer. At the 36 peaks, countless disciples marveled and yearned in admiration. In comparison to Ziyun Peak, which experienced minor tremors over 3 days and significant phenomena over 10, their own peaks seemed utterly trifling. This was not merely an illusion of the void, but rather a manifestation of the divine transformation. The Peak Master remarked with a hint of melancholy. In contrast to Su Yang's ascension to the realm of the void, the emergence of another divine transformation at Ziyun Peak left them in a state of disquiet. After all, in terms of innate talent for cultivation, they could never hope to rival Su Yang. Yet, if they were to falter in guiding their disciples against him, they would truly be rendered ineffectual. This could not be, for I recall that the most accomplished disciple under Su Yang is the first and most cherished Yuan Xianxian, whose cultivation level merely reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, still far from the divine transformation. Could it be the seventh direct disciple, Tushan Yaoyao? The Tushan Fox clan boasts a lineage that can be traced back to ancient times, steeped in profound heritage. It would not be surprising if Tushan Yaoyao, after receiving the inheritance, managed to leap across 2 significant realms and achieve the divine transformation. Yet, if Tushan truly possessed such formidable legacies, it would not be unusual for them to produce hundreds of divine transformations. In that case, wouldn't the entire world across the 5 domains bear the name Tushan? Why then would they arrange for a direct descendant to join Ziyun Peak? Would that not be a superfluous endeavor? In the void, numerous powerful mentalities engaged in discourse, all belonging to the peak masters of the 36 peaks. They pondered deeply, struggling to deduce which disciple at Ziyun Peak had achieved the divine transformation. Surely it could not be Su Yang. He is already at the divine transformation stage. How could he possibly advance further? Any peak master with a sound mind would refrain from attributing such an achievement to Su Yang. The revered Wan Jun gazed darkly towards the direction of Ziyun Peak, feeling the chilling aura of formidable spiritual pressure. His tone was grave. Yet another entity has attained the transformation of divinity. Su Shidi, your talents are indeed remarkable. However, rest assured, once I have perfected the bone-refining demon scripture, not only you, but all disciples of Ziyun Peak shall become mere garments for my ascendance. Haunting laughter echoed forth, a sinister smile gracing Wan Jun's visage, resembling that of a malevolent specter, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of those who beheld him. He turned and entered a secret chamber. Shortly thereafter, a wretched cry pierced the air. No, please. Master, I am your disciple. Yet, due to the soundproofing array within the chamber, the cries reverberated solely within, leaving the entire Tianlai Peak oblivious to the unfolding anomaly. At the Master's peak, Ji Hongwan soared into the air, her gaze fixed upon Ziyun Peak. She sensed an inexplicable familiarity with the energy emanating from that direction. Glancing down at the raccoon spirit nestled in her arms, she questioned uncertainly, Xiaohua, this energy? Xiaohua lazily yawned and replied, Meow. You mean to say this energy belongs to that fool? Ji Hongwan's beautiful eyes narrowed in thought. Xiao Huan nodded affirmatively. How is that even possible? Ji Hongwan's gaze flickered, her delicate features betraying a complexity of emotions, as if a realization dawned upon her. She murmured to herself with great difficulty. Then the one who broke through to the core formation stage last time was also him. He had lost all his cultivation, and yet I remained oblivious to it. How derelict of me. Ji Hongwan, with eyelashes like delicate fans, blinked softly and pressed her lips together. Thus, his confession to me stemmed from his loss of power, a fall in his state of mind, or rather, an awakening to his true feelings. When I proposed a visit to Ziyun Peak, that foolish man rejected me, not wanting me to witness his vulnerable side. Ji Hongwan's eyes turned red, a mist of tears clouding her vision as she spoke with a quiver in her voice. Little Hua, I have misunderstood him again. In her embrace, Little Hua replied, Master, while I am aware that you are consumed by matters of the heart, one should not rely solely on imagination and romance. This is simply unreasonable in the feline realm. How do our kin express affection? By grooming one another and sharing scents. One day, when Master has regained composure, I shall suggest this to you. Indeed, I am the cleverest cat in the world. Chapter 73, A Sudden Ambush, assisting you in the breakthrough. Ziyun Peak. Yuan Xianxian gazed up at the sky, the unusual phenomenon intensifying before her eyes. Is Master about to break through to the transformation god stage? I wonder if he will be poisoned again. To avert a recurrence of such a situation, the artist Yuan Xianxian began to sketch fervently. Ruan Yuer clasped her hands to her chest, anxiously watching the celestial disturbances. Master, I believe in you. After all, you successfully broke through to the transformation god stage last time. The breakthrough into the realm of transformation is perilous. The birth of a primordial spirit from the nascent soul is a transgressive act against the heavenly order. The celestial way does not permit the emergence of such formidable cultivators among mortals, and thus, calamities shall descend, including the tribulations of the heart and the heavenly lightning. Liu Beifeng gazed with reverence at the terrifying figures reflected in the sky, her spiritual seal at her brow pulsating with agitation. She gently waved her delicate hand and whispered, Do you doubt that my master is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? There is no need for doubt. I believe my master surpasses those youthful immortal emperors. At Tianqin Lake, Xue Jinli's face flushed crimson as she struggled fruitlessly against the bonds, unleashing her fury upon Sita Qingqing. Just moments ago, she had been relishing a bath. And thus, she had been caught completely off guard by Situ Qingqing's sudden ambush. Bound tightly by Situ Qingqing's turtle shell binding technique, she found herself utterly immobilized. At that moment, Situ Qingqing, wielding a whip, looked down upon Xue Jinli with a piercing gaze. She had deliberately chosen this moment. Knowing her senior sister would be indulging in a bath, one must recognize that when one is enjoying a soak, they are at their most relaxed, yet also their most defenseless. What is this? I haven't taken anything. Xue Jinli feigned ignorance. With a sharp crack, Situ Qingqing raised her whip, striking the edge of the wooden tub. Sister, do not pretend with me. Otherwise, the next strike may very well land upon you. Hand over the recording stone, and your junior sister will release you. I refuse to yield. If you possess the capability, then strike me. Let us see if you can bring about my demise. Xue Jinli found herself bound to the bed, her eyes reflecting a hint of shame, yet her demeanor remained resolutely defiant. Situ Qingqing spoke as she raised the whip high. I am not afraid of you. Xue Jinli tightly shut her eyes, but after a few breaths, the intense sensation of pain she had envisioned failed to materialize. She slowly opened her eyes, turning her head to glance at Situ Qingqing, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation. Why aren't you striking? Situ Qingqing flicked the whip against her palm, urging, Hurry up, don't dawdle. Hand over the recording stone, and I shall release you. Very well, I shall give it to you. Xue Jinli lowered her gaze, seemingly yielding. But you must surrender not only the original recording stone, but also the backup you replicated. Shaoqing, you are being unreasonable. How could I possibly have a backup? Xue Jinli retorted, her anger akin to that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Do you truly not know, senior sister? Situ Qingqing countered. Xue Jinli fell momentarily silent, and after a brief pause, gritted her teeth and declared, Then I shall not give it to you. If you have the ability, bind me for a lifetime. Since you insist, do not blame me for recording this scene and sharing it with the group for the sisters to critique. Situ Qingqing feigned reaching for the recording stone. Go ahead and record it. I shall not fear the consequences. Xue Jinli replied with resolute determination. Senior sister, you. Seeing Shuijini's audacious demeanor, completely unafraid, Situ Qingqing was infuriated, ready to scold her, when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of Tianqing Lake. The sound was so piercing it felt as though it would rupture eardrums. Was this the celestial phenomenon of transformation? Situ Qingqing hurriedly advanced to the window. Lifting her gaze in a daze, her master was on the verge of regaining his cultivation. It had only been a little over a month. Her master had ascended from the foundation establishment stage all the way to the transformation stage. Did this not imply that her master's physical prowess had become increasingly formidable? Could she withstand it? Half an hour seemed to drift further away from her grasp. Situ's mind was awash with thoughts, while the incessant clamoring of Xue Jinli echoed in her ears. Shaoqing, hurry and let me go. I want to witness the celestial phenomenon too. Did you hear? If worst comes to worst, I will give you the soundstone. If you do not release me soon, you will regret it. I will certainly report you to senior sister. Xue Jinli employed both coaxing and coercive tactics, her fair legs writhing in struggle. Shaoqing, sensing a momentary release, Xue Jinli rubbed her wrist and sprang from the bed, the four symbolic manifestations emerging behind her, lunging towards Situ Qingqing with a fierce demeanor. Stop! Situ Qingqing raised a finger to intercept the descending Xue Jinli, her lips parting gently. Senior sister, I have decided to assist you in your endeavor. In an instant, the four symbolic manifestations dissipated into the void, and Xue Jinli regarded Situ Qingqing with a mix of skepticism and hope. Really? Indeed, senior sister. If you doubt my words, I can swear by the heavens. Situ Qingqing spoke earnestly. Chapter 74. The Illusion of Inner Demons. 3 years hence in the rear hall of the Purple Cloud. Su Yang seemed like an abyss, drawing all the spiritual energy from within the Qingming Sect into his body, which was devoured entirely by his nascent soul. A thread of hidden supreme yang energy coursed through his body, cascading like a waterfall, continuously washing over the nascent soul. Boom, boom. The form of the nascent soul suddenly began to expand, its once youthful visage maturing with each passing moment, and an ethereal black robe materialized from the surrounding magical essence. This was a transformation visible to the naked eye. The once surging aura, reminiscent of a dragon, now took on a more ethereal quality, yet it remained substantial, akin to an immortal descending into the purple palace, as the swirling purple energy converged frantically upon the nascent soul. At that moment, as the purple energy surged forth, a magnificent sun illuminated the sky. Suddenly, the nascent soul radiated an explosion of brilliance, its form soaring infinitely higher, divine light shimmering like a great sun illuminating the universe, casting its glow upon the entire purple palace. The nascent soul transcended into a primordial spirit, successfully achieving the first step. Next, it would confront the tribulation of the heart's demons. Su Yang opened his eyes and retrieved a treasure named the illusion-breaking mirror from the system space, infusing it with magical energy and activating it swiftly. Instantly, a wave of refreshing energy emanated from the illusion-breaking mirror, enveloping Su Yang. He felt his heart tranquil as a still lake, devoid of dust and impurities, his primordial spirit becoming extraordinarily light and luminous. Heart demon tribulation, come forth. Su Yang closed his eyes and plunged into the illusion of his heart's demons. Su Yang surveyed his surroundings, noting the magazines scattered across the desk, the poster of Zhou Bingluan adorning the wall, and the jerseys strewn across the bed. He sat at the desk, beside a half-consumed energy drink, holding a tablet while engrossed in a novel, his expression revealing an indescribable peculiarity. Su Yang glanced at the tablet's clock, 11:59, with just 1 minute remaining until the impending catastrophe. Is this truly my heart's demon? Su Yang found it hard to believe. After all, in the original work, numerous extraordinary cultivators have succumbed to the tribulation of the heart demon when attempting to break through to the transformation realm. Thus, the heart demon tribulation has been classified by practitioners as one of the most perilous trials leading to their downfall. However, regarding his heart demon tribulation, Su Yang surmised that due to his identity as a transmigrator, the heavenly laws of this world imposed minimal constraints upon him, and he had not encountered significant setbacks, rendering the heart demon tribulation somewhat simplistic for him. Su Yang calculated the time remaining. In just 10 seconds, the great fortune would descend upon him in a manner reminiscent of a crow taking flight, and it would launch him into the air. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. The resounding roar of engines erupted precisely on cue. Su Yang looked up to see a massive dump truck charging towards him with unstoppable force, sparks flying in its wake. Is that what you call great fortune? Su Yang stood up and unleashed a powerful punch, his vigorous vitality surging like the sun, illuminating the skies with divine radiance. As he collided with the oncoming truck with overwhelming momentum. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed. In an instant, a shattering sound reverberated as the surroundings fractured like a mirror. Su Yang's vision blackened, and he lost consciousness entirely. When he regained awareness, he found himself seated upon a high platform, flanked by 5 peak masters of equal standing, while behind him stood 30 additional peak masters, all of whom were also true monarchs of the transformation realm. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard spoke ominously. With the emergence of yet another prodigy from Ziyun Peak, congratulations to junior brother Su. Once again, Ziyun Peak claims the first position among the 6 sects. An elderly man with a white beard also chimed in. It has come to my attention that the esteemed Peak Master Su has long harbored a disdain for this Xiaoyi, to the extent that he forbade the young man from participating in the upcoming 6 Veins Grand Competition, compelling him to register in secret. A leisurely voice emerged from one of the Peak Masters, causing all present to cast their gazes towards Su Yang, their expressions revealing a myriad of sentiments. With such remarkable talent as Xiaoyi possesses, it is peculiar that Su Yang would not take him as a direct disciple. Could there be undisclosed reasons behind this? This notion lingered in the minds of a select few Peak Masters who maintained neutrality or held a favorable view of Su Yang. Meanwhile, those harboring animosity towards him contemplated, Su Yang, for heaven's sake, do not accept this Xiaoyi. If I were to intervene and take this promising talent under my wing, the first place in this 6 Veins Grand Competition would surely belong to my peak. A veritable windfall. Young Su, the Xiaoyi is indeed a prime candidate. I find myself in need of an heir to inherit my legacy. Thus, I implore you to part with this young man, but rest assured, he shall remain your direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. An ethereal elder gracefully descended onto the high platform, casting his gaze upon Su Yang with a benevolent tone. This individual was none other than the supreme elder of the Qingming Sect, who had been in seclusion for many years, emerging solely due to the astonishing talent displayed by Xiaoyu. The last person to have drawn his attention in such a manner was, in fact, Su Yang himself. As the elder's words echoed, the surrounding disciples could not help but exclaim in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. Good heavens! The supreme elder has emerged from seclusion solely to take Xiaoyi as his disciple. Xiaoyi's fortune is indeed extraordinary. Yet, how can one merely attribute this to luck? His capabilities and talents are undeniably exceptional. I am astounded at how Ziyun Peak manages to unearth so many remarkable prospects. Su Feng, the youngest true monarch of the North Court, is indeed remarkable. Not only does he possess exceptional talent, but his discerning eye for potential is equally commendable, as evidenced by the extraordinary disciples he has gathered. One wonders whether Su Feng would ever consider releasing Xiaoyi. Undoubtedly, he would. After all, the latter is a revered elder, the steadfast anchor of our Qingming Sect. By relinquishing Xiaoyi to the elder, Su Feng stands to gain immensely. In times of trouble for Ziyun Peak, it is certain that Su Feng's appeal to the elder would not go unanswered. The gathered disciples engaged in animated discussions, their gazes fixed upon the unassuming yet captivating young man in the training arena, a figure that commanded nearly every eye present, eliciting expressions of envy, jealousy, and reverence. Meanwhile, the various Peak Masters lamented their missed opportunity to claim Xiaoyi as a disciple before the elder's arrival. Now, with the elder's involvement, any contest for him seemed futile. The elder's presence rendered any notions of reluctance moot. Should he speak, it would be deemed exceedingly disrespectful for any of us to decline. Su Yang's gaze fell, and he spoke in a solemn tone. What? Su Yang agreed so readily? This is uncharacteristic of him. It is noteworthy that Su Yang has often clashed with the sect leader in the past. To hear him utter such words of respect for a superior is truly unprecedented. Before Su Yang, does the old man inspire more reverence than the sect leader? The Grand Elder had initially resolved that if Su Yang declined, he would swallow his pride and plead earnestly. However, Su Yang's swift acquiescence left him somewhat astonished. Very well, I shall escort him now. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Su Yang interjected, Grand Elder, hold on a moment. Before I become your disciple, I must reclaim what rightfully belongs to my Ziyun Peak from him. You wouldn't mind, would you? Mind? How could I possibly mind? The Grand Elder replied, a smile gracing his face. Excellent. Please, Grand Elder, Bear with me for a brief moment." With that, Su Yang gracefully descended from the high platform and walked towards Xiao Yi in the training ground. As Xiao Yi beheld Su Yang's approach, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes, which he quickly suppressed, adopting a humble smile instead as he inquired, "What is it that the Peak Master seeks from me?" "Your life." Su Yang's words resonated, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that descended upon Xiao Yi, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval, enveloping the heavens and earth. As a true monarch of transformation, with a mere gesture, he could invoke the might of the cosmos. The entire training ground was shrouded in a terrifying aura, the protective formations trembling as if on the verge of collapse. The nearby disciples found their breaths caught in their throats, as though the very air had been compressed into a vacuum. On the high platform, dozens of Peak Masters sprang to their feet, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene in the training ground. The Grand Elder's pupils constricted sharply, clearly taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. His entire being seemed to resonate with the essence of celestial power as the winds and clouds rallied in response to his mighty presence. With a thunderous voice, he commanded, "Su Yang, do not act recklessly." However, Su Yang was swift in his actions, harboring a lethal intent that rendered the Grand Elder's attempts at intervention futile. "Save me," cried Xiao Yi, on the brink of annihilation, his body crushed and his voice stifled by Su Yang's overwhelming magical force. His pleas were silenced, and he could only mime his desperate calls for help. "There is no need to plead." Su Yang's gaze was frigid, his hand descending with the weight of an ancient mountain, as if to shatter the very heavens themselves. Just as he was about to obliterate Xiao Yi, an unexpected force surged forth, an irresistible power that scattered the aura he had amassed and snatched Xiao Yi from his grasp. "Old dog Su, in 3 years, I shall slay you." Xiao Yi, having narrowly escaped death, glared at Su Yang with eyes aflame, his expression twisted with rage, before transforming into a crimson shadow and fleeing from the Qingming Sect. Su Yang intended to pursue him, yet his legs felt as if they were rooted in place, immobilized by an unseen force. He gazed incredulously at the heavens above. No, the heavenly Tao. Damn it. I can't even kill the protagonist in my own illusory realm. Su Yang could not suppress an expletive. Suddenly, the void around him shattered once more, plunging his consciousness into silence. Chapter 75. The Shattering of Illusions. The approaching tribulation consciousness swiftly revived. Su Yang opened his eyes, finding himself once more ensnared within the realm of his inner demons. "Master, you profess to be devoted to the path, yet dare you meet your disciples' gaze? I cannot believe your eyes are devoid of emotion." Yuan Jinshuan knelt upon the ground, her exquisite, watery eyes now shimmering with a sorrowful tenderness, akin to a forsaken creature. "Disciple, rise quickly. It pains me to see you in distress." Su Yang hastened to Yuan Jinshuan's side, extending his hand to assist her. Yuan Jinshuan's gaze sharpened. "Master, you, seeking not a future life, but questioning this existence, I understand your sentiments. Do you grasp the depth of my feelings?" As Su Yang's words lingered in the air, his consciousness began to blur once more. Following this, he encountered the phantoms of his inner demons multiple times, each instance intricately linked to his disciples, including those he had yet to meet, such as Qin Kuwan, Su Dongying, and Tu Shan Yaoyao. Due to his nature and the utilization of artifacts, he swiftly recognized these encounters as manifestations of his inner turmoil. Yet, there was one occasion when he encountered Ji Hongwan, who was nothing short of enchanting. In that illusion, she transformed into a delicate yet possessive figure, binding him to a chair and subjecting him to indescribable experiences. Fortunately, his will remained unyielding, allowing him to quickly discern the illusion for what it was, effortlessly tearing away the veil of deception. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang had shattered countless illusions. Upon dispelling yet another, a perplexing thought arose within him. Aside from the initial major tribulation, he had not undergone any of the other illusions nor felt panic. Why then did they torment his psyche? A flash of brilliance illuminated the moment. Su Yang opened his eyes countless times, surveying his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. He gazed towards the throne, where sat an individual strikingly similar to himself. He drifted through the grand hall like a specter, witnessing the unfolding events before him. "Master Su." A frantic servant disciple rushed in from outside the hall. Breathless as he reported, "Master Su, Xiao Yi has launched an assault on Ziyun Peak with his spirit beast. The formation will soon falter. Please, Master Su, evacuate swiftly." The hall was eerily silent, devoid of any disciples. Su Yang had become an isolated figure, Maintaining his composure, he replied, "It matters not. Let him ascend the mountain." Xiao Yi had garnered numerous opportunities outside and had reached the transformation realm, as had his spirit companion. "Master Su, you are no match for him. It would be prudent to leave." The servant disciple implored desperately. Sighing deeply, Su Yang regarded the disciple. "It is of no consequence. Master Su, I must take you away. Otherwise, I shall have no explanation to give to the young lady." With determination, the servant disciple lunged towards Su Yang, revealing his true cultivation level as a transformation realm true monarch. Yet, before he could reach within 3 feet of Su Yang, an inexplicable force sent him flying backward. Coughing, the disciple clutched his chest, blood spilling from his lips as disbelief clouded his gaze. "Master Su, what is this?" "Fate," Su Yang replied, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, as though he had endured this scene countless times before. "One cannot defy destiny. Go forth." He waved his hand, and a gentle breeze materialized from thin air, enveloping the disciple of miscellaneous duties, effortlessly propelling him out of Ziyun Peak, and astonishingly accelerating him beyond Qingming Sect. At that moment, for voices echoed from outside the hall. "Master, we have come to rescue you. You shall be unharmed. We will not allow Xiao Yi to hurt you. I will protect you." Foolish children. Truly a bunch of naive fools. Su Yang shook his head, his expression a bittersweet blend of laughter and tears. Suddenly, a steady cadence of footsteps approached from afar. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Su, old dog. The 3-year period has ended, and I have come to claim your life. Thereupon, an unremarkable-looking Xiao Yi entered the hall, gazing at Su Yang seated at the forefront. In his hand, he conjured a crimson heavy ruler, pointing it menacingly at Su Yang, and bellowed, "Su, old dog, come down and meet your death." The expression on Su Yang's face darkened uncontrollably, his tone frigid as he retorted, "What are you, a mere fledgling who has just stepped into the transformative spirit realm, daring to boast in front of me?" As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the armrest, unleashing a terrifying surge of magical power that transformed into a colossal hand, pressing down upon Xiao Yi. "Humph, a mere trivial skill." Xiao Yi wielded the heavy ruler, cleaving towards Su Yang. A radiant glow entwined with searing red flames surged forth, resembling a fire dragon with a gaping maw, shattering the colossal hand into fragments, and, with relentless ferocity, lunged towards Su Yang. On the throne, Su Yang appeared as if he had never encountered this fire dragon, sitting in a daze, allowing its strikes to bombard him. "No, it cannot be. How could you possibly become this powerful?" Blood trickled from the corner of Su Yang's mouth as he struggled in anguish for a moment, only to then display a perfectly timed expression of horror, gazing incredulously at Xiao Yi. "Ha ha ha, old dog Su, this is certainly thanks to you. If it weren't for the humiliation you inflicted upon me 3 years ago, tearing me apart from my 7 senior sisters, I could not have been so determined to improve myself, breaking through several realms, and achieving the status of a true immortal in just 3 years." Xiao Yi proclaimed with unbridled arrogance. "The cause of yesterday has led to the consequence of today, old dog Su. Could you have foreseen that you would be forsaken by all, reduced to a stray dog? Hee, arrogant junior, I shall now show you what a true immortal is." Su Yang roared, a surge of overwhelming magical power erupting from within him. Overestimating oneself. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Xiao Yi's mouth. "Sun God technique, 9-fold flame wave slash." With a thunderous shout from Xiao Yi, 9 scorching beams of light sliced through the air, each resembling a fire dragon born from flames, each stronger than the last. This profound martial art, acquired from a certain secret realm, combined with the Sun God technique, unleashed extraordinary power. Su Yang's attacks were effortlessly severed by Xiao Yi. Su Yang resembled a marionette, his face a mask of terror. "What kind of martial art is this?" "You are not worthy to know," Xiao Yi declared proudly. "Embrace your demise, old dog Su." Boom, boom. Su Yang bled from 7 orifices, his body shattered and utterly powerless as he collapsed onto the throne. Xiao Yi approached, each step resonating with a chilling crack. "You shall not harm my master." A petite white fox appeared at the hall's entrance, anxiously pacing back and forth. She yearned to enter, yet an invisible and seemingly impenetrable barrier thwarted her. In a frenzy, she hurled herself against the door, only to be repelled time and again, staining her fur crimson. With a resonant sound of a sword's cry, the air split asunder. A blue sword silhouette shot forth from the void, aiming to pierce Xiao Yi within the hall. It was the fated flying sword, Qing Ai, belonging to Yuan Shenxian. as the sword was named after her master's treasured blade, Zixiao. She called her own Qing AI. Yuan Qinxian had relied on this sword to vanquish countless formidable foes, including those of the transformation stage, each effortless/capable of rending mountains asunder. Yet, before this grand haul, an overwhelming sense of impotence enveloped her, as if she were battling against the very heavens. Ha! On the throne, Su Yang erupted into a sudden fit of laughter, his shoulders heaving as tears, mingled with blood, cascaded down his face. Old dog Su, do you also feel regret? Upon witnessing Su Yang's tears, a frenzied light flickered in Xiao Ye's eyes as he grimaced. Alas, it is too late. It is time to send you on your way. Tick-tock. Awakened from the realm of inner demons, Su Yang opened his eyes, brushing his face, which felt damp. Confusion and bewilderment flooded his gaze. Why? Why am I weeping? Before Su Yang could fathom the reason behind it, a thunderous roar reverberated through the skies above Qingming Sect as ominous tribulation clouds began to gather. The impending thunderstorm loomed ominously. Though my literary prowess may not fully capture the essence of this scene, the requisite build-up must be established. I implore the esteemed readers to bear with me. If it proves unsatisfactory, consider it a mere side note. Indeed, I seem more suited to crafting whimsical tales, lamentably so. Chapter 76. The Transformation into Divine Realm. Unique throughout the ages with a resounding crash, the skies above Qingming Sect darkened as tribulation clouds obscured the sun, incessant thunder echoing, and flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, painting a cataclysmic tableau. From the 36 peaks, countless disciples gazed in awe at the celestial spectacle, their hearts gripped by trepidation. Is this the thunder tribulation? It feels as though, should this lightning descend, the entirety of Qingming Sect would be reduced to rubble. Surely not. Our protective array is quite formidable. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than a bolt of purple lightning materialized from the tumultuous clouds, carrying an aura of annihilation as it hurtled towards Ziyun Peak. Bang! The heavenly thunder struck the protective barrier, resonating like a cataclysmic upheaval, causing the entire formation to tremble. The flickering lightning and the terrifying firestorm it unleashed scorched the nearby mountains into a charred wasteland, devoid of life, a scene of utter desolation. The sight was profoundly terrifying. Countless disciples gazed at the protective array with wide eyes, their throats constricting in involuntary apprehension. The might of this thunder tribulation is beyond comprehension. Even those of exalted status may not encounter such a formidable storm. Surely, our protective array shall withstand this onslaught? It cannot be that Ziyun Peak faces this tribulation and we are all sent to the netherworld. Is there no elder to intervene? A trembling elder nearby, upon hearing this plea from a disciple, turned with a ghastly pallor. Who dares to impede? This tribulation is not something mere mortals like us can withstand. Moreover, there exists an unspoken rule in the realm of cultivation. During a tribulation, one must refrain from excessive compassion and the desire to assist others. Such actions often lead to collective annihilation. The greater the number facing the tribulation, the more terrifying the thunderstorm becomes. Who can summon a message to the Ziyun Peak, urging the one undergoing the tribulation to respond swiftly to this thunderstorm? If anyone dares approach Ziyun Peak, I would consider them formidable. If this continues, our Qingming Sect's grand formation will be utterly shattered. We must notify the sect leader and prepare promptly. A group of elders gazed with ashen faces at the violet lightning coalescing within the ominous clouds. Historically, the majority of cultivators have shunned confronting heavenly wrath, for it is all too easy to be struck down. In the face of such divine power, they are as insignificant as dust. At the sect leader's peak, the curvaceous Ji Hongwan stood barefoot in the void. A gust of wind lifted her skirts, revealing her flawless, snow-white legs. Alas, this enchanting sight went unnoticed. Cradling the raccoon's spirit in her arms, she gazed entranced at the gathering storm clouds above, contemplating. That fool has passed the heart demon tribulation. Should he also conquer this heavenly thunder tribulation, he will emerge exponentially stronger, truly deserving of my attention. Xiaohua, do you think I should assist him in his tribulation? Xiaohua, not again. It struggled to escape from the very center of the moon. Meow. The meaning was unmistakable. Master, if you wish to perish, do not involve me. Look at you, trembling with fear. I merely find the atmosphere too grave and wish to lighten it with a jest, while others may demand payment for their humor. You seem to gamble with life itself. I long to flee, yet feel utterly trapped. The little cat was on the brink of tears. fervently hoping its master would not succumb to madness, for that would surely lead to a tragic fate for both of them. At Ziyun Peak, it was not my inner demons that tormented me, so why should I weep in despair? Suyong felt a tumult within, as if a great pressure was lodged in his chest, compelling him to unleash his pent-up frustration. The formidable path ahead was indeed as unyielding as iron, yet he resolved to forge ahead anew, testing his might to mend the rifts of the heavens. Suyong lifted his gaze, his expression icy, as a surge of magical power coursed through him, akin to a blazing sun erupting from within, casting glorious rays that illuminated the surroundings. Rising from the meditation mat, he waved his sleeve, transforming into a radiant beam of golden light that surged upward toward the storm clouds above. In an instant, the heavens shifted, and under the immense pressure of his magical force, even the thunderous clouds that birthed lightning began to disperse. So, you dare to invoke the heavenly tribulation? I shall not bow to you. A thunderous roar resonated through the void. Across the 36 peaks, whether disciples, elders, or peak masters, all were left in a state of sheer astonishment. It was not merely the shock of Suyong, who had always upheld strict discipline, uttering profanities. Rather, it was the astonishing revelation that he had truly broken through to the transformation realm. Their minds were awash with confusion, akin to a tangled mass of yarn, utterly unable to comprehend the reality before them. Had they been dreaming all along? A feat unprecedented, unmatched in history, reconstructing the transformation into divinity. The esteemed Master Su truly exhibits remarkable audacity. This impending heavenly tribulation is far more formidable than the one faced by Master Su previously. Even if we disregard his past tribulation, should he succeed in this one, he will still remain the youngest transformation into divinity true monarch in the northern province. Is it not infuriating? Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Yet, Master Su transcends humanity. He is divine. In this moment, even those who harbor animosity towards Suyong cannot help but feel a sense of reverence for him. In this world, cultivators abound like fish crossing a river. However, the number who can ascend to the rank of transformation into divinity true monarch is exceedingly rare. Many cultivators, upon realizing their aspirations to attain the status of a venerable being are unattainable, succumb to lethargy, settling for mediocrity, only to scramble for survival as their lifespans dwindle. Such is the mindset of the majority of transformation into divinity elders within the Qingming Sect. Yet, like Suyong, who, in the prime of his life, possesses the courage to embark on a path of reconstruction, there exists none throughout history. What immense fortitude this requires! It is truly beyond imagination. As those elders, who entertain thoughts of languid existence, reflect upon this, shame is unmistakably etched upon their faces. How embarrassing it is! In comparison to Suyong, they have squandered their years like mere animals. Only one individual, gazing at Suyong as he confronts the heavenly tribulation, wears a twisted expression of fury. This individual is the renowned Master Wanjun of Thunder Peak. Recalling the events of recent days, he remembers how Xue Jinli of Purple Cloud Peak and Situ Qingqing have repeatedly used Suyong to compel him into submission. He remained blissfully unaware of any wrongdoing, enduring everything in silence, which only led to Ziyun Peak's relentless encroachment. Even this time, the opportunities gained from Qiyuan Cave were to be divided, with a staggering 60% going to Ziyun Peak. Suyong, you are playing me for a fool. Ha! His blood surged in reverse, and Wanjun Jinren's chest heaved violently as he expelled a mouthful of dark, demonic blood. It splattered onto the ground, corroding the earth beneath it. Clutching his chest, he glared resentfully at the void, cursing. Suyong, you will surely be struck down by lightning. At the pinnacle of the void, thunder roared with vigor. Massive purple lightning, thicker than towering trees, surged towards the swiftly approaching crimson gold divine light, aiming to obliterate Suyong, who dared to defy fate. Just in time, Suyang's body resonated with the undying scripture, and as his yang-infused physique was fully activated, the primordial spirit residing in his purple mansion let out a mighty roar, channeling an oceanic surge of magical power throughout his limbs and bones. His entire being radiated with resplendent brilliance. The crimson golden light erupted in a sudden flare. In that moment, Suyong was the blazing sun. While thunder could shatter darkness, before the great sun, it was like a flickering candle, feeble as parchment. With a crack, the heavens turned white, and as the purple lightning struck Suyong, it was crushed by his magical power, its overwhelming destructive intent extinguished. It transformed into an utterly pure energy, which Su Yang's primordial spirit absorbed directly. The clouds of calamity trembled, as if sensing an affront. Dozens of purple lightning bolts erupted in an instant, each as thick as stone pillars, resembling dragons as they lunged towards Su Yang with ferocity. With a crack, with a single punch, Su Yang twisted the head of the ferocious serpent dragon, rendering it askew. In the presence of his formidable Tao body, the so-called heavenly thunder tribulation appeared trivial, utterly inconsequential. Su Yang's primordial spirit savored the experience in one fell swoop. As dozens of bolts of pure energy derived from the thunder were absorbed, his primordial spirit grew increasingly substantial, radiating an imposing and majestic aura. Below, all the elders of the Qingming Sect were left utterly astonished. Is this what the heavenly thunder tribulation entails? Heavenly Tao, are you perhaps holding back? Surely, the thunder's roar cannot be more formidable than its might. Crack. The ominous clouds of tribulation, seemingly furious, unleashed a bolt of purple lightning upon an unnamed peak, obliterating it entirely. It was as though that mountain had never existed, leaving only a flat expanse behind. Witnessing this, the elders dared not voice their doubts any longer. Gazing into the void, feeling the presence of that figure growing ever more resplendent, like a celestial deity. Boom! The thunder roared incessantly. The tribulation clouds intensified, conjuring hundreds of purple lightning dragons, their cacophonous thunder echoing through the void, hurtling towards Su Yang, intent on tearing him asunder. Crackle! Su Yang welcomed it all. He raised his hand, forming a colossal hand that stretched across the heavens, aiming to vent the pent-up energy within him, ensnaring the seemingly ferocious purple lightning dragons as though they were caught in an inescapable net. Refining. The surging magical power surged forth like a wild beast unleashed, rampaging within the bodies of the purple lightning dragons, swiftly dismantling all traces of their destructive intent. With a deep breath, Su Yang's primordial spirit surged forth, akin to a whale swallowing, absorbing all the energy to strengthen himself. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Su Yang's ethereal form surged towards the calamity clouds looming in the heavens. Suddenly, the ominous clouds quivered violently and, in an instant, dissipated into the vast sky, leaving not a single trace behind. The numerous peak masters of the Qingming Sect beheld this extraordinary scene, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, rendered utterly motionless, as if ensnared by some arcane spell. After a prolonged moment, the figure returned to Ziyun Peak, and a hushed gasp echoed throughout the assembly, as if someone had ignited a spark of awe. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe that the very clouds which had shattered countless cultivators' dreams of transcendence had fled in fear of Su Yang. Even the youthful celestial emperors and those possessing unparalleled divine bodies could not achieve such a feat. Yet Su Yang had done it. This is a miracle. A singular miracle in all of eternity. One might wonder if Peak Master Su will ultimately attain sainthood. Should one person ascend to sanctity, even the lowly might rise. And perhaps our Qingming Sect could ascend to the fabled status of a sacred ground, revered by myriad sects. Given the current atmosphere, I would not only believe in Peak Master Su achieving immortality, but also in his ascension to the celestial realms. Henceforth, Peak Master Su shall be regarded as my revered elder. Cough, cough, my esteemed senior brother, should anyone dare to speak ill of him in my presence. They shall not escape my wrath. At your advanced age of 400 or 500 years, where is your dignity? Chapter 77. The Master is Fierce. Are you poisoned? Tianqin Lake. Inside the pavilion. As Situ Qingqing listened to the gradually calming noises in the void, a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Hey, Xiaoqing, you still haven't told me why you suddenly changed your mind. Xue Jinli, wrapped in a towel that concealed her modesty, sat down beside Situ Qingqing and inquired. Why else? Even a monkey knows to call for reinforcements when it cannot win a fight, Situ Qingqing replied, her gaze sparkling as she turned to Xue Jinli with a beaming smile. Of course, it's because we share a sisterly bond. If I don't assist you, who will? Come on. Just moments ago, you had me tied up, wielding a whip and demanding the recording stone from me. But this certainly isn't the attitude you had then. Xue Jinli shot her a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced by Situ Qingqing's playful words. Just admit it. Were you enjoying yourself? Enjoying myself? Nonsense. If you keep talking like that, I might just have to use the whip on you. Senior sister, please. I have no such inclinations. Xiaoqing, I'm going all out. Xue Jinli's face flushed as she lunged towards Sidu Qingqing. The two engaged in a playful scuffle. The towel around Xue Jinli was yanked away, and Situ Qingqing fared no better, as she found herself thoroughly explored by Xue Jinli's playful antics. Breathless, Xue Jinli collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. In contrast, while Situ Qingqing's cheeks were also tinged with crimson, she was not as affected. Her chest merely rose and fell slightly. If she were a mere novice in battle, then Xue Jinli's combat prowess was only a fraction of that, posing no threat to her whatsoever. Situ Qingqing adjusted her rumpled skirt and turned to Xue Jinli, deciding to speak candidly. Very well, senior sister Xue, the truth is, I simply cannot cope any longer, and thus had no choice but to seek your assistance. That is more like it, isn't it? Xue Jinli furrowed her brow, sitting up on the bed and gazing at Situ Qingqing. What do you mean by cannot cope? Is it that daunting? Senior sister, you cannot possibly think it is simple. Can you? My first victory was merely a stroke of luck. Ever since then, I have been soundly defeated, left in tatters, and weeping inconsolably. Situ Qingqing confessed with a sense of shame. Had she foreseen such a conclusion, she would have insisted on tormenting her master for an extra hour. So, you wish for me to endure your suffering in your stead? Xue Jinli retorted, her anger palpable as she glared at Situ Qingqing. Xiaoqing, you truly are the best junior sister. Xue Jinli's tone was heavy, clearly irked. Situ Qingqing was well aware of her senior sister's temperament. She was as stubborn as a mule and must be soothed. Senior sister, I beseech you. Well, very well. Who am I to refuse my role as your senior? Xue Jinli replied with a serious demeanor. Thank you so much, senior sister. Situ Qingqing expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. It is my duty as your senior, Xue Jinli responded nonchalantly. So when shall I be able to assist you? In a couple of days. I will summon you then. Agreed, it is settled. Oh, and what of my echoing stone? I was jesting. I am notoriously forgetful. If I were to misplace it and it fell into the hands of our elder sister, her Qingming sword is not to be trifled with. Sister, you. Hee. In the Ziyun Palace, Su Yang sat cross-legged on a mat, immersed in the contemplation of his own primordial spirit. He discovered that his spirit had become extraordinarily powerful, seemingly due to the absorption of excessive thunderous energy. He estimated that even the pinnacle of the transformation realm would pale in comparison to his current primordial spirit. The transformation realm primarily focuses on the cultivation of the spirit. But this is true only for ordinary cultivators, who, due to their average talents, can only choose one path to pursue. Su Yang, however, was different. He possessed the supreme Yangdao body, an unparalleled constitution. With merely his physical form, he could attain saintly status. To achieve extraordinary combat prowess and overshadow the prodigies, he needed to advance both his physical body and primordial spirit simultaneously. Neither could be neglected. Merely breaking through to the transformation realm had already consumed the vast majority of the heavenly and earthly treasures gathered from his disciples. It seemed that to ascend to the esteemed realm, diligent cultivation was still necessary. Su Yang mused internally, feeling no regret, for his foundation was unmatched by ordinary beings. Even the most gifted prodigies from hidden sacred sects found it difficult to catch up to him. In terms of resources expended at the same level, he far surpassed the so-called prodigies. Naturally, his combat strength would also become incredibly formidable, almost terrifying. There was no rush to elevate his realm. He would wait until he had gathered sufficient resources. For now, it was time to ponder the techniques and martial arts. If one were to liken a cultivator to a tree, then the techniques would be its roots, while martial arts would represent its branches. The quality and mastery of martial arts determined how far the branches could extend outward. Holding the enlightenment Bodhi seed, he felt an instant clarity in his mind. Just as he was about to extract various techniques from the system space, suddenly a knock echoed. Master, are you poisoned? The soft and alluring voice of Yuan Changxian drifted in from outside the hall. How could I be poisoned every time? Su Yang pondered for a moment and replied, Xianer, please come in and speak. Creak. Yuan Changxian pushed the door open and quickly approached him. Master, are you all right? There's a minor issue, but it is of no consequence. I can endure it, Su Yang said, furrowing his brow. However, Yuan Changxuan's tone was quite serious. Master, you truly neglect your health. Although your cultivation has recovered and your physique is robust, what if you fall into madness again? Xianer, you are right. I shall pay more attention. You are a man. How could you compare to a daughter's attentiveness? Let your disciple help you keep an eye on yourself. Chapter 78. A day full of affairs, sweet beyond measure. Master, your poison should be cured by now, right? The coolness of Yuan Changshuan's face was tinged with an undeniable blush as she embraced Su Yang's neck, her gaze both timid and bashful. I was never poisoned. At this moment, Su Yang felt an urge to sing a line. But the snow, it drifts into my eyes. It is resolved, thanks to your thoughtful care. Xianer, otherwise, it could have indeed led to lingering troubles. Su Yang reached out to gently pinch Yuan Changshuan's delicate cheek, still warm, a gentle smile gracing his face. Mew. Yuan Changxian closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering like a kitten being caressed, emitting a soft sound. Seeing the usually aloof Yuan Changxian displaying such a docile demeanor, allowing his touch, made Su Yang's heart race uncontrollably. My dear disciple is truly sweet beyond measure. Master, are you about to begin your cultivation again? Not in such a hurry, really. If I were to resolve the poison and send my eldest disciple away, that would be rather callous. Su Yang embraced Yuan Qianxian, lowering his head to gently brush his lips against hers. It's all right, Master, you need not concern yourself with my feelings. I am capable of understanding you. Yuan Qianxian felt a dizzying warmth from the kiss, yet she still sat up from Su Yang's embrace, seemingly to reassure her master to focus on her practice. Master, I take my leave. Should you encounter any poisoning during your cultivation, please do remember to inform me. Yuan Qianxian adjusted her garments, but as her feet touched the ground, they weakened, and her delicate brows furrowed, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Su Yang was quick-witted and caught her around the waist. Master, do you still wish to resolve the poison? Yuan Qianxuan's gaze shimmered like water, reflecting the hues of autumn. For my master, Su Yang had just begun to speak when he noticed Yuan Qianxian's charming dimples, her jade fingers playfully poking at his chest. As she shyly smiled and said, with that, Yuan Qianxian rose gracefully and drifted away, though her steps remained somewhat unsteady. Su Yang sat in a daze for quite a while before regaining his composure. I knew it. How could that possibly be an illusion of mine? Upon seeing my eldest disciple, it was impossible to be devoid of thoughts. Su Yang muttered to himself, then grasped the Bodhi seed of enlightenment. Retrieving a multitude of martial techniques and methods from the system space. The school term begins. Su Yang immediately immersed himself in the moment. In an instant, the purple cloud palace resonated with the roars of tigers and dragons, clouds and mist billowing as various magical trajectories unfolded in the void. Meanwhile, as the entourage from the Qingming Sect arrived at the Tianji mountain range, they immediately sensed a violent upheaval in the fabric of space. Vast stretches of mountains crumbled, and countless ancient trees were snapped asunder, sending the myriad beasts and birds hidden within into a frenzied flight. This tumultuous disturbance resonated across an extensive area, even affecting several cities situated miles away. Numerous families, sects, and solitary cultivators were drawn to this phenomenon, hastily dispatching their strongest members to ascertain the nature of the situation. Upon the arrival of these formidable individuals at the Tianji mountain range, they were met with the sight of a large contingent from the Qingming Sect. Without needing to investigate further, they understood that this event heralded a tremendous opportunity. It was inconceivable that the premier sect of the northern region, the Qingming Sect, would mobilize such forces without cause. Consequently, these powerful beings unanimously retrieved their communication jade slips, succinctly relaying to their sect leaders the urgent message. Opportunity, hasten your arrival. Master Su, did you foresee even this? One elder mused. Given the scale of the disturbance, it is almost certain that the Ziyun cave is indeed manifesting. Our 35 peaks are poised to reap immense rewards. We owe this all to the intelligence provided by Master Su. Knowing that the Ziyun cave would emerge, yet not sending disciples to investigate, Master Su truly acts in the best interest of our sect. Oh, what a commendable person Master Su is. The elders leading each peak expressed their sentiments, generously bestowing Master Su Yang with accolades. Subsequently, they descended in their spiritual vessels, orchestrating their disciples to disembark swiftly in preparation for entering the Ziyun cave. At this moment, the spiritual vessel belonging to Tianlai Peak, Xiao Yi resided in the finest chamber, his legs casually propped upon the desk, a ring incessantly manipulated between his fingers, his expression radiating an air of defiance. Li Lao, he remarked, is it not true that the Qingming Sect is a place of fortuitous opportunity for me? To so easily stumble upon a ring that contains several rare spiritual herbs of significant age. although these treasures may be incompatible with my constitution. If I were to sell them to my useless sectmates, I could certainly procure a wealth of cultivation resources. Ah, yes, indeed. I was mistaken, Li Lao replied dismissively. Yet inwardly, he was fervently critiquing. What are the odds that every spiritual item within this storage ring would be antagonistic to your very nature? Aside from the spiritual herbs, there are only a few garments left. Can you not perceive that this is a trap? Xiaoyi, you truly are as dim-witted as a pig. No, even a pig possesses greater wit than you. However, having endured countless lessons, Li Lao resolved not to offer any further warnings this time, lest he be bitten again. He could only hope that the enigmatic force orchestrating Xiao Ye's fate would not inadvertently involve him in its machinations. If worst came to worst, he could always prostrate himself before Xiao Yi, for addressing a great ascension saint as foster father is no disgrace. Li Lao, mark my words, this ring is merely the beginning. I shall scour every opportunity within the Ziyun cave, accumulating all that fate has to offer. The golden core realm is within arm's reach. The infant condensation realm is not beyond my grasp, and the spirit transformation realm is merely days away. I, Xiao Yi, shall undoubtedly reign supreme in this world. Xiao Yi was overwhelmed with excitement, his words betraying an unmistakable pride and arrogance. Elderly, one might think you have already attained greatness. Before I could hear Elder Li's heartfelt praise, a humble voice emerged from beyond the cabin door, reporting, Brother Xiao, it is time to gather. The elder has sent for you. You may proceed without me. I shall join you shortly, Xiao Yi replied indifferently. As the chosen one, it is only fitting that he makes his entrance last, for how else could he showcase his uniqueness? Understood, Brother Xiao, the disciple said respectfully before departing. Elderly, after receiving the legacy of the esteemed Master Qiyuan, will I be able to traverse the world unabated, commanding the respect of all powerful factions? Xiao Yi expressed with yearning. Is this never-ending? Elderly forced a smile, saying, You are the chosen one. How could you possibly compare to a mere fallen heavenly sovereign? I share that sentiment. Xiao Yi nodded in satisfaction. Elderly, your words have become increasingly agreeable of late. It seems you have truly undergone a transformation. It is a pity, however, that you are no longer worthy of being my master. Indeed, unworthy. I certainly am unworthy, Elderly declared earnestly. Thankfully, they had severed their master-disciple bond. Otherwise, his ancestors' graves would surely smoke. Chapter 79. I am the chosen one. You may laugh now before the beastly cavern. The void barrier suddenly rippled, shattering into countless fragments of laws, as the entire beastly cavern disintegrated into dust, swirling and dissipating into the ether. What is this? Could it be that the abode of the powerful is about to manifest? The various sects of the Northern Court will undoubtedly dispatch representatives. If the treacherous villain who murdered the heir mingles among the crowd, will it not become exceedingly difficult for us to apprehend him? At this juncture, the elders of the Qingming Sect, who had been lying in wait, wore expressions of considerable displeasure. If the rogue were to escape, what would be the purpose of their prolonged vigil over the past several days? Sectmaster, I propose we send a disciple to investigate. With so many sects present, we need not fear that the villain will target our Qingming disciples, one elder suggested. The elders all turned their gazes towards the venerable Xianshi, as they were largely in favor of this course of action. After all, they had already been on guard for many days. Continuing in such a manner seemed futile. What use are you if you remain oblivious to the very presence of the scoundrel who has slain my disciple? Xianshi thundered, his voice brimming with ire. His gaze then darkened, peering into the distance as he intoned ominously, This villain, in his overconfidence, believes that concealing himself in the depths of the magnetic earth grants him immunity, unaware that the storage ring of Wang Tung still bears my seals. Come, let us seek vengeance for my disciple. I have endured a long wait of 10 days. The scoundrel has lived on for too long. New grievances and old hatreds intertwined. In the days to come, I shall ensure that you suffer agonies beyond imagination, 1,000 tortures from which you shall plead for death, yet find none. The chilling malice in Xuanshir's words seemed to freeze the very air around them, causing the gathered elders to shiver with trepidation. They dared not utter another word and swiftly followed in his wake, transforming into streaks of light, filled with murderous intent as they surged forth into the distance. What of Xiaoyu? Below the spirit vessel, an elder remarked with evident displeasure. Senior brother Xiao has requested to wait for a while longer, a disciple murmured, lowering his head. Impudence. This is a matter of great significance for the entire Qingming Sect. How dare a mere disciple act so presumptuously? The countenance of the elder leading the Tianlai Peak darkened instantly as he barked in anger. He harbored a deep discontent toward Xiao Yi, who, basking in the favor of the Peak Master, not only displayed arrogance before the disciples, but also showed a complete lack of respect towards him, an elder. He audaciously seized the finest chamber aboard the spirit vessel. Had it not been for the Peak Master's repeated admonitions that Xiao Yi was a prodigious talent with a natural haughtiness, urging him to exercise patience, the elder's fiery temperament would have surely compelled him to take decisive action against Xiao Yi. And what is the elder's intention? The disciple inquired cautiously. Let us wait a little longer, the elder sighed. Despite his status, he was still under the authority of the Peak Master, and thus, he could not afford to provoke him. The disciple, with his head bowed, silently mocked. So, elder, it appears you are merely flaunting your authority in my presence. Finally, at the 35th peak, all disciples disembarked from the spirit vessel and gathered in a clearing. Elder, why are we not entering the Ziyun cave yet? Indeed. If we delay further, the other sects will send their people. We must seize the initiative. Many disciples voiced their urgency, having noticed numerous powerful figures standing in the nearby void, each holding a communication jade slip, clearly reporting back to their sections. Silence. There is still one person aboard the spirit vessel. An elder explained. Who is it? Who possesses such arrogance that they would forego the opportunity of the Ziyun cave? If they are uninterested, they might as well remain on the vessel. Why must so many of us wait for just one person? The disciples from various peaks expressed their grievances loudly, their discontent palpable in the air. That individual is named Xiao Yi. A disciple from the Thunder Peak whispered, seemingly stoking the flames of dissent. That madman Xiao again. His combat prowess is indeed commendable, but no matter how fierce he may be, he is still merely at the foundation establishment stage. What great waves can he possibly stir? Yet it must be noted that the elder just tested the situation. The Qiyuan cave can accommodate only those at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, yet it will suppress their cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. Thus, in this Qiyuan cave, Xiao Yi truly thrives. Could it be that this cave was specially prepared for him? Her elder, when will your Xiao Yi disembark? They inquired. Indeed, the disciples from our peak are growing increasingly dissatisfied. If he does not come down soon, we shall advance without him. At this moment, even the leading elders from other peaks were growing exceedingly weary of Xiao Yi's behavior. He is not a revered elder. How can a mere foundation establishment disciple demand such grandiosity? Just then, a seemingly unremarkable young man finally emerged from the spirit vessel, his demeanor haughty. With each step he took, he paused, as if savoring the awe-filled gazes of the crowd. The sensation of being the center of attention was utterly exhilarating. Look at their eyes, filled with reverence and admiration for me. I am destined for greatness. Xiao Yi smirked, a self-satisfied grin gracing his face. Are we sure they are not filled with disdain? If there is an issue with one's gaze, perhaps one should simply remove both eyes and discard them. For I possess a technique to cultivate a third eye. As I silently vented my frustrations, I feigned admiration like an emotionless flattery machine, exclaiming, "My young friend, you are indeed correct." At that moment, from afar, several radiant beams surged forth, exuding an unparalleled aura, with the foremost among them emanating a terrifying presence akin to that of an ancient ferocious beast, its overwhelming might striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Break void venerable. The elders of the Qingming Sect's pupils constricted sharply, their inner alarms ringing loudly. Esteemed friends, this is the residence of our Qingming Sect, and we kindly request that you. A venerable elder of the transformation realm stepped forth, positioning himself before the approaching figures, speaking with neither subservience nor arrogance. Yet, before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted. I have heard that the Qingming Sect is the foremost sect of the northern region. I am Xuanqi Venerable, the master of the eastern wilderness, Xiantian Sect. I come in peace, with no intention of conflict with the Qingming Sect. Rather, I seek him. Xuanqi Venerable's gaze was as calm as still waters as he pointed towards Xiao Yu, following the direction of his finger. It became clear that his search was for Xiao Yu. The elder who had stepped forward seemed to have a change of heart and stepped aside. While the elders and disciples from other peaks offered no resistance, even the elder from the Thunder Peak observed with indifference. In contrast, Xiao Yi's expression momentarily froze, only to be replaced by a fervent smile the next instant. Li Lao, I never anticipated that my reputation had even reached the eastern wilderness. Ha ha ha. Though I had never before heard of the so-called Qingming Sect, the presence of their esteemed leader, the Venerable Pasu, suggests that their influence in the eastern wilderness must be considerable. Such a formidable figure has traversed mountains and rivers, journeying countless miles to take me as a disciple. Should I refuse such sincerity, it would indeed be a disservice to the goodwill of this extraordinary venerable. As the saying goes, one aspires to ascend, and I trust that the esteemed Wang Jinzhenren would not hold it against me. Xiao Yi has made up his mind. Should this venerable extend an invitation to accept him as a disciple, he would not hesitate to follow. After all, he perceives no connection between himself and the Qingming Sect. Surely they cannot have come to harm him. At that moment, the spirit of Elder Li within the jade pendant trembled. As he had anticipated, the ring was indeed a trap set by that formidable entity. The Qingming Sect was the calamity summoned by the ring. Elder Li cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Yi. You may laugh now, but soon enough, you shall find no joy in it. A venerable carrying immense murderous intent is a force to be reckoned with. Even if Xiao Yi is the chosen one, under the protection of the heavenly Tao, his fate would likely be sealed. Chapter 80. Venerable, please proceed. Elder Li identifies in the void above. Venerable Xuanqi gazed down upon Xiao Yi, who stood upon the spirit vessel. His eyes were cold and penetrating, as if he were observing a corpse. Return to me the treasure of our sect, the primordial magnetic heart. Venerable Xuanqi stepped forward, his tone indifferent. Predecessor, what is this primordial magnetic heart you speak of? I have never encountered it. Upon hearing the words of Venerable Xuanqi, Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, feeling utterly bewildered. The primordial magnetic heart was a term he had neither heard nor seen. So how could he possibly return it? Still putting on an act, are we? Very well, I shall ensure you understand your fate. Observing the young man before him, who persisted in feigning ignorance, the esteemed Xuanqi raised his hand, conjuring a seal in the air. In that moment, a storage ring from Xiao Yi's possession was drawn forth, landing squarely in the hands of Xuanqi, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This ring belongs to Wang Tong, the scion of our Qingming Sect. And with this evidence in hand, what further defense can you muster? Clutching the ring tightly, Xuanqi's divine sense swept over it, only to discover that the coveted Yuan magnetic core was absent. A wave of boundless murderous intent surged within his gaze. The elders leading the various peaks of the Qingming Sect, witnessing the Xuanqi of Qingming Sect indeed uncovering tangible evidence from Xiao Yi, felt a surge of relief that they had refrained from intervening earlier. After all, Qingming Sect was also a major sect of the eastern wilderness, and with their leader personally present, it was unnecessary to offend a venerable figure for the sake of a thieving scoundrel. Senior, we must adhere to reason. This ring was merely something I stumbled upon by chance. It cannot be considered as evidence of theft. Faced with the overwhelming tide of murderous intent emanating from the esteemed Xuanqi, even Xiao Yi, in his ignorance, realized that the leader from Qingming Sect was not here to accept disciples, but rather to take his life. His complexion paled as he fought against the impulse to kneel, his teeth chattering as he attempted to explain. Why is it that you alone found it, rather than anyone else? Such a flawed explanation. If I were to accept your words, would it not render my years of existence meaningless? Xuanqi expressed his disdain, his voice laced with icy contempt as he regarded Xiao Yi. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Qingming Sect found the reasoning quite sound. Indeed, why had the ring not fallen into their hands? One should at least craft a more plausible excuse. How utterly shameless. Those unaware might mistakenly believe you to be favored by the heavens. Brother Xiao, if you dare to steal, what is there to fear in acknowledging it? At worst, you could simply return the treasure to this esteemed elder. Brother Xiao, you must be accountable for your actions. The gathered disciples scoffed at Xiao Yi, urging him to promptly return the treasure and preserve the honor of the Qingming Sect. Xiao Yi, feeling like a mute tasting bitter herbs, found himself at a loss for words. What was there to say? He had not truly committed theft. Esteemed elder, you are unaware. I, Xiao Yi, am the fated child, and various fortuitous opportunities will present themselves to me, this ring included. Xiao Yi's gaze faltered as he spoke meekly. Ha ha ha, you are the fated child. You are the fated child. My disciple Wang Tong possesses the demeanor of an immortal emperor. The esteemed Zuanqi let out a boisterous laugh, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Suddenly, his expression turned icy, fixating on Xiao Yi as one would regard an insignificant insect. Regardless of the means by which you managed to slay my disciple in the Foundation establishment realm, Today I shall claim your head as a tribute to my disciple's spirit in the heavens." As he spoke, the esteemed Ziyun surveyed the numerous elder leaders of the Qingming Sect, offering a respectful bow. "This child bears a profound grudge against me. I implore the esteemed elders of the Qingming Sect to refrain from intervening." "Esteemed one, please proceed," an elder of the Qingming Sect responded. Had it merely been a case of theft, they might have considered defending Xiaoyi. However, from the tone of the esteemed Ziyun, it is evident that this Xiaoyi not only pilfered treasures but also assassinated the heir of the Ziyun sect. It is well known that every sect invests vast resources in nurturing their heirs, who are regarded as the beacon of hope for the future of their respective sects. Yet now, this Xiaoyi has extinguished that hope. This is akin to a profound enmity. If not handled properly, it could incite a catastrophic conflict between the two sects. Even though the venerable New Jersey Inn had advised to safeguard Elder Chu, who was protective of Xiaoyi, they all remained silent, observing the situation with a stoic demeanor. Upon hearing that the elders of the Qingming Sect had abandoned him, Xiaoyi turned to the esteemed Ziyun in the void. Noting the chilling intent to kill emanating from him, his gaze sharper than a sword, as if wishing to pierce him with countless holes. "I did not commit the murder. I have never even seen what Wang Teng looks like." This revelation terrified him, causing his legs to weaken, unable to stand firm. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he paled and exclaimed, "Elderly, I am in mortal peril. Please devise a means to rescue me. If you do not save me, if my life is endangered, you shall be the first to perish. Elderly, do you hear me?" Simultaneously, Xiaoyi desperately called out to the jade pendant. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Xiaoyi's threats, Elderly within the pendant was immediately infuriated. He believed he had taken on the role of Xiaoyi's mentor, diligently striving for his benefit and orchestrating opportunities for him. This alone sufficed to repay the favor of awakening him. Yet, this Xiaoyi, having taken a thief as a mentor, not only repaid kindness with enmity, but repeatedly threatened his life. This was utterly outrageous. Even now, facing death, he did not plead for his life, but instead dared to intimidate him. "Very well, since you, Xiaoyi, have disregarded the bond between master and disciple, do not blame him for taking matters into his own hands." In the next moment, a venerable figure, named Li Hua, emerged from the jade pendant. Bowing slightly towards the distant figure of the mysterious elder Xuanqi, and then, with a countenance seething with rage, pointed an accusing finger at Xiaoyi, exclaiming, "What is crucial is that I bear witness. Your disciple, Wang Teng of the Xintian sect, met his demise at the hands of this wretched beast." "Li, what are you saying?" Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li, his mind swirling in confusion, unable to fathom that the elder, with whom he had spent countless days, would stand to accuse him. "What more can be said? You deceitful ingrate who has betrayed your master and ancestors. I lament not having seen your true nature sooner." Li roared vehemently. "With your mediocre abilities, had it not been for my guidance, you would have long perished under the relentless pursuit of your enemies. Every opportunity you have seized along this journey was directed by me. And each time you faced a life-threatening crisis, I risked the silence of my very soul to save you. I owe you nothing. Yet, what have you done? You heartless wretch? You have forsaken your sect, allied with others, slaughtered your fellow disciples, stolen treasures, ambushed your comrades, indulged in greed and lust, and displayed unfettered arrogance. Such a heartless and ungrateful scoundrel as you deserves to be condemned by all." Li vented his accumulated grievances in a torrent of accusations, each word a testament to Xiaoyi's misdeeds. "Li, do you seek your own demise?" Xiaoyi fixed his gaze on the aged figure in the void, his complexion ashen, his chest trembling with indignation. "Friend," he exclaimed, voice laced with fury, "do you not see? Even at this moment, this wretched beast continues to threaten me." The elder Li's beard quivered with rage. Chapter 81. Brazen and Unashamed. The demonic spy Elder Li's scathing rebuke naturally evoked sympathy and astonishment among the disciples of the Qingming Sect. My heavens! Who would have thought that Xiao the madman was such a person? What is there to be surprised about? Ziyun Peak originally had more than 100 direct disciples. Yet now only 70 remain, all thanks to Xiaoyi. To be so ruthless against his own comrades speaks volumes about his character. It is clear that Xiaoyi's formidable prowess stems entirely from the meticulous guidance of this revered spirit behind him. Xiaoyi is truly ungrateful, with such a master. He should count himself fortunate. If I had a revered master, I would treat him as my own father. The voices of the Qingming Sect disciples were unrestrained, echoing in Xiaoyi's ears. Yet, He felt no shame. Instead, he retorted angrily towards elderly, "Old dog, do you think yourself so noble? Your assistance is merely a means to restore your physical form." Having said that, Xiao Yi turned to the esteemed Xuanqi, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. "Esteemed elder, please do not heed this old dog's nonsense. I have never stolen treasures from your sect, nor have I slain the disciple named Wang Tong. Certainly, I can empathize with your sentiments. The heir has been treacherously harmed, and the treasured artifact has been stolen. Such misfortune is unbearable for anyone. Thus, in an effort to console you, I willingly offer myself to join the Qingming Sect as your disciple. I possess the Yang Yin battle body, and I firmly believe that in both talent and disposition, I shall not fall short of your esteemed disciple. This is the best course of action that Xiao Yu could conceive in the face of life and death. The heir's demise is of little consequence. A new heir can always be appointed." The esteemed Xuanqi remained silent for a moment, then raised his gaze towards Xiao Yi, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "I have never encountered such audacious shamelessness. You dare to compare yourself to Teng? Prepare to meet your end." As his words echoed, a terrifying aura erupted from the esteemed Xuanqi. He raised his hand to suppress Xiao Yi, enveloped in profound divine radiance, cascading like countless silver waterfalls, obscuring the heavens and the earth, akin to a sky filled with stars, intent on reducing Xiao Yi to mere pulp. Under the overwhelming pressure emanating from the esteemed one, the members of the Qingming Sect, be they disciples or elders, found it arduous to lift their heads, their breaths becoming labored. Thus, all present believed that Xiao Yi was doomed to perish. Am I truly destined to die? Yet, I have not yet ascended to the pinnacle of the immortal realm, reigning supreme for an eternity, achieving the status of a timeless immortal emperor, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, Xiao Yi felt as if all his bones were being crushed and his internal organs were being torn apart by excruciating pain. This profound despair drove him to a wretched howl. As Xiao Ye's throat convulsed, blood mingled with fragments of his internal organs erupted from his mouth. His breath had dwindled to the utmost degree, and his eyes began to cloud over, signaling his imminent demise. However, just as death loomed over Xiao Yi, the void above him suddenly collapsed. Instantly, a colossal black hand, shrouded in an endless aura of demonic energy, emerged, countering the attacks of the Xuanqi sovereign. All divine radiance transformed into wisps of white mist, dissipating into the void. Is that a manifestation of demonic evil? The Xuanqi sovereign's gaze gleamed with intensity as he focused on the obsidian appendage. Do not speak so foully. We have always referred to ourselves as the emissaries of the sacred hall. A voice, neither masculine nor feminine, echoed from the void. "Humph. A pack of rats hiding in the shadows dares to claim such titles. How dare you?" the Xuanqi sovereign bellowed. Unleashing a terrifying aura characteristic of the void-breaking realm, his hands clenched into a fist, coalescing into a grand handprint of profound heaven, aimed at the dark hand. In an instant, the void sealed shut. Boom. The Xuanqi sovereign's attack struck the void, producing a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the heavens and earth. An overwhelming torrent of magical power surged forth, causing the void to fracture into countless fissures. Yet it was to no avail. The villain who had slain his disciple had, right before his very eyes, been spirited away by the forces of demonic evil. Such an affront was intolerable, furious beyond measure. The Xuanqi sovereign unleashed a flurry of divine radiance, piercing through the surrounding mountains, sending countless birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Through gritted teeth, he uttered a declaration laden with boundless murderous intent. I shall ensure that the forces of demonic evil find no foothold in the eastern wilderness. The esteemed Xuanqi did not cast blame upon the Qingming Sect, for the invasion of the demonic path is a peril that is difficult to guard against. Even the most revered sanctuaries and celestial sects may harbor spies from the demonic realm. It is evident that this Xiao Yi is one such infiltrator. Hence, the venerable Xuanqi directed all his ire towards the demonic path. A multitude of disciples began to chatter amongst themselves. Is it true that Xiao Yi is a spy planted by the demonic path within our Qingming Sect? What is the Thunder Peak doing? How could they fail to investigate and allow a demonic infiltrator to become a direct disciple? Now it makes sense why that madman Xiao has acted so recklessly against his fellow sect members. His origins lie in the demonic sect. Madman Xiao? More like Demon Lord Xiao. Thankfully, the Ziyun Gong has intervened. Otherwise, we would be left to endure untold calamities from Xiao Ye's continued subterfuge. Are you foolish? The demonic path possesses the soul-refining banner. If he dares to utter a word, he will be ensnared. Elder Chu, given that Xiao Yi is a spy for the demonic path aiming to instigate conflict between the Qingming Sect and the Zhantian Gong, this matter is of utmost gravity. I must report to the sect leader immediately. Do you have anything to add? One elder spoke with a grave expression. What could I possibly add? Xiao Yi is not my disciple. If the sect leader seeks accountability, it should fall upon the head of Thunder Peak. Elder Chu's face paled, his lips quivering, clearly taken aback by the revelation of Xiao Ye's true allegiance. Oh, Peak Master, you have brought great misfortune upon our Thunder Peak. Chapter 82. The affection of the fox and the badger. A purple charm time has swiftly passed, and several days have gone by. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the comprehension card of array techniques has proven remarkably effective, allowing me to directly master the third killing array. Suyang opened his eyes, revealing an intricate pattern of array symbols shimmering within his gaze, accompanied by a smile gracing his countenance. In addition to the third killing array, with the assistance of the Enlightenment Bodhi seed, he has also cultivated the Indestructible Sutra to great perfection, gaining a profound understanding of the essence of life and death. As for other techniques, such as the Ascending Cloud Ladder, due to their lower rank, he effortlessly perfected them. Naturally, his cultivation could not remain stagnant, and he advanced from the first to the third level of the transformation realm. Such a pace of cultivation, if known to other practitioners, would leave them utterly astounded, jaws agape in disbelief. Yet, in Su Yang's perspective, it felt somewhat sluggish. After experiencing the realm of inner demons, he harbored an instinctive premonition that his future challenges would extend beyond merely confronting the protagonist. Thus, Su Yang felt no pride or complacency. The third level of transformation realm is still far from sufficient. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from the communication jade slip at his waist. Could it be yet another message from the sect leader? Su Yang retrieved the jade slip and probed with his consciousness. To his surprise, there were 99 messages, all from Ji Hongwan. Has something significant occurred within the sect to warrant such a flurry of messages? Su Yang muttered to himself as he opened the messages. Ji Hongwan. Su Yang, have you emerged from your seclusion? May I visit the River Badger? Ji Hongwan. You're not in seclusion again, are you? Ji Hongwan. You silly fool, why are you cultivating so diligently? I haven't even seen your River Badger yet. Su Yang glanced at a portion of the messages sent by Ji Hongwan, and he couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Was Ji Hongwan's interest truly genuine? Or was there some ulterior motive? Su Yang remained somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on these matters. After all, the boat would find its way when it reached the bridge. As he continued to peruse the messages, his expression gradually morphed into one of bewilderment. The protagonist had actually been rescued by the forces of the demonic path. This narrative had utterly unraveled, just as he had previously anticipated, with that ring in hand. The protagonist would inevitably face retribution from the Qingming Sect. Of course, he had never considered that the protagonist could be directly killed by those of the Qingming Sect. For as a favored child of destiny, under the protection of the heavens, it would not be so simple for him to meet his demise. However, the fact that the protagonist had been saved by the demonic path was beyond his expectations. It was crucial to remember that the demonic path revered the extraterrestrial fiends, and to the celestial order of this realm, they represented a host of destructive pests, needing to be eradicated by the designated child of fate. The two were inherently opposed. Yet now, the latter had been rescued by the former. Did this signify a shift in the balance of control over this world? Su Yang raised his gaze, his dark, cold eyes resembling a lurking beast, narrowing slightly. After a moment, he redirected his attention to the jade slip of communication. Ji Hongwan's latest message read, I am overwhelmed, utterly swamped. When will you emerge to help me share the burden? So, she wished for him to assist with the sect's affairs. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Hongwan's concern for him almost led him to a misinterpretation of his life. He swiftly composed a response on the jade slip. I have emerged. What matters require my assistance, sect master? In the Qingming Hall, Xiao Hua exclaimed, meow meow. What? Ji Hongwan, adorned in a flowing purple gown that trailed over 3 feet, tightened the bodice at her chest, which was quite prominent and imposing. Her slender waist resembled a willow, and her hips formed a perfect arc. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's call, she hurriedly emerged from the rear hall, her movements creating a captivating ripple. With great enthusiasm, Ji Hongwan opened a message, but upon seeing the term sect master, her eyes narrowed in exasperation and she exclaimed, "This foolish idiot. It's not as if we are convening a summit. Why refer to me as sect master?" Xiao Hua responded, "Meow meow," suggesting that if she were not to be called sect master, perhaps she should be addressed as wife. That title is indeed fitting. You truly understand, Xiao Hua. You should be appointed as Su Yang's feline strategist, and I would undoubtedly win without effort. Ji Hongwan playfully patted Xiao Hua on the head. Xiao Hua shot her a sly glance. "If I were to become his feline strategist, you would surely end up in tears. You can't even distinguish between a rhetorical question and a statement. My dear master, I am genuinely concerned for your intellect." Ji Hongwan edited her message on the jade slip repeatedly, yet remained unsatisfied and deleted it once more. After much contemplation, she decided to consult her feline strategist. Stretching lazily, Xiao Hua purred, "Meow meow." Having previously rendered the conversation rather dull, Ji Hongwan resolved to heed Xiao Hua's advice. She promptly composed Xiao Hua's words into a message and sent it to Su Yang. Ji Hongwan finally emerged from seclusion. "By the way, to celebrate your remarkable breakthrough in the transformation into the divine realm, I have prepared a gift for you. Let me know when it is convenient for you, and I shall present this token of my esteem. The essence of our connection lies in the exchange of sentiments. If the river beaver is too preoccupied, surely there will be time to deliver a gift. If presenting a gift is not feasible, we can always devise another approach. There must be a way to unlock the gates of Ziyun Peak." A gift? Su Yang's gaze fixated on the two characters in the message. In the original narrative, Ji Hongwan, though not prominently featured, is one of the female protagonists. Accepting her gift would surely trigger the system's tenfold return. Without hesitation, he quickly sent a message through the communication jade slip. "I am available now, Fairy Hongwan. Please come over. And we can also discuss the matter of the demonic infiltrators at Tianlei Peak." Upon receiving Su Yang's message, Ji Hongwan nearly leapt from her seat, a delightful blush adorning her cheeks that she could not conceal. "Xiao Hua, you truly have a way. With just a single sentence, you have managed to persuade that fool to invite me to Ziyun Peak. Xiao Hua, do you think I should wear this dress? Or perhaps something more revealing to captivate that fool? Not necessary. He is coming for the gift, not for you." Xiao Hua, meow meow. "Meow meow," says purple exudes charm. "Xiao Hua, where did you learn such phrases? They sound rather delightful." "Very well. If you insist, I shall heed your advice." Before long, a radiant purple beam soared from the Master Peak towards Ziyun Peak. Chapter 83. Feel free to touch. Fairy, please maintain your dignity. Ziyun Hall. Su Yang sat upright on the white jade seat, his demeanor unusually tense and restrained. The reason for his discomfort lay in the presence of a woman draped in a purple gown, perched gracefully on the armrest. She was as radiant as a lotus in bloom, with delicate, dark brows reminiscent of distant mountains. Her eyes sparkled like flawless crystal, and her lips, tinted with a hint of red, accentuated her innate allure. Her figure was exquisite, with raven black hair cascading down her shoulders, and a form-fitting gown that accentuated her curves. Her ample hips resting upon the armrest, resembling a violet full moon. With her arms crossed, she emphasized her voluptuous bosom, creating an air of undeniable allure. The intoxicating fragrance that wafted from her proximity left Su Yang feeling somewhat unsettled. "Fairy Hongwan, perhaps you should take a seat?" he suggested. "No, I prefer to sit like this. It's quite comfortable," she replied playfully. "What about that beaver you mentioned? It is tending to the fields, if Fairy Hongwan desires." "I can summon it," he offered. "May I pet it?" Ji Hongwan inquired nonchalantly. "Of course, if you wish to touch it, you may," Su Yang responded, finding nothing unusual in the notion, believing that petting a beaver was akin to petting a cat. However, the next moment, Ji Hongwan's actions left Su Yang frozen in place. She extended her delicate arm, akin to a jade lotus, resting it against his side. Her fingers gently caressed his cheek before sliding downwards, resting lightly upon his chest. After a couple of teasing squeezes, she seemed unsatisfied and began to descend further, dangerously close to a forbidden area. "Fairy Hongwan, please conduct yourself with decorum," Su Yang exclaimed, sitting up straighter. He could not allow Ji Hongwan to continue this way. His young body would surely react. "What decorum should I maintain? Was it not you who invited me to touch?" she retorted playfully. Ji Hongwan's eyes sparkled with displeasure as she spoke. Su Yang, steadfast and unyielding, replied, "I had thought that the term Fairy Hongwan referred to the beaver." The more serious Su Yang became, the more mischievous Jia Hongwan felt inclined to be. Leaning against him, she tilted her head to gaze into his eyes, her fingers playfully lifting his chin. "What is there to admire about a beaver? What I wish to caress is. Of course you. Were her disciples to behave in such a manner, Suyang would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate it. Yet, before the enchanting Jia Hongwan, renowned as a fairy but truly a cunning sorceress, he felt compelled to exercise restraint. After all, he had once grievously offended her. Should the fairy take offense again, all that he had painstakingly built could be in jeopardy. Thus, Suyang found himself not only unable to act, but also needing to discern the true intentions of this beguiling enchantress. Fairy Hongwan, let us return to serious matters, Suyang said, adopting the demeanor of a humiliated true gentleman, his brow furrowed. What serious matters? She teased, her voice lilting. Oh, you must mean the gift I have prepared for you, which is right here, easily visible. Jia Hongwan leaned closer to Suyang's ear, her breath fragrant like orchids, her gaze infused with playful mischief. The gift could indeed be considered a serious matter. Suyang hesitated not, steeling himself as he turned his gaze. Feeling somewhat dizzy, he endeavored to calm his thoughts, regulating his breath, and peered into the depths above, where he beheld a sword-shaped jade pendant adorning Jia Hongwan's delicate neck. This is, he began, and she interjected, I told you, it is easily seen. With a glimmer of cunning in her eyes, Jia Hongwan lifted the jade pendant and handed it to Suyang. This is the ancestral cultivation technique of my family, now bestowed upon you. As Suyang received the sword-shaped jade pendant, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Ji Hongwan bestows upon the host the Heavenly Stage Sword Technique. Heavenly Sovereign Sword Technique 1, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return of the Ancient Sword Cannon. The Ancient Sword Cannon, created by the ancient sword immortal during a tumultuous era, reflects his tumultuous life. Before attaining the path of immortality, he faced countless battles, never emerging victorious. Friends and beloved ones alike fell to his enemies, and in the depths of despair, he forged this sword cannon, allowing him to vanquish all foes and ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, where even the 300,000 sword immortals of the heavens must bow their heads in reverence. Suyang, upon reading the system's introduction, felt a surge of joy. He always felt indebted to his most filial and considerate eldest disciple. With this sword cannon, he could often provide guidance to Xian in her swordplay. Thank you, Fairy Hongwan, for your generous gift. Suyang expressed his heartfelt gratitude, preparing to place the jade pendant into the system space. Wait, do not put it away just yet. This pendant is a family heirloom, and it naturally carries the Ji family's restrictions. Should you recklessly practice, you may be harmed by these restrictions. Ji Hongwan interjected. Actually, I had no intention of practicing. Suyang glanced at the beautiful visage above the abyss and inquired, Fairy Hongwan, is there a way to break the restrictions? Indeed, there is. You simply need to let a drop of my blood fall upon the pendant, she replied, extending her finger, slender as a green onion, towards Suyang's lips. Fairy Hongwan, what does this imply? Suyang inhaled the delicate fragrance wafting from her fingertip, his gaze sharpening. I am afraid of pain. Ji Hongwan's lashes fluttered, and she pressed her lips together, responding softly. Suyang spoke, Fairy Hongwan, is it possible that instead of biting, one could merely exert a gentle force of magic to extract blood? No, Ji Hongwan resolutely rejected the notion, yet found herself at a loss for a reasonable explanation. Suyang added a ritual? Indeed, it is a custom of the Ji family. Only by piercing the fingertip to let the blood drip onto the jade pendant can the binding be undone. Ji Hongwan asserted with conviction. Very well, Suyang acquiesced. Although he found the habit of biting one's finger peculiar, he was willing to indulge her, especially since Ji Hongwan had returned the ancient sword scripture to him. As a gentleman who valued gratitude, he could grant her this small request. Then I shall bite, he declared. Go ahead. Ji Hongwan closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering. As she felt a warm embrace around her fingertip, a delicate blush adorned her fair cheeks, reminiscent of having savored a few glasses of fine wine, rendering her slightly tipsy and exuding an enchanting allure. In the next moment, a slight pang of pain surged from her fingertip, radiating throughout her body. Ji Hongwan trembled, her flushed cheeks suddenly revealing a hint of a feverish yearning. She opened her eyes, gazing dreamily at the man before her who was biting her, her heart racing uncontrollably. With a shy query, she asked, Do you enjoy the taste of my blood? Suyang. He finally became convinced that the enchanting Hongwan fairy had intentions beyond mere flirtation. Chapter 84. I Adore You. At a cost, Ji Hongwan's captivating eyes fixated on the exquisitely handsome visage before her. a fleeting glimmer of intrigue dancing within her gaze as she lightly pressed her lips together. It seems you must indeed harbor feelings. Otherwise you wouldn't hold your silence so tightly. Suyang was momentarily taken aback, hastily leaning back. Apologies, Hongwan Fairy, I was momentarily distracted. Thus, it became clear that it was not merely a figment of his imagination, but rather Ji Hongwan's intentions were indeed entwined with Suyang. No matter. Let us first dissolve the enchantment, Ji Hongwan declared, leaning closer to Suyang. In that fleeting moment, Suyang found himself rendered speechless. What are you dawdling for? If you do not extract the blood soon, the wound shall heal. Do you wish to bite again? Ji Hongwan placed her punctured finger in the palm of Suyang's hand, a mischievous light flickering in her eyes, her words laced with playful provocation. Suyang strained to suppress his body's primal instincts, squeezing Ji Hongwan's finger until a drop of blood emerged, falling upon the sword-shaped jade pendant. A brilliant white light flickered, accompanied by the sound of shattering, indicating that the enchantment on the pendant had been dispelled. Hongwan Fairy, this should suffice, correct? Suyang inquired. Not quite. Ji Hongwan's gaze darkened. Suyang couldn't help but feel a question mark materialize on his forehead. Was there yet another ritual required to fully unravel the enchantment within this jade pendant? If so, the Ji family had indeed gone to great lengths to protect their secrets from being divulged. Without waiting for Suyang to inquire, Ji Hongwan lifted her long, graceful leg and turned, descending upon Suyang, leaning close to him, her body brushing against his as her fingers delicately tugged at his robe. Her cherry lips whispered fragrant words by his ear. Just now, you bit me. In the spirit of reciprocity, it is now my turn to bite you. Fairy Hongwan. Such a reckoning is not quite just. It was you who invited my bite, Suyang stammered, feeling as helpless as a novice hero, newly emerged into the world. Being teased by a sorceress, his mind momentarily froze, leading him to instinctively retort. Oh, your argument seems to hold some merit. Therefore, as compensation, I shall allow you to bite me once more. Where would you like to bite? Ji Hongwan unleashed her enchanting allure, raising her finger to glide over his robe, teasingly rubbing against him. Suyang's mind became clouded. Is this truly how debts are settled? A blush crept onto Ji Hongwan's cheeks as a smile danced upon her lips. Just now, you observed 78 times. Could it be that you wish to? Fairy Hongwan, this. Suyang gazed at the boldly provocative Ji Hongwan with astonishment, his mind racing with a single thought. How dare she? What is this? Can you not? Ji Hongwan blinked playfully, her gaze fixed on Suyang. Fairy Hongwan, your provocation will lead to dire consequences, Suyang sighed. Having struggled to resist the allure of the sorceress's temptations, I do not believe it, unless you allow me to witness it firsthand, Ji Hongwan replied, slightly shrugging, her eyes glinting with mischief as she looked down at him. As Suyang witnessed Ji Hongwan's overture, he felt compelled to act, lest he appear passive. Without further ado, he reached out to embrace her slender waist, drawing her delicate form into his arms, lowering his gaze slightly. Unexpectedly, Ji Hongwan placed a finger against his lips, thwarting his intentions. You profess your affection for me, declaring that I alone shall possess your heart in this lifetime. Thus, I shall permit you to continue. A mischievous smile graced Ji Hongwan's lips, enhancing her enchanting beauty, making her irresistibly alluring. I love you, and for this lifetime. Suyang's thoughts became muddled, stirred by a surge of emotion. He eagerly echoed Ji Hongwan's sentiments, but in that fleeting moment, vivid memories from the trials within the realm of his inner demon surged forth, bringing clarity to his mind. His words faltered and he forced himself to release Ji Hongwan, creating distance between them. Why have you ceased your words? Ji Hongwan's beautiful eyes narrowed, glinting with a dangerous light. Fairy Hongwan, I cherish you. Yet I cannot promise that I shall belong solely to you for eternity, Suyang stated earnestly. He could not forsake his beloved disciples. Whether it be the considerate and generous Xian'er, the gentle and understanding Qing'er, or the whimsical Shui Jinli, 8 disciples had become an inseparable part of his life. Even a harmless lie would be a disservice to both his students and Ji Hongwan. Why? Why can you not belong to me alone? Do you not desire that? Ji Hongwan's brow furrowed, her expression reflecting profound displeasure. I apologize, Fairy Hongwan. Suyang's gaze remained unperturbed. I shall grant you another opportunity. Speak with sincerity, Ji Hongwan stated, her eyes glinting with a chilling coldness. Suyang shook his head, his expression composed as he replied, even if you ask me 1,000 times more, my answer will remain unchanged. Very well, you are pushing me to my limits. You will face the consequences of your actions. Ji Hongwan's beautiful face was now shadowed by a fierce intensity, her eyes reflecting an extreme fury. If Xiaohua were present, she would surely cower, thinking, "My master is once again losing control. I shall bear any cost," Su Yang declared, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had not intended to offend Ji Hongwan, yet her possessiveness was intolerable to him. The thought of her wanting to monopolize him was something he simply could not accept, although uncertain of the price he would pay. He deemed it worthwhile for the sake of his disciples. Upon witnessing Su Yang's unwavering defiance, Ji Hongwan's expression darkened ominously. With a graceful motion, she loosened her dress, allowing it to slide from her shoulders, before seizing Su Yang's wrist and forcefully pinning it against the armrest. Su Yang's expression shifted slightly. He was about to resist when his mouth was silenced by her lips. "This is the price of offending me," Ji Hongwan murmured, leaning in closely to Su Yang, her breath whispering in his ear, her tone laced with a venomous edge. Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily frozen. His throat convulsing as if he had words to utter, yet silenced by an invisible barrier, he could only silently bear the consequences of defying Ji Hongwan. Chapter 85. The Foolish Musings. "Call me my wife." Su Yang was already at a loss for words. Upon Ji Hongwan's inquiry, he found it even more difficult to respond, and simply lowered his gaze. Ji Hongwan, noticing his demeanor, fixed him with a piercing gaze, lifting his chin with her fingers. And from her elevated position, she inquired, "Do you find this rather enjoyable?" Su Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Do you think my words about consequences are mere jest? This is merely a trap I have laid for you, and it is evident that you have fallen into it. I cherish you so deeply that I yearn to make you my entire world, yet you have repeatedly inflicted wounds upon me. Su Yang, you are utterly heartless." Ji Hongwan's crimson lips uttered her frigid words, and in the next instant, the oppressive aura of a revered being erupted, rendering Su Yang immobile. She then withdrew the pressure, her tone hauntingly calm. "But fear not, I shall compel you to submit. You must be feeling quite miserable at this moment, unable to act while merely watching helplessly, yet unable to savor the fruits of your desires." The cost was indeed this. He could never have fathomed that Ji Hongwan would personally involve herself to force his compliance. He found himself somewhat outmaneuvered. However, to think that merely relying on the pressure of a revered being could immobilize him was perhaps a tad presumptuous. Su Yang regarded Ji Hongwan and replied, "It's not too bad, really. My vitality will soon be restored." With a scoff, Ji Hongwan mocked him, her eyes glimmering with derision as she cast him a sidelong glance. "Come down? You truly are the greatest fool in the world. Do you think I would do nothing?" Su Yang, stubborn as ever, retorted, "What could you possibly do to me?" "Ah, I am capable of many things, such as this." Ji Hongwan leaned forward. Having been deceived once, to be fooled again would render him a simpleton. Yet Su Yang's thoughts were far too simplistic. Ji Hongwan's tone grew icy. "I possess countless tricks like this. Should you refuse to yield, we shall take our time." Goodness, this is nothing short of a torture from the mortal realm. "May I inquire, Fairy Hongwan, from whom did you learn such skills?" Su Yang, unable to contain his curiosity, asked. Ji Hongwan crossed her arms, pondering for a moment. "Some I acquired from books, while others I devised myself." "Fairy Hongwan, indeed you are astute, able to master this without a teacher. I genuinely admire you." Su Yang regarded her with respect. Ji Hongwan's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a tad bashful from the praise. "Not at all. In truth, I am quite foolish. However, if you could submit to me, I would no longer need to devise these methods, and you would not suffer so." She gazed at Su Yang, her tone laced with temptation. "Suffer? I am not suffering at all." Su Yang chuckled. "Your blood has calmed so swiftly?" Ji Hongwan looked at Su Yang with surprise, noticing indeed that it had suppressed. Her gaze darkened, and her cheeks flushed with anger. "Without my permission, you dare to regain your composure." She was about to take action against Su Yang, but at that moment, Su Yang, no longer willing to concede, swiftly turned and pressed down. Ji Hongwan, caught off guard, found herself abruptly seated upon the jade throne. The initial thoughts of defilement and manipulation vanished in an instant, replaced by disbelief in her eyes. "How did you break free? Did the celestial maiden Hongwan underestimate me?" Su Yang replied with a chuckle. "In truth, I was never truly suppressed. I merely played along to see what other tricks you might possess." With the supreme young body and mastery of myriad elite techniques, along with his cultivation at the third level of transformation, it would be absurd for him to be easily subdued by a mere venerable. Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, Tears welled up in Ji Hongwan's eyes, transforming her once frenzied and obsessive gaze into one of fragility and despair. Then, how do you intend to deal with me? What do you think? Suyang feigned ferocity as he looked at Ji Hongwan. Her weeping intensified, resembling a delicate flower drenched in rain, utterly devoid of any semblance of a venerable being, instead appearing as a charming beauty victimized by a scoundrel. Where did that fierce persona of yours go? Suyang was clearly taken aback, not anticipating that his words could genuinely frighten Ji Hongwan to tears, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Suyang took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears from Ji Hongwan's cheeks, soothingly saying, There, Fairy Hongwan. I shall not harm you. Please cease your tears. If the peak master of the neighboring mountain were to witness you in such a state, he would surely accuse me of being disrespectful and unaware of hierarchy, treating the laws of our sect as if they were insignificant. In a more severe scenario, he might even summon the supreme elder to discipline me. Is it not so? Your refusal to submit to me only serves to highlight your disregard for authority and the laws of our sect. Ji Hongwan looked up, her eyes reddened, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. So, you would rather the supreme elder punish me? With my protection, he would not dare. Ji Hongwan exclaimed urgently. Uncertainty in difficult situations often leads to a diversion of conflict. Seeing Ji Hongwan's tears cease, Suyang felt a sense of relief and took a seat beside her. Fairy Hongwan, I am aware of your deep affections for me, and I am equally fond of you. Yet, I cannot promise to belong solely to you. I could deceive you, but I choose not to. Do you understand? I do not comprehend. You treated me that way just now. You must take responsibility. Ji Hongwan pressed her lips together, her eyes brimming with a sense of injustice, particularly accentuated by her youthful yet mature beauty, evoking sympathy. Fairy Hongwan, I was in a passive position just now. Ji Hongwan gazed at Suyang longingly, her tone resolute. Then I shall take responsibility for you. You shall belong to no one but me. Observing that Ji Hongwan was on the brink of succumbing to her obsessive emotions once more, Suyang resolved it would be best not to prolong the discussion. After all, there would be ample time in the future. With diligent effort, there was still hope for resolution. He awkwardly shifted the topic, saying, Fairy Hongwan, I believe that besides Xiao Yi, there may be spies from the demonic path at Thunderstorm Peak. I don't want to hear that. Ji Hongwan exclaimed, covering her ears. What does the fairy wish to hear? Suyang inquired, a hint of helplessness in his voice. I wish to hear you call me wife. Ji Hongwan gazed at Suyang with a pitiful expression and added, You've already rejected me once. You cannot possibly do so a second time. Wife? Suyang struggled to utter the word. How delightful. Say it again multiple times. Ji Hongwan's eyes sparkled like stars. Wife. 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 Suyang found himself calling out the term 10 times, and to his surprise, it became increasingly effortless. Satisfied, Ji Hongwan recorded this on a phonograph, then handed Suyang an ancient token from her waist, saying, I too suspect something is amiss at Thunderstorm Peak. Here, take my sect master's token. With this in hand, you will represent me as if I were present and investigate Thunderstorm Peak. Very well, wife, Suyang replied without thinking. Ah, husband, your willingness to share my burdens brings me great joy. A fleeting glimmer passed through Ji Hongwan's eyes as she gently smiled, her lips curving into a charming grin. Suyang thought to himself, it seems I have grown accustomed to it after all. Chapter 86, The Drowned Kiss. The Azure Tiger of the Abyss. My lord, Ji Hongwan gazed at Suyang, her eyes fluttering, her tone imbued with a hint of pleading. Having bestowed upon you the token, might I request a small favor? As long as it does not confine me solely to you, I can acquiesce to any request. Suyang was struck by a sense akin to old Su. Do you desire a wife? Yet, unlike the dramas, this lady was freely given to him. He turned to Ji Hongwan and inquired, What is the lady's request? To kiss me, a kiss that drowns the soul, one that must be heartfelt. Ji Hongwan's lashes fluttered, her shyness inexplicably evident. Heartfelt? Suyang refrained from banter, adhering to the gentleman's code of conduct. He approached Ji Hongwan, cradling her face, and noted her skin's exquisite smoothness, akin to a delicate blossom, evoking a sense of tenderness. Just as he leaned in for the kiss, Ji Hongwan's soft, alluring voice whispered, It must be heartfelt. And it must happen right here. So this is what heartfelt means. Suyang lowered his head, fervently capturing Ji Hongwan's lips. Sensing her attempt to leave her mark upon him, You did not resist, for maintaining an upper hand in dealings with women was not always favorable. It was essential to occasionally display vulnerability. A sophisticated hunter often assumes the guise of its prey. Su Yang discreetly lowered the defenses of his young body. With a fervent desire fulfilled, Ji Hongwan bit Su Yang's lip, drawing blood that mingled with her own, her eyes sparkling with a wicked delight. As if in pain, Su Yang pushed aside Ji Hongwan, covering his mouth, gazing at her with a feigned expression of anger, exclaiming, "Are you a dog?" "Husband, I am undoubtedly yours," she replied. "You are a dog? I belong to you. Am I a dog? Why does it feel as though I am cursing myself?" Su Yang remarked, speechless. "Is this what you refer to as heartfelt?" Ji Hongwan's tone was laced with a lingering resentment, akin to that of a jilted lover. "Is this not heartfelt enough? Or do you still seek more amusement?" Her charming face blushed, her voice tinged with excitement. Not exactly." Su Yang felt as though he had unwittingly stumbled upon his own misfortune. Ji Hongwan laughed sweetly. "Look at your foolish expression. It frightens me. If I stay with you for too long, I might become simple-minded." This was slander. How could he possibly be a fool? "Well, we've shared our kisses. I must take my leave now." "Silly, remember to message me when you think of me, and you must think of me." Ji Hongwan tidied her disheveled garments and rose to head outside the hall. "Sectmaster." "Sectmaster, are you not accompanying me to Thunder Peak?" Su Yang inquired. He intended to confront the toxin of the corrupted Wan Junjinren, yet as one of the peak masters of the Qingming Sect. Wan Junjinren had many followers. Given their long-standing enmity, should Su Yang strike him down, the other peak masters and elders might perceive it as a personal vendetta, which would undoubtedly complicate matters for him. He was not averse to trouble, but he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Su Yang did not wish to squander his time on trivial matters. Thus, he decided to have Ji Hongwan serve as the witness, thereby sidestepping numerous mundane issues. "Mistress of the sect?" Such a unique title. I adore it. Henceforth, you shall address me as such, Ji Hongwan declared, a playful smile gracing her lips. Su Yang replied, "Is that the crux of the matter? Proceed as you wish. I grant you full authority, regardless of what you undertake. Even if you were to pierce a hole in the heavens, I shall steadfastly support you." Ji Hongwan elegantly waved her sleeve and turned to exit the hall. Su Yang remarked, "As you command, mistress of the sect." Upon leaving the Ziyun Hall, Ji Hongwan did not depart immediately, but scanned Ziyun Peak with her divine sense, pinpointing the residence of her third direct disciple, Shui Jinli. She then transformed into a streak of purple light and soared towards Tianqin Lake. Stopping at the sole exit of the lake, she surveyed her surroundings and, finding no signs of life, confidently tossed the sound-recording jade into a conspicuously visible spot. It was well known that Shui Jinli could not keep a secret. Once she discovered the jade, she would undoubtedly spread the word, thereby solidifying Ji Hongwan's identity as the masteress wife. By that time, should anyone dare to harbor covetous thoughts towards Su Yang, Ji Hongwan would take action. And no one could criticize her for being unteaching and punitive. "Su Yang, you belong solely to me." Ji Hongwan bit her lip, her gaze deeply fixed on the direction of Ziyun Hall for a moment before she transformed into a rainbow and departed from Ziyun Peak. Do I fall into the category of indulging in the fruits of another's labor? Watching Ji Hongwan sway gracefully as she departs, Su Yang, the tiger of Qingming Sect, gazes down at the token symbolizing the sect master and cannot help but feel a surge of emotion. This token serves not only as a representation of the sect master's identity, but also as a significant relic passed down from the revered ancestors of Qingming Sect through the generations. It is, in essence, a symbol of the sect master's authority. It would not be an exaggeration to state that with this token in hand, not only the leaders of the 36 peaks, but even the reclusive elders must heed his commands, having allowed Lei Wanjun to prance about for long enough. The timing is now ripe to ascend to Thunder Peak and eradicate this malignant thorn. Additionally, I must bring along the little koi. For previously Lei Wanjun had taken advantage of her, causing her distress. This matter must be resolved with him as well. Su Yang's thoughts were as swift as lightning, devoid of any hesitation, as he instantly dashed out of the purple cloud hall, soaring into the air, his ethereal steps weaving through the void, creating ripples. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Moments later, Su Yang had already arrived by the shores of Tianqin Lake. "Little Qing, what dubious tricks are you teaching me? How can it be considered dubious? After all, I've suffered enough. Who told you, third senior sister, to be so diminutive? Little Qing, are you trying to provoke me?" "No, What I mean is, even being small is quite endearing. Third senior sister, it will hurt. Just tell me whether you wish to try or not. Perhaps the lilies of my homeland have bloomed. Yet as Suyang pondered, he realized that Qing'er was not that type of person. She preferred the straightforward approach. So what is this all about? Engaging in a discussion of new knowledge with the little koi? As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion become red. Those who are close to ink become black. Surely, conversing with a novice like the little koi will not diminish my own standards, nor will it lead me to become increasingly inept. Chapter 87. The Majestic Master. I long to taste humanity by the banks of Tianqin Lake. Suyang, determined to prevent Qing'er from straying onto the wrong path, resolved to intervene. Little koi, accompany me to Tianlai Peak. In the attic, the two individuals froze in shock upon hearing their master's voice, followed by a flurry of hurried movements, as if they were concealing something. After a considerable time, Shui Jinkoi emerged from the attic, her face still flushed, and she looked at Suyang with a hint of embarrassment, asking, Master, why are we going to Tianlai Peak? Previously, Lei Wanjun bullied the weak and caused you distress. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, I intend to settle this matter with him and investigate the demonic infiltrators at Tianlai Peak, Suyang explained. Upon hearing this, admiration and reverence filled Shui Jinkoi's eyes, sparkling like countless stars. Master, you are truly kind to your disciple. Let us go. Suyang lifted Shui Jinkoi and soared towards Tianlai Peak, casting a lingering glance at the attic before departing. At that moment, Situ Qingqing happened to peek out, inadvertently locking eyes with Suyang. Instantly, her face turned crimson, her heart racing as she covered her slightly heated cheeks, murmuring to herself, Surely, Master did not overhear my earlier conversation with senior sister? Meanwhile, at Tianlai Peak, the atmosphere surrounding Wanjun Zhenren had become increasingly tense. As for the reason behind his fury, it stemmed from his clandestine communications with the demonic sect regarding Xiaoyu. He vehemently questioned them, demanding to know why they would choose to save Xiaoyi. Did they not realize that rescuing Xiaoyi could potentially implicate him, the master of Thunder Peak? In comparison to Lei Wanjun, Xiaoyi held far greater value for us. His disposition was impeccably suited for the demonic path. Even our Lord had intervened, intending to take him as a disciple. So, Wanjun the true man exclaimed, Have you sold me out for Xiaoyi? The demonic sect responded, You may perceive it that way, especially since you have not provided us with any useful intelligence, rendering you not quite one of us. Wanjun retorted, How dare you? I have already devoted myself to the demonic path, and I still cannot be considered one of your own. The demonic sect replied, Lei Wanjun, please maintain decorum in your speech, or you shall bear the consequences. To which Wanjun indignantly shot back, Politeness be damned. My life is at stake here. This message failed to be transmitted, as it was intercepted by a contact from the demonic sect. This incident shattered Wanjun's composure. When they required his assistance, he was addressed as Your Excellency, yet now, with new talents emerging, they simply called him by his name. Could it be that a dignified transformation stage true man was deemed inferior to a mere foundation establishment junior? Wanjun felt that the demonic sect was utterly blind. If they were not, how could they treat him as a mere pawn? Moreover, beyond his anger, he had been living in constant fear and anxiety lately, even refraining from utilizing the bone-refining demonic scriptures to consume the disciples within the sect, terrified that Ji Hongluan might detect any abnormalities and come to eliminate him. The urge to devour was overwhelming. In the dimly lit chamber, the formidable Wanjun's eyes blazed a deep crimson, his visage contorted in rage, and his body marred by numerous lacerations, exuding a sinister aura that seemed to decay all it touched. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the chamber. Peak Master. Trouble is brewing. Suyang is ascending the mountain. A concerned elder whispered urgently. What? The implications of Suyang's arrival were all too clear to him. With Suyang's unwavering devotion to the sect, willing to sacrifice himself for its sake, the emergence of a traitor within the Thunder Peak would undoubtedly incite him to uproot the entire establishment, perhaps even confront him directly. Realizing this, Lei Wanjun's features quivered with trepidation as he clenched his fists tightly, silently admonishing himself. Endure. Continue to endure. The demonic forces have treated me as a pawn. I cannot afford to confront Suyang. The alternative would yield nothing but mutual destruction. For now, he must bide his time, awaiting a more opportune moment. Once the tempest passes, he would strive to perfect the bone-refining demon scripture, at which point no one in the Qingming Sect would be able to suppress him. With his thoughts settled, he addressed the elder outside with a calm demeanor. please escort Su Yang to the Great Hall and extend him a warm welcome. I shall meet with him shortly. Understood, Peak Master, the elder replied before swiftly retreating. Wan Jun took a deep breath, channeling his magical energies to mend his wounds, then strode purposefully towards the council hall. Soon, Lei Wanjun arrived in the grand hall, where he beheld Su Yang, who appeared transcendent like a fallen celestial being, sipping tea. Beside him stood Xue Jinli, who served him, her eyes briefly flashing with malice before adopting a humble and obsequious smile. Master Su, your esteemed presence is a rare honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I wonder if the tea from Tianlei Peak suits your taste? It's acceptable, Su Yang replied, setting down his teacup and handing it to Xue Jinli, then casting his gaze upon the venerable Lei Wanjun, his eyes lowered in a condescending manner. Brother Lei, I presume you can guess the purpose of my visit today? Indeed, indeed. Master Su must be here regarding the matter of Xiaoyi, Lei Wanjun said, taking a seat in a nearby position, nodding and bowing. This affair has indeed been a blunder on my part. I failed to discern Xiaoyi's true nature. Had I recognized it sooner, this farce could have been avoided. In truth, Xiaoyi does have some connection to Ziyun Peak, considering he initially sought to join it. But I intercepted him. Of course, I am not implying that this demonic infiltrator has any ties to Ziyun Peak. I implore you not to misconstrue my words. Lei Wanjun's thoughts were to implicate Ziyun Peak as well, thereby tainting Su Yang's reputation and rendering him incapable of investigating this matter. In this way, he could navigate through the murky waters and evade accountability. You are mistaken. Xiaoyi never passed our assessments at Ziyun Peak, and I had intended to eliminate him. But you thwarted my endeavor. Xue Jinli, known for his fiery temper, was incensed upon hearing Lei Wanjun distort the truth and misrepresent facts. His anger bubbled over, akin to a ticking bomb, ready to explode, when he, a mere junior, had the audacity to point an accusatory finger at Lei Wanjun. The latter's expression darkened, and he instinctively glanced at Su Yang. Anticipating a reprimand from his counterpart, he was taken aback when Su remained utterly indifferent, as if he had not heard anything. This callous demeanor only fueled Lei Wanjun's inner fury, yet he dared not display it outwardly. Instead, he feigned contrition, saying, Junior Brother Su, I must have misremembered. Even if it were a mistake, it matters not, Brother Lei. I did not come here concerning the matter of Xiaoyi, Su Yang replied, his tone measured and unhurried. If not regarding the demonic infiltrator, then what could it be about? Lei Wanjun felt a tremor of anxiety within, yet maintained a fade of calm, responding with a sycophantic smile. Pray tell, Junior Brother Su, what brings you here today? Su Yang's gaze, devoid of warmth, settled upon Lei Wanjun. Brother Lei, your actions in Xianyuan City, where you bullied the weak and unjustly wronged my disciple, require your explanation. Beside them, Xue Jinli felt a rush of emotion at his master's words. Her breath momentarily caught. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed with warmth as her heart exclaimed, Oh, how I adore such a formidable and commanding master. I must find a way to win him over swiftly. Chapter 88. I can no longer endure. Wanjun's fall. Is the intent truly so simplistic? There is an unsettling sense that Su Yang harbors ulterior motives. Lei Wanjun hesitated momentarily before regaining his composure, a smile returning to his face as he sheepishly admitted, Junior Brother Su, this matter is indeed my fault. At that time, I perceived Xiaoyi's promising talents and felt a pang of regret, which led me to intervene and unjustly hinder junior nephew Xue, causing him unnecessary distress. Therefore, I propose that for this expedition to the Qiyuan Cave, the resources acquired by the Thunder Peak shall be apportioned to Ziyun Peak at a generous 80%, with the additional 20% serving as a specific compensation for junior nephew Xue. Junior Brother Su, would this arrangement be satisfactory to you? The reason for Lei Wanjun's magnanimity lay in the fact that Xiaoyu had been abducted by the demonic faction, leaving the remaining disciples with little competitive edge compared to those from other peaks. Even if they encountered a momentous opportunity, they would find it nearly impossible to surpass their peers. Hence, he sought to dismiss Su Yang with this proposition. Satisfactory? What a farce. The Qiyuan Cave had long been stripped bare, and now only remnants remained, which would be further divided among the 35 peaks of Qingming. It would be a stroke of luck for Thunder Peak to receive even a few scraps, while he himself possessed a bountiful garden, meticulously tended by a hired spiritual farmer. Su Yang's gaze was icy as he spoke with indifference. Brother Lei, do you truly believe I covet the resources of the Qiyuan Cave? He mused silently, feigning grandeur. After all, it was the Qiyuan cave, a place that even the esteemed would covet. Lei Wanjun, internally chastising himself, turned to Su Yang with a tone of resignation. What kind of redress does junior brother Su require? As the saying goes, debts must be repaid, and lives for lives. Brother Lei, having wielded his power over the weak, I shall ensure that you experience the taste of being overpowered in return. As Su Yang's voice fell, an intricate and enigmatic array of runes materialized around him, swiftly forming the third killing formation that enveloped the entire Grand Hall. Xue Jinli, having received the array inheritance from the esteemed Master Qiyuan, had gained a preliminary understanding of the array arts. Thus, upon witnessing her master's effortless conjuration of such a profound formation, she was left utterly astonished. Her cherry lips parting in surprise, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. The mastery of array arts displayed by her master seemed to reach heights unimaginable. In the next moment, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure surged from Su Yang, akin to mountains collapsing and the earth splitting. A cacophony echoing through the heavens as it descended like a tidal wave upon Lei Wanjun. The great sun of Qi and the furnace of magical power caused the entire hall to tremble violently. Had it not been for the protective array within the hall, it would have surely crumbled to dust at that instant. Under the unparalleled weight of this pressure, Lei Wanjun's complexion paled, his very soul quaking in terror. Struggling against the urge to kneel, he internally screamed, "How can this possibly be the realm of transformation? It nearly rivals the pressure of a venerable master." Comparing himself, he thought that without resorting to demonic arts, 10 of him would not suffice to contend with Su Yang. Why? Why is it that after his recultivation to the transformation realm, he can still overpower me? I am at the 7th level of transformation. He exerted every effort to raise his head, gazing up at Su Yang, who loomed over him like a speck of dust, his face etched with profound humiliation. Trembling, he stammered, "Su Shitty, even if I was in the wrong from the outset, you should not humiliate me so. After all, I am the Peak Master of the Thunderbolt Peak. And what of the Peak Master of Thunderbolt Peak? You have wronged my disciple, and thus I shall humiliate you." Su Yang replied, lifting his eyelids slightly, his tone indifferent. Boom. In the next moment, Su Yang stepped forth from the first seat with astonishing speed. So swift that no phantom could be discerned. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, raising his hand to strike heavily at Lei Wanjun's head. It was akin to a colossal sun plunging into the boundless sea, generating turbulent waves capable of submerging ancient sacred mountains. Lei Wanjun's countenance changed drastically as he attempted to call upon all his magical energy in a desperate bid to respond, yet found himself firmly restrained by an overpowering force of pure, radiant energy. He sensed that Su Yang was his natural nemesis. The reason he had turned to the dark arts was to evade Su Yang's dominance, yet who could have foreseen that after Su Yang's rebirth, his entire being radiated with an intensity akin to the sun, utterly suppressing the demonic energy within him. Even the lightning techniques he practiced paled in comparison beneath this blazing sun that illuminated the realms. "Su Yang, do you truly intend to slay me?" Lei Wanjun's face contorted in terror as he bellowed in a voice filled with dread. "What is stopping me?" Su Yang's fist descended. The chair beneath Lei Wanjun shattered into fragments, and his entire form was driven into the ground for over 3 feet. With his head embedded in the earth, Lei Wanjun felt an excruciating pain, unable to suppress a mournful wail. He fought to prevent blood from seeping from his head, for that would reveal the truth of his descent into darkness. With a hoarse and savage roar, he declared, "Su Yang, you cannot kill me. I am the master of Thunder Peak, and if you wish to deal with me, it must be through a summit of the masters, with the consent of the sect leader. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the sect's laws. Su Yang, do you dare defy the laws of the sect?" Upon witnessing Lei Wanjun resorting to the sect's laws to intimidate him, Su Yang let out a derisive laugh. He then retrieved a token from his bosom, waving it before Lei Wanjun's eyes. "Behold, this is the sect master's token. With this in my possession, I possess the authority to act first and report later." The color drained from Lei Wanjun's face, his expression morphing into one of sheer shock as he stared incredulously at the token. "The sect master has bestowed the token upon you. Indeed, she has granted it to me, thus permitting me to eliminate you without contravening the sect's laws." Just as the fatal blow seemed imminent, Lei Wanjun, akin to a lifeless dog embedded in the ground, was suddenly enveloped in an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, transforming his entire being, blood, flesh, skin, and hair, into a shade of black. An eerie and sanguine aura rapidly ascended, and Lei Wanjun's once gaunt frame swelled dramatically, reminiscent of an inflated balloon. The demonic energy, previously suppressed by the blazing magical force, erupted forth, saturating the entire hall. Ha ha ha, Suyang, do you truly believe you can slay me? I am a demon. You have forced my hand. How would you like to perish? Lei Wanjun twisted his neck, emitting a guttural and discordant sound from his throat, akin to a malevolent spirit whispering. Patience. To hell with patience. He could no longer endure. He had intended to perfect his demonic powers before re-emerging to instill fear in the Qingming Sect. Yet Su Yang's provocations had become intolerable, despite his numerous concessions. He was met with relentless aggression. With no other recourse, he resolved to reveal his demonic form. Even if death were inevitable, he would drag Su Yang down with him. Unexpectedly, Su Yang completely disregarded his words and turned his gaze towards the not-so-distant Xue Jinli. Disciple, have you recorded everything with the reflection stone? Xue Jinli replied, Master, I captured it all from beginning to end. Su Yang nodded. That is good. I shall commence the slaughter. The exchange between master and disciple left Lei Wanjun momentarily stunned. What does it mean? Why record it? Before he could grasp the deeper significance, he witnessed Su Yang clenching his fist, an invisible yet terrifying energy rippling through the void. Akin to myriad golden rays bursting forth, an endless divine light spreading, with suns rising one after another, instantly dispersing the surging demonic aura. As Lei Wanjun attempted to raise his head, it was forcefully pressed down again, sinking him deeper than before. How could this be possible? I have fallen into darkness. Yet I am still inferior to you. Lei Wanjun's mind trembled as he emitted a piercing howl, his fear reaching unprecedented heights. In the depths of his utter despair, a fist imbued with overwhelming might descended upon him. Boom. The sound was akin to the heavens collapsing. Lei Wanjun found himself utterly immobilized, and in an instant, he was shattered into a cloud of blood, along with his primordial spirit being obliterated. The seventh level of the transformation realm, the fallen demon Lei Wanjun, met his demise. Chapter 89. Killing and reducing to ashes. Falling into love, Lei Wanjun departed with great reluctance, gazing at his rapidly dissolving form beneath the blazing golden radiance. A look of anguish surfaced on his face as he emitted a pained wail. Before Su Yang had emerged into the world, apart from the sovereign, he was indeed the most remarkable one, having ascended to the rank of true monarch of transformation in just over a century and a half, subsequently assuming the position of master of Thunder Peak. During that time, he basked in unparalleled glory, serving as a beacon for countless disciples of the Qingming Sect. With numerous young prodigies eager to join Thunder Peak, he was, without a doubt, filled with youthful exuberance. However, everything changed when Su Yang became the youngest true monarch of transformation in the northern province, established Ziyun Peak, and, in his inaugural year at the grand competition of the Six Peaks, claimed the top position. Thunder Peak was no longer regarded as the foremost peak of the Qingming Sect in the eyes of its disciples. He, unwilling to accept this reality, set his sights on Ziyun Peak, intent on defeating Su Yang with the might of thunder, to prove that it was the disciples' inadequacy rather than the weakness of their master. Yet, he found himself reduced to a pitiful figure beneath Su Yang's feet. His unwillingness to accept defeat consumed him. In desperation, he resolved to embrace the path of demonic cultivation, believing it would grant him the power to vanquish Su Yang. Yet, to his dismay, even in this darkened state, he proved no match for Su Yang. At that moment, he felt akin to a jester. I cannot accept this fate. In a realm where Qingming boasts of my Lei Wanjun, why must there be another Su Yang? Su Yang, may you meet a wretched end. I await you in the Yellow Springs. With a fierce roar, Lei Wanjun disintegrated, both body and spirit obliterated, leaving only a wisp of smoke upon the ground. Su Yang remained unfazed, nonchalantly waving his hand as an invisible breeze swept through the hall, dispersing the remnants of smoke. Having completed this, he turned toward the nearby Xue Jinli, imparting a lesson with heartfelt sincerity. Disciple, I shall take this opportunity to teach you a vital lesson. When one takes a life, one must ensure the ashes are scattered, lest the embers of vengeance reignite. Disciple humbly receives your teachings. Xue Jinli's cheeks flushed slightly, her breath quickening as she gazed into her master's eyes, which shimmered with a depth of emotion, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. At that moment, within the hall, aside from Su Yang and Xue Jinli, there stood an elder responsible for reception. His expression was one of sheer terror, his gaze towards Su Yang filled with an overwhelming sense of anxiety and astonishment. How terrifying! Throughout the encounter, Su Yang had unleashed but 2 punches. One had sent the Peak Master, nay, the malevolent Lei Laoma, crashing into the ground, and the other had obliterated Lei Laoma's very soul. What an appalling display of power! Before Su Yang, Lei Laoma resembled a newly hatched chick, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. In the grip of extreme fear, the elder's legs weakened, and with a thud, he knelt before Su Yang, trembling and weeping uncontrollably as he stammered, "Peak Master Su. I had no knowledge of Lei Wanjuan's descent into madness. I am certainly innocent. To prove my innocence, I am willing to resign from my position as Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Peak." As he spoke, he summoned his magical energy, using his finger as a blade to sever a lock of his hair. "From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Heavenly Thunder Peak. We shall have no further association." Observing Su Yang's brutal demeanor, the elder feared that the latter would seek to exact vengeance upon the entirety of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. He realized that if he did not distance himself from the peak, he might meet the same fate as Lei Wanjun. No, it would not be the same. It would require but a mere 2 fingers to crush him. Yet, it was evident that the elder was overthinking the situation. Su Yang is not a person of the demonic path, so how could he recklessly resort to mountain destruction and extermination? Moreover, at Thunderbolt Peak, apart from Lei Wanjun, there exists no enmity against him. Of course, if he were to hold a grudge against him for the demise of Lei Wanjun, that would be another matter. It is best for you to fulfill your role as an elder. There may yet come a time when your abilities will be required. A calm voice resonated. "Rest assured, Master Su, should there be a need, I shall serve with utmost diligence." The elder knelt low, his forehead pressed to the ground, and unbeknownst to him, his back had become drenched with cold sweat. At that moment, Su Yang had already departed the council hall with Xue Jinli. In the Master Peak, within the Qingming Hall, just then, a shadow darted swiftly, unmistakably that of the raccoon spirit, Xiaohua. Meow meow. Xiaohua's little head bobbed like a rattle drum, her tone tinged with disdain. "What is dirty? This is clearly the price of love. Xiaohua, do you comprehend what love truly means?" Ji Hongwan gently caressed her chest, her eyes glimmering with a hint of pleasure. "Am I not the feline strategist? Furthermore, how could a raccoon not understand love?" Xiaohua protested vehemently. "Meow meow. All right, I was merely jesting. Xiaohua, as my feline strategist, I have a pressing matter to discuss with you." A serious tone emanated from the first seat. "Meow?" Xiaohua responded inquisitively. "It concerns a friend of mine. She harbors deep affection for a fool and wishes to claim him as her own. However, this fool, despite his fondness for her, insists that he cannot solely belong to her. What do you think my friend should do?" Ji Hongwan inquired, her expression rife with concern. Little Flower was taken aback. "Master, is this friend you speak of not yourself?" Instead of exposing the truth, Little Flower stroked its whiskers with a serious demeanor, offering its counsel. Meow. The implication was clear. Good men dread relentless women. If you cling to him, that will suffice. "I'm tempted," yet he managed to break free. Ji Hongwan lamented. Little Flower scratched its head. Meow. "Though I am a revered being, I am of no use against him. I cannot suppress him." At the mention of this, Ji Hongwan felt a surge of frustration. She had thought victory was assured, only to realize it was a mere figment of her imagination. How could the mighty bow to such a formidable opponent? Little Flower's mind was momentarily overwhelmed. Who exactly is Su Yang? His composure is truly formidable. As for my master, forget introspection. What a waste, utterly lost in romantic folly. It is enough to bring shame upon itself. Suddenly, the communication jade slip at her waist vibrated violently. Ji Hongwan, feeling dejected, instantly perked up, retrieving the slip with delight. This foolish man, having parted for such a brief time, already longs for me. To this, Little Flower remarked, "Alas, master, you have completely fallen in love." Ji Hongwan delved into her consciousness, opening the message to read. "Su Yang, mistress of the sect. I have confirmed that Lei Wanjun, the master of Thunder Peak, has fallen into the demon path and is an infiltrator sent by the demon faction to Qingming Sect." With a sharp glint in her eye, Ji Hongwan quickly composed a message. "Su Lang, you must not alarm the snake." Typically, when an ordinary cultivator succumbs to demonic influence, their combat prowess sees a considerable surge. Moreover, Lei Wanjun is at the 7th level of the transformation god realm. Should he reveal his demonic form, his strength could rival that of a void-breaking sovereign. I shall hasten to Thunder Peak now. Do not act recklessly. Await my arrival. After dispatching the message, Ji Hongwan prepared to rush out of the Qingming Hall, soaring towards Thunder Peak. However, before she could take flight, another message arrived. Su Yang replied, "Well, not only did I alarm the snake, but I also inadvertently killed it." Ji Hongwan's eyes sparkled. Her crimson lips parted slightly. To think he could defy a sovereign in his transformation. My Su Lang is indeed formidable. Suddenly, she straightened in her seat. Shedding her previous languid demeanor, her tone now authoritative and crisp, "Bring forth all Peak Masters to meet me." Her voice resonated beyond the hall. Understood. The Qingming guards vanished in response. Chapter 90. A frenzied tease. Do not rush in the Qingming Hall. The Peak Masters gathered once more after several days. They sensed the purpose of the assembly, especially upon noticing the absence of Lei Wanjun from the prominent 6 seats, with Su Yang taking his place instead. This solidified their belief that the sect master had summoned them to discuss the infiltration of a demonic spy at Thunder Peak. One Peak Master inquired, "Could it be that Lei Peak Master is involved with this demonic spy, Xiao Yu?" Even if there were no connections. The fact that Xiao Yi had brutally slaughtered over 30 direct disciples weighed heavily on their minds. As the master of the Thunder Peak, Lei Wanjun not only failed to perceive the anomalies, but also actively encouraged Xiao Ye's rampant slaughter. A blatant dereliction of duty that betrayed the trust placed in him by his direct disciple. I shall petition the sect leader to depose Lei Wanjun from his position. He is unfit to remain in such a role and should rather content himself with a more tranquil post as an elder. Elder Qian of the 6 Veins spoke with a grave demeanor. Elder Qian, it cannot be as dire as you suggest. Master Lei has diligently served as the head of Thunder Peak for many years, ensuring that it has never fallen from the ranks of the 6 Veins. Even though there has been an infiltration by a nefarious element, his merits far outweigh his faults. How can we simply dismiss him? Indeed, moreover, Xiao Yi did not directly slay the direct disciples of Thunder Peak. Those disciples perished only after sustaining grievous injuries that left them beyond healing. How can we lay the blame at Master Lei's feet? I believe Master Lei has been a victim of unwarranted misfortune. At most, he should be asked to submit a reflection on his actions and contemplate his conduct. The acolytes of Lei Wanjun spoke up in his defense. Must I justify my actions to you? Elder Qian furrowed his brow, his expression one of displeasure. Elder Qian, such words are uncalled for. Though you are one of the 6 Veins, there is no hierarchy among the peaks. We are all leaders of the Qingming Sect. For the sake of stability within the sect, I must voice my opposition to your impulsive decision. Moreover, the 6 Veins are not immutable. Who can say that in the next great competition, your disciples might not suffer complete annihilation? Elder Qian, do you not see the truth in this? Cease your nonsensical tirade. As long as I hold dominion over Tianyuan Peak, it shall not fall from the 6 Veins. Elder Qian bellowed in wrath. Elder Qian, how can you dare to insult me so? What of the insult? I have yet to indulge in your mother. You old scoundrel. Elder Qian, a figure of great esteem and respect, was of equal standing with the Grand Elder, yet you audaciously dare to label him as an old scoundrel? I call him an old scoundrel. Does he dare respond? In an instant, the factions led by Lei Wanjun clashed vocally with Elder Qian's group, the atmosphere thick with tension, teetering on the brink of conflict. Meanwhile, the other neutral Peak Masters remained silent, observing the farcical display with a hint of derision glimmering in their eyes. Elder Qian's motivation for proposing the dismissal of Lei Wanjun from his position was not solely to avenge the fallen disciples. More crucially, aside from himself, the Qian family boasted another elder of the 5th stage of the transformation realm, currently unoccupied at Tianlei Peak. Should Lei Wanjun be ousted, a little maneuvering by the Qian family could see the leadership of Tianlei Peak fall to their elder. The prospect of 2 Peak Masters from a single family is indeed a formidable display of power. The Qian family's stature within the Qingming Sect would soar to unprecedented heights. As for why Lei Wanjun's supporters vehemently opposed Elder Qian, the reasons were self-evident. Both parties harbored ulterior motives, akin to dogs fighting over scraps, each gaining nothing. Amidst the quarrel, Su Yang feigned indifference. It was not that he lacked interest in the spectacle, but rather he found himself somewhat preoccupied, to be precise. He was being playfully teased by the sect leader's wife atop the main seat. A seductive voice echoed softly in his ear. Su Lang, you are truly remarkable. I fear that even I may not be your match. The sect leader is being overly modest, after all. You are one of the 2 esteemed elders of our Qingming Sect. As for whether or not we can compete, we must first give it a try, Su Yang replied. How have we not attempted this? I merely broke the skin, yet you left me swollen, and it has yet to subside. Ji Hongwan gazed at Su Yang, biting her lips slightly, and discreetly pressed her hand against her chest, feigning a frown. Is this an innuendo? Truly a cunning enchantress, Su Yang, slightly exasperated, remarked. I had thought the sect leader was referring to combat prowess, not this. Humph, I knew you would misinterpret my words, but if you wish to gauge my true strength, you may stay after the conference and we can spar. What do you say? Ji Hongwan smiled sweetly at him, her enchanting eyes captivating. Suddenly, an irate roar erupted from the side. Sect leader, he dares to call me an old dog. I demand a one-on-one duel. Let him step forth. In an instant, nearly all the Peak Masters turned towards Elder Qian with astonishment. For Elder Qian, having surpassed a millennium, had yet to break through to the esteemed level, his vitality waning to its limits. Should he engage in a life-and-death battle, even if victorious, he would scarcely have long to live. Meanwhile, Ji Hongwan, who had been playfully teasing Su Yang with great enjoyment, was abruptly interrupted by Elder Qian, causing her expression to darken, her gaze turning icy as she commanded, silence. All of you. Today, I have summoned you not to witness your petty squabbles. Should you wish to engage in duels, wait until you have exited the Qingming Hall and seek a place of your own. I shall not concern myself with your fates. The purpose of this assembly is to inform you that Master Su has uncovered the truth. Lei Wanjun has succumbed to the path of darkness, becoming a spy planted by the demonic forces within the Qingming Sect. Ji Hongwan's voice was devoid of any emotion, her icy gaze sweeping over all the Peak Masters present. Upon her declaration, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Each Peak Master wore a countenance filled with disbelief. Even Qian Lao, who had sought to dethrone Lei Wanjun, furrowed his brow in skepticism. It is well known that Lei Wanjun practices the thunderous arts, a discipline most effective against demonic energy. How then could he allow such malevolent forces to infiltrate him and coexist with his thunderous powers? Master, we cannot hastily label Lei Fengzhu as a traitor simply because a spy has emerged from Tianlei Peak. Such a judgment lacks fairness and may not sit well with the public. One Peak Master proposed. To catch a thief, one must seize the evidence. We must not overlook a demonic spy, yet we must also refrain from wrongfully accusing an innocent. Might I inquire where Lei Fengzhu is currently detained? I urge you, Master, to send someone to bring him forth for a confrontation with Master Su. However, the possibility of confrontation is now moot, for I have already dispatched Lei Wanjun to his demise. Upon hearing Su Yang's audacious remarks, the various Peak Masters displayed a mix of anger and astonishment. They had not anticipated that Su Yang would possess such boldness, daring to execute a Peak Master without prior consultation. If Su Yang were to be indulged in this manner, would not every peak within the Qingming Sect be engulfed in trepidation? Suddenly, one Peak Master could no longer contain himself and was about to voice his reproach. But before he could utter a word, Su Yang interrupted with a scornful retort. I am aware of your impatience, but do restrain yourselves for a moment. Esteemed sect leader, this is the recording I had my disciple capture, sufficient to prove that Lei Wanjun has fallen into the demonic path. As he spoke, Su Yang presented the recording stone to Ji Hongwan. Ji Hongwan accepted the stone, her expression tinged with irritation. Why had he prepared so thoroughly? How could she then play the role of the heroic savior? At that moment, a Peak Master voiced his skepticism. The recording stone can also be forged. Esteemed Peak Master Su, it is not that I do not trust you, but your methods are excessively reckless. This individual was a vassal of Lei Wanjun, and if Lei Wanjun's identity as a demonic infiltrator were to be substantiated, they too would undoubtedly face significant repercussions. How audacious! Esteemed Peak Master Su is wholly devoted to the sect, and the heavens can bear witness. How could he possibly fabricate evidence? Ji Hongwan seized the opportunity, glaring at the speaker and coldly admonishing him. The sect leader cannot be so certain. Esteemed Peak Master Su has always been at odds with Peak Master Lei. What if he is? One Peak Master insinuated ominously. This individual was the very Peak Master who had been ousted by Su Yang from the Six Veins. Though his words trailed off, the implication was clear. He suggested that Su Yang might be seeking personal vengeance, using this opportunity to eliminate Lei Wanjun. Ji Hongwan cast a profound glance at him, her voice devoid of warmth. Master Su has undertaken this investigation at the behest of my esteemed self, and he possesses my sect's master token. His actions are entirely justifiable and within the bounds of propriety. Would you suggest that I am engaging in personal vendettas? Not at all. It is merely that I believe the shadowing jade alone may not suffice to establish that Master Lei is a spy of the demonic sect. The Peak Master spoke with trepidation. Is my endorsement insufficient? Ji Hongwan's tone turned frigid, her gaze piercing. At that moment, Witnessing Ji Hongwan's defense of Su Yang, the assembly of peak masters felt a simmering discontent within, yet none dared to voice their doubts any longer. After all, should they continue to question her? Who knew when this fairy Hongwan might unleash her wrath? None among them could withstand her fury. Even the elder of the highest rank would find it a formidable challenge. Sect Master. As the atmosphere grew as tense as iron, Su Yang suppressed the urge to utter the word wife, instead smiling as he said, "If the shadowing jade is insufficient, then surely a witness will suffice." Ji Hongwan's icy demeanor nearly faltered. "There is a witness? Su Yang, is everything unfolding according to your design?" He clapped his hands, and an elder from Tianlai Peak strode in from the hall. Nearly all the peak masters were taken aback, for this elder was none other than the esteemed transformation master, a peer of Elder Qian. Elder Qian's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at his junior. An inexplicable thought arising in his mind. Could it be that Lei Wanjun truly is a spy of the demonic sect? Greetings, sect master and esteemed peak masters. I am Qian Du, an elder of Tianlai Peak. Qian Du, with a demeanor marked by trepidation, performed a solemn bow before articulating. I was present in the grand hall at that time, and I witnessed everything with utmost clarity. Indeed, as Master Su mentioned, Lei Wanjun has succumbed to the path of darkness. The moment this testimony was uttered, it resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating waves of turmoil. At that instant, Ji Hongwan deftly maneuvered her hand seals, directing them towards the illusionary mirror, and in an instant, the scene from the mirror materialized in the void. Chapter 91. Unfettered, subtle glances of affection silence. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the Qingming Hall. As if it had been encased in ice, all the peak masters present seemed lifeless. Only their eyes bulged, as if they might leap from their sockets. Astonishment. A profound shock emanated from the core of their souls. Indeed, many peak masters felt their resolve toward the path waver, for the spectacle that had just unfolded in the void was so harrowing that it sent chills down their spines, rendering their breaths momentarily suspended. A formidable being at the 7th level of the transformation stage was already regarded as a pinnacle of power among them. Furthermore, having fallen into darkness, the sheer malevolence emanating from his demonic form reached a level that brushed against the realm of the venerable. The peak masters present were acutely aware that, under no circumstances, could they stand against this Lei Wanjun. It was even conceivable that, within mere moments, they could be obliterated by his might. Yet, such a ruthless entity was vanquished by Su Yang with but 2 strikes. No, it was not even 2 strikes. One to lure the enemy, and another to annihilate. And Su Yang's cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of the transformation stage. His combat prowess had evidently ascended to unfathomable heights. Even the celestial emperors recorded in ancient texts, who once dominated the world in their youth, seldom achieved the remarkable feats of Su Yang. At this very moment, 2 words encapsulate the sentiment: terrifying, utterly terrifying. Almost all the peak masters felt their throats dry and their spirits tremble, their gazes towards Su Yang laden with palpable difficulty. Master Su's singular blow had annihilated Lei Wanjun. Was he still merely human? He transcended humanity. He was divine. I am increasingly convinced that he can lead our Qingming Sect into the ranks of the sacred lands. And there exists a considerable possibility that even the immortal sects may be within our reach. I remained silent just now because I trust Master Su's character. The conflict between him and Lei Wanjun was solely instigated by the latter. TSK, some individuals are destined to suffer consequences, though I shall refrain from naming names. The peak master who was ousted from the 6 veins now bore a pallid complexion, his eyes vacant, gripped by an overwhelming terror, incessantly swallowing. He had been the most vocal in his doubts earlier. Should Su Yang hold a grudge and deliver a single strike? No, even a mere finger could crush him. It is fine. I am not intentionally targeting Su Yang. My concerns are for the sect. A reasonable inquiry, surely, he would not harbor resentment towards me. He repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. Yet, the more he comforted himself, the more he felt tormented, spiraling into despair. He might believe this justification. But could Su Yang be convinced? As for Lei Wanjun's sycophants, their psychological defenses crumbled into ruins, their eyes wide with terror, as if they had been rendered utterly dazed. The detestable Lei Wanjun has indeed proven to be a traitor to the demonic path. Has he not caused them immense suffering? One may wish to share both fortune and misfortune, but who truly cares for anyone? As the witness Qian Du discreetly glanced at the reactions of the sect leaders present, he noticed that many of them were even more distressed than he had been at that moment. An inexplicable sense of superiority welled up within him. Though he knelt, at least he did not soil his trousers. With both testimonial and material evidence at hand, surely no one would dare to question this any further, right? Su Yang surveyed the assembled sect leaders and inquired with a smile. As his gaze swept over them, the majority of the leaders felt an overwhelming pressure. Some even felt as if they bore the weight of a monumental mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. Their faces turning pale as if a noose had been tightly drawn around their necks. Su Yang was not known for his patience, having proven his innocence. Those who had previously doubted him would naturally have to face the consequences. With a thud, several sect leaders could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to their knees. Their heads bowed low, sweat beading on their foreheads like rain. Ziyun Peak Master, this matter. I wrongly accused you. I apologize. One leader, unable to endure the pressure, pleaded for mercy, each word causing his facial muscles to tremble violently. You were not in the wrong. You acted with the sect's best interests at heart, did you not? I understand your position. Ziyun Peak Master. Then, what of this pressure? Do not push your luck. I have already shown understanding, yet you wish to make further demands. Su Yang's tone turned slightly frigid. His actions were not merely intended to make these individuals pay a price. Rather, a deeper motive lay in clearing obstacles for himself. In the impending turmoil, the Qingming Sect, being the largest sect in the northern province, must be conquered by the Demon Palace if it wishes to establish dominance there. Only by taking the Qingming Sect as a stronghold can it extend its influence throughout the northern province. Therefore, Su Yang desired that only his voice be heard within the Qingming Sect. Only in this manner could he navigate the impending chaos safely. Moreover, there was the protagonist, a source of calamity. Although his fortunes had been significantly diminished by several operations, and despite his affiliation with the Demon Palace, mingling with those nefarious entities, he remained a formidable presence, a child of destiny, under the protection of the heavenly path. Thus, Su Yang had to remain vigilant, preparing for unforeseen circumstances in advance. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, many peak masters felt a chill run down their spines, fearing they would be condemned to kneel indefinitely. They cast desperate glances toward Ji Hongwan, seated at the summit, hoping that as the sect master, she could intercede on their behalf with Su Yang. After all, Ji Hongwan was the sect master. Surely Su Yang would heed her counsel. To their dismay, Ji Hongwan ignored their pleading gazes entirely, instead locking her eyes onto Su Yang. Her expression inscrutable, seemingly in awe of her formidable partner, yet also troubled by the question of how she might claim him for herself. Noticing Ji Hongwan's gaze upon him, Su Yang cheekily winked at